Emperor, which was expected. With the Night Wolf Emperor, he could incorporate myriad beast groups into his army. The expansion of the wolf group will be a great thing for me. Fan Yuan thought about it for a moment, and gave everyone a nod. Since this is the case, I will do my part. No one in the camp gave an objection. The larger the number of wolves, the more they would benefit, while suffering fewer casualties, preserving the strength of their tribes as much as possible. He Lu Lan was relying heavily on Chang Shanin. Everyone understood and agreed. It would be a shame to have such a great master of the enslavement path and not put him to use. As for the sharp rise in strength of the Wolf King, they did not have to be too concerned. They were not aware of the eating one's words Gu, and had complete trust in the poison vow Gu. Since the covenant had already been formed, they did not have to worry that the Wolf King would take advantage of their interests. Soon after their discussion, the entire He tribe alliance began to work actively. Gu masters from tribes both large and small dedicated themselves to expanding Fang Yuan's wolf pack. Chapter 501. 500,000 wolves start a war. In the grassland shrouded by the night, Sang Yi was running for his life. The bone-chilling wind pounced on him, but he, however, was perspiring greatly. Faster! He screamed in his heart, pouring his primeval essence frantically into his movement Gu. Howl! Behind him, a night wolf group was charging towards him. The reason for that was the corpse of a night wolf's cub in Sang Yi's hand, leading to this pursuit that had continued for several minutes. If it was before, these few minutes would be gone in a blink of an eye to Sang Yi. But with the myriad wolf group closely chasing him, Sang Yi felt every second of time passing very slowly and unendurably. Finally, I've arrived! Seeing the small ravine in front of him, Sang Yi burst forth with newfound strength, rushing towards the ravine. Rumble! Close to 20,000 night wolves followed him into the ravine like a dark flood. They have entered! The Gu masters lying low in the ravine shouted in joy. Collect the net quickly, don't miss it! A rank 3 Gu master who was the leader of this group, sent the command immediately. Earth wall, rise up! A group of rank 2 Gu masters simultaneously activated rank 2 Earth Mound Gu. With so many Earth Mound Gu activated together caused the stones on the entrance of this narrow ravine to rapidly rise up, forming into a barrier like that of a rank 3 Earth Wall Gu. At the same time, on another side of the ravine were dozens of Gu masters who activated falling stones Gu. Large numbers of stones fell down and firmly blocked the entrance. The exit to this ravine was already sealed before. Now with the entrance blocked as well, the night wolf group that had entered was like a turtle trapped in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast kings saw the situation turn bad and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the ravine and cross over it. However, at this time, a desolate and magnificent wolf howl resounded through the skies. Fan Yuan was riding on a night wolf emperor, commanding large numbers of night wolves to attack from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes turned red and howled furiously, but they hesitated because of the wolf emperor's presence. Clear Mind Gu. With a thought, Fan Yuan summoned a Clear Mind Gu. This was a rank 4 Gu. After the primeval essence poured into it, it immediately changed into a cool wind. The cool wind blew gently over the area. The night wolf group that was starting to turn frenzied due to the effect of onion explosion Gu immediately came to their senses when this cool wind blew over them. The wolf emperor howled again, turning this wild night wolf group to fall into a chaotic mess. Their formation crumbled and their will to fight received a huge impact. Fan Yuan laughed and commanded his wolf group to attack for real. There were already Gu masters who were tangling up the wild myriad wolf king. Fan Yuan first mobilized his wolf group to divide the wild night wolves before nibbling away at them. The whole situation was in his firm control. Then he approached the wild myriad wolf king and then at the opportune time, used rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. In the end, he only had to pay the lives of few hundred night wolves to smoothly take in this myriad wolf king and close to 20,000 wolves. After this great success, the Gu masters remained behind to clean up the battlefield while Fan Yuan led the increased wolf group towards the next destination. There, another large group of wild night wolf group was waiting for him. You did good. A rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 primeval stones along with a rank 3 Gu. This is your well-deserved reward. Sang Yi wiped off the sweat off his forehead and looked at these primeval stones and the Gu while breathing heavily. He then looked at the distance, looking at Fan Yuan's receding figure with envy and admiration. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master and have some fame in the demonic path, I cannot be compared to Wolf King. This is a true big shot. When will I have such an accomplishment? In this night, Fan Yuan wandered thousands of li and took in 70,000 wild night wolves. Only by dawn, when night wolves would not go out to hunt, and had all returned to their nests, did Fan Yuan lead the wolf group back to He tribe camp. After He Lu Lan established the alliance, with the concept of safety in numbers, 5 enormous camps were stationed nearby. Fan Yuan's wolf group was divided among these 5 camps for the specialized people to feed them. These few days, he had taken in large numbers of night wolves. The night wolf group, that was only about 30,000 originally, had now expanded to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the greatest force in Fan Yuan's troops in one go. Adding in the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and others, Fan Yuan's wolf group had reached a huge size of 530,000. It is thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor that I could incorporate the night wolves so easily. Settling down the wolf group, Fan Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. With the increase in the night wolf group, the numbers of myriad wolf kings Fan Yuan had to control also increased by several times. These large numbers of night wolf myriad beast kings created a burden on his soul, causing him to feel an increasingly heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for hours, Fan Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on a cushion and continued to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He used the Wolf Soul Gu, slowly converting his 1,000-man soul into Wolf-man soul. Previously, he had 100-soul level Wolf-man soul, which had a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, he used large numbers of Guts Gu in Dang Hun Mountain and his soul rapidly expanded to 1,000-man soul. This instead caused the Wolf Soul Gu's effect to thin out and his soul recovered the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not clear at all. After more than 2 hours, it only slightly lengthened the wolf ears on Fan Yuan's human soul. But to Fan Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lifted by a lot. With Wolfman soul, controlling wolf groups would become much easier because the wolves would acknowledge the Gu Master as one of their own kind from the depths of their soul. Unfortunately, I do not have rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu and can only use the rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. Its effects are clear on 100-man soul, but the effects have great weakened as I progress through 1,000-man soul. After using it for a long time, Fan Yuan stopped it while feeling some regret in his heart. However, rank 5 Gu were never easy to obtain. Refining rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu required an intact soul of a myriad wolf king. But to refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu required the soul of a wolf emperor. Moreover, even a refinement master would only have about 50% chance to successfully refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. Fan Yuan had thought of purchasing it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he recalled he only had 2 immortal essence stones left and the mysterious force hiding in the dark, he dispelled this plan for safety purposes. Although I can't directly buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I have already mentioned this request to He Lu Lan. He tribe is part of the Huangjin family, and their supreme elders are Gu immortals, thus they have extremely deep foundations. 2-3 days have already gone by, I might as well ask him now. With this thought, Fan Yuan walked out of the secret room and met He Lu Lan, but he expressed that his hands were tied. Brother Shanin, truth be told, I have already written a letter to request it from the Supreme Elders. But they thought it would be better to give a live Wolf Emperor instead of rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. And the Wolf Emperor cannot be given casually as well, their intention is to use battle merits to exchange for it. After all, I need to convince the masses as well. He Lu Lan was very cunning. Ever since Fan Yuan took the poison vow, his attitude was no longer as cordial as before. Together with the fact that he had used large amounts of manpower and physical resources over these days to help Fan Yuan incorporate the Night Wolf group, he felt he had done more than enough for Fan Yuan. Simultaneously, Fan Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000 in number. Such a large force also caused him to inwardly feel fear. Despite the restriction from Poison Vow, He Lu Lan was subconsciously guarded. Fan Yuan nodded and expressed his understanding. He had also commanded Little Hu Immortal to keep a close watch on Treasure Yellow Heaven to get any wolf emperors native to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, beast emperors were rarely sold. A beast emperor had been put for sale in these days, but it was a boar emperor and not a wolf emperor. Fan Yuan realized from He Lu Lan's words that he was already unable to hold back and was already preparing to start a war campaign. Over these days, Tianchuan, Mengqiu, Chao Fu and every other region of Northern Plains were already engaging in battle. Among the popular candidates for the ownership of Imperial Court this time, only He tribe had been holding back and growing the wolf group. Now, they had already accumulated enough wolves. He Lu Lan, who was full of hope, had already been impatient. Then Brother Lulan, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lulan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Little brother is really sharp. I won't hide it from brother. I want to attack Chao Fu and eradicate Dong Fang tribe. Dong Fang tribe has lot of beauties, especially that Dong Fang Qinyu who is a famous beauty in northern plains. I want to kill all their men and capture all their women. Ha! Fang Yuan was slightly stupefied. History was still steering in the same direction. After making a detour, the focus still returned to Dong Fang tribe. But with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dong Fang tribe. Hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Reaching this stage, he could already influence the development of the future. But so what? Let history be completely changed. As long as there are prophets in front of him, so what if the sky and earth collapses? Or if the floods reach heaven? Who cares if his reputation stinks for 10,000 years? The next day, He tribe completely pulled out the camp and began a majestic expedition towards Chao Fu. This news immediately attracted the attention of all kinds of forces. The situation was changing crazily and Chao Fu was preparing for a great battle. Different from Yutian's Heroes Assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dong Fang tribe occupied the greatest dominance in Chao Fu's Heroes Assembly, suppressing the heroes and incorporating large numbers of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was barely resisting the pressure, not willing to agree to Dong Fang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. The news of He tribe large expedition attracted almost all the attention of Dong Fang tribe. Zhao tribe got space for a breather, and showed signs of moving their tribe towards a corner. Dong Fang tribe's current tribe leader was a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master Dong Fang Yuliang. After making deductions and forecasts over a night without resting, he immediately changed the stiff stance, and changed the conditions for joining the alliance to become extremely lenient and generous. Dong Fang Yuliang personally traveled to invite Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader hesitated. Zhao tribe and Dong Fang tribe had enmities between them, and this enmity had gotten deeper over the years. But Dong Fang tribe's sincerity could be clearly seen right now, and the conditions they offered were also very attractive. Maybe this was a rare opportunity to resolve the old hatred and grudges with Dong Fang tribe. Chapter 502. Zhao Lian Yun. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader placed down the document wearily. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. Due to handling the tribe affairs for a long time, this 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master already had white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale expedition and the personal invitation from Dong Fang Yuliang, the tribe was divided into two factions. These two factions argued endlessly. One side wanted to side with Dong Fang tribe and resolve the old grudges, while another side wanted to side with He tribe as He tribe was much bigger. Could siding with Dong Fang tribe really resolve the old grudges? When he thought of the deep hatred that had accumulated over the generations between their tribe and Dong Fang tribe, Zhao tribe leader could not speak with certainty. And siding with He tribe was also not right. Zhao tribe's main headquarters was after all in this Chao Fu region, while He tribe represented Yutian's tyrants, and had already gone through the vow with their allies. As a tribe who joined later, Zhao tribe would unavoidably be bullied, and how much profits could they even obtain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader was deeply conflicted. Especially these days, the tribe higher-ups were always busy arguing. Zhao tribe leader had to guard against that cunning Dong Fang Yuliang's scheme, while also needing to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. He was already very exhausted. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh and leaned back on the chair, gazing at the dust that was floating in the sunlight. In this dazzling sunlight, the tiny dust could be clearly seen, and Zhao tribe leader felt he was like one of these dust, hesitating back and forth. Now it was floating in the air, but who is to say that it will not fall down to the ground when wind blows over? The battle between He tribe and Dong Fang tribe was precisely a violent wind that would sweep away everything. Facing such a wind, what path should his tribe take? Right as Zhao tribe leader was feeling frantic, a weeping sound suddenly came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Zhao tribe leader's brows slightly furrowed and revealed a concerned look as he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The guard outside the door immediately replied, "Lord tribe leader, Big Missy slipped on the stairs and knocked her head while running here." "Ah!" Zhao tribe leader stood up with a pained expression. "How could my little darling fall? How much blood did she lose? Quick, bring her here." Zhao tribe leader had several sons, but they were all schemed and killed by Dong Fang Liang, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter was only about 5 or 6 with a very mischievous nature, but her appearance was extremely similar to his late wife, and so Zhao tribe leader doted on her very much. Soon, the door to the study room was pushed open. The guard supported a little girl to the room. The girl looked like she was carved out of jade and looked extremely cute with her embroidered clothing. Right now she, however, was sobbing, covering her forehead with her hand. "My little darling, my little Yunyan, where did you get hurt?" Zhao tribe leader quickly walked over and hugged the little girl, asking her with concern. "Father, did you go blind?" "The injury is on my forehead." The little girl furiously shouted inwardly, but on the surface she smoothly leaned on Zhao tribe leader's chest and acted like a spoiled child. "Father, Yunyan's head hurts." Oh, let father take a look." Zhao tribe leader softly parted the hair that covered the little girl's forehead and saw a small scrape on her forehead. The scrape had slightly reddened but was still far from bleeding. But even so, Zhao tribe leader's heart hurt very much. He comforted his daughter with warm words before berating the old caretaker that had hurried over. "Nanny Wu, what are you doing? I told you to look after her closely and protect her at all times. Look, her forehead is wounded. This old lady should die. Please forgive me, Lord Tribe Leader." The old caretaker immediately kneeled with fear, cold sweat filling her face. But her heart was full of grievances. This child was the most crafty child she had seen in her whole life, and the most troublesome little demon. Normally, if she lost her concentration even a bit, the child would disappear somewhere bizarrely. The child was extremely crafty, toying with this adult woman until she wished she was dead. But in front of the tribe leader, the child showed an obedient and pitiful expression. Her acting was so brilliant that it seemed she was innately born with it. The old caretaker could not find the least bit of evidence on this little demon. "Father, don't blame Nanny, it is Union's fault for carelessly running around," the little girl said in a soft voice. Adding in a sentence inwardly, "This old woman is too annoying, always following me the whole day. I had to self-harm myself to enter this study room. Was it easy for me, huh?" Zhao tribe leader heaved a sigh and stroked the little girl's soft dark hair with a gratified expression. "Daughter, you are as kind-hearted as your mother." The old caretaker, however, roared inwardly, "Tribe leader, you have been deceived, your daughter is absolutely a demon." But she could only shout in her mind because she knew very few people apart from her would be willing to believe this fact. She naturally did not dare to tell it. If she said it, who knew how this girl would tease and abuse her later on? Useless thing, if it were not for Union asking for leniency. Leave. Zhao tribe leader waved his hand towards the old caretaker to order her to leave before looking at his daughter with a gentle expression. "Little darling, why did you come here to play?" "Father, Union was worried about you. I heard others say those elders were arguing with father these days and that you were upset and locked yourself in the study." The little girl looked concernedly at Zhao tribe leader with her large gleaming black eyes. But in truth, she was shouting in her mind, "Rubbish, if I did not come, my life would be in danger. Convenient Dad, you are too indecisive. With the situation as it is now, you are still not immediately escaping? What on earth are you dilly-dallying for?" Zhao tribe leader felt a twinge in his nose, his eyes reddened, almost letting out tears. "Good girl, you finally know to care for your father. Father's love for you all this time was not in vain. Don't worry, father's health is quite good and my mood is much better now after I saw you." "Convenient Dad, it is a matter of life and death now and you are still so optimistic, so intolerable. For my future happy life, I need to show off a bit regardless of consequences." The girl roared in her mind and said with a couldn't care less expression, while waving her small delicate hands. "Father, Yunyan thinks those people who quarreled with you are idiots. Our Jing tribe is like a sheep, Dong Fang tribe is a wolf while the tiger from Yutian is coming over. Wolf can't beat tiger, so it wants to find the sheep to help, but whichever side the sheep helps, the tiger or the wolf won't let it go in the end." The little girl's words shocked Zhao tribe leader's mind. The person on the spot is baffled, while the onlooker sees clearly. Sometimes the person involved needs to be enlightened by such words from the onlookers. That's right, whether we side with Dong Fang tribe or He tribe, it will be like taking favors from a tiger. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of this? No, the blizzard disaster every 10 years has already decided there is no utopia in Northern Plains. The struggle for the Imperial Court is very significant. As long as one can enter Imperial Court blessed land, they can receive astonishing benefits. But which side should Zhao tribe take? The little girl had been observing the tribe leader's expression all this while, and when she felt the time was right, she added, "Father, I heard Ma tribe is very strong and also treats its people well. Sheep and horse are both vegetarians, but tiger and wolf are carnivorous. It will be better for us to ally with Ma tribe." Zhao tribe leader's body shuddered. Right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dong Fang tribe. The latter two had Gu immortal ancestors and the support of blessed lands. They had long-lasting history and were super tribes with deep foundations. Ma tribe was also part of the Huangjin family, but they did not have a Gu immortal support, and was advancing towards the level of a super tribe currently. Ma tribe leader and its young tribe leader were outstanding heroes. They would definitely welcome Zhao tribe. Except that to go to Tianquan, it would be a long journey. Convenient Dad, why on earth are you still hesitating? Decide quickly. The little girl, who had been observing her father's expression changing frequently, felt very anxious inwardly. But Zhao tribe leader was thinking of the long distance they had to travel to Tianquan to side with Ma tribe. This distance was filled with danger, which caused him to hesitate. Helplessly, the little girl could only add on, "Father, we should leave right away. This is the best time to leave. Tiger and wolf are confronting each other. They don't have any spare strength to care about us." Zhao tribe leader's heart trembled. Right, why am I still hesitating? If I hesitate any longer, even the best chance to escape will be lost. Whether it is He tribe or Dong Fang tribe, they are both not kind. If my tribe wants to get some profits in the battle for the imperial court, laying a bet on them is not a good thing. Good girl, you are extremely correct. Our Zhao tribe cannot meddle in such a huge battle, also cannot throw ourselves in this whirlpool. Right, we shall leave. Zhao tribe leader made the decision. The little girl leaning on his chest was almost sobbing tears of joy at this moment, as she sighed inwardly, "Old man, you finally opened your eyes. Ah, it was not in vain that I took so much trouble to run over here to persuade you. But Yunyun, did you think up all these things? Did someone tell you to say so? Who was it? Tell father." Zhao tribe leader finally sensed something amiss and gazed at his daughter. The little girl's heart thumped. She promptly blinked her large eyes and showed an innocent expression. "No one taught me. Father, this was all thought by Yunyun. Father works so hard every day. Yunyun does not want father to be so exhausted, so Yunyun wanted to help father." She then carefully said with a pitiful expression, "Father, was Yunyun wrong?" Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a pleasantly surprised look. He did not think this little angel before him would deceive him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. Since she was so intelligent at such a young age, her cultivation talent might also be extraordinary. Seeing his daughter afraid of being scolded, an affectionate feeling rose in Zhao tribe leader's heart. He stroked the little girl's hair. "Yunyun, thankfully I have you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter. Sigh, it has to be like this, since I've transmigrated here already. In life, friends can be chosen, but parents are predestined. Seeing how you have treated me well, I will naturally return the favor." The little girl said so inwardly, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck and kissed this convenient dad's cheek. "Father, daughter likes you the most. Ha ha ha, good girl, you are really father's darling." Zhao tribe leader laughed loudly. Also read as horse in Chinese. Chapter 503. Dong Fang Liang. Zhao tribe tore down their camp and left. He Lulan glanced at the information report before casually throwing it on the table. Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but it did not have elite troops, and not even a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was at rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged and defeated by Dong Pekong with his rank 4 peak stage cultivation 3 years ago. Thus, he did not have high prestige and also did not make too big of a contribution in his long years of being in power. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dong Fang tribe, he might have given them some attention. After all, even a weak rank 5 Gu master could not be underestimated. However, Zhao tribe had fled in a sorry figure, which caused He Lulan to be filled with contempt towards them. Northern Plains men admired the brave and looked down upon such cowardly conducts of escaping before even fighting. "Congratulations to Alliance leader, we have not even truly attacked, and yet we managed to scare off a large-scale tribe of the other side." Dong Fang Yuliang should be bursting with rage. He had personally invited Zhao tribe, but the other directly ran away. Ha ha. In my opinion, Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but they are nothing outstanding. They were actually such cowards. Humph. The Gu masters in the main tent commented one after another, not concerned about Zhao tribe's stance. Fan Yuan, who was sitting by the side, swept his eyes through the information report on the table. Zhao Lianyun. He remembered this name. A mysterious woman who would become one of Ma Hongyun's wives, and also a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, however, she was only a little girl. Looks like the famous persuasion of tiger, wolf, and sheep has already utilized. Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. In his past life, after Zhao Lianyun became wisdom path Gu immortal, someone made a biography on her. This cultural tradition could be traced back to. This first classic of Gu was polished by many Gu masters spending their effort and time. For many outstanding Gu masters and Gu immortals, people would write and spread their biography to remember and praise them. In the contents of the biography of Zhao Lianyun displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom since she was young. In the huge battle where Black Tyrant He Lulan fought for the ownership of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was sandwiched between Dong Fang tribe and He tribe. When Zhao tribe leader was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the comparison between tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade her father and made him decide to travel far away to side with Ma tribe. In the end, this allowed Zhao tribe to not only be protected, but also received extremely high importance and cordial welcome. His 500 years of memories of his past life was all in disorder, but this information was still fresh in Fan Yuan's memories. Simply because in the Battle of Five Regions, Ma Hongyun, Xingling Heir, and Zhao Lianyun would not only become Gu immortals but also become the symbols and cornerstones of Northern Plains in resisting the invasion of Heavenly Court. In the Five Regions, the biographies of such people would be widely spread and reviewed. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will send them to their deaths before they grow sooner or later. But there's no hurry at the moment. Fan Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, while showing a tranquil expression on the surface. Whether it was Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who rode the tides of the Five Regions battle, right now they were still a long distance away from becoming Gu immortals. Fan Yuan had plenty of time to deal with them. But Ma Hongyun, Fan Yuan had to keep him around to deal with the 88 True Yang building. As for Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, he was hindered by his identity and the situation. After all, Fan Yuan was currently playing the role of Chang Shanin. The great Chang Shanin, how could he attach such importance to a girl that was only a few years old, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the matter of importance right now is to handle Dong Fang tribe. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts and concentrated on the discussions again. After having ridiculed Zhao tribe for a while, everyone put their attention on their opponent this time. Dong Fang tribe was the same as He tribe, a super tribe with deep foundations, and was preeminently a huge force in Chao Fu region. Dong Fang Yuliang was this generation's tribe leader for Dong Fang tribe, young and promising. Relying on his wisdom path cultivation, he not only handled all the tribe affairs cleanly, the tribe was even showing the trend of becoming more prosperous. Although He tribe's military strength was superior, their opponent was a wisdom path Gu master who was an expert in planning and deductions. Such strength could absolutely not be underestimated. If we talk of the greatest threat in this battle, it definitely is Dong Fang Yuliang. Right, this kid is young but has great experience and knowledge, accomplished in the four arts as well as astronomy and geology. He lost his parents at 11, and he had to not only maintain his livelihood but also care for his then 6-year-old little sister Dong Fang Qinyu. His parents had left him an enormous inheritance, but this kid knew clearly about the nature of men and that he could not protect the inheritance, so he gave these family assets to an authoritative elder, leaving only a small portion for himself. He performed extremely well during his time at the academy. After graduating, he became that elder's trusted aide. Afterwards, he made many contributions which got him the appreciation and recommendation from the elder, unexpectedly obtaining pointers from their Gu immortal ancestor, finally obtaining his current status and power. Everyone knew about Dong Fang Yuliang in detail, each of them said a few words about his origins. Fan Yuan carefully listened. He had not heard of these in-depth things in his past life. Now that he was experiencing this, he immediately realized this Dong Fang Yuliang was not simple and needed to be given importance. History is vast and profound, great waves sweep away the sand, who knows how many heroes it will sweep away. At the same time as everyone was discussing their focal point, Dong Fang Yuliang was also planning for this extremely important battle, in the study room. Dong dong dong. 3 soft knocking sounds were heard. You can come in, sister. Dong Fang Yuliang knew who was it without even raising his head. The door was pushed open and a gentle, graceful, and extremely beautiful girl wearing a light yellow dress came in with a bright appearance. She had soft and glossy skin with eyes that were clear and transparent. Her soft voice was full of concern. Big brother, the jade apricot blossom we got from Central Continent should have blossomed. Big brother, accompany me to go look at them. Dong Fang Yuliang smiled. He knew he had worried his little sister by sitting in the study for a day and a night, and she was using this excuse to let him loosen up. All right, let's go, Qin Yu. The brother and sister walked out of the study together and arrived at the courtyard. Right now, light rain was falling down and dark clouds covered the sky. Far away, the rainy curtain and the horizon had merged into one, forming a gloomy green color. Coming closer, from the courtyard walls, one could see countless banners and the densely packed tents of Dong Fang tribe. People moved to and fro in the camp. It was a clamorous scene as they were preparing for the coming battle. In the small courtyard, there were only the Dong Fang siblings. The outside clamorous sounds were separated by the rainy curtain, making the small courtyard appear serene and quiet. Especially that jade apricot blossom with its delicate and exquisite petals which appeared moist and glossy from the rain, and its soft yellow color, gave a comforting feeling to the siblings. Big brother, I heard Zhao tribe has moved? After a while of silence, Dong Fang Qin Yu cautiously asked. Don't worry, little sister, big brother had already anticipated this. Dong Fang Yuliang smiled and softly held his little sister's hand. Dong Fang Qin Yu slightly raised her head and looked at her big brother standing in this light rain with his white clothing, jade-like face, deep eyes along with his strategizing aura, carrying gracefulness and calmness. Dong Fang Yuliang continued. The reason I invited Zhao tribe was to gather all the strength I could. But them leaving is also of no great matter. With my current force, we can still win against He tribe army. Dong Fang Qin Yu's worries disappeared by over half. Nothing can escape Big Brother's deductions. But the opponent this time is not a small character. Not only is there He Lu Lan, I heard the previous hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Chang Shanin, has also sided with him. Big brother, you need to be careful. Little sister, do you still not believe your big brother? But... Dong Fang Yuliang softly comforted his little sister, a radiant light flashing in the depths of his pupils. We first met He Lu Lan when we went to adventure. This person harbored unkind thoughts towards you and was taught a good lesson by me. But now, it seems this person has still not given up. This time, Big Brother will teach him a lesson that he will never forget in all his life. As for Chang Shanin, Big Brother has a plan to deal with him. All these are within my plans, you just need to recuperate at ease. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you become ill, it will only distract me. Dong Fang Qin Yu lightly nodded with her mind completely relieved. Since young, it was Big Brother who cared for her, worried for her, and looked out for her. She was like a young, delicate flower that was sheltered by this big tree, her big brother. All these years, she and her brother had gone through all kinds of difficulties together. This time too would be the same. Because since young till now, Big Brother has always been calm and collected like this. It is only that. If I didn't have this illness, if I had the aptitude to cultivate, it would have been much better. Dong Fang Qin Yu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The siblings quietly stood there, looking at the jade apricot blossom. Little sister, standing in the rain for too long is not good for health, you should go back to rest. After a while Dong Fang Yuliang spoke. Big brother don't work too much. Dong Fang Qin Yu answered with her lovable voice. Looking at his little sister leaving and disappearing at the corner, Dong Fang Yuliang could finally not hide his expression. His brows furrowed and revealed a worried expression. This battle was absolutely not as easy as he made it out to be. He Lu Lan himself is not an easy opponent, now there is Chang Shanin as well. 500,000 wolves, really worthy of being an enslavement path master, just him alone can change the situation, causing this slightly superior He tribe to jump far ahead of my tribe. For this coming battle, our side must first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, the hopes for victory will be extremely uncertain. I cannot lose. It was not easy for me to make Gu immortal old ancestor agree. If I can complete this secret mission, the old ancestor will personally solve the source of the illness in my little sister. For my little sister, I must become the master of Imperial Court and enter 88 True Young Building. Before this, anyone who dares to block my path must die. So, Wolf King Chang Shanin, why don't you die in this rain before the battle? Dong Fang Yuliang looked at the dense dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a very cold expression. Chapter 504. Assassination. The weights-like strength of Tenjun Gu was quietly hovering above Fan Yuan's head. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body shrouded by the light from strength of Tenjun Gu. A long time passed. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, the light slowly dispersed, and the strength of Tenjun Gu only was half of its original size. I can still use it twice. Fan Yuan silently evaluated. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. After completely using this one, Fan Yuan would possess 70 Jun of strength. This strength could only be said to be just passable even among rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu masters. All-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2, and if it was not resolved, there would be no possibility for a qualitative change in Fan Yuan's strength path cultivation. That is to say, his strength path battle strength was not useful in this short period of time. He checked his first aperture and second aperture again. The vital Gu of the first aperture was Spring-Autumn Cicada, which was still in a concealed state and was recuperating. The 90% purple crystal primeval sea was gleaming with light, dyeing the rank 5 peak stage crystal walls with purple color. Above the sea was Wolf Smoke Gu, which looked a lump of dark clouds in the shape of a wolf. The completely repaired Battle Bone Wheel was afloat on the surface along with the spotless white willow leaf-like Snow Wash Gu. Rank 5 Hints and Clues Gu was diving like a cuttlefish, playing occasionally with the Wolf Swallow Gu. At the bottom was large numbers of Wolf Enslavement Gu, many strength of Tenjun Gu and some Wolf Soul Gu. At the most important Gu to Fan Yuan currently Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu, East Window Gu, Soul Burial Gu and Instant Success Gu were lurking around. As for Wolf Howl Gu, Wolf Care Gu, Eagle Rise Gu, Wolf Sprint Gu and Breath Concealment Gu, they were residing in different places on his body. As the time Fan Yuan spent in Northern Plains increased, his body was also gradually adapting to the Northern Plains environment. His first aperture's cultivation had already recovered to rank 5 middle stage, but Fan Yuan had all along been using Breath Concealment Gu to suppress his aura to rank 4 peak stage. It was a different scene in the second aperture. The crystal membrane of the second aperture shone brightly. 90% true gold primeval sea rippled and gleamed. After these days of cultivating, Fan Yuan's second aperture had grown to rank 4 peak stage from rank 3 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Besides this, there were rank 3 strength Chi Gu, which could condense beast phantoms into solid form, rank 4 bitter strength Gu, which could increase strength the more one got injured, rank 4 charging crash Gu, rank 3 Tusita Flower, primeval elder Gu, rank 4 expend strength Gu and the healing Gu, rank 3 self-reliance Gu. As for Vajraster Gu, Turn Gold Gu, Pitch Black Gu, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, Yin-Yang Rotation Gu and others, they could not be used at the moment, and were thus left behind in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Fan Yuan appeared in Northern Plains first from Langya Blessed Land, his second aperture was approved by Northern Plains, and its rank 4 peak stage cultivation did not receive any suppression. Second aperture's cultivation could increase so rapidly because of those relic Gu Fan Yuan bought before. But due to the limited immortal essence stones he was unable to buy purple crystal relic Gu, so now the second aperture's cultivation would depend on Fan Yuan's own effort. Rank 4 to rank 5 is a process of qualitative change, there is a huge gap between them. I might as well raise my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage tonight. Seeing there was enough time, Fan Yuan continued to sit cross-legged, deciding to break through to rank 5 realm. Second aperture's cultivation was already at rank 4 peak stage, and already had sufficient foundation. Its aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but with Langya Land Spirit personally refining it, its aptitude also reached 90%. For normal Gu masters who fulfilled these two conditions, they had enough capital to break through to rank 5 realm. Normally, they would gain enough experience after some failures and then successfully advance. But experience had always been a strong point of Fan Yuan, and this obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, first aperture and second aperture's primeval essence could be mutually used. There were no two leaves that were completely the same in this world. Similarly, primeval essence was unique to each Gu master. If Gu masters transferred primeval essence to each other without the use of Gu like Bone Flesh Unity Gu, the foreign primeval essence would mix together, and the aperture would explode eventually. However, whether it was the first or second aperture, they both belonged to Fan Yuan. Their essence was the same, so the primeval essence could be mutually transferred. Rise! Fan Yuan silently willed, and the purple crystal primeval essence in his first aperture charged towards the second aperture in the center of his chest. A rank 5 peak stage primeval essence charging at rank 4 crystal membrane was bound to cause an intense reaction. At the crack of dawn, Fan Yuan had successfully broken through to rank 5 initial stage. The breakthrough to rank 5 this time was the easiest one in all the attempts he had ever tried. But because I use first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture has also received the region's suppression now. Fan Yuan could perceive that the second aperture right now had light purple primeval essence, but activating it would only give the effect of the previous true gold primeval essence. In just over half a month, the suppression on the second aperture will fade, while the first aperture will completely blend into Northern Plains environment in 3 months, and will no longer receive suppression. It will also be the time when the struggle for the Imperial Court reaches the climax. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stood up to stretch his body. A night of cultivation without rest gave him a slight feeling of tiredness. He pushed open the secret room's door. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters guarding in front of the door immediately greeted him. One of the Gu masters gave good news to Fan Yuan. Lord Wolf King, our Gu masters were fortunate enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. We have locked it within a cage. Tribe leader has told me to inform Lord, when you finish your cultivation, to go to the supply camp to subdue it. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fan Yuan. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast with the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Although Fan Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not bring them out due to the lack of a clear explanation. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side guarding him, Fan Yuan would no doubt be much safer while battling. After a while, Fan Yuan entered the supply camp. Tubo greets Lord Wolf King. A rank 3 Gu master hurried over to welcome Fan Yuan. He was short and fat, his chubby face shining with a glossy light. He spoke with a flattering voice. Lord Wolf King, I have already been waiting for a long time to receive you. At Tubo's lead, Fan Yuan and others soon saw that shark fin wolf in a wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as huge as an elephant, and was lying in the cage at this moment. Its whole body was covered with firm carapace like a crocodile's. On its back, a row of shark fins extended from its head to tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf was closing its eyes, its consciousness lost under the effect of slumber goo. Congratulations to Lord. Shark fin wolf is the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. With this wolf's protection, Lord will be like a tiger that has grown wings. What's rarer is that shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, but has even more battle strength underwater. The 2 rank 3 Gu master guards looked at this divine steed shark fin wolf and commented while congratulating Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled and looked at this shark fin wolf, his eyes slightly narrowed as he absent-mindedly asked, how many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf? Tubo knew Fan Yuan was asking him, immediately replying, we had to sacrifice 4 rank 3 Gu masters and at least over 200 rank 2 Gu masters. If not for Wang tribe leader and Fang tribe leader's timely reinforcement, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fan Yuan nodded, his eyes squinting to a slit. This shark fin wolf is riddled with injuries, but it looks like it had old injuries. Yes. If not for its old injuries, the investigative Gu master might not have been able to escape alive and hurry back to report. I can see that Lord Wolf King has obtained the blessing of longevity heaven, sending you an injured shark fin wolf before the great battle. Tubo flattered. Fortunate. Fan Yuan muttered, a feeling of uneasiness becoming ever stronger in his heart. He was not clear on how this feeling arose, but it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. He asked several questions but did not find anything wrong. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, having battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Because it had old injuries, it could be held back and captured alive. Everything was reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fan Yuan's heart. But Fan Yuan placed utmost importance on this instinct. He did not have this feeling when he had just crossed over in his previous life. It was an intuition that was born from the accumulation of his plentiful experience after enduring hundreds of years of trials and countless deadly situations. People became astute as they aged. No matter how stupid someone was, after experiencing many losses and trials, and seeing many things, they would naturally gain some wisdom. In truth, not only humans, even ordinary beasts would have a type of intuition and sensitivity towards danger. Under the surrounding Gu master's anticipating looks, Fan Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, take it, subdue this mutated wolf. What was unexpected was Fan Yuan did not personally make a move, instead gave the wolf enslavement goo to Tu Bo. Lord wants me to use it? Tu Bo was astonished. But I am only at rank 3. Speak less nonsense and use it quickly. Fan Yuan impatiently shouted, forcibly handing the wolf enslavement goo to Tu Bo. Tu Bo was helpless. He did not know what eccentric temperament a lord like Wolf King had, but due to Fan Yuan's prestige, he could only start pouring primeval essence into the wolf enslavement goo. He poured his primeval essence for a long time, and only when he was starting to sweat profusely from the exhaustion did the rank 4 wolf enslavement goo slowly activate. Wolf enslavement goo turned into a mystical light and descended on the shark fin wolf's body while flickering. Sigh. A regretful sigh of a female suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. At that instant, the warning sign in Fan Yuan's heart suddenly soared and he immediately retreated without thinking. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the souls of everyone present. Almost at the same moment, Tu Bo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry before dying on the spot. The 2 rank 3 goo master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tu Bo lost his life. Subconsciously, they followed Fan Yuan and quickly flew back. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered, losing all life while still in midair. Soul explosion. A light flashed past Fan Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Lord Wolf King sure enough has extraordinary insights. A woman's soft sound echoed beside his ear, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping over one another, and suddenly opened up like a peacock fanning its feathers before binding Fan Yuan's body incisively. Rank 4, multiple sword shadow goo. Cling clang. Immediately, concentrated sounds echoed, blending into one. Multiple sword shadows struck Fan Yuan's body, producing dazzling sparks like gold colliding with iron. Fan Yuan's skin turned dark green, and if one carefully observed it, they would see patterns over his body like that on a turtle shell. Rank 5, turtle jade wolfskin goo. Female scoundrel! The remaining rank 3 goo master roared when he saw Fan Yuan being attacked, and changed his direction to help out. The female goo master, who was mounting a sneak attack on Fan Yuan, snorted, ignoring him as she made the multiple sword shadows go more berserk. At the same time, she spat out a thin snake. The snake was like a black thread that passed by the sword shadows and directly moved towards Fan Yuan's ear. Fan Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an icy mountain. He suddenly moved his right hand and grabbed the rank 3 goo master guard who came to assist him. Lord Wolf King! The rank 3 goo master was startled. He had come to protect Fan Yuan, and had never imagined Fan Yuan would actually grab him. While he was astonished and dazed, Fan Yuan pulled him towards his right side, right in between Fan Yuan and Shark Fin Wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 goo master gave a short pained groan, his whole body twitched, his eyes rolled, and he foamed from his mouth. The thread-like snake took this chance to slither into Fan Yuan's ear. Fan Yuan gave a stuffed snort. He then let go of the rank 3 goo master and started to pound the sword shadows. The female goo master could perceive the enormous strength contained within these punches. She softly chuckled and did not receive the punches forcibly, instead called back the multiple sword shadow goo. Her body then turned into a black shadow as she swiftly retreated 20 steps away. The black shadow landed on the shadow of a tent and turned back into a woman. This woman looked exquisite. She wore black clothing and her face was covered with a black gauze, only revealing a pair of narrow red phoenix eyes. From top to bottom, her body let out a gloomy and solitary aura, adding a demonic charm to her beauty. One look at her, and it would be hard to forget. Junior Shadowless Sword Bien Si Xian greets Lord Wolf King. The woman slightly bowed towards Fan Yuan. She was in the enemy camp with enemies surrounding her, but she looked calm and at ease. Fan Yuan snorted and questioned, "What goo did you assault me with?" Bien Si Xian smiled. "When Junior went on an expedition once, in a certain ruins, I unexpectedly discovered a strange goo worm. When activated, it would pierce into the ear and enter the brain. As long as the person thinks faster for even a bit, this goo will rapidly expand till the brain bursts. Thus Junior has named it Brain Explosion Goo." Fan Yuan's expression sank. Bien Si Xian bowed once more, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior could actually perceive Lord Dong Fang's meticulously planned fatal trap and even avoid most of the force of soul explosion. Junior is truly in admiration. Taking Senior's life will be Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Immediately afterwards, she turned into a black shadow and ran through the shadows of the buildings. She's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it, block her. Many Gu masters who had hurried because of the noise shouted furiously and attacked at the shadows, but Bian Xixian's black shadow had already disappeared. She left, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. We came late. We asked for Lord Wolf King's forgiveness. Lord Wolf King, are you all right? The worried crowd quickly surrounded Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's body did not suffer heavy injuries, but his skin and hair were slashed by the sword shadows, making him look quite miserable. What could happen to me? A group of incompetent trash. No one realized that the other party had infiltrated the camp. All of you get lost. Fan Yuan shouted in anger, but he was secretly joyful. He had not thought that in this assassination attempt, a clue to one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances would become his. Brain explosion Gu? Did you really think I could not have blocked it? Humph, inexperienced junior. In Fan Yuan's past life's memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Xixian was an important character. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become rank 6 Gu immortal in the future. It was because of her brain explosion Gu that Ma Hongyun could obtain one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances. It was only that Ma Hongyun had always avoided mentioning what this inheritance was or the concrete details of it, so Fan Yuan was also not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this brain explosion Gu. Ma Hongyun always avoided talking about it. One could see how big of a harvest he had gained from this inheritance, and was afraid of others coveting it if he told the truth. Fan Yuan looked extremely furious on the surface, but his heart was calmly analyzing the event. Chapter 505. Star Thought Gu. We did not succeed after all. Dong Fang Yuliang looked at the rain outside the window with his arms behind his back, sighing. This shark fin wolf was captured from the wild intentionally. He paid a hefty price. After that, he made some secret markings on the shark fin wolf, and as he was afraid of his enemy finding out, he purposely chose a rank 5 soul explosion Gu and planted it inside the shark fin wolf. Finally, he sent an assassin in the demonic path who was famous in Northern Plains, shadow sword expert, and gave the corresponding Gu needed to activate the soul explosion to her, instructing carefully. This assassination that he planned meticulously. In order to not waste his efforts, he made several simulations, until all the flaws and loopholes were removed. Be it the shark fin wolf's body, the location or time it appeared, even the attitude of the Gu master who discovered the shark fin wolf was considered by him. But even so, he did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Chang Shanin found something amiss and ordered someone else to strike. Seeing that the chance was slipping away, Shadow Sword Expert had to activate Soul Explosion Gu. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless. It could not be seen with the naked eye, but Chang Shanin was able to escape at the first moment and reveal the truth. As he was restricted by Bian Xixian's attacks, he only managed to get to the furthest range of the Soul Explosion, but in the moment of crisis, he was extremely calm, using the reinforcements as a shield and blocked most of the Soul Explosion's strength. His reputation matches his abilities, as expected of the Wolf King who shook Northern Plains. Dong Fang Yuliang heard Bian Xixian's report, and raised his evaluation of Fang Yuan. With a mutated beast before him, he managed to control the temptation. With his vigilant nature, he made the correct judgment in the face of danger, and immediately spotted the Soul Explosion's range, the callousness of using his own alliance mate as a shield, as well as the calmness to not chase after the perpetrator after being assassinated. Wolf King! Dong Fang Yuliang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Dong Fang Alliance leader does not need to worry. Although Chang Shanin used a meat shield at the last moment, he was still obstructed by me and was within range of the Soul Explosion. Furthermore, he was afflicted by my brain explosion Gu. Even if this Gu didn't take his life, his battle strength would be greatly affected. We can say that Wolf King is basically crippled now. At a corner of the study room, Bian Xixian wore black clothes as she stood among the shadow, saying in a cold voice, "Brain explosion Gu?" Dong Fang Yuliang was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this Gu. Bian Xixian laughed lightly, explaining to him the origin of this Gu. So that's it. Dong Fang Yuliang heard this and his eyes shone. He sighed as he thanked Bian Xixian. It was all thanks to Shadow Sword Expert's help this time, but you lost the great trump card in the progress. Bian Xixian did not speak. Actually, her heart was bleeding too. Ever since she had tested the effects of brain explosion Gu, she had kept it as one of her trump cards. Many of her assassinations succeeded because of it. But when she assassinated Chang Shanin, the situation was urgent, and she could not kill Chang Shanin on the spot, thus she could not retrieve it. When the enemy forces came, she had to retreat to protect herself. This is the reward that you were promised earlier. Dong Fang Yuliang took out a goo worm from his aperture. This goo's body was black, it had a horn and square shell. It was fist-sized but gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping shadow goo. Bian Xixian's gaze landed on overlapping shadow goo, showing some desire and anxious emotion. Although she had multiple sword shadow goo, the attacks were dispersed, and she would face a tough battle when fighting against a defensive opponent. If she could have overlapping shadow goo, she could overlap the sword shadows together and form a strong attack. It would be a huge boost to her battle strength. But quickly Bian Xixian retracted her gaze, not taking the overlapping shadow goo. In the shadows, her cold voice could be heard carrying some arrogance. This overlapping shadow goo will be kept by Alliance leader for now. After the Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she fused into the shadows, vanishing. Dong Fang Yuliang was slightly stunned. He kept the overlapping shadow goo back into his aperture. This shadow sword expert is truly a person of her word. No wonder she can gain such success among the large tribes despite being a demonic path goo cultivator. Many righteous path goo masters would spend a heavy sum to hire her. It seems that she is very confident in brain explosion goo. If this can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less threat to worry about. That is the best case. But what if she fails? What if brain explosion goo was successfully resolved by Chang Shanin? At the crucial moment, he had chosen to deal with the soul explosion goo and instead allowed the brain explosion goo to enter his ear. That shows he had some confidence and countermeasure for this problem. Dong Fang Yuliang's gaze dimmed. But Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion. There are more variables now, I have to make new deductions. Thinking of this, he moved beside the bookshelf and turned the incense holder, opening up a secret tunnel. Walking in the secret tunnel, he came to a deep area. Here, he had planted an earth bacteria king goo. This goo was a type of goo house. The space was cramped inside, but it was enough for a person to cultivate. Most importantly, the earth bacteria king goo had strong defense. It could ensure Dong Fang Yuliang's safety. After he entered the goo house, Dong Fang Yuliang closed the exit. The entire earth bacteria king goo curled into a ball and went further down by a few meters before stopping. The earth bacteria king goo's internal walls were soft and thick, like a carpet. Dong Fang Yuliang sat down and closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture, activating his rank 5 primeval essence, and injected it into his star thought goo. He started to think. If Wolf King manages to deal with brain explosion, how do I deal with him? The moment this question emerged in his mind, under the effect of star thought goo, it formed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and without matter, it could exist in the brain. But this thought gave off a blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could also leave his brain and head, flying above Dong Fang Yuliang. Dong Fang Yuliang quickly thought. To deal with an enslavement path goo master there are 3 ways. The first is the supreme method, pitting enslavement path master against enslavement path master. The second thought shining with starlight flew out of Dong Fang Yuliang's brain, flying together with the first star thought. The second is the domination method, using the beheading leader tactic, charging forward and taking his life from within the army of defense. The third star thought spun around the first star thought as well. This third is the peculiar method, assassinating Chang Shanin, using bribes or kinship against him. The fourth star thought flew out as well, coiling together with the previous thoughts and collided at times. But no matter how they clashed, the 4 thoughts remained as 4, there were no changes. Soon after, Dong Fang Yuliang recalled, our side's military force, the enemy's military force, both sides' rations, Chang Shanyin's personality and motive, all of our expert goo master's information, all of the enemy's expert goo master's information, the recent weather prediction and changes, the terrain of the battlefield, how many mounds, lakes, how many beast groups nearby, whether any forces will intervene. Poof! In an instant, thousands of star thoughts formed at once, gushing out of his brain towards Dong Fang Yuliang's head. At once, starlight was shining brightly. Dong Fang Yuliang's expression paled as his primeval sea level fell drastically. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. Orbs of star thoughts, big and small, the biggest were toe-sized while the smallest were thumb-sized. Within this crowded space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some star thoughts collided and formed into 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 new star thoughts. Some fused instead, while others split themselves into smaller orbs. Hundreds and thousands of thoughts filled the air. They were densely packed, circulating around Dong Fang Yuliang. The primeval sea level continued to fall. Dong Fang Yuliang's mind was completely focused, manipulating these star thoughts to fuse and collide, or split into new ones. Due to his hard work, or through the help of his other wisdom path goo worms, the star thoughts continued to decrease in number. After 4 hours, from the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were fist-sized, shining with starlight as they contained a complicated thought. As these star thoughts entered Dong Fang Yuliang's brain, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He had successfully deduced several methods to deal with Wolf King. These methods were organized and clear, with proper steps to be taken. If it was a normal person, they would have to think for a month or 2 to clear out these thoughts. In fact, it would be difficult to get the solution from among these messy thoughts. But using his wisdom path method, Dong Fang Yuliang spent only 4 hours and got his answer. But these answers were not the only ones. Taking out primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, Dong Fang Yuliang rested for a while before starting to analyze the same question again. This time, he only spent an hour and obtained 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his brain, and he got some answers after reading them. These answers were very similar to the ones before, but there were minute details that were different. Dong Fang Yuliang breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopping. After a while, he relied on his primeval stones to recover his primeval essence back to its peak condition. But in the depths of his soul, there was a strong sense of fatigue circulating around him. He could not get rid of it. The deductions of Wisdom Path not only expended primeval essence when activating goo worms, it also expended the soul's energy. The more deductions made, or the grander the scale of the thoughts, the longer the deduction would take, and the greater the burden on the soul. Feeling a sense of weakness was normal. If the difficulty of the deduction was higher, the soul might get damaged, or he might even die. Of course, as a rank 5 Wisdom Path Goo Master, Dong Fang Yuliang, who had received guidance from a Goo Immortal, naturally had a complete set of Goo worms. Rank 4, Refine Essence Spirit Goo. Dong Fang Yuliang's body became thinner immediately, as the vitality in his body was converted by the Refine Essence Spirit Goo into resources for his soul. The soul was nourished, and his fatigue faded quickly. But a strong sense of hunger soon assaulted him. Dong Fang Yuliang rubbed his tummy, laughing bitterly in his heart. Refine Essence Spirit Goo, a secretly passed down goo in my Dong Fang tribe. It can heal the soul well, but it does not treat the core of the issue. Soul Path and Wisdom Path are closely related. If I can get the legendary Guts Goo, I would be able to make deductions as I wish. Even if my soul gets damaged, I can easily heal it. What a pity that Guts Goo can only be found on Danghun Mountain. Chapter 506. 3 Hearts Combination Soul. After a few days of ominous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed in the sky, as pillars of light shone through the clouds, landing on the wet grassland. The sky was wide and huge, a truly grand sight. Hei Alliance army formed into a current as they flowed towards Chao Fu. Looking ahead, there were people all around. Looking back, the dark troops looked like a tail, extending beyond where one could see. But this was only the middle troops. Other than this, there were the vanguards, support troops, left and right defense troops. This displayed Hei Alliance's grand army perfectly. A huge twin-headed rhino's body was covered in steel armor as it moved like a small astle. With 16 pairs of pillar-like legs, it moved forward, stepping on the grass, causing a dent in it. This was the rank 4 strength huge beast twin-headed steel rhino. It was being manipulated by an enslavement path Goo Master, as it gave off an imposing aura. Hei Tribe's main tent was on its back. As Hei Lulan sat at the center of the main tent, the tent was propped up highly, and their field of vision was very wide. He was black and fat, his face was full of hair. He lay down on the tiger-skin chair, raising his head to gulp some wine in one mouthful. Ha ha ha, looking at my army's formation, there is no reason to fear that Dong Fang Yuliang lad. He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in him, as his laughter revealed a brutal and violent aura. Lord Alliance Leader is right. I'm afraid that Dong Fang lad is already peeing his pants in fear already? Haha, with all the heroes present here, our army can definitely take down the opponents swiftly in this battle. In the main tent, the higher-ups present were mostly rank 4 experts. There were few rank 3 peak stage Goo Masters. They were laughing and optimistic, agreeing with He Lu Lan's words. Only one person was seated right beside the main seat. He was expressionlessly resting his eyes, like an outsider, paying no heed to the conversations. But this did not make anyone unhappy. In fact, this felt natural to them. He Lu Lan filled his wine cup as he toasted this person. "Brother Shanin, let's have a drink!" Fan Yuan opened his eyes, raising his cup as he toasted He Lu Lan, drinking the delicious wine together. "Brother Shanin, still thinking about that assassination? Ha ha ha, that shadow sword expert is indeed a beauty. I have sent my men to deal with her already. That Dong Fang lad is shameless. He dared to carry out an assassination, but we cannot show any weakness. After we win this battle and capture that woman, she will be yours to deal with," He Lu Lan urged with his rough voice. Everyone laughed. "With Lord Wolf King's assistance, any defense line can be broken," a Gu master immediately bootlicked. "Extremely true. I heard that shadow sword expert is beauty as a flower. She would definitely be fun in bed." A male Gu master winked, showing an expression that all men can understand. "What assassination can take our Lord Wolf King's life?" "Humph, it is but that Dong Fang lad's wishful thinking. No matter how many assassinations they carry out, we are not afraid." The Gu master in charge of the camp's defenses laughed. Fan Yuan snorted, looking at this person coldly. "How many assassinations do you want? Letting someone sneak in here and leave as they wish, aren't you ashamed at all?" The tent turned quiet. He Lu Lan quickly soothed the atmosphere. "Sigh, don't be angry, Brother Shanin." But before he finished, Fan Yuan interrupted him. "Never mind the rest, but hey tribe leader, where are the materials and Gu worms that I wanted?" Using the opportunity of the assassination, Fan Yuan flew into a rage and demanded some fright recovery fees. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with unhappiness for a moment, as he laughed. "I have sent them to your tent, brother." Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction, standing up. "In that case, I shall go and cultivate. When the battle begins, call me." Saying so, he did not wait for He Lu Lan's reply before jumping off the twin-headed rhino, leaving everyone's vision. "Humph!" He Lu Lan snorted with his nose, slamming his wine cup on the table. After he succeeded in making the alliance, he became the alliance leader. The authority of controlling tens of thousands of people made him feel great satisfaction. He could not tolerate Fan Yuan's arrogant attitude. The tent was still silent. But quickly an ominous voice spoke. "This Lord Wolf King. I understand now why Chang tribe could not tolerate him back then." Everyone heard this and did not say anything, but agreement could be seen on their expressions. Chang Shanin was arrogant, but any organization had its chain of commands. Any person in power would not allow a subordinate's disregard for the system. "Oh, it is cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan." He Lu Lan turned his gaze over and saw the person speaking. He pointed at Fan Yuan's seat. "Come, since Chang Shanin left already, you shall sit here." Sun Shirhan was overjoyed. He made bad remarks about Fan Yuan in order to please He Lu Lan after all. He Lu Lan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fan Yuan's seat was the closest to He Lu Lan, but this was the reason why not anyone could sit there. Sun Shirhan was called cunning gentleman. He was a cunning and devious person, adept at using schemes and plots, but he always had a good excuse for what he did, using the banner of righteousness to abide by the rules of the game. Although he was extremely shameless, no one could do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. He knew he had no qualifications to sit on Fan Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed to He Lu Lan. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, but there cannot be reward without hard work. For this battle, I have thought about it for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 ideas to offer to you." "Oh?" Sun Shirhan immediately said his 23 ideas, each sentence cut to the point. He was extremely familiar with Dong Fang Alliance army, especially all the expert Gu masters that they had. He evidently put in great efforts for this. At once, everyone's attention was on him. After he finished, He Lu Lan clapped as he laughed. "As expected of cunning gentlemen, that is a good plan." Sun Shirhan laughed as he continued. "Reporting to Alliance Leader, just earlier, I have thought of a new plan. It is called expression weakness to the enemy. That Dong Fang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Chang Shanin. The Wolf King was affected by soul explosion Gu but did not die. Dong Fang Yuliang would definitely plan again and make many moves against Lord Wolf King. Why don't we make do with this, and order the Wolf King to stay put? Only after we tear down Dong Fang Yuliang's methods in battle will we call the Wolf King to strike, to put an end to the enemy. What do you think about this, Alliance Leader?" Everyone heard this and raised their brows, some were silent. He Lu Lan's gaze shone for a bit, he thought about it, and said solemnly, Sun Shihan's plan is not bad, we will see about it. This answer was very vague, but Sun Shihan showed a happy expression. Sit. He Lu Lan pointed at the seat again. Thank you, Lord, for the seat, I am honored. Saying so, Sun Shihan really kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to He Lu Lan. Many of the Gu masters present showed a look of disdain, while some old tribe leaders had an expression deep in thought. Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshang, and Wei Xian pays respect to Dong Fang Alliance leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 males and 1 female, greeted Dong Fang Yuliang together. Although there were no enslavement masters like Fan Yuan in Dong Fang Alliance army, there were quite a number of enslavement Gu masters from the different tribes, and among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dong Fang Yuliang sat as he moved his head slightly at the 3, immediately getting to the point. The reason why I called you 3 here today is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chang Shanin. Wolf King Chang Shanin. Hearing this, their expressions changed. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. This was an enslavement path master, having shook northern plains decades ago. Now that he had returned, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. Not only did his strength increase, he even had the Night Wolf Emperor. With the help of He tribe, he controlled 500,000 wolves, and could effect the entire battle single-handedly. Such an expert, how could they be his match? These 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other, and saw the solemn fear they all had. But at this point, there was no use being afraid, the 3 said collectively. We will listen to Dong Fang Alliance leader's instructions. Dong Fang Yuliang laughed, but he changed the topic, asking them about the details of enslavement path cultivation. Enslavement path requires the most resources. Although we have our tribe's support, my crocodile group is only about 50,000 in numbers. I am ashamed, Yi Xianming said. I'm sure Alliance leader knows my circumstances. I was not an enslavement path Gu master from the start. I started halfway when I found Blood Sea Ancestors' small inheritance during an expedition, and obtained quite a number of the Bladewing Blood Bats group. These years I have been gathering the relevant enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress is slow. Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xian sighed too. In my opinion, the hardest part about enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has too low efficiency. I worked hard for 20 years, almost cultivating daily, but now I have only reached 800-man crabman soul. Among the 3, the oldest and strongest person was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, and wisdom path, the 3 paths had a deep relationship. After Dong Fang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words, he thought about his own cultivation, and he showed an understanding expression. He slowly spoke. Soul cultivation is very difficult indeed. Ample patience is needed to accumulate your growth. Although I used the Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu to gain 1,000-man soul, it expended 10 years of my precious time. The 3 heard this and their expression changed when they looked at Dong Fang Yuliang, turning into a look of admiration. Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu, the former could strengthen the soul, but once a Gu master uses it, they would experience the most bitter taste in the world. Eating anything would be a painful torture to them. If they used this Gu for a long time, they would be unable to eat anything, and the Gu master would become extremely thin and weak. Meanwhile, slow slicing Gu could refine the soul, and get rid of the impurities in the soul, but in the process, the Gu master would feel extreme pain, like their flesh was being sliced away piece by piece. Dong Fang Yuliang had outstanding talent, reaching rank 5 at this young age, but this was also due to his hard work, achieved through an uncountable amount of tears, blood and sweat. Dong Fang Yuliang's expression turned serious. Do you know about our Dong Fang tribe's combination killer move used by 3 people, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. The 3's pupils shrunk. Dong Fang tribe's famous triple combination killer move. Who in the world would not know about it? Chapter 507. Surprising Thieving Heaven Inheritance. Red, green, and black, 3 colors intertwined in the air violently. A flickering light was reflecting in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was extremely focused as he concentrated on the half-finished product in front of him, trying to stabilize the situation. Chi 3. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing erupted. The sound waves vibrated in the air, forming a violent wind as it overturned the table and chairs in the room. Even the flower vase fell and smashed on the ground. Ink on the table fell on the ground as writing paper flew in the air. The three colors vanished, and the half-finished product exploded into a pool of blue blood traces, splattering on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fan Yuan sighed lightly. These days he had been refining goo. This goo was called nauseous crying baby goo, used mainly to deal with Three Hearts Combination Soul. Three Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dong Fang tribe. It could allow three goo masters' soul to fuse into one temporarily, going into a state where all three work as one, regardless of defending, attacking, or retreating. With Fa Yuan's experience these few days, his unclear memories started to become more vivid as well. He vaguely remembered that He Lu Lan suffered greatly in this battle against Dong Fang Liang, only winning by a margin. Because of Three Hearts Combination Soul, He Lu Lan's side suffered great losses. After that, Ma Hongyun rose up, and when he was dealing with Dong Fang tribe, Three Hearts Combination Soul caused great problems for him. Once he was set up by some people, and lost terribly against this killer move, getting captured alive by Dong Fang tribe. Ma Hongyun thus became a prisoner, and met with Dong Fang Qinyu by accident, gaining her affection. Not only did Dong Fang Qinyu let him escape secretly, she even told him all the secrets regarding this killer move. Ma Hongyun returned safely, and together with his wife, Xingling Air, who was a refinement path master, created the nauseous crying baby goo, specifically to deal with Three Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseous crying baby goo had great effects on the battle. Using this, Ma Hongyun obtained a great victory, while Dong Fang tribe lost consecutively. After they failed too many times, the killer move Three Hearts Combination Soul was slowly phased out of use. During the Battle of the Five Regions, chaos was everywhere and Three Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent Goo Masters. They improved upon it, and it became a powerful move again. Ma Hongyun thus released the recipe of Nauseous Crying Baby, and after everyone learned it, they modified it based on the original Goo recipe, to deal with the improved Three Hearts Combination Soul. Thereafter, Three Hearts Combination Soul finally lost its use, and was left behind in history. Fan Yuan rebirthed. With 500 years of memories, he naturally knew the recipe of Nauseous Crying Baby Goo. But Nauseous Crying Baby Goo was rank 4, while the refinement materials were not rare, the refinement difficulty was extremely high. Even with Fan Yuan's near refinement master level skills, he attempted it more than 10 times but failed them all. Sighing, Fan Yuan got up and walked to the window. This window was destroyed by the Goo refinement failure. The air blast broke the glass, as a huge hole was created. The wind from outside carried the smell of the grass as it flowed into the room through the hole. Fan Yuan pressed his hand on the window as he sent his primeval essence over. Quickly, the new window panel started growing, forming and blocking all the wind outside. The walls moved like intestines, the earlier crevices and holes created were all filled, while the broken vase fragments on the ground as well as the blood traces were devoured. This was the convenience of the large lizard house goo. Large lizard house goo was rank 3, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house goo. The lizard house goo was already large as a bus. It looked like a 4-legged lizard on the outside, with a pathway inside the lizard that splits into rooms on both sides. The large lizard house goo was like a 2-story building. Its body was 5 times the size of a lizard house goo. It was split into 2 stories. There were more rooms and a larger space within. This was given to Fan Yuan by He Lu Lan personally after he joined He tribe. His daily cultivation was all done inside this room. Aside from Fan Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 Goo masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns as sentries, paired with their investigative Goo that could deal with all hiding and lurking Goo masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacks again, before she even gets close to 100 steps, she would be discovered by Goo masters, and her traces would be exposed. This was a measure set up after Fa Yuan's assassination. At this moment, Fan Yuan looked down from the window, seeing large numbers of mortals and Goo masters anxiously setting up their defenses. Some of them were digging canals, some were growing trees, erecting arrow towers, or building mud walls. A tight defensive line was starting to form. This was the 3rd line of defense. Northern Plains terrain was mostly flat grassland. There were little obstacles and horses could run freely. Thus, since long ago, when 2 forces in Northern Plains engage in battle, the moment one side loses, they would not be able to escape. The winner would definitely be able to chase them down. Once a battle is lost, it would mean that it was the end. A tribe would quickly weaken or even face its demise. But with a defensive line, the results would be different. Once a battle is lost, be it retreating and escaping, or avoiding the enemy temporarily, waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would have great use. Battles were a matter of life and death, it decided the fate of the tribes. It was dangerous and hard to predict. One tiny accident or a mistake from either side could result in failure. At this time, when a tribe retreats and defends according to their defensive line, they would stabilize their footing and would be able to regroup. This was the world of Gu. An individual had mysterious powers. It was not difficult to construct a long defensive line that was longer than the Great Wall on Earth. People soon realized the benefits of these defensive lines. Because battles in northern plains were not decided quickly, defense battles were much more advantageous than offensive assault. According to our intel, Dong Fang tribe is already starting on the growth defensive line. There are still about 3,000 li of distance between us. According to their habits, every 800 to 1,000 li would have a new defensive line. Fan Yuan recalled from his memories. These days, he had been cultivating in closed doors, but he had a firm grasp of the outside information. He was a higher-up of He Alliance army. Every day there would be Gu masters coming to give him information. Looking at the time, tomorrow our vanguards will meet and begin the battle. But there is still some time before I strike. Fan Yuan was guarding the central camp now with He Lulan. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to convey the message of the showing weakness tactic. In all, they wanted to make use of the opportunity to lure Dong Fang Yuliang to make arrangements that he had prepared so that Fan Yuan could deal with him. Fan Yuan laughed coldly towards this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor. The Night Wolf group was easy to replenish. But He Lulan refused to use these cannon fodder. While he wanted to deal with Dong Fang Yuliang, he also wanted to suppress Wolf King Chang Shanin. Fan Yuan had displayed Chang Shanyin's arrogance perfectly. This made He Lulan unhappy. As the alliance was newly formed, all the different tribes were contesting against each other secretly, especially when the current situation was He tribe's dominance. Thus, all the Gu masters were competing for battle merit, suppressing others to vie for more benefits. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood in front of the main tent for 3 days without moving in order to compete for the vanguard's general position. He blocked the door for 3 days and made a din requesting to participate in battle, and after defeating over a dozen competitors, he got his wish. Cunning Gentleman used his schemes to emerge victorious, gaining He Lulan's favor by showing his allegiance. Now he was the #1 strategist in the Alliance army. This was the internal strife. Any organization or political system had no lack of internal strifes. Chang Shanin was a loner, and also had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. Since he is so strong, if he strikes, all the battle merits will be his. What would become of our benefits then? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan because he had to stabilize his position as the leader, and also to defend the hierarchy. Wolf King is way too strong now. It gives me great pressure. There has to be balance. He has to be suppressed. Towards these issues and these people's thoughts, Fan Yuan was clear as day. His situation was different. The fight for the imperial court was just a jumping board. His motive was greater, much more than anyone could imagine. With the blessed land in his possession, he had little need for these battle gains. Since they do not want me to strike, I would use this time to cultivate. Isn't that more advantageous for me? What Fan Yuan lacked now was not these ordinary resources, but precious resources and large amounts of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard troops and engaged in battle with Dong Fang Alliance army. When the generals were fighting, Hao Ji Lu displayed great strength as he killed the enemy's general as well as 3 subgenerals. The enemy troops were without a leader, they lost their morale and were overwhelmed by Hao Ji Lu's army, allowing him to gain a great victory. But in the process of chasing them, he was attacked by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian, and got heavily injured. Hao Ji Lu had to stop the attack and make a base there, nursing his wounds while waiting for the main troops to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the central army and entered the front lines. 5 days later, the 2 armies converged. The 2 camps were only several hundred li apart. The tribe flags were erected all around the camp as battle was around the corner. The atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the bright moon shines in the sky with few stars. In the room, Fan Yuan sat on the cushion as his eyes were shut, activating Space Thought Gu. Space Thought Gu, rank 5, was bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Using Moving Perspective Cup Gu, Fan Yuan obtained it from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Gu, Fan Yuan had half-transparent thoughts that appeared like bubbles, getting closer to the Brain Explosion Gu in his skull. Brain Explosion Gu was only rank 4. Fan Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it back then. But the Brain Explosion Gu still remained in his head. These days, the brain explosion goo had been absorbing his brain matter. While being corroded by space thought goo, it had finally reached a qualitative change. In an instant, the brain explosion goo scattered into a lump of black light, a lump of white smoke, and a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fan Yuan breathed out heavily as his heart was filled with joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, as they formed into 2 rank 3 goo. These goo were ordinary. Fan Yuan casually placed them at the side. The important thing was that space thought. Fan Yuan placed the space thought into his brain and read the details in it. Soon, his body shuddered as his pupils expanded, his face showing an undeniable joy that could not be concealed. This particular thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance leads to Luo Pavali? Chapter 508. Challenging Wolf King. The pioneer of Soul Path, the legendary Goo Master at the apex of rank 9 peak stage, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, the best option for soul strengthening is Danghun Mountain, and for soul refinement, the best choice is Luo Pavali. 1 mountain and 1 valley. With both, one can obtain great success in Soul Path and sweep every obstacle in this world." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luo Valley became known as the Soul Cultivator's sacred lands. Fan Yuan was well aware of how huge a help these 2 sacred lands could provide since obtaining Danghun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated through the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain. Guts Goo was the #1 goo in increasing the foundation of the soul. It had no side effects, and its efficiency was extremely high as well. Normal Goo Masters would usually require about 20 years to cultivate their soul to 1,000-man soul level. Some geniuses with the help of their clans or the guidance of their seniors could cut down this 20 years by half. But for Fan Yuan? He used the Guts Goo on Danghun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. This was coupled with the fact that Danghun Mountain was slowly dying from the immortal Goo Gruel Mud's corrosion. With Danghun Mountain, the speed at which Fan Yuan was able to raise his soul to 1,000-man soul level was like charging to the sky with a rocket. But apart from strengthening soul, the cultivation of soul required tempering to purify it. In this aspect, Fan Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul tempering speed was as slow as a tortoise climbing. Fan Yuan was using Wolf Soul Goo to temper his soul, to transform his soul to Wolfman Soul. But none of the Wolf Soul Goo he was using were rank 5, the most he used was rank 4. Using a rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo to purify 1,000-man soul was like pouring a bottle of ink in a lake. The efficiency of dyeing the whole lake was way too low. Fan Yuan had been searching for rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo, but it was in vain. But even without rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo, there was still one method. That was to use 2nd Watch Goo or 3rd Watch Goo to increase the time flow of his body, or enter the Blessed Land, to increase the speed of his cultivation. These methods could be used by others, but Fan Yuan could not. Fan Yuan's first vital Goo Spring Autumn Cicada was slowly recovering with time. Before he becomes a Goo Immortal, this Goo would be like an executioner's blade hovering above his neck. My 1,000-man soul was accomplished using Danghun Mountain. Luo Valley is on par with Danghun Mountain, if I could obtain it. For a moment, Fan Yuan had an impulse to change to Soul Path. If I can save Danghun Mountain and obtain Luo Valley, with a huge foundation of 2 sacred lands of the Soul Path, cultivating Soul Path would truly be a wise choice, even having much more prospects than the blood path I cultivated in my past life. But soon, Fan Yuan calmed down. According to the directions given by Space Thought, Luo Valley is quite far away. The matter of importance right now is saving Danghun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luo Valley. The battle is approaching. I also cannot casually abandon my current strength path and enslavement path foundation. Fan Yuan was relying on enslavement path and strength path to become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But his current strength was still far from allowing him to roam unhindered and invincible in the mortal world. One shadow sword expert was able to obstruct him. Although he had 2nd aperture, cultivated strength and enslavement path, had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fan Yuan was involved in the fight for the imperial court, he still appeared insignificant. This was a whirlpool of war that involved the whole Northern Plains. If one was just a bit careless, even a rank 5 Goo Master had the danger of dying. My enslavement path cultivation has achieved some success and can influence the whole situation, but it is clear that my attack is strong but defense is weak. On strength path aspect, it is still not enough for defending myself. It will be trouble once people like Mo Shiquang and Dian Xixian get near to me. I have to be much more careful in this battle with Dong Fang tribe. Thinking of the imminent great battle, Fan Yuan did not have raging battle intent like others. It could be said that cunning gentleman was doing him a small favor, letting him stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fan Yuan nurtured his second aperture while trying to refine nauseous crying baby Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal to handle all kinds of matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal disposed of large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day to prolong Dang Hun Mountain's vitality as much as possible. Starry clouds covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land. The scale of starlight fireflies had expanded by 3 times of before, and there were even 50 to 60 more starlight firefly goo than Little Hu Immortal's initial assessment. Being able to get this many starlight firefly goo in this short period of time was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fan Yuan had frequently entered and exited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using Stargate goo for a long time, which caused the amount of starlight firefly goo to dwindle. Now starlight firefly goo expanded in numbers once more, alleviating his pressure. At the western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of pink rabbits were reproducing. Since Fan Yuan had transferred the wolf groups to northern plains, the pressure on the pink rabbits had decreased, thus their numbers was quickly expanding. After Little Hu Immortal reported these news, Fan Yuan immediately made her transfer large amounts of water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western parts to fill the gap in the food chain, but even so, the rabbits were still expanding wildly. To prevent a rabbit calamity, Little Hu Immortal had put up a large group of pink rabbits for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven a few days ago. Fan Yuan was most concerned about the hairy men who were momentarily placed at the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's home grounds. Now there was a group of hairy men who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two sides fought for their territories, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fan Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal secretly helped the hairy men win against the Stoneman tribe, and sold the Stoneman captives to Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect kept on trying to make transactions for the Guts Gu, but were always refused by Little Hu Immortal. Fang Jing requested to see Fan Yuan several times as a negotiation representative, but was also refused. As for Treasure Yellow Heaven, another batch of gruel mud was sold, gaining another remnant recipe of Immortal Gu gruel mud. The remnant recipes of Immortal Gu Fan Yuan had sold before was once again resold by Little Hu Immortal after a gap of some time, obtaining 11 Immortal Essence Stones. When the same Gu recipe is sold multiple times in Treasure Yellow Heaven and more Gu Immortals obtain it, its treasure light will decrease. Thus, this method could not be treated as a long-term source of income. This was like a gold mine which was already mostly mined. The profits in the future would continue to decrease and not be worthy of too much expectations. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dong Fang Yuliang personally wrote a war challenge and sent it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was shocked and asked his subordinates, "Has the rear army of Dong Fang tribe arrived already?" Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan answered, "Their rear army is still 5,000 li away, building the 5th defensive line." He Lu Lan gave a sinister smile. Dong Fang tribe's military strength was originally lower than ours and they still dared to split their forces. Sun Shirhan also smiled. Dong Fang Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait until our rear army converges. Our military strength will greatly surpass theirs, and at that time, we can crush through their whole army in one move. Baleful light flickered in He Lu Lan's eyes. He had a personal grudge with Dong Fang Yuliang. When he went adventuring to gain experience in his youth, he saw Dong Fang Qin Yu and drooled over her beauty. But he was taught a lesson by Dong Fang Yuliang and had suffered quite a bit. He really wanted to take revenge, but he was not someone who was easily controlled by emotions. Even a fool can see through this Dong Fang lad's intention. He wants to battle, but I won't give him the chance. How long till my rear army arrives? He Lu Lan asked. Approximated 3 days. Wang tribe leader answered from the side. Good. I will write a letter to Dong Fang Yuliang to change the date to 4 days later. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Dong Fang Yuliang received the letter and skimmed through it. Dong Fang Alliance's higher-ups were filled with fury. He Lu Lan had written nonsense, proclaiming he was giving 3 days of time to Dong Fang Yuliang in magnanimity, and hoped Dong Fang Yuliang would live up to this good intent and enjoy the last days of his life. The crowd shouted for war one after another, But Dong Fang Yuliang calmly smiled. Everyone, do not be impatient. This letter was already within my expectations. I have deduced many times over these days and have come up with a plan. Please listen to the details. 4 days were gone in an instant. In this day of battle, it was a day of fine weather with blue sky spreading to the distant horizon. Knee-length grass grew lushly, the two sides moved in formation that reached 100 li, raising banners with tightly packed troops. A twin-headed hill-sized rhino carried the main tent on its back. On the main tent was He Lulan, Fan Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader and other experts. Fan Yuan's position was naturally at the topmost left side of the main seat. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan was standing behind He Lulan with a loyal expression. He had already become He Lulan's trusted aide. The wind whistled, causing the banners to flutter wildly. Fan Yuan looked into the distance from his seat, seeing the tight and disciplined formation of Dong Fang tribe with their main tent resting on a white cloud, floating in midair. One could vaguely see Dong Fang Yuliang sitting on the central seat in the main tent with officials and fierce experts sitting on his left and right. Just from their disposition, they did not appear any weaker than He Lulan's side. At this moment, He Lulan's loud laughter rang in Fan Yuan's ears. Ha! This battle will signify the first step my He tribe takes towards the ownership of the imperial court and ruling the northern plains. Everyone, who wants to go forward and make the first challenge? His words had just landed when a group of Gu masters rose one after another, shouting or vouching for themselves to request to be sent to battle. He Lulan's gaze traveled through the group and landed on one of them. Pan Ping, you shall go. Pan Ping was tall and buff, his hair was reddish-yellow, on his waist was a scimitar with gold edge and silver handle. He laughed heartily when chosen, and just as he was about to agree, a loud shout came from the enemy. Junior Tang Miao Ming has heard of the aspiring name of the Grand Wolf King for a long time. I have specifically come to get a pointer or two. Dong Fang Yuliang has guts. He actually chose to challenge us first. That is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, a rank 4 middle stage Gu master. She actually directly challenged Lord Wolf King. They must be planning something. For a moment, everyone's gaze landed on Fan Yuan, waiting for the Wolf King's response. Chapter 509. A wave of his hand. The two armies were poised for battle. He tribe had been about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dong Fang Yuliang was the first to send Tang Miao Ming. Tang Miao Ming was Tang tribe's specially cultivated enslavement path female Gu master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she did not have any notable achievements in history. However, Dong Fang Yuliang specially sent her to directly challenge Wolf King, so it was clear he had a specific plan against Fan Yuan, and Tang Miao Ming was one part of it. Wisdom Path Gu masters were like this, with plans within plans. The people fighting against Wisdom Path Gu masters would not sense it at the start, but by the time they realized it, they would be deep under already. Tang Miao Ming's public challenge attracted everyone's gazes towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was at leisure, as he drank wine and slowly placed down the wine cup, then looked at He Lulan. Alliance leader, then should I take the challenge? He Lulan laughed heartily, pleased at Fan Yuan asking him before the battle. Let these experts look at Brother Shan Yin's might, and be awed. Fan Yuan slowly stood up and used the Gu worm to transmit his voice outside. Little girl, your bravery in challenging me deserves praises, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late. In front of the formation, Tang Miao Ming clenched her hands, which were soaked with sweat. Her lovely body shuddered at Fan Yuan's words, and her thoughts began to unfold at a rapid speed. Wolf King replied. He is truly arrogant, just like Alliance leader Dong Fang expected. Now I should act according to his plan and use words to force him to battle with only 100 beast group against my similar-sized fox group. But what is the meaning of his last sentence? Dong Fang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been observing the situation. Tang Miao Ming was an enslavement path expert he accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dong Fang Yuliang learned the details, he found that Tang Miao Ming was very good at fighting with small-scale fox groups. Her skill at this aspect was quite deep, and adding in her set of supporting Gu worms, she could even match an enslavement path master. Dong Fang Yuliang immediately thought of using Tang Miao Ming to openly scheme against Wolf King Chang Shanin. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply set in people's hearts. If he was beaten under everyone's gaze, it would definitely greatly raise their morale. What was even more matching was that Wolf King Chang Shanin was very arrogant. Tang Miao Ming was his junior, and a female. As long as she was putting herself in a lower position, even Chang Shanin would also find it embarrassing to bully a junior in front of everyone. Chang Shanin, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. He. As long as you come out to fight, Tang Niaoming will definitely give you a great surprise. Dong Fang Yuliang was inwardly excited but also had a doubt. It is getting late? What is he talking about? Not only Dong Fang Yuliang, but others also had doubts. But Fan Yuan's next sentence immediately answered their doubts. It is getting late, quickly start the battle. I still need to eat my lunch after it. Come, those who want to challenge me, all of you come out. After he finished speaking, he stood and then waved his hand from the main tent. Howl! 500,000 wolves howled together. The explosive wolf howls resounded through the skies. Their vigor was so majestic that even the wind stopped for a moment, and all the experts shocked. Brother Shanin, what are you? He Lu Lan's hand slipped, and the fine wine in his cup spilled down on his robe. Could it be, the Wolf King is thinking? Dong Fan Yuliang's pupils shrunk, his expression paling. Following, 500,000 wolf group rushed forward like a majestic tide towards the opposite army. My God! Wolf tide, this is a wolf tide. Chang Shanin, he is making a direct attack, he has sent all his wolves. Dong Fang Alliance army was in a chaos. The enormous momentum from the wolf group shook them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive goo worms were activated. For a moment, countless light barriers with all kinds of colors shone among Dong Fang Alliance army. Some just shielded one person while some shielded a large patch of land. Some formed into armors while some caused the earth to bulge and form into earth walls. Tang Niaoming's face was as pale as paper. She was standing between the two armies, and with the wolf group rushing forward, she would be the first they would charge into. Facing the endless wolf tide, she felt like she was a small wooden boat in a vast sea about to be swallowed by a shocking tide. Damn it, the Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I came forward to challenge him and only brought 1,000 beast group. Tang Niaoming was shocked and also furious. Normally speaking, before a battle began, there would be a battle between experts in between the armies. This was an old practice in Northern Plains. In the battle between Gu Master experts, not only would the winner's side's morale greatly increase, they could also understand the strength of the other side and be more prepared later. At the same time, this expert challenge could also build friendship. Once the battle ended, the losing side's Gu Masters would have a way out when they surrendered. The challenge between experts? The moment Fan Yuan raised his hand, he used all his wolf groups and directly cut apart the round of expert challenging. Wolf King, do you know the rules? For a moment, countless people from both sides roared and questioned in their mind. The two armies were not too far apart. The wolf group's rush was quick and soon crossed this distance, and unfolded an intense battle against Dong Fang army. Attack! Don't be in a daze, the wolf group has attacked! Kill, slaughter these damned wolves! Brothers, move together, fight alongside each other! A clamor erupted within Dong Fang army. All kinds of colorful lights, rolling stones, golden lights, wooden spikes, water steam, wind blades and so on landed among the wolf group, causing enormous casualties in Fan Yuan's wolf group instantly. He tribe army was still standing on their spot, looking dumbfoundedly at the frenzied battle situation in the other side. Brother Shanin! He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled at Fatty He. Dong Fang Yuliang is a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master. Since he initiated the expert challenge, he must definitely have had gathered a lot of intel to help him in making deductions. And it was the talented alliance leader who directly told me to make my move. He Lu Lan's eyes widened even more. He had commanded Fan Yuan to make a move, but it was not to make such a big move. Clearly, Fan Yuan had intentionally distorted his intention, but he could not bicker with Fan Yuan at this critical juncture. Move! All army charge, attack, attack! He Lu Lan swallowed his resentment, and turned around towards the front, fiercely waving his hand and giving his command. Orders from Alliance Leader, all army charge! Orders from Alliance Leader, all army charge! The command was conveyed from top to bottom. The great army began to move slowly. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers followed the wolf group in charging towards the other side. Tang Niaoming manipulated her fox group, changing the formation again and again to firmly protect herself. She was worthy of being the person Dong Fang Yuliang had chosen. Under the charge of the wolf tide, with just 1,000 beast group, she continuously changed the formation to keep on resisting the charge. Her fox group surrounded her, forming a round formation. The formation kept on rotating with a natural flow to it, like a millstone or a reef. The incoming wolf group was like a tide, attacking wave after wave, but it could not break through the round formation of the fox group. However, Tang Miao Ming did not have the least bit of joy on her face. She was even shouting madly in her mind, "This damned Wolf King is simply a lunatic. Damn it, I might be able to hold on for now, but with this, I cannot move a single step. Someone save me, save me." Suddenly, Tang Miao Ming's body stiffened, her complexion went completely white, her eyes showing fear and despair. In front of her, the He tribe army was gradually starting to move before her, quickly increasing their speed. Under the cover of the wolf group, they showed an earth-shattering influence and power of violence. Tang Miao Ming momentarily lost her senses and the round formation of the fox group immediately collapsed. The two-headed rhinoceros came rushing over with explosive sounds. As He Lu Lan looked on from above, his heart received a slight jolt at Tang Miao Ming's beauty. "Who will capture this woman for me?" He had just spoken when Pan Ping shot out. Pan Ping made a few jumps and fiercely charged to Tang Miao Ming's side, moving rapidly. In a short few moments, he smoothly captured Tang Miao Ming. He Lu Lan nodded with satisfaction at this scene, then turned his gaze towards the front. "Dong Fang lad." He gave a malevolent smile, his eyes burning with the flame of revenge. After a short time, the two armies officially started the battle. A large chaotic battle had begun. With Fan Yuan's one move, this great battle that had just started had entered its climax. "Beast!" Facing the incoming night wolves, Tang Fan furiously shouted and poured his primeval essence into fire pellet goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball shot forward, bringing a gale with it. This orange pellet fire struck the night wolf. The night wolf whimpered and rolled around the ground, but its whole body burned with the fire before shortly dying. "Kill!" Tang Fang breathed roughly and was about to charge forward when he was blocked by a Tang tribe elder. "Third young master, don't rush ahead, the tribe leader has commanded you to return back quickly. But big sister has been captured." Tang Fang stared wide, he did not want to turn back. His big sister was Tang Miao Ming. "Third young master, rushing forward like this will only lead to your death," the elder hastily persuaded. "Damn it!" Tang Fang gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling his powerlessness. He was Tang tribe's genius, and he was only 22 but had already reached rank 3. Yet this rank 3 battle strength that could have controlled the situation in the past was now so minute in this great battle. The rank 3 battle strength that was normally hard to be seen were all present in this battlefield. Rank 3 Gu Masters were reduced to mid-level strength, above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts and even more higher were the rank 5 experts. "Big sister, wait for me, I will definitely rescue you." Tang Fang calmed down and swore in his mind as he retreated. Leaving whenever you want? Leave behind your life." Right at this time, a rank 3 Gu Master of Wang tribe rushed over. "It is Wang Jiang." "Third young master, leave quickly, I will hold him back." The Tang tribe elder instantly recognized the enemy. Wang Jiang's fiancée Luo Yufeng had been snatched by Tang tribe, so he had deep hatred towards them. And now in this large battle, he naturally would not let this chance for revenge go. Such situations were not few. In this world, people would have gratitude, grudges and hatred. Now, those with grudges could let out their grudges and those with hatred could repay their hatred. Chapter 510. Great Battle. Tang Tribe. The humiliation back then, I will repay it double today. Wang Jian had a malevolent expression on his face as he gave a deep shout, his whole body inflated like a black bear as he violently smashed towards Tang Fang. Tang Fang was startled and furious at Wang Jiang's fierce momentum, and had the intention to battle with his life. Pellet fire goo. He pushed his right palm and an orange fire shot towards Wang Jiang. The fire made an arc in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Wang Jiang felt the burning heat before the fire even struck him. But he just laughed nastily and actually opened his mouth, without any intent to dodge. Gulp. He swallowed the pellet fire. "This is rank 4 swallow fire goo." Tang Fang was shocked. Swallow fire goo was not an offensive goo but a storage goo. But using goo always relied on a goo master's wits. Who was to say storage goo could not be used for battle? Tang tribe always prioritized fire path goo worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 swallow fire goo, so he could use it against Tang tribe sometime in the future. Wang Jiang, we will help you. At this time, 2 Gu masters rushed over, both with rank 3 cultivation. Tang Fang and the Tang tribe elders' expression turned pale. The Swallow Fire Gu could already restrict them, now the other side had 3 people, occupying a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will hold them back. The Tang tribe elders saw the critical situation and stood up to fight to give Tang Fang an opportunity to escape. Tang Fang was not a conceited man, he gnashed his teeth and turned around to leave. Elder, hold on, I will quickly come back with reinforcements. Chase. Wang Jiang and the 2 others naturally were not willing to let Tang Fang escape safely, but who could have thought the Tang tribe elder that remained was a defensive Gu master and moreover had a rank 3 rare Gu's slow steps. As this Gu's name implied, it could slow down Gu master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the 2 others were slowed down and could only give up on Tang Fang, then with a belly filled with anger, attack the Tang tribe elder. The Tang tribe elder could not fend off against the numbers although he had slow steps Gu. First, he was struck by Wang Jiang's punch, then his arm was severed by wind blade. Finally, a snowball turned him into an ice sculpture, killing him. Elder. Tang Fang watched with tearful red eyes. When he came back with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this elder. The flames of hatred raged in his heart, but he could not find his enemies. The battlefield was in chaos. Large numbers of wolves rushed forward and created a havoc. Besides them, there were fox groups, war crabs, bats and other beasts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All kinds of attacks streaked through the sky and landed on the ground. Rocks were smashed, flames ablazed, ice spread, lightning dazzled the eyes. Gu masters shouted and screamed, some attacked while some retreated, some were rushing to reinforce while some were defending. A great chaotic battle between hundreds of thousands of people was enough to fill a range of thousands of miles. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous blue wave with the momentum of covering the sky descended like an evil flood dragon. Large numbers of wolves and Gu masters were swept by the enormous wave. This part of the battlefield was instantly cleared up, several large puddles forming in this cleared grassland. A Gu master arrogantly stood in this center of the battlefield, while laughing wildly. It is Water Demon Hao Ji Lu! Tang Fang's pupils shrunk as he recognized this man. Retreat! This person is a rank 4 upper stage expert, he is a demon. Many surviving rank 3 Gu masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's fierce gaze swept through the battlefield and landed on Tang Fang's side, who had the highest numbers. These rank 3 Gu masters were moving battle merits to Water Demon, representing a bountiful reward after the war. Water Demon licked his dried lips with his scarlet tongue, a bloodthirsty killing intent filling his face. Consider it your bad luck to have ran into me. Water Demon laughed loudly as he fiercely pushed forward his 2 palms. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu! Boom! In an instant, an enormous torrent bubbled and charged towards Tang Fang and his group with an immense momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fang felt he was like a single person facing a tsunami, feeling he was facing a great catastrophe alone. Third young master, we will hold it back, retreat quickly. Several elders who had been accompanying Tang Fang gnashed their teeth and stood in front of Tang Fang. They combined their strength and were finally able to hold back this waterfall. Leave! The elders' urging caused Tang Fang to feel stifled. Hold on, I will get father to come rescue you. He gnashed his teeth and finally chose to leave. Gagaga. Water Demon laughed wildly and engaged in the battle with the several Tang tribe elders. His offense surged forward, his water abilities charged forward with huge momentum as he used his power to overwhelm the elders, and although the Tang tribe elders had many people, they were falling into a disadvantage, and it was becoming difficult for them to hold back Water Demon. After several moves, an elder lost his life at Water Demon's hands. After a dozen or so moves, only one elder remained, with the rest dead. Water Demon laughed sinisterly, and was just about to make the final move when suddenly a cold, killing intent pounced on him. His plentiful battle experience had given Hao Ji Lu an intuitive feeling towards danger. He did not even look and immediately retreated backwards, giving up the battle contribution that was within his reach without any hesitation. Whoosh! A soft ripping sound echoed, and right at the instant of his retreat, a 4-leaf wind blade crossed through the air and brushed past him. The wind blade kept on rotating, making a long arc through the battlefield. Everything that it passed through, whether it were humans or beasts, were cut through. Blood flew and limbs scattered. The light green wind blade spiraled a long arc in the air before flying back to its master. "It is you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng!" The sinister smile on Water Demon gradually disappeared and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were called Wind and Water Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Previously, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern areas of northern plains while Wind Demon wreaked havoc in the western areas, their fame echoing with each other. But later Dong Fang Yuliang devised 3 escapement scheme to subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dong Fang Yuliang's subordinate and sided with Dong Fang tribe. "Water Demon, your laughter is too ear-piercing. Lord has ordered me to bring an end to your life." Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng was clothed in green clothes, hovering in midair, grasping the wind blade that had returned. The wind blade only had 3 sides remaining from the consumption in the way, but with Wind Demon pouring in primeval essence again, it gradually began to recover back to the previous 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved once they were sent. Wind Demon played with the wind blade like some toy. He clearly had extraordinary wind manipulation skill. "Humph, it seems you have been taught pretty well by your master over these years, seeing nothing worthwhile around you." Water Demon laughed sinisterly, gazing at Wind Demon like a falcon. Wind Demon's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He swung his palm and shot out the 4-leaf wind blade, and at the same time, he also charged towards Water Demon. "Come!" Water Demon was at ease, a huge wave rising from below his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards Wind Demon. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, wind screamed madly and water waves surged high, unfolding an intense battle of rank 4 level experts. Surrounding Goo Masters hurriedly retreated and soon a special battlefield was formed for the battle of Wind and Water Demons. As time passed by, not only these 2, other rank 4 Goo Master experts also found their opponents. Dozen or so battle rings emerged one after another in the chaotic battlefield. These battle rings were not set in place, but instead moved with the battle between the experts. With the battle of higher level forces, the whole battlefield began to become clear. First of all was the large battle rings for the fight of the rank 4 experts. Surrounding these large battle rings were small-scale battle rings where rank 3 Goo Masters fought. And beyond that were the fights between groups of rank 2 and rank 1 Goo Masters. Fan Yuan took this chance to assemble his wolf group. The 2 armies faced off against each other, creating a deadlock. Usually, the side which broke through this balance would obtain the initiative which would accumulate into advantage. After their dominance was accumulated enough, it would change into victory momentum. Both He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yuliang knew this. Thus, their gaze landed on their elite troop. These elite troops that were either made of 300-400 soldiers, or 500-600, had received strict training to deploy their Goo Worm together and create a formidable attack in an instant. They were the weapons to rampage the battlefield, the trump cards of their commander. Not every tribe had the ability to form elite troops. He Lu Lan's side had 5 divisions of elite troops while Dong Fang Yuliang had 6. Dong Fang Yuliang first deployed 100 Blossoms elite troop. This was Hua tribe's elite troop who were quite weak at attacking and defending, but were specialized at healing. With this division of elite troop moving out, they immediately healed large groups of wounded and stabilized the situation, providing a great assistance to Dong Fang's side's base level Goo Masters. He Lu Lan looked at this scene from the main tent and snorted, commanding Blue Butterfly elite troop to attack 100 Blossoms elite troop. The Blue Butterfly elite troop that contained 500 soldiers who deterred the rank 4 Goo Masters battle rings and easily pierced through the battlefield, charging towards 100 Blossoms elite troop. Just when it looked like they were about to succeed, 3 elite troops charged in separately from east, south and west, surrounding the Blue Butterfly elite troop. Dong Fang Yuliang had already planned for this and sent 100 Blossoms elite troop as the bait, while making these 3 elite troops lie in ambush. He Lu Lan naturally was not willing to see the annihilation of Blue Butterfly elite troop, immediately sending other elite troop divisions as reinforcements. Each elite troops of the 2 sides quickly converged and formed into several lines of encirclement. The situation once again entered a deadlock. "Lord Tribe Leader, let me go forward and crush them." Dong Fang she could not restrain any more as he requested to be sent to battle. Dong Fang Yuliang slowly shook his head and did not permit him. Dong Fang she was Dong Fang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops commander with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troop did not move, this Flower Feather elite troop could not be sent out. Dong Fang Yuliang slowly swept his gaze through the battlefield and placated Dong Fang Shi. Elder, she does not need to be impatient. This is not the time for you to take the stage. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he calmly smiled and turned towards the 3 enslavement path Gu masters. It is time for you to show your strength. These 3 were precisely Yi Xianming, Wei Xian, and Jiang Wanshan. Chapter 511. Dark Vortex and Cloud Whirlpool. At Dong Fang Yuliang's words, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan and Wan Xian glanced at each other before nodding and activating their Gu. Rank 3, Jin Heart Gu, to enhance the spirit. Rank 2, Heart Sound Gu, to strengthen the voice of one's heart. Rank 2, Harmony Gu, the harmonization of one's heart and voice. Rank 3, Flying Soul Gu, the soul can leave the body. Rank 3, Soul Chain Gu, souls can be interlinked. Rank 4, Soul Combination Gu, 3 souls can be linked and fused as one. Killer Move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Boom! A soundless explosion burst out, as the 3 Gu Master souls flew out of their bodies and merged together into a complete entity in the air. For a moment, in the radius of 200 li, all Gu Masters with at least 500 man's soul could feel a strong pressure spreading and weighing down on their souls. The Gu Masters with less than 500 man's soul, however, could not sense anything. This pressure. It is already at the level of 1,400 man's soul, as expected of 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Fan Yuan immediately reacted and gazed towards Dong Fang tribe's main tent. He had 1,000 man's soul originally, but there was injuries from the soul explosion, though he was able to escape from most of its force. His soul strength had fell to 800 man's soul, and after these days of recuperation, it had recovered to 900 man's soul level. 900 man's soul naturally was not able to match against the other side's 1,400 man's soul. Unfortunately, there are many eyes within the Alliance army. I cannot get rid of them, otherwise I would have gone to Danghun Mountain and used Guts Gu to easily heal all the injuries on my soul. Fan Yuan inwardly sighed while mobilizing the wolf group. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves formed into an enormous force that charged towards the enemy army like a raging river. Wolf King, let us experience your brilliance today! Wan Xian, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan simultaneously spoke. Because their souls were temporarily merged together, their every movement was done simultaneously and was completely in sync. Under their command, large numbers steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs and big chi crabs flocked together, forming into a firm defensive line within several breaths of time. The wolf group fiercely smashed into this defensive line, like a flood striking the dam. Sharp wolf fangs and claws collided intensely against the firm crab shells. Fan Yuan snorted and gazed afar while standing on the twin-headed rhino. Under his exquisite control, the whole wolf group formed into waves after waves of offense. The defensive formation formed by the crabs soon was on the verge of collapsing. This is the 9-layered wave charge. Quick, reinforce me, my crab group won't be able to persist longer. Wan Xian had just thought of this when the other 2 felt it. Under the effect of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, they were just like one person. Any thought would be immediately known by the others. No need to worry, my crocodile group is coming. Yi Xianming's expression was unshaken as an excited battle intent emerged in his concentrated gaze. The enemy is the famous Wolf King. Being able to fight with such an existence, this life was really not in vain. Under his control, large numbers of 6-legs crocodile, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles soon rushed to the front line. After the addition of these new forces, the defensive line that was on the brink of collapsing showed a sign of being indestructible. Whether it be crabs or crocodiles, they are both beasts excelling in defense. At the same time, under the 3 Hearts Combination Soul, they are like 3 people merged together, increasing their beast commanding skills greatly, directly reaching master level. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. There was no signs of irritation due to not getting any results. Suddenly, he stopped the fierce attacks and wisely chose to slow down the offense. He was not wholeheartedly controlling the beast group. Instead, he divided half of his concentration to observe the battlefield. His enemies were not these 3 people, either Jiang, Wei nor Yi. As a person of importance who could influence the whole battlefield, he was extremely likely to encounter another assassination attempt from Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the battle started, Shadow Sword expert was nowhere to be seen and was likely observing Fan Yuan from the darkness, looking for a good opportunity to kill him. It was only that beside Fan Yuan was the rank 5 Gu Master He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert had not revealed herself. Right at this time, a large group of blood-colored bats emerged above the wolf group. These bats possessed 4 wings. The wings were sharp and firm like knives. Under the attack of the bat group, large numbers of casualties started appearing among the wolf group. The crocodile and crab groups took this chance to attack, pushing forward their battle line by 100 steps. Sure enough, it is Jiang Wanshan's blade-winged blood bats group. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He was not a bit surprised. With the intel from He tribe, he had a rather good understanding of the enemy Gu master experts. Dong Fang Yuliang did not have any enslavement path masters under him, so Fan Yuan had guessed Dong Fang Yuliang would use 3 hearts combination soul to deal with him. And the candidates to use this killer move were extremely likely to be the strongest 3 enslavement path Gu masters. Now, under Fan Yuan's probe, these 3 were sure enough Jiang Wanshan, Wan Xin and Yi Xianming. Bladewing blood bats' offense were extremely violent, changing the direction of this part of the battlefield the moment they joined the fray. The wolf group that had been occupying the upper hand was being defeated bit by bit, while crocodile group and crab group seized the chance to attack. Mud crabs, small chi crabs, big chi crabs, steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, 6-legs crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles formed into a large mixed army that stretched out like an open steel fist, defeating the wolves in its way and charging straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to logic, enslavement path Gu masters would find it hard-pressed to cooperate with each other. A mixed beast group would usually impede each other, making 1 + 1 less than 2. But Wei, Jiang and Yi, these 3 merged their souls with 3 hearts combination soul and were like one person, forming a qualitative effect of having 1 + 1 greater than 2. Brother Shanin. Facing the mixed beast group's strong charge, He Lulan could not help feeling some pressure, and his expression turned dark. If they let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use Black Banner Elite Troop earlier than scheduled. But if he did so, they would not be able to contain Dong Fang Yuliang's Feather Arrow Elite Troop. The scales of victory was slowly inclining towards the other side. Fan Yuan said to He Lulan in a low voice, "The other has Bladewing Blood Bats group which has very sharp offensive power, and my wolf group is unable to do aerial attacks. More importantly, the other side has used 3 hearts combination soul to achieve 1,000-man soul and are able to lead this mixed beast group as if they were one person. If we can break through this killer move, the mixed group will disperse without even putting up any fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashing rapidly in his eyes as he made a decision. "Brother Shanin, concentrate on the battle. I will resolve this quickly." He suddenly extended his arm that was the size of an ordinary person's thigh. His right palm formed a claw while his palm faced upward. Rank 5 aura rose fiercely while the primeval essence in his aperture fell rapidly, pouring into 4 different Gu. Dong Fang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, while my He tribe has dark vortex. He Lulan smiled sinisterly, an intense killing intent raging in his heart. Whoosh! A pitch-black stream rose in the air and rotated once before flowing towards He Lulan's palm. Following the second stream, third stream, fourth stream. In a blink of an eye, large numbers of dark streams were created one after another and converged in He Lulan's right claw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless dark streams rose and merged with each other, creating a wild gale. These finger-sized dark streams pressed at each other and formed a dark speck of light. As large numbers of dark streams continued to pour into it, the dark speck of light gradually inflated, forming a fist-sized dark sphere. The dark sphere seemed to have immeasurable depth in it, as if the night was condensed into it, even absorbing the light around it, causing a terrified feeling to grow in people. He Lulan, however, revealed an extremely excitement and a mad killing intent when he looked at this dark sphere. "Dong Fang lad! Take this!" He Lulan suddenly shouted and disappeared from his place. The next moment, he appeared above the enemy main tent. "Go and die!" He Lulan let out a crazed laughter and flipped over his wrist. As if he was holding 1,000 jun of weight, he exerted all his strength to slowly push the dark sphere towards Dong Fang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small dark sphere madly expanded and in several breaths of time, had expanded to size of a small hill. The pitch-black giant sphere pressed down with a seemingly slow speed but was actually very fast. It covered the light of the sun and casted a giant darkness on the ground. Before the giant sphere even struck, all the Gu master experts in the main tent felt terror like they were facing a calamity. They looked at the pressing giant sphere, and felt heaviness as if lead was poured into their body. They wanted to retreat but were barely able to move, Damn it, it is Hay Tribe's killer move Dark Vortex! Retreat, retreat! Gu Masters exclaimed in shock, not having even a trace of intent to resist. Wei Xian and the other two had a despairing look on their face. They were under 3 hearts combination soul state, and would require at least 2-3 minutes to get rid of this killer move. The corners of Dong Fang Yuliang's lips, however, curled up. He looked towards the sky, the dark sphere growing bigger and bigger in his sight, but his expression was a scene of calmness. Sure enough, like I expected, Hey Lu Lan, I have been waiting so long for your move. He slightly raised his right foot and lightly pressed on the white cloud below his feet. The originally tranquil white cloud crazily surged as clouds and mists burst out in blink of an eye like boiling water, and formed into an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly rose up like a giant open mouth, and swallowed the dark sphere. This is? Hey Lu Lan was shocked and furious. At this moment, he realized he had fallen for Dong Fang Yuliang's scheme. Dong Fang Yuliang had meticulously arranged this trap, waiting for Hey Lu Lan to come crashing in. Let me teach you, this is the killer move I spent 3 years of my life to plan meticulously, Cloud Whirlpool. It was specially created to deal with your dark vortex. Hey Lu Lan, you have lost just like many years back. Dong Fang Yuliang proclaimed his victory. Damn it! Hey Lu Lan gnashed his teeth, his forehead filled with sweat. He wanted to pull back, but the cloud whirlpool was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dong Fang Yuliang's lips became even bigger as he summoned Dong Pakong, Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of Gu Worm, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Hearing his command, the shadow sword expert who had been concealing herself for a long time turned into a dark shadow, and moved while wriggling in the shadows on the ground. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of the twin-headed rhino. And at the same time, a flash of lightning broke through the air and crossed the battlefield, instantly arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dispersed and turned into a valiant man, who then pounced towards Fan Yuan. Flying lightning Dong Pakong, shadow sword expert Bien Si Xian. In an instant, both Hey Lu Lan and Fan Yuan had fallen into danger. Chapter 512. Reliable Alliance Mate. Dong Fang Yuliang lived up to his name as the Wisdom Path Gu Master, accurately calculating Hey Lu Lan's reaction. 3 hearts combination soul killer move was only bait to lure Hey Lu Lan into attacking. Then Dong Fang Yuliang was able to leisurely unfold his trump card, a killer move that was specially designed to restrict Dark Vortex and trap Hey Lu Lan. Hey Lu Lan had been at the main tent, but now he was trapped. The defense around Fan Yuan had suddenly decreased by a very large amount. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword expert Bien Si Xian appeared and charged into the main tent to once again assassinate Fan Yuan. As long as Fan Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would greatly incline towards Dong Fang Alliance army. To make sure this beheading the leader tactic succeeded, Dong Fang Yuliang had not only arranged Shadow Sword expert, but also an even stronger Gu master. He was Dong Pakwang, known as Flying Lightning. One of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had not made a move even in the chaotic battle earlier, patiently waiting till now to shock the world with one move. Protect Wolf King! Sneaky bastards, don't think you can have your way! Wolf King, leave quickly! 6 rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up one after another, trying to hold off Dong Pakwang and Bien Si Xian. Scram! Dong Pakwang coldly shouted, lightning suddenly crackling around him. The 3 Gu masters who were blocking him were struck by the lightning. Their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 instantly died while 1 was heavily injured. He! Bien Si Xian chuckled softly. Her body turned into a shadow and quickly moved like a poisonous snake through the Gu masters blocking her, and moved past them. What? Such speed! Is this Shadow Sword expert's true strength? The 3 Gu masters were shocked. They gazed back only to see Bien Si Xian's seductive back figure. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move at all. Their hands and feet were tied up by a dark shadow, firmly binding them to the spot. Facing the above and under pincer attack from Dong Pakwang and Shadow Sword expert, Fan Yuan paled, his gaze revealing a frantic look as he retreated in panic and shouted, Quick, someone come protect me! Wolf King, no need to worry, Hey Xioi will guard you. One person stood behind Fan Yuan, clothed in black and had unshaken expression. He walked forward few steps and stood in front of Fan Yuan. Courting death! Dong Pakwang shouted, The lightning over his body crackled violently and turned into a battle spear which he then stabbed towards He Xiaoyi. Bian Xixien snorted and flicked her wrist lightly, immediately throwing out a torrent of shadow swords. He Xiaoyi's expression did not change at this combined attack from two experts. He put together his palms in front of his chest and transferred his primeval essence. Boom! Next instant, his defense was fully activated. 56 flying bone shields flew together and blocked in front of him. A green halo flew above his head and illuminated a range of 100 steps. Black iron-like metallic light formed a set of thick armor which then covered him from top to bottom. 9 ghost faces whimpered and wept as they revolved around him. At the same time, a dark brown oil wind breezed in between the flying bone shields. Dong Fang's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying shields and made a hole through the dark brown oil wind, but was blocked by the black armor. Bian Xixien's shadow swords bombarded upon the shields, shattering 18 shields but were thwarted by the oil wind. The shadow swords seemed to have fallen into a swamp as their momentum dispersed, and were no longer a threat. He Xiaoyi was He Lu Lan's expert, and also one of the 3 commanders of Black Banner Elite Troop, an expert in defense. Facing the defense-specialized He Xiaoyi, Dong Fang and Bian Xixien were actually delayed for a while, unable to break through. He Xiaoyi had suffered a terrible defeat during the battle with Mo Shikuang. It did not mean he was weak, but the enemy was too strong, a top expert in the whole of Northern Plains in this struggle for imperial court. Now, facing the combined strength of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, He Xiaoyi shielded here and there, firmly protecting Fan Yuan who was behind him for dozen moves. His Gu set had complementing Gu worms focused on defense, and had been carefully chosen. Dong Fang and Bian Xixien tried to break through multiple times, but it was all a failure. The aftermath of this battle caused severe pain to the twin-headed rhino. The giant rhinoceros screamed in pain and stamped its feet, recklessly charging in the battlefield without considering allies or enemies. He Xiaoyi's expression turned heavier. His primeval essence was quickly depleting because of this intense battle, already reaching the bottom. While the other side had 2 people and their primeval essence consumption was half that of He Xiaoyi. He Xiaoyi was now confronted with a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue to defend to death without caring about his primeval essence expenditure, and hoping He Lu Lan or others would come in time to support him. But now the twin-headed rhino was crazily rampaging and had already traveled far away. How high was the possibility for the reinforcements to cross the battlefield and arrive in time? Second option was to conserve his primeval essence. But with this, his defense would fall and the chance for the enemies to break through would increase dramatically. In case they were able to move past him, Fan Yuan who was behind him would be in grave danger. What should I choose? A hesitating look flashed in He Xiaoyi's eyes, but was soon replaced by resolve. He began to slowly cut down on defense, and was no longer very active in facing the enemy's attacks. Dong Fang and Bian Xixien immediately sensed the change in He Xiaoyi. They attacked several times and took some risks, and were about to succeed. Even if Wolf King had an important identity that concerned the whole situation, even if He Xiaoyi was appointed by He Lu Lan to defend Changshan, but at this critical juncture when he was at risk, He Xiaoyi was not able to give up his own life. If it was Lord He Lu Lan behind me, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshan is just an outsider, always acting so arrogant and looking down on me. Why should I sacrifice my life for such a person? Even if Wolf King dies, we still have the Black Banner Army and are still a match for the enemy. Yes, I need to save myself and continue to render my service to the tribe. He Xiaoyi's thoughts surged rapidly to justify himself and gradually began to have a clear conscience. He was originally guarding Fan Yuan, but now was only looking after himself, thus his primeval essence consumption immediately slowed. Now is the time, overlapping Shadow Gu. Suddenly, Bian Xixien noticed a gap in the defense. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she grabbed this chance and activated the Gu worm Dong Fang Yuliang had lent her. This overlapping Shadow Gu was a rank 4 rare Gu which was very difficult to find in the market, and its price was comparable to many rank 5 Gu. Initially, Bian Xixien had agreed with Dong Fang Yuliang for this Gu to be her reward once she assassinated Fang Yuan. But Bian Xixien's assassination failed and the brain explosion Gu she had struck with was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her proud nature, she would naturally not accept this overlapping Shadow Gu. But before this battle, Dong Fang Yuliang had lent her this Gu of his own initiative, just to be on the safe side. Overlapping Shadow Gu might only be a rank 4 Gu to others, but to Bian Xixian, it could raise her battle strength explosively, and was even more precious than rank 5 Gu to her. Under the use of overlapping shadow Gu, Bian Xixian's multiple shadow swords overlaid upon each other, and in just a second, only one sword remained of the overflowing shadow swords. This shadow sword was as dark as the abyss and was like a solid object. All the offensive power of the shadow swords had been overlaid together in it. Bian Xixian pierced the sword forward. The sword easily broke through He Xiuyi's defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and pierced towards Wolf King. The defense that had lasted for a long time was finally broken. Dong Fang let out a breath of relief at this scene. He continued to hold back He Xiuyi to provide a chance to Bian Xixian. But He Xiuyi could not care about this as he already had an intent to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword Expert was charging towards Changshan, this was the chance for him to retreat. Why would he not take this chance? Thus, he quickly retreated and directly jumped off from Twin-Headed Rhino's back. Dong Fang looked at He Xiuyi's fleeing figure in shock. He hesitated for a moment before thinking that it was better to quickly kill Wolf King, so he did not chase He Xiuyi. But when he gazed back, he saw Bian Xixian's shadow sword had already pierced into Chang Shanyan's chest. Bian Xixian pierced it so deep that only the hilt of the shadow sword remained on the outside. The sword had pierced through Fang Yuan's chest and large part of it stuck out through his back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xixian. Bian Xixian's eyes turned red, excitement filling her face. The famous Wolf King whose name had spread throughout the northern plains died by her hands. This glory, this brilliant battle achievement, caused her whole body to shudder in happiness. It's over! Dong Fang also raised his brows in joy. Wolf King has died, my army has now the upper hand and victory is within grasp. Far away, Dong Fan Yuliang, who was observing the battle with the detective Gu, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and smiled calmly at He Lulan, who was competing with the Cloud Whirlpool. He Lulan, Chang Shanin has been beheaded. Now stop and admit your defeat. I will give you the position of a general and also an opportunity to enter the imperial court. But what made him surprised was He Lulan not only did not fly into a rage but instead revealed a malevolent smile. Dong Fang Yuliang, look carefully with your dog eyes. Right at this time, Bian Xixian and Dong Fang's shocked exclamations rose from the twin-headed rhino's back. What? Dong Fang Yuliang had a very bad feeling and immediately used his investigative Gu to gaze ahead. He saw Chang Shanin had already turned into a puddle of water. Several Gu worms flew out with only a water image Gu remaining in the water, which was almost pierced into two by the shadow sword with only a thin layer of skin holding its body. This was the water image Gu of water demon Hao Ji Lu. Previously, he had used water image Gu in the hero's assembly to deceive everyone by passing it off as the genuine body, and was able to kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before this great battle, Fan Yuan had taken this method into consideration and made a plan with He Lulan. To prevent news from leaking out, this arrangement was only known to the three of them. Fan Yuan's true body had never been in the main tent, but was instead hiding in a corner of the battlefield. With Wolfcare Gu, he had been observing the battlefield and commanding the wolf group to fight. The dialogues with He Lulan previously was also a facade prepared by using a series of Gu worms. Damn it, this is a fake. Where is the real Chang Shanin? Bian Xixian and Dong Fang's expressions turned extremely unsightly. They had fought so hard for such a long time, but the result was that they were tricked. Chapter 513. 7-Star Light. From the back of the twin-headed rhino, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning looked around everywhere. In the chaotic battlefield, dozen or so rank 4 Gu masters had formed their own battle rings, out of which 3 matches were finished. He Tribe 1-2 while Dong Fang Tribe 1-1. Several divisions of elite troops were still fighting against each other, and because of Dong Fan Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was on the losing end in this aspect. The battle of Wolf Group with Crocodile, Crab and Bat Group was also in a deadlock. There was no sign of Fang Yuan, no one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xixian and Dong Fang searched in vain, their expression turning several shades darker. Dong Fan Yuliang soon accepted the fact of this failure. He smiled brightly. This is somewhat interesting, but still within my expectations. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will be revealed and sooner or later, we will find his position. He Lulan, your loss has only been momentarily delayed. Ha! He Lulan threw his head back and laughed loudly. his laughter containing a disdainful intent. Dong Fang child, you really think I was restrained by you? Saying so, the skin on his whole body turned pitch dark like the night. At the same time, endless black smoke oozed out of the pores on his body. The black smoke surged and soon covered his whole body. In just moments, He Lu Lan turned into a human-shaped black smoke with smoke rising in spirals. When looked from outside, one would only see a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. A very ominous feeling welled up in Dong Fang Liang's heart. A thought to retreat immediately crossed in his mind. However, although the cloud whirlpool was restricting the dark vortex and restraining He Lu Lan, in another aspect, was it not same as the dark vortex restricting cloud whirlpool? The next instant, He Lu Lan turned into black smoke and actually entered into the dark vortex. Not good! Dong Fang Liang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was already too late. The dark giant sphere that was as big as a small hill was originally being slowly swallowed bit by the cloud whirlpool. But suddenly, the dark vortex rapidly shrunk. The cloud vortex was unable to react in time, and quickly contracted with the flow of the dark vortex. But next instant, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, instead of saying expansion, it is better to call it explosion. Dong Fang Liang was overwhelmed. There was no sound, it was a soundless explosion. The cloud whirlpool could only hold for 3 breaths before it was burst by the dark vortex. The dark giant sphere continually enlarged and swallowed everything, be it humans or beasts, like a prehistoric giant monster. Only when it covered a radius of 10 li did the semicircular dark sphere disappear. There was no sound wave like that of a normal explosion, and also no wind force was generated. This strange tyrannical explosion had the nature of corrosion with the ability to melt everything. After the dark vortex disappeared, 10 li of battlefield was completely cleared, with only He Lu Lan remaining in the air and Dong Fang Liang, who was in a deep crater on the ground. All the remaining humans or beasts within the radius of the explosion of the dark vortex were eroded into nothingness. He Lu Lan looked down at Dong Fang Liang with extreme exhaustion. He was gasping for breath and his whole body was soaked in dark red blood. But the corners of his lips had curled up into a crazed, sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dong Fang Liang! Since you can think of this cloud whirlpool killer move to restrict dark vortex, I can also improve on my killer move. How is it? How is the taste of the banquet I prepared for you meticulously? This is a trump card which I have been concealing all along, not even letting my kin know. He Lu Lan laughed wildly, his laughter echoing throughout the whole battlefield. For a moment, his aura pressed down on his surroundings. Even the Gu masters in the battle could not help but gaze towards him. When they saw He Lu Lan occupying the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale surged high, while Dong Fang tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy pressure on their heart. The generals were the source of courage of the troops. The fight between He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Liang was crucial to the soldiers. It was very important, and was not only a matter that concerned an individual life or death, but would influence this great battlefield. Cough cough. He Lu Lan was laughing wildly, when suddenly he spurted out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Although this move was very powerful, it would also cause self-harm. It was classified as a self-harming move, and no matter what the result, once it was activated, most of the Gu worms that formed the dark vortex killer move would die. Once Gu worms died, the Gu masters would naturally suffer from backlash. But this move was already very profitable. In one move, He Lu Lan not only escaped from the trap, he was able to counter-pressure Dong Fang Liang and also kill Wei Xian, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in 3 hearts combination soul state. With these 3 people dead, the mixed beast group immediately began to fight against each other, with there being no one to guide them. Just like Fan Yuan said before, they crumbled. With this mixed beast group rushing everywhere and attacking recklessly, the battlefield turned even more chaotic. Dong Fang Liang rose up slowly with a solemn expression. He Lu Lan had kept this move extremely confidential. Dong Fang Liang did not even have a trace of any relevant clue, so he had not expected for the killer move to be improved with such terrifying destructive power. As a matter of fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xian and Jiang Wangshan, which could directly transfer these 3 to the rear of the battlefield. However, when He Lu Lan was improving on his killer move, he added a space path Gu as well. Thus, when the dark vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dong Fang Liang's methods lost their effectiveness. Dong Fang Liang, it is still not late for you to accept your defeat. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and forget all my past hatred, and appoint you as my first military advisor. He Lu Lan tried to make Dong Fang Yuliang surrender in front of everyone. Dong Fang Yuliang coldly smiled. He Lu Lan's lustful nature was widely known, and had already been coveting after his sister Dong Fang Qinyu. Dong Fang Yuliang might surrender to other forces, but he would never choose to pledge allegiance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan, you are really too optimistic. Even if your side is occupying the upper hand, you are still a long way from victory. Come, let us fight. 7-star light. Dong Fang Yuliang softly shouted. 7 lights swiftly rose up beside him. These 7 lights had different colors, continually rotating around his body, drawing a beautiful light orbit. This was Dong Fang Yuliang's signature killer move. These 7 lights had different effects, and under their empowerment, Dong Fang Yuliang activated Star Thought Gu. Whoosh! Countless thoughts gushed out as bright as starlight. The radiance of these star thoughts could not be covered even by the sunlight. A sea of star thoughts rose up to the air, and within few breaths of time, Dong Fang Yuliang had tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the air, starlights merged into one and formed a large patch of star cloud which surged forward with great momentum. He Lu Lan, take this! Dong Fang Yuliang shouted and shot the star thoughts beside him towards He Lu Lan. Such an enormous scale of star thoughts burst through the wind with astonishing grandeur. Humph! A trace of fear flashed past the depths of He Lu Lan's pupils. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Each Gu Master path had its own attacking methods. A path without any attacking methods would be eliminated and vanish in the passage of history. Many years ago, He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yuliang had crossed swords. At that time, just a scale of several thousand star thoughts was enough to make He Lu Lan suffer greatly. Star thoughts were very fast and would directly attack the enemy's mind from any direction possible, and were very difficult to guard against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dong Fang Yuliang really intends to bet his life. Creating so many star thoughts without any restriction, it is already no longer as simple as injuring soul or body. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, Dong Fang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My state is not good now, I had better avoid it first. He Lu Lan had thoughts of retreating when he looked at such a large scale of star thoughts. He disappeared from the spot, appearing 1,000 steps away. But star thoughts were as fast as lightning as they chased after He Lu Lan without giving up. He Lu Lan snorted, healing himself while continually dodging. The enormous star cloud formed from the star thoughts continued to chase after He Lu Lan, devastating everything in its path. Some Gu Masters with weak willpower were directly struck into idiocy by the star thoughts. Most of the Gu Masters whose minds were struck by star thoughts immediately felt dizzy and could not keep standing stably. Only few Gu Master experts with firm willpower moved their thoughts to destroy the external star thoughts. But because of these Gu Masters resisting the star thoughts, the intense battle had slowed down. Rank 4 Gu Masters could rampage through the battlefield, but once a rank 5 Gu Master moved, they could influence the whole situation. Dong Fang Yuliang made an all-out attack, pressing down He Lu Lan into disadvantage. The star cloud formed from the majestic star thoughts became the first force to dominate the battlefield. Although star thoughts exhausted rapidly, the star thoughts Dong Fang Yuliang created were extremely fast. As time passed, the size of the star cloud did not decrease, but instead slightly increased. Almost everyone in the battlefield were concentrating on the star cloud. When the star cloud neared, most of the Gu Masters would choose to flee, afraid of being struck into idiocy. However, Dong Fang Yuliang did not have the least bit of joy and was instead filled with worry. He Lu Lan's movement Gu was outstanding, even star thoughts could not catch up. Dong Fang Yuliang knew clearly there were 2 people who were the most significant in He Alliance army: He Lu Lan and Chang Shanin. Right now, He Lu Lan was escaping faster than a rabbit while Chang Shanin was hiding somewhere, meticulously suppressing his soul and only using a portion to control the wolf group. The chance of bringing him out in the light in this chaotic battlefield was extremely minute. Since it is so, I shall destroy your elite troops. I want to see if you can still keep on enduring. A cold glint flashed in Dong Fang Yuliang's eyes. The star thought clouds suddenly changed direction and charged towards the battle rings of the elite troops. These elite troops were at least of rank 2 cultivation with rank 3 Gu Masters as their leaders. They had numerical advantage but could never be Dong Fang Yuliang's match. Under the special consideration of Star Thought Cloud, He Tribe's Blue Butterfly elite troop immediately collapsed with countless casualties. My elite troop! At this sight, Yi tribe leaders shouted in heartache. Still not coming out? Dong Fang Yuliang slightly raised his brows and mobilized Star Thought Cloud to attack War Dog Elite Troop. War Dog Elite Troop was immediately disrupted, and the surrounding elite troops took this chance to besiege them, killing this elite troop quickly and easily. My War Dog Elite Troop! Wang tribe leader's body trembled in heartache. Who knew how much resources and energy Wang tribe had used to cultivate this elite troop? Such precious battle force was destroyed within moments. Still not coming out to rescue them? Dong Fang Yuliang's brows furrowed deeper. Killing 2 elite troops one after another had caused a huge consumption in the Star Thoughts. If not for him continually creating new Star Thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud would have already been used up. Despite the empowerment from 7 star lights, Dong Fang Yuliang still felt an intense weakness at this moment. Strands of white began to appear in his bluish-black hair. Kill, I want to see how long you can maintain this killer move. Fan Yuan, who was hiding in some corner enjoying this scene through wolf care goo while smiling coldly. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would be able to collect after the battle. Anyway, as long as they obtained victory at the end, he still held the qualification to enter Imperial Court. Dong Fang Yuliang was trying to force Fan Yuan out by slaughtering the elite troops, but it will only happen in his sweet dreams. Chapter 514. Wolf King's Ruthlessness. The battle continued. Because of Dong Fang Yuliang using all his strength to attack and slaughtering 3 elite troops one after another, Dong Fang tribe began to occupy upper hand. Kill! Let us kill all these He tribe thugs. Kill all the men, and take all the women to our camp. Dong Fang Alliance army's morale surged high, their offense becoming fiercer as they beat back He tribe allied army without giving them room for breather. However, the originator of this momentum, Dong Fang Yuliang, was somewhat worried. Although we look to be moving towards victory, my side has already shown our trump cards. My killer move 7 star lights won't last for long. If I still can't force He Lu Lan and Chang Shanin out, then. Dong Fang Yuliang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he thought of this. His clear and incisive eyes gazed towards the mid-army of He tribe where Black Banner Elite Troop was stationed. This division of elite troop had formidable strength, far surpassing others. Till now, this precious force had not made any move and was holding their position. Next, Dong Fang Yuliang's gaze moved towards a specific corner of the battlefield. Gu tribe Gu masters were gathered there with Gu Guang and the rest being blood-soaked and fighting bravely. Dong Fang Yuliang expressionlessly split the Star Thought Cloud into 2. One half moved towards Black Banner Elite Troop, while the other half moved towards Gu tribe. Seeing the invasion of the Star Cloud, Black Banner Army's 3 commanders paled. Defend! All forces activate Gu together! The commanders sent the command, and all the heads of the Black Banner Elite Troop put all their efforts in activating Gu. Battle Thought Gu was similar to Star Thought Gu and Empty Thought Gu, and was also one of the Wisdom Path Gu worms. All the different ranking commanders of Black Banner Elite Troop coordinated to activate Rank 3 to Rank 4 Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were meant to be used on Black Banner Elite Troop. During the battle Thought Gu would enter their brain and surge their battle intent, making them fearless. Star Thought Cloud pounced towards them. Red thoughts emerged above the Black Banner Elite Troop. There were few of these battle thoughts, but with them guarding beside the Black Banner Elite Troop, the Elite Troop was able to forcibly resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He tribe is indeed worthy of being a super tribe. The quality of their elite troop is far beyond that of other tribes' elite troops. Fang Yuan inwardly praised at this sight. These Black Banner Elite Troop belonged to He tribe completely and would keep on accumulating their strength during peaceful times. The Gu masters in this troop were carefully selected elites, and with the large amounts of training and enormous resources invested in them, they were able to form into a trump card. Each of them had firm willpower and possessed the ability to resist the thought's impact by themselves. Now, with the protection of battle thoughts added, the devastation of Star Thought Cloud was restrained for the first time. Naturally, there was a crucial reason for this. Dong Fang Yuliang had not used all his strength in this, and had divided the Star Thought Cloud into 2, only using half of it to attack Black Banner Elite Troop. Black Banner Elite Troop's breathtaking performance shocked the people, forming a clear contrast with the other devastated elite troops. While on the Gu tribe's side, miserable screams kept on ringing out. They were being slaughtered under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts. Fan Yuan watched this indifferently. He was able to use Wolf Care Gu very proficiently, allowing him to see Gu tribe's miserable condition clearly. Gu tribe was no more than one of his chess pieces to disguise his identity. As the chess master, why would he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not coming out? Dong Fang Yuliang waited patiently for a while, secretly observing with his detection Gu. As long as Fan Yuan made any move to rescue the Gu tribe, he would be able to pinpoint Fan Yuan's exact location through the soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fan Yuan did not make any move. Such cold and heartless action of Wolf King made Dong Fang Yuliang feel a chill down his spine. On the contrary, when He Lu Lan saw his Black Banner elite troop showing signs of not being able to hold off anymore, he quickly made his move. Dong Fang Yuliang, die! He shouted with a grandeur that looked like he had already recovered from the backlash. Dong Fang Yuliang snorted. Large numbers of new star thoughts emerged above his head and charged towards He Lu Lan. The two collided in the midair, exchanging many moves. For a time, the victor or the loser could not be determined. With He Lu Lan's interference, the star thought cloud that was causing troubles for Black Banner elite troop had no more support, and completely disappeared after causing mayhem for a while. The battlefield that had turned chaotic for a while, again entered a deadlock. A smaller part of the dozen or so rank 4 battle rings had already ended with the result ending in death or injuries. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still fighting. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and Flying Lightning Dong Pekong, however, were moving back and forth in the battlefield. These two both had outstanding movement Gu, and even when they were blocked by rank 4 Gu masters, they were able to easily get past them. They were continuously searching for Fan Yuan's traces, but unfortunately Fan Yuan kept on hiding without making any moves, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, a male and a female, were sipping tea while observing the smoke image on the center of the table. The smoke image kept on surging, showing the scenes of the battle between He tribe and Dong Fang tribe. The scenes were extremely clear, showing minute details of every corner. The female Gu immortal Tan Baiya looked away and smiled towards the male Gu immortal Dong Fang Changfan. Looks like this battle will be determined by the battle between Dong Fang Yuliang and He Lu Lan. Whichever side wins will be the side that will occupy the upper hand. Dong Fang Yuliang, this young man is pretty good, being able to bring the battle into a stalemate while having weaker military forces than He tribe. It seems Brother Changfan's guidance is quite effective. Dong Fang Changfan had an ancient noble appearance, with eyes that intermittently flashed with all kinds of colors. This soul wisdom path Gu immortal of Dong Fang tribe indifferently shook his head and said with indifference, "Actually, I only said 2 to 3 sentences to Dong Fang Yuliang. But this young lad is indeed good, and quite interesting." After returning, he wantonly proclaimed this and rose up, borrowing my prestige. He has some talent and also puts in great efforts. I have already promised him that as long as he can be the lord of the imperial court, I will heal his little sister and nurture him as one of my successors. Become the lord of imperial court? Tan Baiya was slightly dazed before smiling. Please forgive little sister for being blunt. In this round of the imperial court contest, I am afraid Dong Fang tribe does not have a high chance. Within the several popular candidates this year, Yilui tribe's Yilui Sang is thought to have a high chance by everyone. This time, Yilui tribe's supreme elder Yilui Lai has secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yilui Sang. This is already an open secret in the circle. Yilui tribe might be part of the Huangjin family and one of the super tribes of Northern Plains, but they haven't gained ownership of imperial court for the last 8 rounds. Because of this, Yilui Lai has been made fun of by He Qing of He tribe in these days. He is probably mobilizing immortal Gu this time to regain face. Dong Fang Changfan chuckled after he finished speaking. His chuckle seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya sipped tea and said, "Yes, speaking of He Qing, He Lu Lan is his 27th concubine's child. This is his son, so he has been actively supporting from behind because of sentiment and principle. Thus, He Lu Lan is also one of the popular candidates. Historically speaking, the struggle for the imperial court is no more than a competition between several large Huangjin family tribes. Those that are able to be the lord of imperial court have immense support from behind. From what I see, He Lu Lan's chances are much higher than your tribe's Dong Fang Yuliang." Dong Fang Changfan, however, slowly shook his head. Tan Baiya's eyes flashed with a trace of interest at this. "What is it? Could it be Brother Changfan also privately gave an immortal Gu to Dong Fang Yuliang? Or maybe you set up some arrangements to ensure Dong Fang Yuliang becomes the lord of imperial court?" Wisdom Path Gu masters had the ability to scheme deeply and make deductions. Most Gu immortals have either experienced this personally or have heard of it. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in numbers. Dong Fan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu master of Northern Plains. If he had secretly made arrangements, and as long as it did not openly break the game rules for the fight for Imperial Court, Dong Fan Yulian would have a great probability of success. However, Dong Fan negated Tan Baiya's conjecture. No. During this round's competition for Imperial Court, Ma tribe has enormous momentum and could be said to have one foot on the throne of Imperial Court. Why would I Dong Fan do pointless work? He, Dong Fan, was already old and did not have much time left. He had calculated that the time of his death was around the corner, and thus for the tribe and also for his legacy to be continued, the matter of importance was to choose and nurture his successor. The fight for the Imperial Court was secondary. Not all Gu masters could become Wisdom Path Gu masters by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dong Fan was very pleased with Dong Fan Yuliang's talents, and even was slightly fearful. What made him even more pleased was Dong Fan Yuliang had a weak and sick little sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dong Fan Yuliang's weakness, and as long as he grasped this hold on him, he would not need to worry about Dong Fan Yuliang's loyalty. The fight for the Imperial Court was only a plan he set for Dong Fan Yuliang. After Dong Fan Yuliang was defeated, he would definitely come to beg him to save his little sister. This was akin to him gaining a hold on Dong Fan Yuliang of the latter's own initiative. If Dong Fan Yuliang succeeds by fluke, that would also be an unexpected surprise. Even though he had promised Dong Fan Yuliang to heal his little sister, who is to say if she would be cured completely? Tan Baiya was surprised. What is this? Brother Changfan, you actually are optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large-scale tribe with quite extraordinary military strength, but they don't have an Gu immortal supreme elder. Dong Fan seemed to be waiting for this question as he leisurely replied. Sister Baiya, you are unaware that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe to give them support. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, that group of demonic path Gu immortals. Tan Baiya's complexion sank as the news had quite a huge impact on her. She closely looked at Dong Fan. Brother Changfan, how did you know this? Dong Fan proudly smiled. I personally deduced this, you are the first one to know of it. Tan Baiya immediately believed most of it. Dong Fan was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. This deduction he made personally should be equal to the truth. She also knew his details and knew he did not have any reason to deceive her. Moreover, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's group of demonic path Gu immortals had always been coveting after 88 True Young building. This time, they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to get their hands on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. Such things had happened many times in the past as well. Thinking of this, she could not remain seated anymore. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, and was secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. In case Lu Wenwu obtained the throne of Imperial Court, it would be an extremely big help to her status in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had severely affected her arrangement. She naturally could not be tolerant, and stood up. Brother Changfan, this matter is of grave importance. Demonic path Gu immortals are jackals and wolves, the others are still in the dark. Little sister will go inform them. Please forgive little sister for taking her leave. Go, go. Dong Fan slowly nodded and opened the door of the Blessed Land. After Tan Baiya left the Blessed Land, Dong Fan's face that had no change like an ancient well, showed a hint of a smile. This discussion was a scheme he had made for Tan Baiya. Tan Baiya was also an astute Gu immortal, but since she was involved herself and also had her own expectations from this, she could be easily plotted against. Dong Fan's gaze moved towards the smoke image where some changes had appeared in the battle. After a long fight, Dong Fan Yuliang was slowly unable to hold up and began to retreat. With the main chief commander retreating, the army morale instantly fell and under Dong Fan Yuliang's command, also began to retreat. The army was rattled but retreated without rushing. They had clearly received a lot of training. Dong Fan Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of care in planning the retreat prior to the battle. Dong Fan army slowly retreated while counter-attacking occasionally. Many Gu masters of He tribe were instead the ones to lose their lives due to carelessness. Wind Demon, you gutless rat, want to run? Water Demon Hao Jilu shouted. His body was filled with injuries and was soaked in blood. Wind Demon scoffed but did not reply, instead retreating silently, firmly acting on Dong Fan Yuliang's command. The defensive line the army had constructed before was several hundreds of li farther. As long as they could retreat to the defense line, they would have time to get some rest and recover their strength. At that time, it would be He tribe army's turn to feel a headache, and this bad start would only be a small detail. However, right at this time, wolf groups suddenly howled and gathered together, once again forming into a wolf tide that unfolded a death charge towards Dong Fang army. The wolf group was different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives while the wolf group could charge on without fearing death. Damn it! Dong Fang Yuliang's heart was tearing as he looked at this. Under the wolf group's charge, Dong Fang Alliance army suffered countless casualties and panic soon spread in the army, continuing to show signs of crumbling. Fan Yuan used 80% of his master-level enslavement attainment. The people who looked at it were dazzled as the assault came in waves after waves, unceasingly. Dong Fang army was like mud which under the cleansing of the wolf tide, broke apart piece by piece. The strong soul fluctuations revealed Fan Yuan's position. But Fan Yuan was already in the open now. He was standing on the calm twin-headed rhino with many Gu master experts gathering beside him. Wolf King Chang Shanin. Dong Fang Yuliang gnashed his teeth, his eyes seemingly breathing fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced the ruthlessness and the ferocity of Fan Yuan. Don't forget, Fan Yuan had only acted twice in this battle. The first time he moved, he directly created the all-out war, causing many of Dong Fang Yuliang's arrangements to have no place to be used. And now, the second time he moved, was the time when Dong Fang army was its weakest, throwing stones at them when they were having difficulties. Right now, the Gu masters almost had no primeval essence in their aperture, having risked their lives for so long. Although they still had strength to battle, they were perishing together with the wolves. Fan Yuan's wolf group also had severe losses. But this was already a great profit. His wolves could be easily replenished. There were many wolves in northern plains. But the sacrifice the other side had to make were precious Gu masters. Chapter 5:15. Dong Fang Yuliang's backup plan. Dong Fang army suffered huge losses within a short period of time, and they abandoned the large numbers of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run! It will be too late if we don't go now! The situation Dong Fang Yuliang was most worried about finally happened. Dong Fang Alliance army collapsed with no intent to battle, only concentrating on escaping. He tribe army took this chance to unfold a cruel massacre. Dong Fang Yuliang gnashed his teeth and promptly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to hold back the enemy. The experts turned around and dealt a heavy blow, restraining the momentum of He tribe army. But this did not last long as He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts took the stage and hindered the Dong Fang tribe's experts. Dong Fang Yuliang made a move again, but was pinned down by He Lulan. Seeing his side troops chasing after the enemy and having the momentum in unfolding cruel massacre, Fan Yuan stopped and summoned the wolf group beside him. This move immediately won favorable impression from the Black Banner elite troops commander who was beside him. In his view, this was a great chance for Wolf King to get battle contributions, but the latter instead gave these battle achievements to others. This commander praised Fan Yuan openly. Fan Yuan knew the other party was trying to express goodwill. He Xiaoyi had been appointed as his bodyguard, but Xiaoyi deserted him in the face of danger, and if not for the water image Gu, he would have already been dead. However, Fan Yuan never counted on someone else's protection, he only relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiaoyi was He Lulan's trusted general, and because of this, he would not be able to do anything to He Xiaoyi if he raised this topic. Even if he could, Fan Yuan was not willing to be in such pointless internal friction. He casually replied, secretly hinting the commander that he did not put this matter in heart. Only then did the commander let out a breath of relief, secretly feeling, though Wolf King was arrogant, he was truly magnanimous and extraordinary. Finally, Dong Fang army made a mad run to the first defense line, paying a disastrous price for this. 20% of the whole army had died during the first battle, but 50% had died during the chase by the wolf group and the enemy. The remaining 30% who were injured and disabled managed to run to the defense line. Among the rank 4 experts, 2 died in the process of holding back He tribe army. The He tribe army chased without stopping, but they were shot through by the Feather Arrow elite troops who were standing on the defense walls, and lost hundreds of people before running away in sorry figures. This was the elite troop that the Dong Fang tribe had cultivated by spending a lot of care and resources. They were not any weaker than the Black Banner elite troop. He tribe's Gu masters tried to charge through 3 times but were shot back into retreat by the Feather Arrow elite troop. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters to charge forward, but they were trapped by Dong Fang Liang's arrangement and lost 3 experts. Lord Alliance Leader, the enemy is relying on their location to defend and they occupy the geographical advantage. Our side has fought hard for long, we don't have sufficient primeval essence to keep on fighting, it would be better to retreat for now and make new plans. The group of experts returned to the main tent where cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan suggested this idea. Fan Yuan's brows furrowed. He had his previous life memories and knew Dong Fang Liang was very good at handling messy situations, winning against stronger opponents as the weaker side. If they delayed for long, the amount of intel he would receive would increase and it would be more unfavorable for He tribe. This time, there was Fan Yuan's interference which led to the He tribe occupying a greater dominance than in his previous life, but Dong Fang Liang, who was in a good shape, was an enormous threat. To deal with Dong Fang Liang, the best way was to continue attacking, without giving him the chance to scheme and calculate. He Lulan pondered on cunning gentleman's suggestion in silence. He had crossed hands with Dong Fang Liang before and was well acquainted with Dong Fang Liang's methods. He did not want to let go of this chance in front of him, and thus his gaze moved towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan proudly smiled and said to He Lulan, "He tribe leader does not need to worry, I can guarantee you that I will break this defense line in just a quarter of an hour." The crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise while cunning gentlemen sneered, feeling Fan Yuan was boasting. He Lulan, however, was joyous. "Then I shall see the Wolf King's ability." The wolf group once again gathered together and unfolded an endless charge at Dong Fang tribe's first line of defense. The Dong Fang tribe defended very tightly and in just moments, wolf corpses littered under the walls. He tribe's troops were overwhelmed at this sight. Fan Yuan was simply sending the wolf group to their death, disregarding the sacrifices. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop. They were experts at long-distance attacks and were with the direction of the wind from the walls. Rank 4 experts acted as emergency response group, moving everywhere. As long as an area showed signs of falling, they would move one after another to avert the disaster. Dong Fang tribe's defense line was truly like a fortress. Fan Yuan scoffed while continuously activating Wolf Hao Gu and creating shocking variations in the assault. Every variation brought an enormous threat to the defense line. This high intensity of battle caused enormous sacrifices in the wolf group. 280,000 wolves had died in a short period of time. Fan Yuan was expressionless as he commanded the wolf group from the twin-headed rhinoceros's back. The gazes the crowd in the main tent looked at him quietly changed. Wolf King's ruthlessness caused fear to emerge in these people. Such a majestic and fierce wolf tide gave them a feeling of being insignificant. "Wolf King Chang Shanin, such a ruthless heart you have, do you want to spare none?" Dong Fang Liang's expression was heavy. The large numbers of sacrifices in the wolf group were exchanged with intense consumption of primeval essence of Dong Fang army. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would rather give up on He Lulan, to take Chang Shanyin's life. Finally, Dong Fang tribe's Gu masters could not hold up anymore, and the wolf group's offense made them so exhausted that they did not even have time to take a breather, much less recover their primeval essence. "Retreat!" Helplessly, Dong Fang Liang could only send down the command to retreat. Just like Fan Yuan proclaimed, after a quarter of an hour, Dong Fang tribe's first line of defense was broken. Dong Fang Liang left behind a group of crippled Gu masters to cover their retreat, and led the remaining troops to escape towards the second defense line in the fastest speed possible. "My wolf group is very exhausted and is not fit to chase them anymore." Fan Yuan withdrew his wolf group and made way to give He tribe army the chance to move. This action won him almost everyone's good impressions. "I have sustained some injuries in this battle, you guys chase them and kill them all. But be careful, that Dong Fang lad definitely has some arrangements." He Lulan did not move from the main tent, and instead sent Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, the Wang tribe leader and others to chase. The crowd excitedly crossed over the broken defense line and moved in pursuit. But the troops had just crossed over the defense line when an intense explosion suddenly burst out. Boom! Just like the crackling of a thunder, dozens of Gu masters were instantly fried, leaving behind flesh and broken limbs on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, large numbers of explosions exploded in a chain reaction, covering the whole defense line. The troops who went to chase immediately suffered huge losses and fell into chaos. "It is charred thunder potato Gu." Dong Fang Liang buried large numbers of them under the defense line. The investigative Gu masters returned to report in the main tent. I can see it. He Lu Lan's expression was extremely dark as he waved his hand for the investigative Gu masters to take their leave. He was not stupid and immediately realized he had been schemed by Dong Fang Yuliang. Setting up so many charred thunder potato Gu would require a long time. This time was actually given by He Lu Lan. Before the battle, Dong Fang Yuliang had purposely sent a challenge letter to start the war. In retaliation, He Lu Lan listened to cunning gentleman's words and delayed it for several days, only starting the battle after his rear army gathered. This gave Dong Fang Yuliang the chance to put this plan in action. The explosions continued without an end, inflicting many casualties among the He tribe army. The most crucial point was that their pursuit had stopped. The He tribe army could only watch as the Dong Fang tribe's remnant troops safely escaped. Charred thunder potato Gu might only be a rank 2 Gu with limited power, but there was just too many of it. Besides this, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato Gu and a few rank 4 thunderclap potato Gu mixed among them. Even if Gu masters were able to activate defensive Gu and preserve their life, their primeval essence would be greatly consumed. There were only a few Gu masters who had flying Gu worms. Even if these people could catch up to the enemy, their strength was weak and would instead be giving Dong Fang tribe the opportunity to kill them. The Gu masters who had been worked up and excited to establish merits, finally returned to the camp in a sorry figure, full of injuries. We have already gained a huge victory today. Dong Fang lad is only delaying his death. I can still have the pleasure of killing him later. He Lu Lan pacified himself and began to handle the post-war affairs. Cleaning the battlefield, healing the injured, listing the battle merits. These were all complicated affairs that required energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally was not willing to waste his precious time on this. He casually gave an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. He had established huge contributions in this battle, and although he only moved a few times, each time was crucial. In front of his military success and position of strength, even cunning gentlemen kept quiet, much less anyone else. The Wolf King was not injured by the blast. Dong Fang Yuliang listened to the battle information from the detective Gu master, and felt quite regretful. Through this battle, he placed Fang Yuan as the number 1 enemy with threat even higher than He Lu Lan. Chang Shanin was extremely cunning and vicious, not even caring about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only at rank 4 peak stage, he was much more troublesome than He Lu Lan. Dong Fang Yuliang had originally calculated that the chance for Chang Shanin to mobilize his wolf group to chase them was very high. But his meticulously prepared trap did not even ensnare a single wolf, and instead killed large numbers of He tribe's Gu masters. A Gu master's life was much more precious than wild wolves. But Dong Fang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who were experts at deductions and schemes, a strong and powerful enemy was not troublesome. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he was not conceited, and instead was a very calm opponent. Such opponents were a thorn in the neck. It was precisely because of Fang Yuan's few times of making a move that caused Dong Fang army to fall from slightly losing position to utter defeat. From this, a gap appeared in the two sides where the He tribe was in a clear superiority, and Dong Fang army was in a disadvantage, in a worsening situation. Looking at this battle coming to an end, in Niu Blessed Land, Dong Fang Chang Fan retracted his gaze and collected the smoke on the table into his sleeves. Even without a need to deduce, he could tell that Dong Fang Yuliang was already in an absolute disadvantage after this battle. Unless He Lu Lan made a great mistake, Dong Fang Yuliang's hopes of advancing to imperial court had become very minute. However, Dong Fang Yuliang had performed remarkably in the battle, even creating a stalemate with his comparatively weaker military force. He had made full use of all the cards available to him. Especially his move in protecting the tribe's strength, which caused there to not be a single loss in Feather Arrow elite troop. This is his loyalty towards the tribe. Now, it is a test to see how well he deals with this messy situation. Dong Fang Chang Fan slowly closed his eyes, very pleased with this point. Other tribes' casualties were their matters. It was okay as long as Dong Fang tribe's losses were not large. The struggle for the imperial court by itself was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One of the objectives was to preserve his bloodline while weakening the other tribes. Chapter 516. Battle Merit Board. The red clouds surged in the air, giving Fang Yuan a burning hot feeling. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a mat with his eyes closed, his mind holding the fire cloud together. It is time. He inwardly calculated the time and slowly opened his eyes, after which he took out a wine vat. The wine vat was filled with dark blue liquid, giving off a shine like the reflection of the moon on the sea. Descend. Fan Yuan softly spoke, and the fire cloud in the air slowly fell down, pouring completely into the wine vat. For a moment, the contact of fire and water along with their merging produced thick black smoke. The black smoke rapidly pervaded the whole room. Fan Yuan could not even see his own fingers, as if he was in a dark night. With a shift of his mind, the wine vat suddenly let out an attraction force that completely absorbed all the black smoke within a few breaths of time. The room was bright once again, with a vague sweetness remaining in the air. Fan Yuan repeatedly flicked his finger, throwing goo worm after goo worm into the wine vat. The wine vat kept on shaking for 2-3 minutes before finally calming down. Fan Yuan gazed into the wine vat, and only saw black mud inside. Those goo worms he had thrown inside had completely merged together, forming a semi-finished product that was concealed in the center of the black mud. Rise. Fan Yuan cautiously poured his primeval essence. The surface of the black mud broke open and a thin, delicate sprout grew out of it. The delicate sprout was glossy green and grew rapidly, already growing into a small sapling in an instant. The sapling grew thicker with a visible speed, slowly growing upwards. Conversely, the black mud in the wine vat rapidly decreased. When the black mud decreased to 80%, the small tree stopped growing. The crown of the tree had formed into a tight shape, like a clenched green fist. Open! Fan Yuan gave a light shout and simultaneously poured in large amounts of primeval essence into the tree. The green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval body with a dark brown carapace. A majestic horn was on its head, which made it look thick and powerful. It had 4 pairs of long strong legs, and its whole body emitted a glossy metallic luster. One look at it was enough for anyone to know that it was not an ordinary goo. A trace of joy flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. This goo was precisely the all-out effort goo which he had failed to advance 3 times before, finally succeeding in this 4th try. Fan Yuan carefully observed, examining the differences in before and after the refinement. Rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it was from the southern border, it received the region's restriction and was suppressed to rank 2. Rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs and was larger in size, over 2 times bigger than its rank 3 counterpart. And because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo and did not suffer from suppression, thus letting out a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has immediately recovered for the most part. I will have to make preparations for its rank 5 recipe. Fortunately, I now possess a blessed land and can connect to treasure yellow heaven, and also have some connection with Langya blessed land. There is hope in getting hold of all-out effort goo's rank 5 recipe. Fan Yuan stored this new all-out effort goo into his aperture, and cleaned the room once before coming out of the large lizard house goo. Outside was a bright and beautiful scene. Large numbers of goo masters were moving back and forth between countless tents, hurrying about their respective affairs. Some were going to supply camps to exchange for goo worms, some were returning after cleaning up the battlefield, and some were building up defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the great battle with Dong Fang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe's army kept its patience, cleaning up the battlefield every day, making details of battle merits and healing the injured. These serious and diverse affairs caused the army higher-ups to be extremely busy. A mountain of paperwork had piled up on He Lu Lan's table. Cunning Gentleman was given heavy responsibilities and was so busy that he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and his face had become pale as paper. Each of the tribe leaders were also very busy, rushing about to fight for the benefits of their respective tribes. As people holding top positions, they naturally had their own duty and responsibility. In this period of time, Ge Guang also looked for Fan Yuan several times, hoping Fan Yuan would come out for Ge Tribe's benefits, but Fan Yuan ignored and refused to see him, only concentrating in cultivating. In this time, they appeared to be free and unconstrained like those demonic path goo masters. For the most part, they did not receive any implications and only looked after themselves. Apart from checking whether their battle merits had not been embezzled, they were either healing their injuries or using battle merits to exchange for new goo worms, actively preparing for war. The treatment abilities of this world was far above that on Earth. On Earth, amputated limbs would mean becoming a disabled. If fingers were cut off, the fingers would need to be preserved and transplanted within a set period of time. And this transplantation had a chance of failure. But in this world, even if one's limbs were completely cut off, they could be directly grown under the healing effects of goo worms. Basically, as long as the goo masters were not inflicted with troublesome injuries, they could be healed. Thus, although only a short period of 8 days had passed, the number of injured in He tribe army had already decreased by 80%, among which most had recovered the ability to fight. As one went nearer towards the supply camps, they would discover a bigger stream of people. Over these days, large numbers of goo masters came here to exchange their battle merits for goods. The supply camps became the most busy place in the whole camp. They opened 15 large tents in a row, with each tent occupying at least 3.25 acres, and over 1,000 goo masters were working to serve people. But even so, the supply camp was packed with people and every tent was crowded and clamorous. Subordinate greets Lord Wolf King. Please come this way, Lord. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a professional female goo master led him to a goo house with a smile on her face. As long as there was an organization, there would be hierarchy, upper and lower levels, and also difference in treatments. Fang Yuan belonged to the upper layer in the whole army, and the treatment he received would naturally be different from ordinary people. Lord Wolf King is mighty. You are the first in the battle merit list in this battle. The young and beautiful female goo master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a look of worship. Fang Yuan gently pulled apart the two ends of the scroll and saw Chang Shan Yin at the very start. After his name was the amount of battle merit, which was a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, denoting over 100,000 characters. Fang Yuan only roughly glanced at it. In this world, battle merits were easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of goo worms that could monitor or capture images. In every large battle, every tribe would use large numbers of goo worms to record the whole process of the battle. Besides the purpose of calculating the battle merits, it was more importantly for assimilating experience, gathering intel, probing the enemy's real details, and understanding one's own side's deficiencies. Besides this, many goo masters would also use their own goo worms to record their own battle. With all these details and images of every corner, the battle merits would be calculated again and again to verify the correct statistic. Fang Yuan opened the scroll further. Under his name was He Lu Lan. His battle merit was over 80,000. He Lu Lan fought and pinned down Dong Fang Liang, who was the strongest expert in the enemy's side. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming and Wan Shan, who were under 3 hearts combination soul, getting rid of the mixed beast group. This was an enormous battle contribution. Under He Lu Lan was Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping, and so on, with tens of thousands as their battle merits. As Fang Yuan went further down, the battle merits became less and less. After the top 10, the battle merits fell down to over 9,000. After the top 20, the battle merits fell down to around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded 106 people altogether, with most having around 3,000 battle merits. It was clear this scroll was the list of the highest battle merits achiever. The complete battle merit list was erected in the 15 large tents and was as large as defense walls, with large numbers of swim-word goo used on them. Thus, the characters on the surface of the large list would flicker time to time, showing the change in the battle merits. The battle merit statistics had started from the moment the battle started, and would keep on being maintained. Some goo masters would exchange their battle merits for goo worms, thus their battle merits would fall. Some goo masters' battle merits would instead continue to rise. Especially healing goo masters, they would have considerable gains in the post-war. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side. The female goo master had been observing his expression, and at this moment, she handed over a goo worm. This goo worm looked like a ladybug with square carapace, protruding edges, while the middle part was sunken like a window frame. This was rank 4 East Window Goo, an information path goo, used to store information. Previously at Langya Blessed Land, when Fang Yuan asked for the information on 88 True Young Building, the Langya Land Spirit had given him an East Window Goo. Fang Yuan took the East Window Goo and held it in his hand, pouring primeval essence into it. East Window Goo gave off a glimmer, and an enormous amount of information poured into Fang Yuan's mind. There was a large number of goods, including goo worms from every path, beasts, vegetation, primeval stones, variant men, goo recipes, and so on. These goods were put up by all tribes, and according to rules, as the alliance leader, He tribe put forward the maximum number of goods, no less than half of all these goods. Soon, Fang Yuan discovered many things he wanted to purchase from these goods. Although Fang Yuan could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven through Little Hu Immortal, the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transactions between great sects and clans, which used immortal essence stones as the currency. It was not suitable for Fan Yuan's current state. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Yanshi, who was coveting after Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel goo. If Fan Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 goo to raise his strength, he would need to buy Northern Plains goo worms. If he did that, it would definitely provide an important evidence to this wisdom path goo immortal. Thus, the supply camp was much more suitable to the current Fan Yuan than Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among my strength path goo worms, all-out effort goo has been raised to rank 4 and has adapted to Northern Plains. But I still have rank 3 strength chi goo, Tusita flower, primeval elder goo, self-reliance goo, as well as rank 4 bitter strength, expend strength goo, and charge and crash goo. These goo are all from southern border and is under region suppression in the Northern Plains. To remove the region's suppression, I would need to advance these goo to higher rank in Northern Plains. But to do so would mean too much investment. There was a probability of failure in goo refinement. Even though Fan Yuan had close to master level skill in refinement path, he was not exempted from this probability. The rank 4 all-out effort goo he refined had failed several times before succeeding. The refinement of nauseous crying baby goo failed for over 10 times, yet it still did not succeed in the end. The higher the rank of the goo, the higher the probability of failing the refinement. This was especially so for rank 5 goo, as those were very challenging and difficult to refine, with the probability of success usually being less than 1 in 1,000. Chapter 5:17. Lurking Soul Coat Goo. Advancing Bitter Strength Goo, Expend Strength Goo, and Charging Crash Goo to rank 5 was a huge project. Fan Yuan would need to use large amounts of materials and goo worms. Thus, often only the goo immortals who had blessed lands had the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 goo. It was very hard for mortals to bear such a price. Thus, in the mortal world, a lot of rank 5 goo masters did not even have one rank 5 goo. Only people like He Lulan and Dong Fang, who had the support of a large force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 goo. In the information provided by East Window Goo, there was only a dark path rank 5 goo that could be exchanged with battle merits. My enslavement path goo originated from Chan Shanin. Almost all are rank 4, and it will be extremely difficult to raise them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I need to concentrate on gathering goo recipes, just in case. As for my strength path goo, those originate from southern border. Rather than refining them, it might be better to make direct purchases. After all, these goo are not my vital goo, so if the refinement fails, they will perish. And if I want to refine again, I will have to accumulate them again. Fan Yuan's plan was the same as the choice many foreign region goo masters sensibly made in the troubled times that were to come in the future. He made his choice. There was only 1 rank 5 goo among the goods, but there were many rank 4 goo, including Bitter Strength goo, Tusita flower, and Primeval Elder goo. But there was no Charge and Crash goo. Fan Yuan could only opt for the next best choice and choose 2 pairs of rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, intending to fuse them himself. Self-reliance goo was a perfect match for strength path goo masters, and a rare goo at that. In He Tribe's enormous list of goods, there was 1 self-reliance goo, but unfortunately it was only at rank 2, even lower than Fan Yuan's. Rank 3 self-reliance goo could reach a price of 45,000 primeval stones, which corresponded to 4,500 battle merits. A rank 4 self-reliance goo's price could be compared to a rank 5 goo, and had a very low possibility of appearing in the exchange list. Fan Yuan pondered and bought this rank 2 self-reliance goo as well. If there was truly no other way, he could only try to refine it. If the self-reliance goo was like this, then there was no need to even mention strength chi goo. Strength chi goo was already extinct in the mortal markets, and Fan Yuan's strength chi goo was obtained by reverse refining rank 4 atmosphere goo. But the atmosphere goo was rank 4, and was not a mainstream goo, and was also very rare on top of that. If Fan Yuan wanted to obtain strength chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains atmosphere goo and reverse refine it to rank 3 strength chi goo. He had rank 5 cultivation now. Rank 3 strength chi goo was not suitable for him anymore. Rank 3 goo's help to him now was extremely small. Since there is no expend strength goo, then so be it. After all, this goo is used for restricting strength path and has few applications. If I don't have strength chi goo, it will truly be miserable. I will be lacking long-range attack methods and land in the most common predicament of present-age strength path goo masters. Strength chi goo might not be treated as a core goo, but it was extremely important to Strength Path Goo Masters. So I can only try to gather rank 4 and rank 5 recipes of Strength Chi Goo for now. Chi Path has already died out, Treasure Yellow Heaven has them, but the prices are definitely high. Perhaps my greatest hope is in Langya Blessed Land. But Langya Land's spirit is not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price if I want to obtain the recipe. Just when Fan Yuan was inwardly vexed about this problem, he suddenly had a realization. Wrong. His mind received a slight jolt. Even if my strength path doesn't have long-ranged attack methods, my enslavement path can make up for it. My situation is no longer the same now. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate enslavement and strength path. They can complement each other. Fan Yuan's view suddenly cleared up. Although he was someone who had been reborn and was meticulous, it was unavoidable for even him to have times of habitual thinking. He only had 1 aperture in his previous life, and even though he had touched upon other paths, it was mostly after he became a Goo immortal. But now, he was already cultivating 2 paths as immortal. Enslavement path Goo masters are most afraid of beheading the leader tactics. I can use strength path to defend. On the contrary, strength path's weakness can be filled by using enslavement path. Strength Chi Goo, there is no need for it. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path Goo masters was easily resolved. Following after this, Fan Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path Goo and large numbers of Goo refinement materials. These space path Goo and materials were preparations to enter Luo Pa Valley later on. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had sealed Luo Pa Valley back then. If one wanted to enter, normal methods wouldn't work. One must have a rank 5 open door Goo. Open door Goo could let the fated ones enter Luo Pa Valley. But to close the passage would require refining a rank 5 closed door Goo, to prevent the exposure of the passage and others entering in. Lord Wolf King actually exchanged for so many strength path Goo and space path Goo, and there are also huge amounts of Goo refinement materials. The goods Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for caused this female Goo master to be inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path Goo was still reasonable. After all, strength path might be declining, but it consumed less primeval essence. In case primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it could act as a Goo master's last support. Thus, in northern plains where battles occurred frequently, almost all the Goo masters cultivated some strength path Goo. But what is Lord Wolf King going to do with these space path Goo? Maybe he wants to use space path Goo to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Goo masters are often restrained by beheading leader tactics. There are also these astonishing amounts of Goo refinement materials. Is Lord Wolf King interested towards refinement path? Or maybe he is researching a completely new enslavement path Goo. The female Goo master was full of doubts but did not express them. She was very aware that rashly inquiring about these secrets was an extremely great offense to the Goo master. Thus, she did not reveal any curiosity on her face, concentrating only on handling these exchanges. Fan Yuan soon saw his battle merits decreased by over half on the battle list, immediately falling down from first position. Lord Wolf King, these goods you exchanged for will be sent to you one by one today and will be completely delivered by dawn, the female Goo master informed in a soft voice. Fan Yuan nodded and was just about to leave when this female Goo master said in a low voice, Lord Wolf King, please wait a moment. Here is a Goo recipe which is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specifically told me to hold it for you. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. There was no need to even guess. The female Goo master before him was definitely He Tribe's Goo master. In such an important place like the supply camp, He Lu Lan could only be at ease if he placed his men inside. Listening to the female Goo master's words, Fan Yuan realized this was He Lu Lan's goodwill towards him. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiuyi deserting in the face of danger, and that Fan Yuan let the bygones be bygones, so He Lu Lan was secretly reciprocating for it. Fan Yuan immediately felt some interest, and after understanding about the details, he found that this Goo recipe was truly very suitable for him. This was a Goo recipe of Lurking Soul Coat Goo. Lurking Soul Coat Goo had only one ability, and that was to cover soul fluctuations. Previously, Fan Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield and had to mobilize the wolf group without being able to use his full strength to prevent being discovered. But with this Goo, he could completely cover his soul fluctuations and mobilize the wolf group with his whole strength while hiding. This Goo recipe went all the way from rank 1 to rank 5, thus it had very high price. Fan Yuan used all his remaining battle merits and barely obtained it. He skimmed through the gu recipe once and saw the difficulty in refining this gu was not high, but there were monumental amount of refinement procedures. Moreover, the cost involved was not low, especially one procedure among them required a large number of fresh beast skins as gu refinement materials. Tribe leader has said himself that if Lord Wolf King feels like the gu refinement is too complicated, you can ask the refinement path gu masters to do it. You only need to pay equivalent battle merits to them. If Lord Wolf King has insufficient battle merits, you can borrow 500,000. The female gu master timely suggested. Primeval stones were the currency during normal times. But during battles, because of gu masters using a large number of primeval stones to restore their primeval essence, refine new gu or so on, primeval stones were in scarcity. At such times, battle merits were often used as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other regions. Borrowing battle merits naturally was not a treatment given to ordinary people. Fan Yuan, however, was a crucial battle strength, as he could directly raise the strength of the whole He tribe army by himself. Thus He Lu Lan was happy to actively promote such actions secretly. Fan Yuan nodded and borrowed 500,000 battle merits on the spot. With this, his battle merits went into negative, falling down to the last position on the large battle merit list. The gu masters who saw this scene in the 15 large tents exclaimed in surprise. In the enormous battle merit list that was as large as defense walls, the negative 500,000 which was written in scarlet was exceptionally dazzling. From first to last, such a huge discrepancy caused people to be greatly taken aback. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually quieting down. The Wolf King's strength and status made them involuntarily accept this fact. Soon after, several assignments that came from the Wolf King caused the quietened discussions to again turn into a clamor. The assignments were capturing wolves, gathering souls, peeling off wolf skins and processing them, along with large numbers of gu refinement assignments, once completed, could give them a lot of battle merits. These assignments quickly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. In the next few days, Fan Yuan continued to cultivate, concentrating mainly on strength path. Because of turtle jade wolf skin gu, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, Fan Yuan's strength path broke through the 100 June strength barrier, and he had already successively received 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat gu. But to push to rank 5, this amount was still far from enough. He tribe army rested and reorganized for a week more before pulling up the camp and pushing forward towards Dong Fang tribe's defense line. The battle began once more. Dong Fang Yuliang relied on tall and firm defense walls to defend tightly, and along with repeated clever plans, he was able to push off the battle to the limit, causing great trouble to He tribe. But it was still very difficult for him to make up for the large gap created by the first battle. The 5 defense lines Dong Fang army had built was broken through by He tribe in a row. In the end, the Dong Fang army had retreated to the final defense line in the central zone of Chao Fu and were firmly surrounded by He tribe. Dong Fang Yuliang, you are surrounded, your loss is already determined. A wise man submits to fate. As long as you surrender, my army's main military advisor position will still be yours. He Lu Lan stood high on his twin-headed rhino, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Chapter 5:18. Famous facing He Lu Lan's offer of submission, Dong Fang Yuliang went silent. He was standing on the walls, looking at the black enemy troops. The wind blew his hair and his clothes fluttered lightly in the air. He sighed lightly. Even though he had many brilliant schemes and always held the initiative with his predictions, the difference between the two sides was just too overwhelming. In the end, they reached this stage. Wisdom path was not invincible. Throughout history, there were a great number of gu master path and styles. Even chi path and strength path, which were dominant in a point in time, did not manage to cause other paths to go into extinction, becoming the sole path of the gu master world. Every path had its strengths and weaknesses, especially when gu master paths were established on the basis of resources. As times changed, and environments changed, when the resources that gu masters needed to cultivate dwindled, that particular path's vitality would go down. Any gu master familiar with history would know that throughout the long river of time, countless paths were buried. Speaking of which, wisdom path had been popular since the immemorial era, until this day. Even though they were always low in numbers, such an established path could be said to be independent already. In this world, there were no invincible paths, only invincible gu masters. But to be truly invincible, there were only 10 in history. Dong Fang Yuliang was only a rank 5 wisdom path gu master, although he was at the peak of the mortal realm, he was far from invincible. Even though he had his self-created killer move, 7-star light, the primeval essence expenditure of it was too great, it could not be sustained. Against a huge force like Hate Tribe, he was already feeling overpowered and outnumbered. If I was an enslavement path Gu master, there might be a chance of salvaging it. But even enslavement path would need to be worried of beheading the leader tactic. Even Wolf King Chang Shanin does not dare to venture out alone, leading his wolves to leave the main troops. Thus, only by ascending to Gu Immortal can one rule above the mortal world. Dong Fang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Jilu came forward to battle. Wind Demon, come out and die! He shouted out his enemy's name. Wind Demon was furious, growling. Hao Jilu, don't be arrogant! Saying so, he leapt from the defense walls, activating his Gu while in mid-air, as 2 4-leaf wind blades formed, shooting out. All you can use are old tricks! Water Demon laughed, not dodging as he charged head-on. Bam bam bam! The Water and Wind Demons had battled for dozens of rounds. They were very familiar with each other, thus, the moment they fought, it reached the climax. Wind blades and water bullets flew on both sides, colliding in mid-air as they exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp and focused on penetrating and kiting, while Water Demon engaged in frontal assault, overwhelming the enemy. The two were established characters. Now that they were engaging with each other, they were displaying great strength as the battle could not be decided easily. The Gu masters from both armies focused their attention on these two people. The strength of a rank 4 Gu master was well known by all, but now, it still gave them a great sense of fear and trepidation. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Demon's condition was not good. There were times where a Gu master's strength fluctuated. Like now, the conclusion had already been decided. Being surrounded by Hate Tribe heavily, Dong Fang Tribe's warriors had low morale. Wind Demon was affected too. Seeing his rival of equal strength suppressed by himself, Water Demon shouted in joy as he attacked even more fiercely. The general was the courage of the soldiers. Seeing this, Hate Tribe army's morale surged, as Dong Fang Alliance army sank into silence on the defense wall. In the main tent, He Lu Lan laughed heartily as he sent another rank 4 expert into battle. Dong Fang Yuliang sent a person to deal with him. But the battle between these two Gu masters was not as intense as the battle between demons. Not only was the commotion smaller, they even talked in the middle of battle, talking about their ancestors' time and their alliance marriage. Dong Fang Yuliang's expression became uglier, as He Lu Lan's smile became deeper. Dong Fang Alliance army had low morale. The troops had lost their sense of belonging. All the forces in the alliance were starting to find a way out of their predicament. Hei Tribe army's morale was high. All the rank 4 experts requested to battle. He Lu Lan laughed as he approved all their requests. Quickly, before the two armies, 12 battle rings were created. I am Pan Ping, who will battle me? Pan Ping carried a fierce aura as he became the 13th person to enter the battlefield after getting He Lu Lan's permission. Dong Fang Yuliang was silent. By now, the rank 4 experts under him had mostly perished. Many experts were worried for the present and future. They were no longer giving it their all, but instead hiding their strength. Although when the alliance was made, all the leaders and experts used the poison Bao Gu, the content of the vow was not strict. There were many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, although they would want to tie the large tribes closely to them, other forces were not idiots. Thus the content of the poison vow had been passed down for numerous generations, created through many collective agreements. As Pan Ping requested for battle, Dong Fang Yuliang found that he had no one to summon already. He thought about it before sending an order. What? Dong Fang Alliance leaders order my father to battle? In the camp behind the defense walls, Tang Fang saw this messenger and his expression turned ugly, his eyes almost blowing fire. In the earlier battle, in order to protect his tribesmen, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 He tribe Gu masters and suffered grave injuries. After that, he had been bedridden. He had not even recovered now. This is the alliance leader's orders. Are you trying to defy it? I know your tribe leader is injured and bedridden. But there are so many bedridden tribe leaders. After getting the alliance leader's orders, didn't they participate too? The messenger's words were rigid as he looked at Tang Fang with disdain. You! Tang Fang was furious, shouting. They are pretending to be injured. My father is truly heavily injured. All right, son, enough. As the Tang tribe leader, I have to participate in this battle. At this time, the pale Tang tribe leader walked out. Humph, As long as you obey the orders. Dong Fang tribe's messenger snorted as he walked away. But father, your body. Tang Fang was extremely worried. No matter. Tang tribe leader patted his son's shoulders. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are mostly healed. Today's battle might be the last. If I do not participate, it would be detrimental to our tribe and our reputation. Tang Fang gritted his teeth. Then you have to be careful, father, sister is still with them, if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned as he walked out of the tent. He came to the defense walls as he met Dong Fang Yuliang, before going to the battlefield, starting the battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fang stood at the edge of the wall, staring at his father. Young tribe leader, we will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has some poison in him, today's battle is different. Everyone will not go all out. A Tang tribe elder consoled. Tang Fang looked at his father battling on par with Pan Ping, with neither giving it their all, and the worry in his heart dissipated. But at this moment, Pan Ping burst out and drew the scimitar by his waist. Everyone saw a bright white light flash past quickly. The next moment, Tang tribe leader was beheaded. Ah, father! Tang Fang was stunned before crying out painfully. This had occurred too suddenly. Both sides were shocked for a few breaths' time before starting to discuss fervently. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken down by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light as he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted. Tang Fang's vision turned dark as he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see anything clearly. I wonder what goo or killer move Pan Ping used? Pan Ping killed an expert on the same level as him. He gained great fame as even the resting Fan Yuan opened his eyes slightly to give him a glance. Northern Plains was huge, it was a land of battles. Countless wars and battles created numerous experts. These experts might have some unknown trump cards that they had been hiding forever. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, his reputation was not very high. Among the rank 4 Gu master, he was not outstanding. But after this battle, he rose to fame by stepping on Tang tribe leader's corpse. Pan Ping's expression was shining like flowers as he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed loudly, ordering his men to bring his wine cup and gave the delicious wine to Pan Ping as a reward. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for the reward. Pan Ping stood in the main tent, drinking the wine in one pulp. His gaze was full of anticipation as his expression was lively. He got this goo by accident. Once, there was a market set up by a few tribes. He saw this scimitar and thought it was beautiful, thus he bought it out of interest. But to think that when he was toying with it, he found the secret in this scimitar. On the blade of this scimitar, there was a cold light. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort before finally refining this goo. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had executed many strong foes for him. It had an extremely sharp attack. He had great expectations for this imperial court contest. Originally, during He tribe and Dong Fang army's first battle, he had requested to be the first to battle. At that time, he was planning on using this goo to slay a strong enemy, gaining fame immediately. But Tang Miaoming called out the Wolf King Chang Shan-yin and challenged him. It obstructed his plans. What's worse was, Fan Yuan did not go with the norm. He attacked directly and skipped the challenge, directly causing the war between both sides. The chance that Pan Ping was looking for was gone like that. Although there were battles later, it was not the environment that Pan Ping was hoping for. But today's battle was a huge chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is an established character. After this battle, my status will rise and I would become He tribe's #1 general. After all, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had greater reputation, but he had not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Chang Shanin, he is an enslavement path Gu master, there is no point competing with him. Pan Ping looked around, feeling that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The happiness in his heart rose again. This is the feeling of a top dog. One day I, Pan Ping, will have my name resound all over Northern Plains. He shouted in his heart. Chapter 519. Just a game. NIU Blessed Land. A long jade-layered walkway led the way along the lake's surface towards a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there was a light rain and soothing wind. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from bottom to top. The name of NIU came from this. After the female Gu Immortal Ten Bai Ye, there was a new guest in the Blessed Land. Junior He Bai pays respect to Senior Dong Fang. The person who came looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a true rank 6 Gu immortal. It has been 70 years since we last met. Back then, you were still He tribe leader, a step away from entering the imperial court. He Bai stood on the stone bench, bowing slightly. I am ashamed. Back then I was greatly supported by my tribe, but I lost by one move and Lu tribe emerged victorious. He. Dong Fang Chang Fan laughed. That's right, the Lu tribe leader back then, Lu Yifeng, had unprecedented talent. He was a genius barely seen in 100 years. Senior has good memory, Junior is full of admiration. Dong Fang Chang Fan shook his head. Us Wisdom Path Gu Masters will always collect every single information we can get in order to make our deductions. Although Lu Yifeng was glaringly talented, he failed when charging towards Gu Immortal Realm. Among the people of that generation, the one who remained standing at the end was you, commonly known as He Tribe Rockman. Senior is too kind, this junior was lucky. No need to put yourself down, becoming a Gu Immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu Masters, not even one might succeed. Sigh, to speak the truth, I have observed many juniors these years, and now my hopes are on this child. Dong Fang Chang Fan pointed with his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the stone bench, reflecting the real-time battle situation in Northern Plains, Chao Fu. Coincidentally, the two Gu Immortals saw Pan Ping flash his scimitar as he beheaded Tang tribe leader. He Bai frowned, lightly gasping. This is interesting. If I did not see wrongly, this is the Soul Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu is unique. Once activated, it can ignore all defenses of the same level. This was created by the Gu Immortal Blade Demon. It has a strange form, merely a flash of blade light, and has to be kept on a blade. This Gu eats blades as food, and the blade it resides in will gradually shrink and turn into dust. Dong Fang Chang Fan nodded. That's right, Soul Blade Gu can reach rank 6 at most. Back then, Blade Demon used the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to hold his own, no one dared to trifle with him. But eventually he lost to Butterfly Sword Immortal. Blade Demon died in battle, and his blessed land was consumed by Butterfly Sword Immortal. The recipe of Soul Blade Gu was not passed down, but now there are still many Soul Blade Gu in the mortal realm. These were handed out when Blade Demon disguised as a mortal and traveled the world back then. It seems this lucky lad obtained one of the gifts from Blade Demon back then. Senior is wise, I have learnt much today. He Bai said with admiration. Dong Fang Chang Fan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He had glorious battle results his whole life. Numerous Gu Immortals suffered from his schemes. When he was born, Dong Fang tribe was already declining like the setting sun. When he became a Gu Immortal, he single-handedly held them up as he made many schemes against his enemies. He had great methods and eventually caused Dong Fang tribe to rise up again. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a great power in Northern Plains undoubtedly, and the pillar of support for Dong Fang tribe. But now, his lifespan was at its end. He was eager to leave his inheritance. In the past, Dong Fang Chang Fan had high expectations, and many did not meet his requirements. Now Dong Fang Yuliang might not have met all his expectations, but he was the best candidate out of them all. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, even for Dong Fang tribe, which was a super tribe, one of the largest forests in Northern Plains. Of course, a part of the reason was that the Righteous Path Gu Immortals secretly colluded to restrict the selling of Lifespan Gu to Dong Fang Chang Fan. Similarly, demonic Gu Immortals who were schemed against by Dong Fang Chang Fan hated him to the bones. Dong Fang Chang Fan schemed against numerous people, but at the end of his life, he was ganged up on collectively by his enemies. He was clear about this. He had offended too many Gu Immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him live longer. He Bai understood. This meeting with Dong Fang Chang Fan would be the last time he could see this legendary Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The rainbow smoke on the stone bench displayed the battle situation perfectly, showing it to them without any lack of clarity. Dong Fang army, while already weaker in terms of power, got into an even worse situation after Tang tribe leader was killed by Pan Ping. Eventually, Dong Fang Yuliang challenged He Lulan, entering the battle himself. He wanted to use his own strength to fight for a bit of chance and hope. But eventually, he could not emerge victorious as he and He Lulan ended in a draw. When night descended, He Lulan ordered a collective attack. At night, night wolves surge in battle strength. The wolf tide came waves after waves. Under Fan Yuan's manipulation, they broke through Dong Fang army's final line of defense. Dong Fang army had low morale and the troops were not united. Even though Dong Fang Yuliang made many preparations, the defensive line only lasted for 7 minutes before being taken down. Helpless, Dong Fang Yuliang could only surrender. At this point, He tribe and Dong Fang tribe's battle ended, as He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yuliang's personal grudge ended in He Lu Lan's victory. This young man, Dong Fang Yuliang, has few flaws except that he cares too much for his sister. In order to protect her safety, he made a portion of the troops stay at the back to protect his sister. Thus, Dong Fang army became far weaker than He tribe, even though they were already disadvantaged to begin with. If not for this, the first battle's victory might not have been like this. This is embarrassing to show you, He Bai. Dong Fang Chang Fan smiled lightly at this rainbow smoke. After He tribe army stabilized the battle situation, they entered the camp and starting to take over captives and clean up the battlefield. Winning and losing is part of battle. If we failed this time, there is always next time. In my opinion, Dong Fang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the strength of his tribe well. He did it even better than I would. His affection and protective nature towards this tribe is very precious. He Bai said. That's right. Dong Fang Chang Fan's tone was rueful. So be it if other tribe members die, but we are all descendants of ancestor giant Sunday. Back then when ancestors set up the imperial court, he had one motive, that was to weaken other tribes and preserve our bloodline. Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away when his lifespan was expended. In this world, what can truly be immortal and indestructible? He Bai did not speak, he only listened silently. Dong Fang Chang Fan soothed his emotions, laughing softly as he stretched out his palm towards He Bai. Alright, let's get to business. Yes. He Bai took out a list from his storage goo and handed it over to Dong Fang Chang Fan. There was a great amount of content on the list, there was a huge amount of resources listed. Dong Fang tribe lost in this imperial court contest, and became He tribe's captive. According to Jiang Sun Immortal Venerable's rules, Dong Fang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dong Fang tribe and He tribe were super tribes, they had more than one Gu immortal. The contest between two giant forces, this imperial court contest was merely a game. Most importantly, these battles would weaken other tribes and expand one's own tribe, recruiting and choosing new talents. This grand scheme engulfing all of Northern Plains was naturally not created by Dong Fang tribe or He tribe's Gu immortals. It was created by one of the 10 supreme invincible beings, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Dong Fang Chang Fan received the list and started browsing through. The resources on this list were not only a great amount, there were also many aspects that it touched on, like some specialty Gu worms that only Dong Fang tribe had, or some newly created Gu recipes. But Dong Fang Chang Fan did not show any indignance, he nodded lightly and agreed. Winner takes all, since we failed, a small price is but fair, we will go with this. Loser pays the price, this was the rule that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set. In history there were some times when tribes were unwilling to pay this price, but they all ended up being wiped out. But now, not a single tribe dared to violate the rule. This was the rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe refused to obey it, they would be ostracized, and become the target of all others. A giant light ring suddenly appeared in the night sky of the battlefield. After the light ring stabilized, a giant light door of about 60 meters was formed. The light shone across 1,000 li. As it opened, a jade light path was formed. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held a token as she landed before He Lu Lan under everyone's gaze. I am the Envoy, I am here to bring back Dong Fang tribe, she said expressionlessly with a cold tone. The two finished their business on the spot. After checking the battle reparation, He Lu Lan's brows were uplifted, he had earned a fortune. Using so much resources, he could equip more Gu masters and especially the tribes that surrendered. After taking them in, his military strength would surge by at least 50% of the original. We will meet again. Since the results were decided, Dong Fang Yuliang had no lingering emotions, he bid farewell to He Lu Lan calmly and led his tribesmen on the light road, entering the door. Because they absorbed a lot of tribes, Dong Fang tribe's size expanded by 30%. How great! Even if they lost, they can still hide from the blizzard inside the blessed land. There's no choice, they are a super clan, there are Gu immortals shielding them. Alright, concentrate, it is a turning point for us after submitting to He tribe. As long as we win a few battles, our losses would be recuperated. If we are fortunate enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we would have a chance of striking it rich. Everyone looked at the light ring on the air as they discussed. Fang Yuan watched this silently. This 10-year blizzard involves the entire northern plains, causing numerous homes to be destroyed and countless people to rise up from battle. It was a contest of the top predators, a game that they engage in together. Some people immerse themselves in it and chase after fame. Some cry in grief, feeling extreme pain. As for Fang Yuan, as a person within this giant game, he would watch coldly as he make his own plans. Hee. Such is life. The law of the jungle, it is truly fantastic. Chapter 520. Stealing Shoes. In the camp, there was silence. On a bright red table, books were stacked highly into a pile. At times, wind would blow through the window and carry the fragrance of the grass with it, as it flips the top few pages of the documents. It was a bright and sunny day outside. At times, sounds of battle horses or hump wolves could be heard from far away. This, in fact, intensified the silence in the camp. As Ma Tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjia was sitting on his cushion as he lowered his head, helping his father settle the administrative matters of the Alliance army. Ever since Ma Tribe unleashed a sneak attack and exterminated Fei Tribe, their largest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly had been removed. Thereafter, at Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma Tribe suppressed Qing Tribe to become the Alliance leader. After taking the poison vow, Ma Tribe's military force rose to 600,000, they were at the peak of their strength. After that, Ma Tribe ventured west, going southwest from Tianchuan. Along the way, they found beast groups or stubborn forces to train their troops, sharpening their battle strength. Because of the continuous battles and the absorption of defeated tribes, they expanded once more and their morale was surging. Right now, Ma Tribe had arrived at Mirror Lake and found an equal, Song Tribe Alliance army. At the moment, Ma Tribe was building their first line of defense. Report! At this moment, the investigative Gu Master from outside the tent reported. Ma Yingjia's eyes shone with brilliance. He knew that this would definitely be some important military information, thus, he placed down his documents and called. Come in. The exhausted investigative Gu Master heard the call and was about to enter, but the guard outside stopped him. Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet inside. The investigative Gu Master apologized profusely. After changing his shoes, he entered the tent. Upon seeing Ma Yingjia, he kneeled down on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. I have brought important information regarding you, Tian. He reported a summary of the events that happened, and after Ma Yingjia made some inquiries, about 15 minutes later he left. He tribe defeated Dong Fang tribe, that is the first crucial victory they had. Ma Yingjia's heart was slightly heavy. The Imperial Court contest had occurred for many times. At his level, he was already clear of the rules of this game. He knew the importance of victory. After He tribe defeated Dong Fang tribe, they would receive a huge amount of compensation. These compensation would include Dong Fang tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as an ocean of battle resources. As long as they make good use of these gains, and taken the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would rise by 5 times. In all the past Imperial Court contests, the first battle is the most crucial. Once the first fight is won, the foundations would be earned. Those who lost the first fight would almost certainly be eliminated. Very few could reverse the situation. He tribe has already won their first battle, while we Ma tribe and Song tribe are still at a stalemate. Fei Kai carefully came to the tent entrance, trying not to make any noise. The 2 guarding Gu masters gave him a look before diverting their gaze. After Fei tribe was wiped out, the blur Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjia and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the terrible fates of his tribesmen. His daily job was to manage the shoes outside the tent. Ma Yingjia was a clean freak. Every guest that entered his tent would need to change their shoes, so as to not dirty his elegant and beautiful carpet. After every guest wears the shoes provided, Fei Kai would need to wash it before placing it back in. But this time, it was different. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes in front of his chest. No one noticed this tiny action of his. Fei Kai managed to leave without any problems, and after 10 tenths, he came to the water pond. He squatted beside the pond as he started washing the worn shoes. He was extremely focused and did not even notice that there was one person behind him. Hey, big dummy, why are you so serious in washing shoes? A small hand patted Fei Kai's shoulders roughly. Fei Kai was shocked. Turning around, he saw a girl that resembled jade with pinkish skin and a pair of crystal clear eyes. It was Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun used her tiger wolf sheep analogy and conceived Zhao tribe leader to leave. After some hurdles, they arrived at Ma tribe camp without casualties, and was welcomed by Ma tribe leader. Zhao tribe managed to join Ma tribe army and was highly regarded by Ma tribe higher-ups and received warm hospitality. "It is you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and showed an innocent smile. After his father was killed, he sunk into endless grief. By chance, he became Ma Yingjia's personal servant, and was ostracized by the old servants, thus he did not have a single friend. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him many times, but he acknowledged her as his only friend. Thus when he saw her, he was overjoyed. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something for you." Fei Kai lowered his volume, moving his head towards Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away, muttering unhappily. "Hey blockhead, don't come so close. Do you know that there should be prudency between sexes?" Fei Kai almost fell into the water after being pushed, but he did not mind it. He secretly pulled his shirt and exposed the shoes that he were hiding, asking as if he was looking for praise. "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun gave him a look of disdain. "A pair of stinky shoes, they've obviously been worn before." "Stupid blockhead, why are you so dumb? You actually gave me something like this. It doesn't even fit me, and I wouldn't wear this pair of stinky shoes anyway." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say you were lacking primeval stones earlier? This pair of shoes is exquisite and beautiful. We can sell it in the black market and exchange it for primeval stones." Zhao Lianyun's brows lifted, looking at Fei Kai in another light. "Oh wow, blockhead, you actually thought of abusing your position and smuggling public property? Amazing, I never thought you would think of this. But how much can this pair of shoes sell for? My daily pocket money is 10 times of the shoes. I appreciate it, but you should sell it. Change your tattered and dirty clothes." Fei Kai rubbed his nose, shaking his head. "No need, my clothes are still wearable. Actually, I did not think of this. Those old servants always do this, since there is a large number of shoes constantly worn by different gu masters, and Lord Young tribe leader loves cleanliness so much, he always changes the shoes together at set intervals." Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Snakes and rats have their own way of living. Servants might have low statuses, but they also have their own way of living. Especially someone like Fei Kai, although he is a servant and lost his freedom, he got close to Ma Yingjie and was most likely the first person to receive information from Ma tribe higher-ups. Zhao tribe had entered Ma tribe's army. Zhao Lianyun purposely got close to Fei Kai because she also had the intentions of gathering intel. At this time, a commotion could be heard. "Where is Fei Kai? Get out here now! Fei Kai, you're in trouble now. You dared to take young tribe leader's shoes." Young tribe leader wanted to walk around the camp, but realized his shoes were gone. "Fei Kai, you are too daring, you are unforgivable!" A bunch of old servants shouted arrogantly, coming out of the entrance as they searched for Fei Kai's whereabouts. Fei Kai's expression paled. "Oh no, I have been discovered. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly leave, this has nothing to do with you. I cannot implicate you, I will go ask for forgiveness from young tribe leader." "Forgiveness my ass!" Zhao Lianyun shouted, her expression turning ugly. "You fool, you have been plotted against, and you don't even know it! Quickly follow me and run." "Ah?" Fei Kai had no idea what's going on, but as Zhao Lianyun pulled him, they entered a narrow alley. "Damn it, this path has been blocked off." Zhao Lianyun relied on her familiarity of the area and brought Fei Kai around, finding 4 exits, but 3 were blocked. "Lady Xiao Yun, quickly go, it will be too late otherwise." Fei Kai was getting dizzy from moving around, he had lost his sense of direction. He was anxious as he did not want to get his only friend into trouble. Zhao Lianyun stomped her feet in anger, howling in her heart. "Was it easy for me to find an insider to provide information? In this day and age, where can I find such a dummy like Fei Kai? These old servants are all shrewd snakes, they will request for money when I want a bit of information, and they would even give half-truth information. Humph! They are jealous of this newcomer Fei Kai and wants to get rid of him. As expected, any place with humans will have conflicts, and thus schemes. No way! I cannot take this lying down, you are courting death if you want to harm my informant." Zhao Lianyun's expression was full of uncertainty, as she tried her best to think of a solution, while the old servants' voices could be heard. "He's not here, I've searched the water pond, he's not there either." "Did he leave? How can that be? We were following him, I'm sure he came here." We have not searched there yet, go. Hearing the old servant's footsteps, Zhao Lianyun thought of a solution amidst the anxiety. Big dummy, you are truly lucky, I just bought some silk from the market. Zhao Lianyun said as she took out some high-grade silk from her pockets. This silk was meant to be made into clothes for her. Big dummy, listen to my instructions and do as I say, this might benefit you greatly. Zhao Lianyun placed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Ah? Fei Kai was dumbstruck. Zhao Lianyun quickly told him about her plans. After a dozen breaths' time, Fei Kai walked out and was discovered by the servants. They were overjoyed, encircling him as Fei Kai clenched his fists, beating them to a pulp like he was crazy. He's revolting, revolting, this dog's slave dared to attack us seniors. Fei Kai, you are in huge trouble, young tribe leader is looking for you, we came to arrest you but you dared to resist. Fei Kai shouted, young tribe leader is looking for me, I will go on my own. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you lowly scum. Chapter 521. Stealing shoes. The slaves were old while Fei Kai was acting like a crazed man. For the moment, the slaves could only surround Fei Kai without daring to go forward. Fei Kai stared with wide, furious eyes as he kicked an old slave in front of him. Filthy bastard, I am going to pay respects to young tribe leader, don't block my way. The old slaves felt ashamed and furious, sinister glint flashed past their eyes but they still did not dare to go forward. They had already noticed a bulge in Fei Kai's clothes. Many sneered in disdain in their hearts. This stupid kid really has the courage to steal. It doesn't matter if he stole shoes, but he actually stole the young tribe leader's shoes, ha ha ha, his luck is truly bad. I originally wanted him to be relocated to cleaning the latrine, but now this kid might even lose his little life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to become young tribe leader's personal servant? Fei Kai walked towards young tribe leader's tent while being surrounded by the old slaves. The two Gu masters guarding the tent saw Fei Kai and looked at him as if he was a dead person. Ma Yingjia stood at the entrance of the tent with a solemn expression. He had been tired of handling the various affairs and wanted to take a walk outside, but he found that his shoes had disappeared. He called for his old personal servant, and the old slave told him the shoes were very possibly stolen by the new young slave to possibly sell them for money. The old slave also informed Ma Yingjia that this was not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Ma Yingjia was naturally furious. He had never expected that his kindness would bring in a thief. Fei Kai was extremely anxious with panic already filling his mind, but he firmly remembered Zhao Lianyun's instructions, and walked towards Ma Yingjia with his head high like a valiant hero. Ma Yingjia was secretly amazed at this sight. Those old slaves that were following Fei Kai to keep an eye on him, instead looked like they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not appear panicked. Was it not him who stole the shoes? Unwittingly, the fury in Ma Yingjia was replaced by curiosity and doubts. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. Fei Kai kneeled on the ground and greeted with a clear voice. Ma Yingjia looked at Fei Kai and shouted in a displeased voice. My shoes, did you steal them? I would never dare to steal Lord's shoes even if I had 100 guts. Fei Kai denied flatly. He is lying, his clothes are bulging, he has something there, we will know once we look at it. The old slaves immediately shouted from behind. Fei Kai snorted and opened his shirt, revealing a ball of snowy white, high-grade silk. He carefully took out the silk and opened it, revealing the shoes inside. Ma Yingjia looked at this pair of shoes and knew it was the pair which he wore, and he couldn't help but coldly smiled. Great, great, the proof is here. A thief having such confidence is really hard to come by. I implore young tribe leader to investigate clearly. Fei Kai did not refute and placed the shoes on the ground respectfully. He then placed his forehead on the ground like he was willing to take on any punishment. Lord young tribe leader, there is clear evidence. Please punish this vile bastard fiercely. Yes, he actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes. He might steal many more things later on. He is such a thief, we should just cut off his hands. The old slaves continued to speak extremely sinister words. Fei Kai's heart trembled, but remembering Zhao Lianyun's words, he did not retort. This scene caused Ma Yingjia to be somewhat interested. Killing a slave was nothing, but Ma Yingjia had always praised himself as wise and benevolent to restrict himself so that when he took over the tribe in the future, he could become a wise ruler of the generation. Especially now that Ma tribe had become the head of a huge army, their every move was being paid attention to by others. Rashly killing a slave just because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it not be spread as brutal? Ma Yingjia had such misgivings in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build but difficult to maintain. Thereupon, he asked, I have always dealt with things fairly. Fei Kai, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. Fei Kai immediately let out a breath of relief. He had been waiting for these words just like Zhao Lianyun instructed him. This gave him a huge confidence, and he decided he would reply exactly according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. My father died because of the internal strife in the tribe, so young tribe leader obliterating Fei tribe can be said to have taken revenge for me. Young tribe leader is so wise and benevolent, how could I do a thing like returning benevolence with enmity? When Ma Yingjie heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately took a turn for the better as he asked in a gentle voice. Then do you have some ulterior motives? Fei Kai, however, shook his head. No ulterior motives, it is just that I wanted to repay young tribe leader. But what can I do? I am only a mortal. I have no ways to break through the enemy defense lines for young tribe leader. I am very stupid, I cannot bring forward any plans to young tribe leader. I am only your personal servant who can only clean shoes and place them properly. I thought in young tribe leader's place, these shoes have been put outside for so long that young tribe leader's feet might become cold when you wear them, right? So I used all my savings to buy this real silk to cover young tribe leader's shoes and held it in my clothes. With this, young tribe leader won't feel cold when you wear them. So it was like that. Ma Yingjie was greatly surprised. He was obsessed with cleanliness, and if Fei Kai had directly held the shoes in his clothes, he would instead be disgusted. But covering the shoes with silk was different. Moreover, this was a genuine high-grade silk. There should not be anyone who used such materials to cover shoes, right? This Fei Kai is really a good servant, he is actually so considerate. Ma Yingjie's thoughts moved and the gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, his devotion was really overwhelming. At this moment, Fei Kai suddenly cowed out. Young tribe leader, I have sinned. What sin have you committed? Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai with a clear smile on his face. Fei Kai replied, I only thought of keeping the shoes warm for young tribe leader, but forgot it would be extremely inconvenient for you when you go out. I have sinned, please punish me. Ma Yingjie heaved a sigh. It is not like I only have one pair of shoes, but because I saw that the pair I usually wore had disappeared, I called you over. It is fortunate, I nearly blamed my loyal servant. Lord Young Tribe Leader, don't listen to his words. Lord Young Tribe Leader, this kid is deceiving you, he is very crafty and is lying to you. The old slaves experienced a reversal of fortune when they saw the normally stupid Fei Kai speak with such a glib tongue, and thus they began to hurriedly shout. Fei Kai spoke again at this moment. Young tribe leader, please inspect clearly. There is indeed a matter of stealing shoes, but I have never done it. Instead, it was these old slaves who did it many times. After I was appointed to this post, these old slaves incited me many times, but I never listened, thus they resent me. I am not afraid of being investigated and also not afraid of punishment. I earnestly request young tribe leader to investigate clearly and give me justice. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation as this was the first time he had stolen shoes. He had heard the old slaves carelessly speaking that a pair of the finest shoes could sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant. He had followed the young tribe leader for so long but had not paid attention to the look of the shoes young tribe leader wore, and thus was easily plotted against by the old slaves. Fortunately, he met a crucial person during the crucial time. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her instructions, Fei Kai made a comeback and averted danger. When the old slaves heard the request for investigation, their face turned as pale as paper. Gu masters had plenty of methods and could easily get to the bottom of this trivial affair. These old slaves were already regretting their actions, never having expected for them to be the ones landing in deep trouble. Ma Yingjie noticed the change in the expressions of the old slaves, and became 70-80% convinced in Fei Kai. But since his resolve was to become a wise ruler, he naturally could not rashly decide based on his thoughts. Immediately, he summoned an investigative Gu master and commanded him to get to the bottom of this affair. Receiving Ma Yingjie's personal order, the investigative Gu master investigated enthusiastically. In only 5 minutes of time, the truth of the matter was brought to light. As the facts were disclosed, the old slaves kneeled on the ground and began weeping and howling with their bodies trembling in fear, asking the young tribe leader to forgive them. Ma Yingjie snorted. Fawning upon your superiors and bullying your subordinates, you slaves actually dared to deceive me. You should all be put to death, but considering the many years you have served me, And that some of you, even having served me since I was a child and also served my subordinates, I will forgive your cheap lives and send you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean the feces and latrine. Thank you, young tribe leader, for showing mercy. The old slaves kowtowed like they were pounding garlic, extremely thankful for this. As for you, Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai and smiled playfully. You dared to steal my shoes, you truly are extremely daring. From now on, you shall be punished to be the head of the slaves and redeem yourself by serving me properly. Fei Kai was stumped for a long time before he came to his senses. Ma Yingjie's punishment was actually a promotion. He immediately kowtowed and expressed his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily and waved his hand. All right, now get lost, think properly on the ways to serve me. Yes, my lord. Fei Kai left with a dazed expression the whole way. Only after a long while did he become clear. He had profited from the disaster and became the head of the slaves. This is all thanks to Lady Xiaoyun. Ah, right, Lady Xiaoyun told me to report to her quickly if everything went all right. Fei Kai shook his head and promptly changed direction towards the secret place. What, you actually became the head of the slaves? Zhao Lianyun's eyes involuntarily widened when she heard this news, and looked at Fei Kai with surprise. Her plan might have been ingenious but also carried risks in that it depended completely on Ma Yingjie's mood. If Ma Yingjie was in a bad mood, he would only need to issue a death command and Fei Kai would be done for. But clearly, this big dummy was quite lucky, and not only were there no accidents, he even got appointed as the head of the slaves. Chapter 522. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. Although servants were servants, the one tasked to take care of Ma tribe's young tribe leader was definitely a crucial person that was closely related to the tribe in many ways. Having such a role, if the low-rank Gu masters want to find out information about the higher-ups, they would need to go through the servant leader. What a huge profit, he became the servant leader! I am truly a genius! Zhao Lianyun laughed furiously in her heart. She did not waste her efforts after all. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying gently, Big dummy, after you become the servant leader you have to work hard. Fei Kai shuddered at once, replying truthfully, Lady Xiaoyun, I don't know why, but that tone of yours made me really nervous. Zhao Lianyun immediately changed her expression, kicking Fei Kai's leg as she screamed, You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is more precarious than before. I wonder how many people will target you, and among them, there might even be vile and evil Gu masters. Fei Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? Humph, you're lucky to have a friend like me. As long as you listen to what I say, I assure you, you will live blissfully. Zhao Lianyun stretched out her hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulders, but found out that she was too short. She immediately opened her mouth. Quick, squat down now. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun succeeded in patting his shoulder. She nodded her tiny head in satisfaction, speaking in an old and experienced tone. Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai naturally shook his head. Humph, you idiot. Zhao Lianyun snorted. Since you are the servant leader now, and those old servants have already been sent away, you have to recruit new subordinates first. Otherwise, how can you handle everything alone? Oh? You are extremely right. Fei Kai realized at once, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lianyun snorted again. But just this is not enough. You need to learn about the young tribe leader's likes, dislikes, and lifestyle habits. You have to ask those old servants for these information. What? Ask them? Will they tell me? Fei Kai stared with wide-open eyes. Zhao Lianyun snickered. You are now the servant leader, your status is different already. They are the lowest of slaves, I'm sure they are afraid of you taking revenge now. If you ask them, they are sure to tell you everything. Of course, if they do not know what is good for them, I have my ways of making them spill everything obediently. Oh. Zhao Lianyun looked at Fei Kai's blank expression and rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. I am not a person of this world, humph. There are simply too many ways to make these stinking men talk. As long as we learn about Ma Yingjie's habits and please him accordingly, Fei Kai's current position would definitely be stable. Hee hee. Chao Fu Hei Tribe Camp. All sorts of tents and Gu houses covered the wide grassland. As tribe flags fluttered in the wind, large numbers of Gu masters entered and exited. If one looked from above, they would resemble a nest of ants. In the supply camp, Fan Yuan held the east window Gu as he checked the resources silently. The female Gu master in charge of attending to him stayed focused as she stood at one side, waiting for Fan Yuan to make his decision at any moment. Ever since they received Dong Fang tribe's reparations, the resources that could be exchanged for using battle merits had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, among these resources, not all of them were the compensation from war. Other than He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also the resources offered by tribes who surrendered and joined the He tribe alliance army. Just a few days ago, He Lulan organized another alliance meeting, and ordered the newly joined tribe leaders to make the poison vow. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, once the resources were collated, Fan Yuan entered the supply camp at once. Even Shadow Sword Expert and others, after they joined He tribe army, could not affect Fan Yuan's status of being second to only He Lulan. Fan Yuan had such authority, the others definitely had issues with it, but no one dared to reprimand him in public. Oh? There's a rank for self-reliance goo? Fan Yuan's heart was moved. Among these resources, he found the goo that he had greatly desired. Self-reliance goo was rather precious. Fan Yuan had a rank 3 version of it in southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fan Yuan did not have the relevant goo recipe, he could not advance it further. Earlier, he had found a self-reliance goo in He tribe's resources, but it was rank 2. Without a choice, he planned to collect the goo recipe and use these 2 goo as the foundation to refine the higher rank goo. But this way, it would take eons for him to get a high-rank self-reliance goo. If his luck was bad and he failed the refinements several times, the duration would be prolonged further. Now, he found this rank 4 self-reliance goo. Without doubt, he had to get it. Other than rank 4 self-reliance goo, he also found the rank 4 charge and crash goo. But he had already bought the rank 3 vertical charge and horizontal crash goo earlier, and had succeeded in refining them into a rank 4 charge and crash goo. Diverting his attention from charge and crash goo, Fan Yuan found several good things, especially Dong Fang tribe's unique goo worms. Even with his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan was still very interested upon seeing these things. What attracted him the most was the refined essence spirit goo. If it was categorized, this should be a healing goo worm. Refined essence spirit goo could convert the essence of a goo master's physical flesh into a mysterious form of energy that could nurture and heal the soul. There were many goo worms that could heal the soul, but this refined essence spirit goo was far superior to its peers. Dong Fang Yuliang had such a goo worm, and it was a huge support to his wisdom path deductions. As for Fan Yuan, this goo suited him even more. Different from Dong Fang Yuliang, Fan Yuan was a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. His body was strong and his mind was sharp. His soul often felt weakness and exhaustion from commanding the beast groups. The refined essence spirit goo could be the perfect bridge between his 2 paths. Among the resources, other than refined essence spirit goo, there was also the recipe for it. Fan Yuan took them all. According to rumors, this goo recipe was especially created by Dong Fang tribe's goo immortal Dong Fang Chang Fan in order to cultivate wisdom path. This meant that Dong Fang tribe had much greater attainments in wisdom path than others. After Fan Yuan obtains this recipe, as well as the refined essence spirit goo, it would be the same as obtaining Dong Fang tribe's experimental results for himself. Goo worms only need one thought from the goo master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fan Yuan to obtain refined essence spirit goo. The imperial court competition every 10 years was not only a purification and refinement process to weed out the weak, it also assisted in the interactions between all the large forces. The way of goo originated from the immemorial antiquity era, and Renzu was the first goo master who used goo worms. After that, there was the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Until today, the way of goo prospered. In fact, it was blooming all over the world. Countless paths were created from all the eras like ripples in the river of time. Numerous paths flourished at times while vanishing at others. But because of the harsh living environment, the concept of trading was not very popular with people. All the large forces liked to do their own research and treasured their findings, keeping it from others. Back then, one of the invincible venerables, Giant Sun, felt this and set up this huge arena. Because of the battle reparations, the Huangjin family could pass on their learning throughout the ages, grasping the overlord position of Northern Plains throughout history without declining. After countless imperial court battles, Northern Plains became the publicly acclaimed strongest region out of the 5 in terms of fighting strength. But if we look at total power, Central Continent is the strongest, followed by Northern Plains. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. he understood clearly the strength of the 5 regions. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, Northern Plains was the region which resisted Central Continent most fiercely. The other 3 regions, although having the same terrain advantage as Northern Plains, were suppressed fiercely by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains managed to organize troops to fight back, invading Central Continent in return. Northern Plains has such great strength, all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup. Because he used battles and war, while restricting it to a certain level, it allowed Northern Plains to hone the greatest fighting strength. Unfortunately, his plans were still too restricted, he only cared about his bloodline's benefits. In contrast, Central Continent was strong due to their systemic reforms. It was an advantage that stemmed from their core. Fan Yuan came from Earth, he had a unique perspective, together with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding towards the true nature of society. There are over a dozen Amplify Effect Gu. Fan Yuan collected his scattered thoughts as he continued looking at the list, finding a new surprise. Amplify Effect Gu was from the Rule Path, it was used to supplement other Gu worms, to amplify the effects of the chosen Gu worm. As for the amplification level, it would depend on the rank of the Amplify Effect Gu. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, the drawback was that the Gu Master's primeval essence expenditure would be relatively higher. Amplify Effect Gu was very popular among Gu Masters, because it could be used in any path. Fire Path Gu Masters could use it, Water Path Gu Masters could use it, and for Fan Yuan, both his enslavement and strength paths could use Amplify Effect Gu. Among He Tribe's resources, there was only one rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. There were also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest of the Amplify Effect Gu were rank 2. Fan Yuan had to pick the best one. He chose the rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. It would boost the effectiveness of a Gu worm by 5 times. But this way, a new problem occurred. Lord Wolf King, you want to take so many Gu, your battle merits might not be enough. The female Gu Master in charge reminded him as she chose her words carefully. Ah, I know. After all, one of the rank 5 Gu is Amplify Effect Gu. That refined essence spirit Gu is also Dong Fang tribe's specialty Gu worm. Fan Yuan's words were very understanding and accommodating. But his next sentence was not like this. Never mind if I do not have enough battle merits, just credit another 500,000. Ah? The female Gu Master was shocked, she carefully said. Lord, you still owe around 300,000 of the previous 500,000 battle merits you borrowed. According to the rules, you have to pay them first before borrowing again. Fan Yuan raised his brows, saying nonchalantly, So what? Rules are made by men. Since they can be made, they can be altered. I'll borrow another 500,000, no, 800,000. I will explain to He Lulan personally, now give me the goods. Chapter 523. Tai Bai Yunxing. The weather was gradually starting to get cold and gales started blowing over the grassland, causing the beast groups to become fretful. The aura of the 10-year blizzard was already manifesting. And in the majestic northern plains, heroes were rising and vying for supremacy, causing the flames of war to burn everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma tribe and Song tribe had officially started their battle. Both of them had erected 3 to 4 defense lines before starting this confrontation. In Ma tribe's main tent, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng was in the main seat, looking with a heavy gaze at Song tribe's dense battle formation that was surging battle intent. Ma tribe's military force was stronger than theirs, but it would not be easy getting the victory. Lord Alliance Leader, please send me out to challenge enemy general and raise our army's prestige. Alliance Leader, Fei Xing requests to be sent to battle. The first battle belongs to me, no one shall compete with me. Gu Masters were very impatient and eager as they requested to be sent to battle one after another. Ma Shangfeng looked around him before hesitating at Fei Xing and Cheng Hu. The two were both rank 4 Gu Masters. Fei Xing cultivated Wood Path and had been taken in by Ma tribe after they annexed Fei tribe. Cheng Hu cultivation Transformation Path and came from Cheng tribe. Cheng tribe was subjugated by Ma tribe during Heroes' Assembly and was now the second most influential force in Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng pondered and then smiled towards Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu, you shall go first and stimulate my army's morale. Cheng Hu was overjoyed as he hurriedly bowed and rushed towards the front line. Ha, I am Cheng Hu, who dares to approach their death? Cheng Hu challenged loudly. Arrogant! Let me Sui teach you a lesson! A rank 4 expert flew out of Song tribe army. Cheng Hu did not say anything else but directly pounced towards the other person. Bam bam bam. The two were incomparably valiant and attacked with grand momentum. For a moment, the stronger and the weaker side could not be determined. The two continued to exchange moves, sending rocks, grass and mud flying around in their battle ring. The two armies concentrated on the battle with all their attention. Lower-ranked Gu masters felt their hearts shaking, while the upper-ranked Gu master experts were fired up. Northern Plains was filled with many brave heroes and the blood of warriors permeated the bones of their Gu master. Alliance leader, Fei Xing requests to be sent to battle. Fei Xing shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was a newly subjugated person and was filled with enthusiasm to show his loyalty. Ma Xiangfeng nodded with a smile. Fei Xing went to the battlefield and Song tribe army also sent their expert to battle him. The two had just exchanged 3 moves when at the other battle ring, Qing Hu suddenly roared, his whole body giving off dazzling orange light. After the orange light dispersed, he had unexpectedly transformed into a striped tiger king, the size of an elephant. Qing Hu was a transformation path Gu master and could change parts of his body into a tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin and so on. The complete transformation was a killer move. This was also the superiority of transformation path. Every transformation path Gu master possessed at least one killer move as long as they collected the respective Gu worms. Sui turned pale with fright and started to retreat in panic. The Tiger King pounced on him. Sui frantically activated his movement Gu and narrowly dodged this attack. The Tiger King swung his tail without turning around. The tail lashed through the air like a steel whip, producing an explosive sound through the air. Sui quickly activated his defense Gu, which created a light barrier over his whole body. But the tiger whip was very powerful, and as it fell on the light barrier, the barrier was broken in an instant. The defense Gu died and Sui spurted out a large mouthful of blood due to the backlash. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late. An intense bloody wind pounced on his face, and the next moment, he only saw a huge tiger mouth shrouding over his head. Crack! The Tiger King directly bit apart Sui's head. Cheng Hu won, obtaining the first victory for Ma tribe. Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved while Ma tribe's troops rejoiced. Victory! A great start means half the success. Today, my army will definitely win. In the main tent, Ma Yingjie clenched his fists, an extraordinary light flashing past his eyes as his spirits roused to the limit. And on another battlefield. In the vast battlefield, one side was shouting in high spirits with their banners fluttering grandly in the air, while the other side's army formation was shaking, their morale low, and was already showing signs of defeat. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't hold them back. We need to retreat. A commander needs to be able to judge the situation properly. Right now, Lu tribe's experts are like tigers, our army truly cannot match them. The several higher-ranked Gu masters shouted hurriedly, all of them panicked. Luo Bo-jun looked around him and smiled bitterly. Retreat? Tell me, where can we still retreat to? This is already our last defense line. Sigh. Forget it, since the battle with Lu Wenwu started, which of our defense lines could hold for more than 3 days? They are way too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bo-jun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, and Mo Shiquang and others. He had yet to recover from it. These days, Lu tribe army kept on being defeated again and again. No matter how much efforts he made, he was unable to reverse the situation. Now, as he completely realized the enormous gap between the two sides, he became disheartened and had already lost any intent to battle. The higher-ranked Gu masters let out a sigh of relief at this. Because of poison vow, they could not easily say it, but since Luo Bo-jun himself mentioned surrendering, there was no problem. The command to surrender was quickly spread and the battle also soon calmed down. Ha ha ha, didn't I say it? As long as we 3 brothers join hands, we can rule the world. And Mo Shiquang laughed heartily, extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu also laughed, his heart filled with huge joy. Lu tribe alliance had won their first battle. Now they would annex the enemy army, take in the captives and increase their strength before continuing forward. Mengqiu. The leopard group hissed and growled as they fought a bloody battle with rat group. The great army of Gu masters of the both sides instead became a background. New Heir too held his hands behind his back with his head high. Mutated leopards moved beside him, showing their dignity and prestige. By contrast, his opponent Jiang Baoye, who was publicly proclaimed as one of the enslavement path masters of Northern Plains, was sweating greatly and was as pale as paper. Jiang Baoye, you have already lost. Do you know how you lost? Your rat group scale is too large, reaching 650,000 in numbers. Troops are valued for their quality, not for their numbers. It is the same with beast groups as well. Now, quietly become a stepping stone for my name to spread in northern plains. New Air too lightly spoke, but his tranquil voice resounded within everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost yet, I still have my trump card. Jiang Baoya let out a hysterical shout. I will let you gain a first-hand experience in my enslavement path killer move which I have never displayed before, Rat Epidemic. The moment he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of rats self-destructed at the same time. The leopard group suffered disastrous casualties in this chain explosion. The ground slightly shook, turfs were flipped over, soil and stones splattered everywhere, and huge amount of yellow poison gas started appearing. The surviving leopard group was covered by this poison gas, immediately becoming sickly with their movements slowed down. Their battle strength had sharply fallen. By contrast, Jiang Baoya's rat group moved around in this yellow poison gas without being affected. Ha ha ha, the final winner is me, Jiang Baoya. Young man, you want to step on my position, keep on training for 500 years more. Jiang Baoya howled with laughter. Humph. I had intended to keep on hiding it, but since you want to die, don't blame me. New Air 2 snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard dash. Howl! Leopard group howled and unfolded an unmatchable mad charge. This? Jiang Baoya's eyes opened wide. The leopard group's battle strength had surged by over 2 times, furthermore their speed increased by an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbfounded look, the leopard group quickly charged out of the area covered by the yellow poison gas and breathed in fresh air, before charging forward like a terrifying tsunami, swallowing and engulfing everything. Dujiao. A large battlefield had already ended. Fire blazed towards the sky, the whole battlefield covered by raging inferno. A Gu master stood loftily in the inferno like a fire deity. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes as he looked at the surrounding Gu masters with his narrow eyes and spoke, his voice appearing extremely cruel and cold in the blazing inferno. It is your honor to be defeated by my supreme fire path. Surrender otherwise. All of you and this lowly grass shall turn into ashes. The surrounding Gu masters looked dejectedly at each other. After few breaths of time, they kneeled one after another. We surrender. After He tribe obtained the first victory against Dong Fang tribe, the curtains to many large battles that had started over northern plains also fell one after another. The defeated did not lose everything. Some surrendered and some ran away, choosing to side with another force. This was only the initial stage of the struggle for imperial court. They still had hope and chance. The winners swallowed the weak, obtaining huge amounts of war reparations and expanding themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters and ordinary mortals instead became nourishments for the grassland, and in the future would sink down under the snowy land, doomed for eternity. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing for over 10 days at Chao Fu, He Lulan finished absorbing the captives, expanding his military strength by 60% and resumed the expedition. This time, his target was Guanxi. The Gu tribe army stationed there had weak military strength, and thus became the optimum target for He Lulan to expand his force. 7 days later, He tribe army confronted Gu tribe army. Gu tribe suffered a huge defeat at the first battle. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong resolutely gave the order to abandon their 3 defense lines without using them and retreated to their tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed heartily as he led his army with a crushing momentum. But at the final battlefield, he was dumbstruck and asked his subordinates, "How is there a mountain here?" Gu tribe army might be weak, but they had their own ways. They built up a mountain by piling stones and garrisoned on the mountain, with countless traps set around the foot of the mountain. They occupied the high ground, having huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was abundantly clear. He tribe army attacked several times but were defeated every time, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fan Yuan looked at the battlefield with indifference, and did not use his full strength in mobilizing the wolf group, only doing it to show he was putting some effort. Adding in that there were many trees and undergrowth on the mountain, the wolf group could not show their strength properly, and were instead separated and killed. Thus, the battle situation might be progressing, but it was very slow. Above all, Gu tribe army was still continuing to add in stones to the mountain, making this mountain become taller and taller. He Lulan was furious. Gu Guolong is as obstinate as the rumors said. After I win, I will definitely step on him to death. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Just the rocks dropped by mere mortals possessed the strength of a rank 1 gu when dropped from such a height. If I had known this earlier, I would not have come here to chew on such a hard bone. He Lu Lan had the intent to retreat, but right at this time, a person walked out of the camp. This person held a letter as he came in front of He Lu Lan. This old man Tai Bai Yunxing received benefactor's letter and came to lend you a hand. He Lu Lan was joyous as he grabbed this person's hands. With old sir helping us, we can definitely succeed. Chapter 524. Number 1 in prestige and merit. Tai Bai Yunxing was tall with a strangely ancient appearance. The hair near his temples had turned white and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. He was already over 80, but his eyes were not dim and blurred, instead had a gentle look that seemed to pity the fate of mankind along with a calmness that had seen through the secular world. Since he was 7, he had been determined to travel the northern plains to help common people. His life was full of turmoil, as he was frequently toyed by fate. He became an enslaved Gu master after his tribe was annihilated, then he was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant men. Then in a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal's inheritance, and was rescued by his brothers when he was at the verge of death. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was publicly accepted as a great righteous path Gu master. His benevolence reputation had entered the depths of Northern Plains people, the level of his prestige far surpassing people like Chan Shanin, He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu. Right as He Lu Lan was at his wits' end considering the battle situation and had the thought of retreating, Tai Bai Yunxing came to the camp by himself, holding a letter in his hand. He Lu Lan read the letter and immediately realized the reason. Back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai took a fancy to Tai Bai Yunxing, guiding and rescuing him many times. Now that He tribe army had fallen into a predicament, He Bai, who had been secretly observing all along, sent a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing to provide assistance. He Lu Lan knew the ability of Tai Bai Yunxing and was thus overjoyed. He arranged a banquet that night to serve Tai Bai Yunxing. On the second day, the sky had just become bright. He Lu Lan impatiently arranged his army formation and requested Tai Bai Yunxing to make his move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Tai Bai Yunxing slowly walked to the front and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was specialized in earth path, and were long famous for it in northern plains. Piling stones to form a mountain, this would be an unimaginable and impossible tactics in earth. But in this world, this mountain formed in about 10 days proved nothing was impossible. The alliance leader Gu Guolong looked at the foot of the mountain from the summit. When a white-clothed, white-haired old man walked in front of the formation, the Gu masters around him roared in laughter and made disdainful comments, but Gu Guolong, however, had a bad feeling in his heart. He was well aware this mountain that they had formed by piling stones was built on many foundations constructed by his tribe's earth path Gu masters. Other tribes might find it hard to imitate, but it was not like there were no ways to break through it. After being defeated repeatedly for several rounds by He tribe army, Gu Guolong's military force had suffered damage and his ambition of vying for supremacy had dimmed down. He pondered over this and had decided to side with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu was wise and benevolent, treating his people leniently and being strict to himself. His reputation was much better than He Lu Lan's. Several days ago, Gu Guolong had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu express his intent to side with Lu tribe. Lord Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to my tribe's request to seek refuge, and is leading his army to reinforce us. As long as I defend for 7 more days, this predicament before us will part like clouds and allow me to see the clear sky. Just as Gu Guolong was inwardly encouraging himself, Tai Bai Yunxing slowly extended his hands. His large palms were covered with callus and wrinkles, just like an old tree bark. He slowly transferred his primeval essence. A weak silver light blossomed forth from his hands. The silver light was weak at first but soon turned brighter and brighter, and in a few seconds the silver light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly chanted, his voice resonating in the air. On the summit, Gu Guolong heard this voice and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Oh no, he is Tai Bai Yunxing! At the very same moment, silver light burst out, transforming into a straight light pillar that directly rammed into the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw the situation turning awry and immediately activated their defense Gu or attack to intercept the light pillar. But the silver light disregarded all interception and shone on the mountain peak. Both humans and beasts were unscathed, but the mountain stones below Gu tribe, regardless of how enormous or thick they were under the silver light, were like snow under scorching sun, as they turned into nothingness in a visible speed, seemingly like they had never even existed. As Gu tribe army lost the support under their feet, they started falling down one after another. It was a crushing defeat. Countless died as they crashed down to the ground from a height of 500 to 600 feet. Even if Gu tribe masters were stupid, they would become aware of their crisis at this moment. They exclaimed in shock one after another. Such strength! This is Lord Tai Bai Yunxing's mountain as before! Heaven, why is old Sir Tai Bai helping tyrant He Lu Lan? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing helped us restore our tribe's spirit spring back then. He is our tribe's benefactor. Now we need to fight with him. The mountain was the source of Gu tribe's army's confidence, and now it was loudly crumbling apart. But even more than that was Tai Bai Yunxing's prestige that shook their will to battle. Ha ha ha, Tai Bai Yunxing is indeed worthy of his name. Once he moves, it will be out of the ordinary. He Lu Lan laughed wildly as he looked at this scene from the main tent. Even he had not expected there to be such a hidden expert in the tribe. But each super tribe's supreme elders would occasionally fancy someone from demonic and righteous paths mortal Gu masters. They would then select these seeds to cultivate. In case these seeds were able to become Gu immortals, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elder. This was one of the tactics the super tribes used to preserve their position and develop themselves. Clearly, Tai Bai Yunxing was a seed the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai thought highly of and believed he had hopes of advancing to Gu immortal realm. Seeing the sorry figure of the enemy army, He tribe army's morale surged. Many started laughing loudly, and there were even more who shouted of slaughtering everyone in the enemy faction, even the old and the young. The Gu master experts in the main tent were also excited, with only Fang Yuan having a calm expression. Tai Bai Yunxing's appearance was already within his expectation. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yunxing had joined He tribe army from this point onwards and provided an enormous assistance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan being able to become the winner in the end was mostly because of Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing had a benevolent character, and during the expedition, he became deeply aware of He Lu Lan's savage and brutal nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and advanced to Gu Immortal, he did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill! Kill these bastards! They actually dared to pile stones into a mountain to make a stand! He Lu Lan excitedly shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was at the front of the troops, heard He Lu Lan's words and frowned. He heaved a deep sigh and did not continue to attack, instead transmitted his voice to He Lu Lan to persuade him. Alliance leader, heaven care for every living thing, why the need to kill? Throughout history, the struggle for imperial court has always been accompanied by blood dyeing the land and disastrous deaths. Since Alliance leader wants to enter the imperial court, it might be better to take in Gu tribe army. I am willing to persuade them on your behalf. Gu tribe piled up stones to form into a mountain and used it to contend against He tribe. But against Tai Bai Yunxing, this mountain they created instead became a fatal trap to themselves. The current situation was He tribe army tightly surrounding Gu tribe army. If Tai Bai Yunxing just made a casual move, he could reduce Gu tribe by over half. Gu tribe would naturally not sit and wait for their death, but when the mountain was completely collapsed, they would have almost no battle strength left, and their final charge would contain no threat. However, Tai Bai Yunxing did not do this. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Although his heart raged with killing intent, he needed to think about Tai Bai Yunxing's face. Tai Bai Yunxing was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the extremely rare time path Gu masters, and had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in Northern Plains was like the sun in daytime. His influence was spread throughout the entire region. He Lu Lan thought to himself before replying. Then I shall listen to old Sir, but it is too dangerous for old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort old Sir. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and climbed up the mountain under heavy protection. He had great prestige and his benevolent reputation had spread into the depths of people. As he climbed up the mountain, the enemy troops spontaneously parted way to reveal a passage in middle. I did not think I would meet benefactor at such a time. Gu Guolong laughed bitterly as he went forward and greeted. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were pushed aside by several large tribes. It was very dangerous for them to migrate, and thus they requested Tai Bai Yunxing to help them. Tai Baiyunxing helped them without taking any fees and became a benefactor to everyone in Gu tribe. Under Tai Baiyunxing's persuasion, although Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu's circumstances are more powerful than individuals, he had no choice but to lower his head. Tai Baiyunxing had only been on the mountain for a quarter of an hour before he descended. When he climbed up, there were 6 people with him. When he descended, there were over 100,000. Evidently, Tai Baiyunxing's persuasion was successful. Gu tribe army pledged allegiance to He Lulan, thus He tribe army's military strength increased sharply. Tai Baiyunxing changed the battle situation by himself. And with his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 lives and also established great merits for He tribe. On the very first day Tai Baiyunxing came to He tribe army, he reached the top position in battle merit list. And exactly opposite to him was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Chang Shanyan's name was listed at the last on the battle merit list, in scarlet red color, and was negative, forming a stark contrast with Tai Baiyunxing's battle merit. That very night, He Lulan sent command for a celebratory banquet and also a welcoming reception for Tai Baiyunxing. The moon was bright and stars were few, as bonfire raged high. It was a festive scene with cheerful sounds resounding throughout the place and beautiful young girls in Northern Plains clothing embroidered with gold, silver and precious jewels, danced around the bonfire. He Lulan repeatedly toasted towards Tai Baiyunxing and praised. With old sir assisting us, all defense lines are useless. Tai Baiyunxing had 2 rank 5 Gu that were recognized by all Northern Plains people. One was mountain as before and another was river as before, both were time path Gu worms. The former could restore earth, hills, mountains, mounds and valleys to their original appearance, and the latter could restore rivers, lakes, streams, springs and waterfalls back to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created the mountain on a land that was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it returned to its original form. Gu tribe's spirit spring had been restored to its original state by river as before Gu, being able to create primeval stones again. In the battles between great armies, defense lines needed to be created, and this usually relied on earth path Gu worms to create long and tall defense walls. These defense walls would be restored to flat grassland under the effect of mountain as before Gu. Thus He Lulan's words "all defense lines are useless" had deep reasoning behind them. Chapter 525. Rapid Changes and Fierce Experts. Northern Plains calendar, middle of June. It should have been summer, but the aura of 10-year blizzard had already thickened. The sky would often be gloomy and cold wind blew with increasing condensed frost aura. And the struggle for imperial court that covered Northern Plains was advancing forward like a wildfire. At Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe had started their battle. Ma tribe's dominance was huge and they broke through 2 of Song tribe's defense lines in a row. Song tribe alliance leader Song Qinin led the army to counterattack and ambush Ma tribe, causing them to give up a defense line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun moved and mobilized his trump card Pegasus group, surrounding and killing Song Qinin in the air. Song tribe army became a headless dragon, and after an internal discord caused by Ma tribe secretly, they finally crumbled apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes while some remnants managed to escape to all directions. In this battle, one of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, rank 5 initial stage water fairy Song Qinin died and became a stepping stone for enslavement path master Ma Zun's fame. The strength Ma Zun displayed shocked the people. Faintly, people were already calling him Northern Plains #1 enslavement path master, Mengqiu. New Heir 2's battle with Jiang Baoya. New Heir 2 was originally not an enslavement path Gu master and had switched to it midway. But the leopard group he led was unexpectedly able to overpower and defeat the veteran enslavement path master Jiang Baoya. Just because of this battle achievement, New Heir 2 rose to the ranks of enslavement path masters of Northern Plains. And together with Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, Ma Zun and Chang Shanin, were called 5 Beast Kings. However, although New Heir 2 managed to become famous, the price he had to pay was very high. Jiang Baoya's counterattack had inflicted disastrous damage to New Heir 2's troops. Despite annexing the remnants of the enemy after the battle along with the war reparations, New Heir 2's army's momentum was hindered. Rat King Jiang Baoya managed to escape with his life and gathered the remnant army. His original rat group of over 600,000 now had less than 300,000 left. But even as a defeated general, many large forces still showed interest towards him, and over 10 forces had already sent him an invitation letter. Du Jiao. Yu Lui Sang was empowered by the immortal Gu, and with his formidable rank 5 peak stage fire pass strength, he suppressed all the heroes and swept through the last obstacle, succeeding in dominating Dujiao region. However, just as Yu Lui army was spreading towards all directions like an unstoppable wildfire, they were pincer attacked by alliance of 7 armies. Each of the 7 armies had at least over 100,000 troops. Although none were super tribes, they had famous Gu master experts. The alliance of 7 armies created an aggressive momentum. Yu Lui army, who had just gotten a head start, and were about to continue with great momentum, fell into a perilous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also confronted by a great enemy, and did not have any time to relax. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led his army and was pressing closer to He tribe every passing day. Previously, Gu Guolong had sought help from Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu was quite excited at reading the letter, knowing this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, Lu tribe army could pincer attack He tribe from behind and gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to land in a passive situation. But the result was that the situation changed way too fast. Lu tribe army was just halfway on their way when they heard the report of Gu tribe's defeat and submitting to He tribe. And the crucial character that made this possible was Tai Bai Yunxing. Lu Wenwu was shocked at this report. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yunxing had actually taken the initiative to come out and help He Lulan. Obtaining this person was like adding a huge army to He Lulan's forces. Lu Wenwu soon realized this was the behind-the-scenes move of He tribe's Gu Immortal. According to the rule Ancestor Giant Sunset, Gu Immortals could provide some help to mortals in the struggle for Imperial Court. Naturally, this type of help had its restrictions. At least the Gu Immortals absolutely could not move personally. Whether it was the immortal Gu on Yu Lui Sang or Tai Bai Yunxing who assisted He Lulan after receiving the letter, they were both Gu Immortals' pawn pieces. Lu Wenwu naturally also had the privilege to request help from the Gu Immortals supporting him. He Lulan obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's assistance, who in Lu Wenwu's opinion was much more terrifying than Wolf King Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunxing's reputation was extremely high. Whether it was righteous path or demonic path, many had received his grace. If just a small portion of these people had the heart to repay gratitude, the force they could gather would be very terrifying. Besides, once He tribe expanded, those scattered demonic Gu masters who had been watching from the sidelines would see the hopes of entering the imperial court in He tribe, and would side with them of their own initiative. And Tai Bai Yunxing's existence would cause them to be even more inclined to choose He Lulan. With this, He tribe would continue to be stronger. And as time passed, they would throw all the other competitors behind. He Lulan defeated Dong Fang Yuliang and obtained a super tribe's war reparations. This by itself is a great profit. By contrast, we might have defeated several allied armies, but they were all an alliance of large tribes, so the war reparations we received are lower than He tribe's. Now He tribe has Tai Bai Yunxing, a living signboard with him. If we give him time to expand, it will be very difficult to deal with him later. Lu Wenwu contemplated for a while before resolutely sending a command. Lu tribe army continued along their original plan, pushing on towards He tribe. He Lulan laughed heartily at this news. Come, come. He then sent the command to set up defense lines around the area. After constructing the first defense line properly, the large army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. At every 1,000 li of distance, they would stop and garrison for several days to construct another defense line. 12 days later, He tribe army moved on from their fourth defense line and traveled 500 li before coming face to face with Lu tribe army. The two army parted away for the experts' challenging stage. He tribe's expert Hao Ji-lu charged forward, not giving precedence to others. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yan-fei. Hao Ji-lu was at rank 4 upper stage and Pei Yan-fei was also the same. The two exchanged 20 moves, the situation was still neck and neck. Hao Ji-lu's offense surged higher and higher, causing people's hearts to shake. While Pei Yan-fei used sharp and precise attacks, moving back and forth within the attacks, and sweeping everything before him. As the battle continued on, both of their primeval essence were running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battle, and once their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would sharply fall. This cannot go on. The two had similar thoughts at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji-lu took the lead and pushed forward his palms. A giant waterfall fell from the air and crashed towards Pei Yan-fei with a rumbling sound. Pei Yan-fei did not face it head-on, instead using his movement Gu to soar to the sky, evading the waterfall. Rank 4 Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4 Swallow Wings Goo. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Goo. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yanfei staked it all, using his signature killer move. At that instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and made an arc through the air as fast as lightning, cutting open the waterfall before bursting through Hao Ji Lu. However, Hao Ji Lu turned into water after being burst. It was not his real body. Water Image Goo. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time and already had the intel on Pei Yanfei, and knew Pei Yanfei did not have powerful detective goo. Thus, when he sent the waterfall, he took the advantage of the giant current blocking Pei Yanfei's line of sight to quietly use his water image goo while his real body hid inside the waterfall. His actions were extremely secretive and most of the goo masters from both sides had been deceived. Pei Yanfei burst through the water image and immediately had warning signals going off in his heart. Without holding back, he transferred all his remaining primeval essence into his swallow wings goo. The 2 pairs of swallow wings on his back rapidly flapped and took him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body soaked in water. Even though he won the battle, he was not happy. The enemy's killer move had astonishing power. This time he used water image goo to deceive him, but what about the next time? Big brother, let me go out! Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shikuang to fume with anger and impatiently requested to be sent to battle. Lu Wenwu had a smile on his face, but he did not agree. Third brother, no need to fret. You came forward in the previous battle, it is my turn now. An extremely tall and thin goo master with robust and shiny bald head stood out and patted Mo Shikuang's shoulder. Second brother! Mo Shikuang helplessly shouted. This person's name was Ouyang Bai Seng, a demonic goo master. In their early years, by chance encounter, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang in an inheritance site. The 3 combined their strength to tackle the obstacles and obtain the inheritance, and because they felt affinity with each other, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Bai Seng, who wants to come spar with me? Ouyang Bai Seng slowly walked towards the front of the troops and shouted in a soft voice. Soon after, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well get some rest first to recover your primeval essence. Water Demon snickered but did not agree to the provocation. No need to hurry, there will be many chances later on. After saying that, he returned to the camp. With the struggle for Imperial Court advancing to this stage, the intel on experts of every forces was widely spread. Ouyang Bai Seng was Mo Shikuang's second brother. Just this status alone made him someone who could not be underestimated. His performance was extremely glorious during the several large battles before. He was a transformation path expert, and the goo masters of this path possessed at least one killer move. With a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage, he was same as Mo Shikuang, possessing the battle strength comparable to a rank 5 goo master. During his first battle, he had killed the enemy side's rank 5 alliance leader. A dazzling battle achievement like crossing realms to fight was something many people would look up to their whole lives. Facing such an expert, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu might have small chance at victory even if he was at his peak stage. Let alone now, when his energy was already exhausted in the battle with Pei Yanfei. A goo master's state did not just depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Seng coming forward, He Lu Lan felt a slight headache. In contrast to Lu Wenwu, he currently found that he lacked fierce generals beside him. After taking in Goo Tribe Army, He Tribe Army now had 3 rank 5 goo masters He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and the just recently subdued Goo Guolong. He Lu Lan could not easily move because of his status as the alliance leader. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing goo master and was not good at fighting. Goo Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path goo master, but the other was at rank 4 peak stage. It would not conform to the rule of battle if he was sent out, and they would only be sneered upon. He then looked at his rank 4 goo masters Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xixian, Little Fox Commander Tang Niaoming, and Soul Blade Pan Ping. Chang Shanin and Tang Niaoming were enslavement path goo masters, so they could be excluded. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already went up, so He Lu Lan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Xixian. Pan Ping knew he was not Ouyang Bai Seng's match by just relying on his trump card, so he looked uncomfortable. While Bian Xixian's face was covered with a black veil, revealing her cold and clear gaze. He Lu Lan turned around towards Bian Xixian. For this challenge, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to make a move. I can only ensure that I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee a victory. Bien Xixian coldly replied. He Lu Lan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was alliance leader and Bien Xixian had taken the poison vow, He Lu Lan could not forcibly make Bien Xixian fight to the death. Chapter 526. Azura Ouyang, losses to both sides. Bien Xixian moved to the front of the troop and without saying much, quickly started the fight with Ouyang by saying. The battle between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. If considering reputation, Shadow Sword Expert could throw Ouyang by Sang several streets away. But if considering cultivation and strength, Ouyang by Sang was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master who was able to cross a great realm and kill a rank 5 expert, while Shadow Sword Expert was only at rank 4 upper stage. Shadow Sword Expert's Gu worms complemented each other very well and there was no shortcomings. At the same time, she placed high importance on her movement ability. Her figure turned into shadows and continuously circled around Ouyang by Sang, attacking with multiple sword shadows from time to time. Ouyang by Sang stayed stationary on the spot as he defended, his body unmoving like the rocks on the shores of the sea. The battle went on for a while, when this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu slowly felt impatient. If you are only of this standard, then go die! He gave a low shout, as great changes appeared over his whole body. His teeth quickly grew longer and sharper like swords, and his 2 pairs of canine teeth protruded out of his mouth like fangs. Green hair started growing out of his bald head. Not only on his head, the green hair grew all over his body. His body made creaking noises and his blood flow instantly slowed down greatly. The originally tall and skinny body became even more thin, but the aura of danger coming from him grew thicker by 10 times. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but had transformed into a pair of eerie and cold green eyes, giving off a glossy jade light. Rank 5, Azura Zombie Gu. This Gu was classified under the most classic zombie series of transformation path. The series of zombie Gu were spread widely throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie Gu to rank 3 hairy zombie Gu to rank 4 hopping zombie Gu till the rank 5 flying zombie Gu. There were 5 great flying zombie Gu in the world: Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie. Many Gu masters who did not have much lifespan left, and had no lifespan Gu to increase their life, would often choose to turn into zombies to prolong their life, transforming into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Fan Yuan had already seen Blood White Gu before. At Qing Mao Mountain, Gu Yu first generation ancestor had turned into Blood White to change his fate in defiance of heaven, but his plan was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shueling and others. This Azura Zombie Gu that Ouyang by Sang was using was a formidable Gu that was equally famous as Blood White Gu. Clank clank clank. Bien Xixian's sword shadows cut at Ouyang by Sang's body, but they actually produced sparks on contact, unable to injure his skin by even a fraction, only cutting several green hair. Overlapping shadow Gu. Bien Xixian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, multiple sword shadows overlaid on top of one another to transform into an abysmally dark and extremely condensed sword. Now this is something! Green light blossomed in Ouyang by Sang's pupils as he looked at this sword shadow attack. He was not afraid, but instead was happy. He stretched his right hand in a form of a claw and grabbed at the sword shadow like he was grabbing a rabbit. This! Bien Xixian revealed shock. The sword shadow in her hand could not go an inch further. Gagaga. Ouyang by Sang laughed in a haggard and unpleasant tone as he clenched his claw-shaped right palm. Puff! A soft sound echoed. He actually forcibly burst apart the sword shadow. Bien Xixian quickly retreated. The shattered sword shadow burst into many sharp pieces that ruthlessly struck at Ouyang by Sang, inflicting several deep wounds on his body, and slashed apart the 4 fingers on his right hand and almost cut apart the whole right fist. Bien Xixian had bitterly accumulated battle merits from several small battles before and exchanged them for overlapping shadow Gu from He Tribe's supply camp. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows' offense could merge and could match the offensive prowess of a rank 5 attack Gu. Ouyang by Sang was slashed at by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie, which caused the feeling of pain to almost disappear. At the same time, large amounts of eerie green blood flowed out of the wounds. The wounds were so deep that one could see the bone, but they healed within just few seconds of time. New hair grew on top of it and covered it. His broken fingers also grew again, and it looked like it did not take any effort. Bien Xixian's complexion turned pale white at this sight. Ouyang by Sang looked hot-headed when he forcibly grabbed the sword shadow, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into a Jura zombie, his defense and recovery ability were raised by several folds. Bian Xixian's strongest attack could not affect him in any way. This unavoidably weakened Bian Xixian's will to battle severely. Gu Master's battle strength did not only rely on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture, it also depended on their determination and mental state. I am an assassin, an expert at movement and infiltrating secretly. These challenges between the two armies are done out in the open, and facing someone head-on is not my usual style. Ouyang Baiseng's performance greatly weakened the battle intent in Bian Xixian's heart. In the next several rounds, she kept on attacking while moving around Ouyang Baiseng, but it was clear her attacking frequency had decreased by a lot compared to before, and she was dodging most of the time. After exchanging 10 more moves, Bian Xixian shouted and quickly pulled open a distance from Ouyang Baiseng, retreating towards He tribe camp. At this sight, Lu tribe army's morale rose again, while He tribe's morale shook and the higher-ups did not have good expressions. Bian Xixian lost. Is Ouyang Baiseng really so strong? His killer move is a Jura transformation, having killed a rank 5 expert with this killer move. Now, he has only used a Jura zombie Gu, not even using his full strength, but was still able to defeat Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert did not have a strong will to fight, but by continuously attacking while moving around, she has exhausted a considerable amount of Ouyang Baiseng's primeval essence. We can send another person to fight with him. The discussion settled and He tribe army sent Pan Ping to battle. But within only a short period of time, Pan Ping seemed unable to stall further and panically unsheathed the scimitar on his waist and used Soul Blade Gu. A cold light flashed, but it was in vain. Soul Blade Gu could ignore defense, but it did not work always and had a certain probability. Moreover, once this rank 4 Soul Blade Gu was activated, it needed 8 hours of rest before it could be used again. Ouyang Baiseng got quite a shock. Despite having read relevant intel, Soul Blade Gu's speed was way faster than what he imagined, making him unable to react in time. I can't leave him alive. Ouyang Baiseng's killing intent surged as he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping already knew this situation was bad the moment he saw his attack did not succeed, so he hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baiseng pursued him closely. He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to block Ouyang Baiseng and rescue Pan Ping. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baiseng and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baiseng was about to use his killer move, a Jura transformation, when Mo Shi Quan, who was unable to endure any more, charged out of the main tent and shouted, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." Ouyang Baiseng, alone, put He tribe army under great pressure, now adding Mo Shi Quan on top of that, and the situation turned way worse. "Third brother, no need to interfere. What is the use even if there are more people? Look at my Jura transformation!" Ouyang Baiseng furiously roared under the 3 rank 4 experts' violent attacks, and used his killer move. His aura suddenly increased sharply, his body grew bigger, becoming a giant of over 10 feet. The muscles in his whole body inflated like a balloon, and quickly transforming into absurd rock-like bulging muscles. And under his pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew out. His body was completely dark green. Hi's feet ripped apart the leather boots and stepped on the grassland, creating a deep crater. The protruding fangs turned dark brown and a 3rd vertical eye opened from the center of his forehead. "Howl!" Ouyang Baiseng roared, the berserk sound shaking the whole battlefield. The 3 He tribe's Gu masters felt their momentum slowed down. Ouyang Baiseng waved his fists like swatting a fly, sending one flying far away. The other 2 attacked violently, golden blades striking rapidly like thunder, but Ouyang Baiseng took it forcibly, his enormous body not even budging. "Die!" He attacked with all 6 hands, punching, swatting, grabbing, holding with extremely fierce power. And all his hands moved smoothly, not hindering each other in the slightest. The 2 rank 4 could not take it head-on, and started retreating. Ouyang Baiseng was not satisfied. His every punch produced a sonic boom with power that caused people to pale. 1 rank 4 Gu master lasted only a short while under this crazed offense, and was smashed into blood paste. While another Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Baiseng. "Don't kill me, don't kill!" His pleadings came to an end abruptly. Blood started flowing rapidly out of his 7 facial orifices. His ribs were crushed and his body started deflating. Ouyang Baiseng had crushed him to death with 2 hands. "So violent!" Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han involuntarily cried out. He Lu Lan's express turned extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yunxing also had a solemn expression. Lu tribe's army started cheering loudly while He tribe's Gu masters were in disorder, their morale falling down to the abyss. Lu Wenwu laughed at this sight before waving his hand. "Commence the battle! All troops charge!" Immediately, Lu tribe army rushed forward like a flood with the gates opened, bringing a momentum that wanted to drown the world. Amo Shiquang, Pei Yanfei and others were leading. He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth and also sent a command for the army to prepare to receive the attack. The large battle unfolded with all kinds of shouts and cries resounding through the battlefield. During the intense battle, Lu tribe's several great experts rampaged everywhere, causing He Lu Lan and the higher-ups to fall into disadvantage at the very start. But at the low level, He tribe was actually winning. Under Fan Yuan's control, the wolf group started wildly slaughtering Lu tribe's Gu masters, while Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence against the encroaching wolves. Thus, even if the wolves died, they died after contributing greatly. Lu tribe's Gu masters' experts sensed this unfavorable situation and started searching for Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan used the same old trick, hiding in some corner of the battlefield. He now already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, and with the concealment from these Gu, as long as he did not use over 80% of his strength, his soul fluctuations would be concealed. This large battle continued from the early morning to evening. The setting sun shone like blood as it shone down on the grassland that was covered with corpses and blood. There was no winner in this battle. Lu tribes suffered disastrous losses in their military forces because of the wolf group. After the Lu tribe's Gu master experts were not able to find Fan Yuan's location, they all concentrated in attacking He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts thus suffered serious damage. Amo Shiquang and Ouyang Bai Sang were difficult to restrain, and almost all the He tribe Gu masters were too terrified to confront them. He tribe's battle intent was dissipating and was barely able to hold on. When the night fell, the night wolves became fierce and Lu Wenwu, not wanting the lower-ranked Gu master casualties to increase, also had the thought of retreating. The first battle ended up in a draw with their killing intent gradually calming down as the night progressed. Both sides retreated behind their defense lines to rest and prepare. Chapter 527. Wolf King, Striving for Victory. He tribe's main tent. The atmosphere here was stifling, almost everyone including He Lu Lan was injured. The lofty and grand Gu master experts looked very miserable at this moment. Lu tribe's offense was too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bo Jun and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts, Amo Shiquang and Ouyang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage experts with battle strength of rank 5. Furthermore, there are other strong experts like Pei Yanfei and Chang Biao. Such quality of experts were rarely seen in the past 10 struggles for imperial court. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare, each was the head of small or mid-sized forces or elders of large-sized forces. And with the high demand of aptitude, rank 5 was even rarer. Even a superforce would only have 2-3 rank 5 Gu masters openly. Actually, when comparing, He tribe was stronger in higher-ranked forces. He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Gu Guolong were rank 5 experts. And there were over 20 rank 4 experts including Chang Shanin, Tang Niaoming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xixian and Pan Ping. However, even between same-ranked Gu masters, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu masters were a force that surpassed group battles, their individual strength could surpass the accumulation of a group. For example, just Fan Yuan alone could slaughter small or mid-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Bai Sang, alone, had slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak but that Lu tribe's higher-ranked battle strength was too strong. Especially in this battle, Lu tribe had slaughtered many of He tribe's higher-ranked Gu masters, cutting down rank 4 Gu masters to almost half, causing the gap to further increase. The way to deal with the enormous dominance of Lu tribe was a problem He tribe had to quickly come up with a solution for. If I had some time, I could annex several large armies, and with old Sir's prestige, subdue some experts. Maybe we could contend against Lu tribe's higher-ranked strength then. He Lu Lan sighed, hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to attack, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately realized the deep intent behind He Lu Lan's words. I once rescued Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, and they had said they would repay the favor. I can write them a letter, and maybe they will come over. Everyone's spirits rose. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were called the twin demons of demonic path in northern plains, they always worked together, having great teamwork with each other. These two were both rank 4 peak stage experts and had once killed a rank 5 expert by combining their strength. The pressure on He Lulan eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, it can slightly make up for the gap between the two armies. But the events of the battle concerns everyone's life, and we cannot hope for others' mood in repaying the favor. In today's battle, it was thanks to Wolf King that we were able to exterminate large numbers of low-ranked enemy Gu masters, causing an enormous loss to Lu tribe. If it were not for Lu Wenwu feeling hesitation, how could he have retreated so easily? Everyone's gaze landed on Fan Yuan, wanting to hear his thoughts. Fan Yuan had a tranquil expression, not having a trace of injury on his body. He had been hiding while commanding the wolf group in the battle, but he was the one who gained the most battle merits. Most of the ones in the main tent were inwardly infuriated at this, having envious and jealous feelings. But due to the situation, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fan Yuan had been looking through his memories, trying to excavate the information on how He Lulan had prevailed over Lu Wenwu, but even after a long time of racking up his brain, he did not get any results. There was way too much information in the memories of his 500 years of past life, and much was forgotten. And from the look of it, this enormous problem that was troubling everyone was no more than just a minor detail in the long river of history in his past life. Feeling everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan raised his eyelids and lightly said, Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, but their strongest expert is only Bei Chao Chuan, whose grass soldier troops is of no importance. Now, both the enemy and us have our strengths. We are like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe is strong in terms of higher-ranked Gu masters, while I can slaughter many of their low-ranked Gu masters with my wolf group. Thus, it resulted in the draw today. The way to victory is restraining the enemy's advantage as well as strengthening our advantage. And restraining the enemy's Gu master experts is not an impossible thing. As long as I can have a group of strong wolves as trump cards, I can restrain them. But with this, I will have to use all my strength, and the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu on me will no longer be able to conceal my soul fluctuations, and thus I will become the enemy's target. Fan Yuan's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered his head and mumbled. The current 5 great enslavement masters of Northern Plains were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun has mutated Pegasus Group. Eagle King Yang Ping has mutated Thunder Eagle Group. Rat King Jiang Baoya has mutated Mountain Drilling Rat Group. And the newly advanced enslavement master Leopard King New Air 2 controlled Glimpse Leopard Group. Only Wolf King Chang Shanin did not have a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast possessed the battle strength of rank 4 Gu masters. Once a group of mutated beasts formed, they would be more terrifying than the same amount of Gu masters. After all, beast group would charge dauntlessly under the enslavement path Gu masters' control. As Gu masters had all kinds of self-benefits to think about, even if they were under poison vow, they could not be made to fight to the death. If they had a group of mutated beasts, there was a huge chance of killing rank 5 experts. After all, even rank 5 Gu masters were mortals in the end, with limited primeval essence, and there were times when their strength was exhausted. However, making a mutated beast group was too time-consuming of a process, and would exhaust enormous energy and resources. To look for a group of mutated wolf group for Fan Yuan in this short period of time, there was only one way: requesting help from He tribe's Gu immortals. The people in the main tent, even if they did not know the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were aware of the huge power of Gu immortals. In the history of Northern Plains, there were several examples where Gu immortals organized mutated beast group to provide assistance to their respective force. Mutated beast group is indeed a way out. I will give it a try first. He Lulan pondered for a while before saying vaguely. But everyone clearly knew the meaning behind He Lulan's words was to request help from the Gu immortal behind him. This immediately caused a new change in the gaze. Everyone looked at Fan Yuan. How could this Wolf King Chang Shanin have such good luck? Making a Gu immortal help him to organize a mutated wolf group. If he had to do this himself, he might not even be able to accomplish it in 20 to 30 years. Why don't we get such benefits? Everyone felt envious and jealous. Ultimately, it was the identity of Chang Shanin that Fan Yuan carried. An enslavement master was in existence that could turn tides around. He tribe was fighting Lu tribe. It was indeed wise to put heavy importance on Fan Yuan and give more resources to him. If I remember right, even if there is a mutated beast group, Lord Wolf King's battle merits is ranked number 1 from the bottom, the last place in the battle merits list, right? Cunning gentleman was filled with jealousy, kindly reminding as if he had suddenly recalled it. Of course, I can't receive a mutated wolf group for nothing. Fan Yuan righteously nodded. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for it. Of course, my battle merits are insufficient right now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that cannot be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted inwardly at the same time, Do you feel no shame speaking such words? Do you still want your face? You already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits before, and you still want to borrow more? In the entire He tribe army, only you have borrowed battle merits. Don't you feel guilt holding that rank 5 amplify effect goo? In fact, Fan Yuan not only did not feel any guilt, instead he said with a not satisfied voice, Just a mutated beast group won't do. I still require rank 5 lurking soul coat goo. Unfortunately, refining a rank 5 goo has a success rate that is too low. I have collected 3 rank 4 goo, but I don't dare to fuse them to rank 5. He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth. The number of times he could request help from the tribe was limited. The more he asked for help, the less the tribe's evaluation of him would be. But there was no other way. He could only nod at Fan Yuan in order to defeat Lu Wenwu. I will do something about it. Just as He Lu Lan and his group were strategizing, Lu Wenwu and his group were also planning on how to battle He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Chang Shanin is the biggest problem. It was because of him that my army suffered disastrous losses in today's battle, with at least 30,000 Gu masters dying in the wolves' mouths. Sigh, this number is truly making my heart bleed. Everyone came forward to side with me because they believed in me. But it is because of my incompetence we had to suffer such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu shed tears and sighed. Big brother, how is it your fault? We can only blame those Gu masters for being useless. And Mo Shikuang almost jumped up as he hurriedly retorted. Wolf King Chang Shanin might have huge reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Bai Sang, however, loftily snorted. His tone contained disdain. The Grand Wolf King was actually sneakily hiding in some corner like a rat. It really makes people look down upon him. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly while opening his weeping eyes and asked the group, Do any of you have a good method to deal with Wolf King? And Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Bai Sang stopped speaking. They were experts at fighting. Things like strategizing were not their strong points. I have a plan. Bei Chao Chuan stood up and said confidently, Wolf King Chang Shanin was originally Chang tribe's tribesman. Although he spoke of taking revenge, the blood ties he has with Chang tribe is unmistakable and cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Chang Shanyin's best friend. After Chang Shanin disappeared, Chang Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son who is currently Chang tribe's young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. We might as well try to use this to deal with Wolf King. Who knows if it might be effective? This idea is not bad. Lu Wenwu's eyes gleamed. After the discussion ended, Fan Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. The problem of refining rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu had been hurting his head recently. If he could borrow He tribe's Gu Immortals' power to organize a mutated beast group and also refine rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu, it would be the best. Fan Yuan felt there was a huge chance for this to succeed. Although he could not remember all the minor details of this time's struggle for Imperial Court, but he knew clearly He Lu Lan was able to enter Imperial Court, and the support of the Gu Immortal behind He Lu Lan was inseparable from this. The two sides will at least rest and reorganize for 3 days. In this time, He tribe's Gu Immortals will have received He Lu Lan's letter for assistance. Before this, I need to prepare. Thinking of his great plan, the corners of Fan Yuan's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Chapter 528. True Martial Secret. Awaiting assistance Xiao Hun Blessed Land. This place was always covered in dense dark clouds and female-shaped trees grew on the ground. These trees were very peculiar. The tree trunk was curved and branches wrapped around each other like a girl's naked body. The trees were in all kinds of enchanting postures. Female-shaped trees grew all over the place, becoming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest was the tallest female-shaped tree with a height of 1,000 feet and roots that extended for a range of 10,000 li. This female-shaped tree king, however, did not look seductive, instead giving off pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was ramrod straight, giving a highly spirited feeling. Its 2 enormous branches formed into hands that covered the chest. The side branches from them formed into two well-developed and large palms that lifted a green treehouse. Red vermilion fruits grew all over the treehouse with reddish-brown rattan twining around them, making the fruits look like hearts. Two Gu immortals were sitting inside this treehouse, both in black clothes. On the left was an ordinary-looking man who was called He Tribe Stoneman during his young age. He was awkward at conversing but was smart and careful inside. He was He Bai. On the right side, however, was a handsome man who was radiating with vigor, having eyes that seemed to shine, and appeared confident and at ease. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Qing, He Lu Lan's father, and a famous handsome man as well as the male lead in Su Xian's night elopement. Say, you just returned from NIU blessed land, did you see Dong Fang Chang Fan? How is he? He Qing asked leisurely while taking a sip of tea. He Bai nodded. Senior Dong Fang isn't looking for lifespan Gu, there is not much of his lifespan left, he can probably only live for 2-3 years more. But his vision is broad and has magnanimous conduct, already seeing through the trouble of life and death, and only wants to wholeheartedly nurture his successor Dong Fang Yuliang now. Magnanimous conduct, broad vision? He Qing scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you saw wrong. Dong Fang Chang Fan is a genuine petty person. He schemed against the northern plains and is extremely insidious, and so is hated by all the Gu immortals. If it was not so, he could have already bought lifespan Gu. Why would he have fallen into this state? I have been secretly investigating over these years and have discovered he had a hand in my wife Su Xian Er's death. He Qing revealed this secret information, causing He Bai to be extremely startled. What? There was such a thing? He Bai exclaimed in shock. Su Xian Er was He Qing's wife. Over 200 years back, Su Xian Er was no more than a daughter of a concubine in Su tribe, and while she poured wine for Lord He Qing back then in the banquet, He Qing immediately fell in love at first sight. In that banquet, He Qing was poisoned by Su tribe leader, his strength fell to the bottom and he was hunted down. After Su Xian Er accidentally learned of it, she resolutely rushed out of the tribe in the dead of night to rescue He Qing, whom she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian Er only had rank 1 cultivation, and ferocious beasts roamed the night grassland that were beyond her ability to contend. But under the play of fate, she was able to find the unconscious He Qing. He Qing was thus saved and managed to live. He had then asked Su Xian Er with suspicion. I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman, why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian Er had answered. Lord has a noble spirit, this humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. The moonlight shone on the jade-like beauty with slender and fair hands. He Qing was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian Er's hand and swore. Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Qing, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. Su Xian Er saving He Qing was akin to betraying the tribe. He Qing was very grateful and interlinked with her as husband and wife. From that day onwards, the two helped each other, loving and respecting each other their whole life. 100 years later, both became Gu immortals, becoming a story that spread far and wide in northern plains. And Su Xian's night elopement was also spread wide, encouraging countless women to bravely take the initiative to love. He Bai's mood became solemn. Could it be over 20 years ago sister-in-law did not die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Qing scoffed. There was indeed an earthly calamity, but the earthly calamity was influenced by people. Don't forget, brother, old ancestor giant son immortal venerable has such methods. Dong Fang tribe has entered imperial court many times as a tribe with Huang Jin bloodline. They might have received an inheritance relevant to such methods from 88 True Young building. Sigh, I only have a little evidence. It is not enough to prove Dong Fang Chang Fan as the main culprit. He Bai remained dazed for quite a while before sighing. You really can't judge people by appearance. He Qing patted his shoulder and comforted in a gentle voice. Brother, you have become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Gu immortal's circle might not be big, but the treacherous conspiracies inside it are much deeper than between mortals. Heibai was just about to speak, when his expression blanked. He Lulan has sent a letter. He Qing nodded, and with a shift of his mind, loosened the defense over Shaohun blessed land by a little. The space opened up and in flew a butterfly. Heibai stretched his right hand. This butterfly fluttered and gently landed on his palm. This was rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. Heibai closed his eyes and concentrated on the butterfly letter Gu from He Lulan, containing his request. What is it? Did that disappointing child of mine ask you for help again? When Heibai opened his eyes, He Qing snorted and asked with a displeased tone. Heibai forced a smile. Brother, He Lulan is you and sister-in-law Su Xian'er's son. Although sister-in-law suffered and fell seriously ill when giving birth to He Lulan, leading to her strength being greatly diminished and thus passing away in the earthly calamity several years later, the child is still innocent. You should not disregard him because of it. You even gave him to the 27th concubine Fairy Jianyu to adopt, and did not allow him to light an incense to pay respects to his own mother. He Qing snorted with dissatisfaction, but did not argue. Heibai sighed. This is your family affair, and it is truly not my place to meddle. But I have given a lot of thoughts to Big Brother's actions. You sent He Lulan to be adopted by the childless Fairy Jianyu in order to preserve He Lulan's life though her immortal Gu dark limit. He Lulan has the 10 extreme physique, great strength, true martial. To stimulate his spirit, you gave him a condition that as long as he advanced to Gu immortal, he could light the incense for his mother. Little brother deeply admire your actions, but Big Brother, your way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstandings between father and son. It is not a good method. Looking at the long-term drawbacks, He Qing heaved a sigh, not replying Heibai, but instead asked, what did that child mention in the request? Heibai clapped his palm and smiled. Look, Big Brother, you showed indifference, but you still care about nephew's safety in your heart. Nephew hopes we can prepare a mutated wolf group and also a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Humph, this kid is truly insolent. Lurking soul coat Gu is okay, but our He tribe does not have mutated wolf group. Right now, our He tribe is battling Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is not someone who can be underestimated. Back then, the inheritance of Harmony Immortal fell in his hand. He has 2 sworn brothers, both are fierce warriors and can match 10,000 soldiers. However, nephew Lulan also has a great general under him, Wolf King Chang Shanin. This time's request is because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. Heibai explained. He Qing mumbled. Rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is no issue, I have one with me. But mutated wolf group would have to be purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will have to request brother for this. Heibai quickly shook his hand. Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter Imperial Court and find immortal Gu wooden chicken in 88 True Young building. He Qing heaved a long sigh and said with an exhausted voice. Great strength true martial physique needs a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal realm. Unfortunately, immortal Gu are very difficult to find. Our He tribe also does not have any strength path immortal Gu. Success and failure is decided by heaven, we can only try our best. We have already done all we can, now everything will depend on He Lulan's efforts and luck. Parents are truly constantly worrying about their children. Heibai sighed inwardly and said his farewell to He Qing. After he returned to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started buying mutated wolves. Wolf emperors could be considered as a strength of blessed land. It was very hard to find Gu immortals selling them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4 and were much easier to find. Heibai was not worried. Mutated beasts were not rare and precious goods, and as long as one had sufficient immortal essence stones, they could buy a large group of them. Of course, spending a lot to buy the mutated wolf group was a loss to Heibai. But he was planning for immortal Gu in 88 True Young building, and it was right for him to invest in the early stages. Imperial Court blessed land was the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and unless one reached rank 9, no Gu immortals could enter inside. After the news of buying mutated wolf group in high price was spread, Heibai soon received a divine sense from someone called Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves and quoted a rather high price for them. They were clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulty. Heibai had already anticipated such a situation, it was only that he had not expected this Fox Immortal to move so quickly at the chance. He gnashed his teeth and bought this group of mutated wolves. The one selling this group of mutated wolves was none other than Little Hu Immortal, who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Previously, they had resold immortal goo recipes and earned dozen or so immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan had then instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase purple crystal relic goo and also look for any wolf groups sold cheaply at Treasure Yellow Heaven, and buy them. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had accumulated over 100 mutated wolves. Among them were Blood Forest Wolf, Berserk Wolf, Sharkfin Wolf, White Eyes Wolf, and others. Now, by reselling these mutated wolves at high price to Heibai, they had profited quite a bit. As for Fang Yuan, he was calmly resting in the camp, waiting for He Tribe's assistance. Chapter 529. Diligence despite transmigration. It was difficult to move through the muddy swamp, but Ma Tribe's army was in high spirits. The happiness of annexing Do Tribe army as well as the excitement of a decisive victory could still be seen on everyone's faces. Ma Yingjie was riding a horse, and as he looked at the generals and soldiers around him with satisfaction, as an investigative Gu master brought him the latest battle reports. He opened up the documents and read, He Tribe and Lu Tribe has begun to fight. The first battle resulted in a draw, and currently, both are garrisoned opposite each other. The situation is in a stalemate. Yi Lui army was ambushed at night by the 7 Army Alliance. Yi Lui Seng was very powerful and defeated 6 rank 5 experts one after another, but he was only one person and was unable to save the situation. Currently, Yi Lui Tribe's remnant army is fleeing towards Qingnan region. Rat King Jiang Baoya has accepted Yang Tribe's invitation and has officially entered Yang Tribe's alliance. New Heir 2 army has not resumed their expedition, instead resting and capturing huge numbers of leopard groups. These battle reports caused Ma Yingjie to smile with joy. He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates to win this time's Imperial Court contest. I did not think these two would confront each other this early. It will be good if they both suffer. Since Yi Lui Seng obtained Immortal Gu, he is a one-man army. But for Yi Lui Tribe to be suddenly attacked by the 7 armies, Snowy Mountain most likely has influence behind it. Ma Tribe, to advance to a super tribe, had secretly joined hands with Demonic Path Gu Immortals who were coveting after 88 True Young building. Ma Yingjie was Ma Tribe's young tribe leader and thus was aware of the undertable deals of the tribes. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard while the Gu Immortals were the chess players. Besides Righteous Path Gu Masters, Demonic Path Gu Immortals also had their own pawns whom they supported. And as the tribes with Huangjin bloodline were willing to join hands with Demonic Path Gu Immortals in order to have a better survival chance. If they lost in the struggle for Imperial Court, these tribes would often enter the blessed lands of the Demonic Path Gu Immortals to escape from the blizzard disaster. Immortal Gu were rare. Yi Lui Tribe's Supreme Elder had entrusted an Immortal Gu to Yi Lui Seng. It was equivalent to placing a bet in this game. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as long as Immortal Gu were snatched by mortals in the struggle for Imperial Court, the Gu Immortals cannot take them back. Such a huge bet had its corresponding risk. It was because of the Immortal Gu on Yi Lui Seng that caused him to be the target of Gu Immortals. Thus they incited 7 armies to ambush Yi Lui army. Rat King has joined Yang Tribe, which means an alliance of Rat King and Eagle King Yang Ping, causing this underdog Yang Tribe to become a new contender to win the struggle for Imperial Court. But Yang Tribe's foundations are far inferior to our Ma Tribe, and Rat King was also already crippled. They aren't of much threat to us. Although New Heir 2 is called Leopard King, his leopard group has been inflicted heavy losses. However, he has been capturing wild leopard groups by himself without asking for help from the Gu Immortal behind him. This is a bit strange. But overall, my Ma Tribe's situation is still much better. Our next opponents are weaker than us. As long as we keep on winning, continue to devour other tribes and expand, our hopes of entering Imperial Court will become bigger and bigger. Ma Yingjie could not help clenching his fists at this, his eyes letting out a fierce light. The ambitions and goals of a man were pushing him to establish great feats and accomplishments. And at the same time, within the high-spirited army was a little girl, who was weeping in a carriage. Lady Xiaoyun, don't keep on grieving, your father's death was a heart-rending event, but you need to eat, if not you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai was comforting her in a clumsy way. This weeping little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, Zhao Tribe's leader, had sacrificed his life in the previous large battle. Losing the protection of the father who loved her dearly, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt her world toppling. On the very night of her father's death, her stepmother remarried the new Zhao tribe leader, and Zhao Lianyun's position took a sharp dive. There will always be deaths in war, this is normal. My father was also killed by others. Fei Kai continued to persuade Zhao Lianyun when he saw she was still crying. Zhao Lianyun suddenly raised her head while sobbing, looking at Fei Kai with an insoluble hatred in her tear-filled eyes, and kicked him. You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she inexplicably arrived in this world and it had not been long since her arrival, her father's love towards her was filled with sincerity. She was very grateful for this genuine love, and her dependence on him had slowly grown into true affection. But now, her father had died in the battlefield, making her alone and helpless. Missy, you were hiding here, you really caused much trouble for me. Quick, follow me, your mother is calling you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted open by the old caretaker, who then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small arm. Zhao Lianyun struggled and shouted, My mother is dead, she is not my mother. I won't go. This is not up to you. The old caretaker scoffed, and tried to forcibly drag Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. When she had been serving Zhao Lianyun, she was teased and pranked by Zhao Lianyun time and again. Now, as she looked at Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old caretaker felt the pleasure of taking revenge. Let go of Lady Xiaoyun! Fei Kai shouted and punched the old caretaker. The old caretaker fell out of the carriage from this heavy punch. She stood up and touched her eye that had become purple from the bruise. She screamed in a shrill voice. You hit me, a slave dared to hit a civilian? Who gave you such big guts? I will report you, you are going to die. You will be skinned alive and your corpse will be hung up in the sunlight till it dries up. The old caretaker was extremely furious, and with her unkempt hair and sinister gaze she looked like a hopping old hen. However, her scream had indeed attracted the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists and furiously stared at the old caretaker while firmly protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed aside Fei Kai's arm and stood on the carriage. Her fair face still had tear stains. She looked at the old caretaker and scoffed. What was it? You want to punish Fei Kai? All right. Report him, but according to the rules you need to first inform his master to demand compensation. Since it is so, go look for young tribe leader. Fei Kai is Lord Ma Yingjia's slave leader. What? The old caretaker cried out in shock. Her screams abruptly stopped and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide, only leaving behind an extreme terror. This rash stupid kid was actually Lord Ma Yingjia's personal slave. Moreover, he was Lord Ma Yingjia's slave leader who was in charge of his everyday life. One needed to look at the owner before beating the dog. The old caretaker might be a civilian with a status higher than that of a slave, but it was a different matter when Fei Kai was Ma Yingjia's slave leader. If she truly reported recklessly, she might instead be sacrificed by Zhao tribe. After the shock, the old caretaker who had lost her face greatly looked gloomy. She rigidly stared at Zhao Lianyun. Little girl, even young tribe leader Ma Yingjia's slave leader cannot protect you. You are a person of Zhao tribe, even after your death, you will be our Zhao tribe's ghost. Your mother is our Zhao tribe's current tribe lady. Listen to me properly, tribe lady has already arranged your marriage to Wei tribe's eldest young master. Now behave properly. What? Zhao Lianyun involuntarily cried out. Marrying to Wei tribe's eldest young master is your blessing. The old caretaker sinisterly smiled. Zhao Lianyun's whole body shook and fell down on the wooden board of the carriage. Lady Xiaoyun. Fei Kai quickly supported her. The old caretaker felt incomparable pleasure at this sight and left with immense satisfaction. She still needed report to Zhao tribe's tribe lady. Zhao Lianyun was expressionlessly. This immense shock left her in a dazed state filled with despair, allowing Fei Kai to hold her in the carriage. For 3 days she curled up at a corner of the carriage, without moving or speaking. Fei Kai's persuasion was of no use, and could only helplessly feed her. Zhao Lianyun was like a wooden puppet, letting Fei Kai control her. Fei Kai also could not accompany her all the time, and every time Ma Yingjie summoned him, he would immediately leave. This sudden change of events and this ice-cold reality shattered the foolish pride Zhao Lianyun had as a transmigrator. She suddenly had a profound realization: a transmigrator is nothing special. Why did I think I could whip up a storm in this world after being so ordinary in my previous world? Moreover, women were discriminated in Northern Plains and were treated as goods to be used for political marriage. Northern Plains women could only adhere to men and could not refuse a man's forceful marriage. This was a rule set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Previously, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's deeds, she felt like she was listening to a story, listening to a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the torment caused by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. This was the favorite catchphrase of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He pulled apart the status of man and woman to an extremely unfair level. Now he had become the most detestable person in Zhao Lianyun's heart. No wonder Su Xian's night elopement story pierced so deep into people's hearts, causing Northern Plains women to eagerly imitate it. Rather than passively suffering fate's arrangement, it is better to take the initiative to chase after one's happiness. But this carries unknown risks. As she thought of this, Zhao Lianyun's awareness of the vile living environment deepened by another layer. Wei tribe's eldest young master is a famous trash. He is fat like a pig with pockmarks all over his face and only at rank 1 peak stage, but is extremely lecherous and very fickle-hearted. It is because of his incompetence, Wei tribe's young tribe leader position went to his younger brother. I won't marry that pig even if I die. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, and since I haven't reached 13, I cannot awaken my aperture and cannot cultivate. It is also possible that I don't have any cultivation aptitude. And the person who killed my father is Doi, a rank 5 Gu master who has sided with Ma tribe now and is now a higher-up of the alliance. Who can I rely on? What path should I take? Bewilderment, hesitation and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. In the early morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai lifted up the carriage curtain and entered with food and clean water. The light of the dawn followed the curtain opening and shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, slowly opening her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hand and began to devour it. Lady Xiaoyun, are you okay? Fei Kai was happy at this change. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself. Although I have been bound by the wedding betrothment, it can only be implemented when I am 16. I still have time. Zhao Lianyun's gaze shone like fire. Lady Xiaoyun, you don't accept the betrothal? Fei Kai was startled. In his impression, Northern Plains could only accept their fate when their marriage was decided. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and spoke in a righteous tone. Humph, I am not an ordinary person, I absolutely won't compromise. But I cannot go to the tribe now and can only live here for some time, and rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, laughing foolishly. Zhao Lianyun's heart warmed and her tone turned softer. Fei Kai, your father also died in battlefield? Yes, he died. I was heartbroken during that time. But death is normal in Northern Plains. Father died in battle, he died a glorious death. Fei Kai said with a smile. As expected, winner takes it all. Under the dazzling and splendid throne lies a path of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed, before cursing, what a scam, I crossed over to this world and have yet to mature, but my fate has already been decided by others, I can't even begin to feel anger. A letter was placed in front of Fan Yuan. This special letter was openly sent by the enemy and was now brought over by cunning gentleman Sun Shihan. Fan Yuan opened it and read, this letter was personally written by Chang Biao, reminiscing the past and how they were on opposite sides now. He was inviting Wolf King to have a discussion before the battle and reminisce about the old times. And at that time, he could let Chang Jiyu meet his father. Great ploy. Fan Yuan scoffed and placed down the letter. At this time, Sun Shihan smiled. The mutated wolf group and rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu have both arrived. But the higher-ups of the alliance are hesitating because of this letter. They are hoping Lord Wolf King would battle against your kin in the name of righteousness, to prove your innocence. Otherwise, I'm afraid this mutated wolf group. Chapter 530. Adjusting his appearance for him. Lu tribe defense line, inside the camp tent. Mother, what kind of person was father? Chang Jiyu had a hesitant expression. After a long while, he asked the burning question in his heart. He had never met Chang Shanin, back then when Chang Shanyin's mother died from poison, and when Chang Shanin fought to the death with Ha Tugu, Chang Jiyu was only an unborn child in his mother's womb. His mother and I Shuatong had a frown expression as she breathed out, using a nostalgic tone. My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current circumstances. Don't worry about your father, he is a legend in Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tugu and the bandits single-handedly. He is a hero who exterminated a great threat for the people. Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm sick of hearing that. Since birth, I've been hearing these stories all my life. Wherever I go, whatever I do, people will say, "Oh look," as expected of Changshan Yin's son. Father is like the eagle in the sky, flying high and casting his shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will be meeting him. My heart is in a mess, I just want to hear his. Chang Jiyu was still speaking, when the tent flap was opened, as a domineering middle-aged man with a powerful aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shan Yin's brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert, Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord's stepfather. Chang Jiyu quickly paid respects. My child, go out first, I need to talk with your mother. Chang Biao said gently. Yes. Chang Jiyu had to leave the tent. Once the flap was closed, with the guards outside, there were only Chang Biao and Enai Shuetong left in the tent. Husband. Enai Shuetong jumped into Chang Biao's embrace, tears flowing out of her weak and feeble eyes. Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao embraced Enai Shuetong as he caressed her hair softly. At the same time, he used his goo worm to isolate the place from the outside. Enai Shuetong sobbed. Yu has been asking me about Chang Shanin again, what should I say? Do you know, just now I had the urge and almost told him the truth, that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, that he is the crystallization of our love. Chang Biao's body shuddered, he was also feeling great conflict and pain in his heart. He solemnly said, This is all my fault for being useless. Back then we were childhood friends, it was Chang Shanin who came into the picture abruptly and lusted after your beauty. On the day of our marriage, he snatched you away. I was not his match, I could only find you at night secretly, and that resulted in our son Chang Jiyu. But once he was born, if his bloodline was examined, the truth would be out, and we would be doomed. Thus I and Ha Tu-gu cooperated and plotted against Chang Shanin. Next, I used my status as Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and make Chang Jiyu my godson. These years, although the tribe isn't in good shape, this is the happiest years of our lives. Chang Jiyu was successfully made young tribe leader by me, but precisely so, you cannot expose the secret. Once the secret is exposed, Chang Biao and Enai Shuetong would get publicly shamed, they would be called an adulterous couple, and they will never be able to raise their heads again. They even caused harm to an expert of the tribe. For their own selfish motives, they disregarded the tribe's situation, it was truly a heinous crime. As for Chang Jiyu, he would be the shameful illegitimate child. Be it his young tribe leader position, or Chang Biao's tribe leader position, they would be at risk of being taken, as people with ambitions would target them. Righteous path had its own rules. All along, Chang Biao had been taking care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his godson as his own. Such brotherhood was admirable. Such gracefulness was praised widely. And exactly because of this, Chang Biao held a small advantage and became Chang tribe's new tribe leader. Once this truth was exposed, he would lose everything. The ambitionists in the tribe would not let him go. In order to recruit Chang Shanin, Lu Wenwu would not give up this chance. By then, his only option would be to escape with Enai Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic gu master. He would be despised by his tribe, and chased by his tribe. Why? Why? Why is longevity heaven doing this to us? We love each other so dearly, yet we end up in such a spot. Chang Shanin was the real culprit, he is an evil person, why is he praised? As for us, we can only wear a mask to live, even lying to our own son? Enai Shuetong cried profusely, she was very emotional. These days, she had been under a lot of pressure. Ever since Chang Shanin reappeared, she had not been sleeping well. Her former nightmare reappeared, causing her to fall into deep worry. Do you think that Lu Tribe Alliance leader is trying to recruit Chang Shanin? If Chang Shanin agrees, would we have to go back to that life? Chang Shanin is taking revenge everywhere now. Will he find out the fact that we plotted against him? If he returns to the tribe, what will we do? Lying in her lover's embrace, Enai Shuetong asked multiple questions as she raised her neck. It won't happen, it won't. Don't think of it as such a severe situation. Chang Biao gently consoled the woman of his life. Firstly, Chang Shanin has not found out we were the culprit. Otherwise, with his nature, he would have declared it long ago and caused our reputation to go down the drain. He is only suspicious of Chang tribe having a traitor, but he does not know who. Lu Alliance leader does want to recruit Chang Shanin, he is Wolf King after all, an enslavement path master. Any alliance would welcome him and get his assistance. But Lord Lu Wenwu is not a normal person, He knows clearly in his heart that there is little hope of getting the Wolf King to come over. His greatest intention is to sow discord and waver the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it. Chang Shanin does not know about Chang Jiyu's true identity. He thinks this is his son. As a father, what would he be thinking? Blood is thicker than water. When Chang Shanin thinks about Chang Jiyu being killed by his wolf group, would he go all out in the upcoming battle? Is that so? And Ai Shuatong heard this and calmed down. All right, stop worrying, I am here. Chang Biao patted Ai Shuatong's back with an affectionate gaze. The tent was filled with the warmth of love. But this kind of atmosphere, how long would it last? Neither Chang Biao nor Ai Shuatong had any confidence in this. Whoosh! A person broke the large lizard house Gu's window and crashed in. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan sprawled on the ground. His face was bruised as he shouted loudly with a fearful and vicious expression. Wolf King attacked! Wolf King attacked me! He is revolting! He is murdering us! Help, save me! Sun Shirhan was a popular person near He Lulan. His shouts quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fan Yuan snorted, jumping out of the window and giving Sun Shirhan another kick. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm, he could only evade. But Fan Yuan changed his attack just in time, sweeping with his right fist and slamming into Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan groaned. Just as he got up from the ground, he fell again. His entire face was full of blood, his nose bridge was broken and 2 of his front teeth fell out. He was in a pathetic state. But the Gu masters who came did not do anything, they breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Be it Fan Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was merely a small scuffle. When people interacted, there was bound to be conflict. As arguments occur, it was normal to get physical. As long as Gu worms were not used to fight, the poison vow would not be violated. Chang Shanin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and children are at the enemy's camp. I am only reminding you out of kindness. You actually got furious and beat me. You are definitely guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up, shouting with his shrill voice. The words caused the surrounding Gu masters to talk among themselves. Chang tribe and Chang Shanyin's relationship was known to all. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Seeing Sun Shirhan's smug and vicious gaze, Fan Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not say a thing, but instead, responded with his fist. Bam bam bam! Fan Yuan's attacks were full of strength. Although Sun Shirhan had some strength path foundation, how could it compare to Fan Yuan's immense investment in the strength path? After several moves, he was beaten on the floor again, lying there as he was punched and kicked. Wolf King is amazing, although he is an enslavement path master. His strength path foundation is very strong. Everyone was shocked. Great fight, I had wanted to thrash this scoundrel cunning gentleman long ago. Some of the army's higher-ups smirked. Chang Shanin, you think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was thrashed until his body felt pain all over. His head was in a daze as his heart was filled with rage and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fan Yuan snorted as he unleashed another round of punches. Sun Shirhan was beaten to a pulp. He vomited blood as his front teeth all fell off, even the teeth at the back of his mouth were shaking. Wolf King is so ruthless. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, to think he was beaten defenseless, what a weakling. Stupid! He made a poison vow and could not use Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master, he would definitely be suppressed by Sun Shirhan. The discussions became louder, be it Chang Shanin or Sun Shirhan, they were people with great authority. Right now they were brawling it out. Such a scene was rare, everyone was watching with bright eyes. Sun Shirhan heard the comments and felt humiliated, he almost gritted his teeth off. Although he barely had any left. He wanted to resist, but neither his strength nor moves were Fan Yuan's match, he could not take a thrashing. Endure, I must endure. If I use a Gu, I would truly lose. I need to wait for Alliance Leader to come and uphold justice for me, Chang Shanin will get it. Sun Shirhan screamed in his heart. Alliance Leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader. The surrounding people went into chaos as they quickly gave way. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu and others came to the area. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned as he asked Fan Yuan coldly, what is going on? Sun Shirhan's body shuddered, using a mystical source of strength, he struggled as he crawled up and shouted, Alliance Leader, please seek justice for me. Plop! Before he finished, Fan Yuan stepped on his head as he used great force. causing Sun Shihan's entire face to sink into the soil. He Lu Lan shouted loudly. Stop it! Wolf King, what are you doing? He is revolting. He is revolting. Sun Shihan shouted loudly. His mouth was filled with soil as he spoke unclearly. Fan Yuan sneered, exerting strength and stepping 3 times, burying Sun Shihan's voice in the soil. Sun Shihan's nose and mouth were blocked. His head also suffered a great hit. He felt dizzy and suffocation. His limbs struggled wildly, but he could do nothing against Fan Yuan's strength. He Lu Lan's face turned pitch black like charcoal. Fan Yuan's gaze was like a dagger, staring coldly at him and the Gu masters behind him. Can't you all see what I am doing? I am thrashing him. He Lu Lan stared at Fan Yuan angrily, shouting, Wolf King, give me a clear explanation. Why did you beat him up? Are you really trying to rebel? Fan Yuan laughed in disdain, saying slowly, No need to be angry, hey tribe leader. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to make such a din? Saying so, he let go of Sun Shihan. Sun Shihan lost the pressure and bounced up, desperately gasping for air like he was suffocating. But Fan Yuan stepped again, this time, on his right cheek. Sun Shihan used both his hands to pull Fan Yuan's feet, but he was already weak and out of energy. Just like this, he was stepped on the face by someone in public. His reputation was ruined. Fan Yuan said slowly and casually, Although I have not thought of rebelling, I do not want any schemes or plots to fall on my wife and children. During the battle, I will do my part and fight with my full strength. By then, if they die, that would be their honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined the He army, I would not change my stance just because of relationships. However, saying so, he raised his head as he laughed arrogantly. It is your own business to be suspicious, that has nothing to do with me. All the mutated beast groups that I want are exchanged using my battle merit. This is a fair trade. I have never owed you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you are suspicious of me, you can take away the mutated beast wolf groups and not let me control them. In the future battle, I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I will still go all out. You. He Lu Lan was furious. Fan Yuan ignored his threat, and in fact threatened him instead. Being suspicious is your problem. You can keep the mutated wolves to yourselves. If we lose the battle, that will be your responsibility. Can He Lu Lan not give them to him? He had the great strength, true martial physique. Even if he used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, he was starting to feel the inability to suppress it. He needed a strength path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal Realm. However, Wolf King created a din and made everyone know about this. If he did not give him the mutated beast group, what would the army think of him? They would think that He Lu Lan refused to utilize Wolf King despite him being here. Like the saying goes, a man being used cannot be suspected while a suspected man cannot be used. If he loses the battle, everyone would begrudge He Lu Lan. Good, you are amazing Wolf King. He Lu Lan's gaze was cold, he laughed out of anger. Of course I know the Wolf King's loyalty, but why did you beat up Sun Shihan? He is your alliance mate, the enemy is before us, yet you engage in internal scuffle. What are you trying to do? Fan Yuan shrugged. This is my fault, because this Sun Shihan looks way too ugly. He made my heart feel bad. Thus, I thrashed him and adjusted his appearance for him. As expected, he looks much better now. This was my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I have to compensate Sun Shihan 10,000 battle merits. No worries, I will compensate him. Sun Shihan heard this, and his anger rushed to his brain. He vomited out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The words made all the Gu Master experts present unable to hold in their laughter. It was too satisfying. There were many who were unhappy with this scoundrel Sun Shihan. Fan Yuan's assault was truly soothing their hearts. Even Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze towards Fan Yuan turned to admiration. He felt that although this Chang Shanin was ruthless, he did not strike at his family, but still maintained his righteousness and standpoint. He had his limits and was a true man. He Lu Lan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shihan was his man. Fan Yuan beating him up in public was also slapping He Lu Lan's face. Fan Yuan said it easily, but his battle merits were still in the negative. But what could He Lu Lan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on the Wolf King's strength. Threatening the Wolf King was to make him carry the sin of killing his own tribesmen, so that his reputation would be affected, allowing He Lu Lan to control him more easily. But since threats had no effect, He Lu Lan only had one option left, that was to comply. Chapter 531. Huge battle. The mornings of northern plains were getting colder. White frost covered the grassland, and people blew out vapor when they breathed. The two armies, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were confronting each other. Banners fluttered in the sky, and the troops' formation were as dense as forests. Lu tribe and He tribe had rested and reorganized for over a dozen days after the first battle before sending the war letter, and today, they both came out to battle once again. "Second brother, you went out the previous time, it is my turn now!" Amo Shi Kuang restlessly shouted and impatiently charged towards the front. Amo Shi Kuang's white hair fluttered, his black skin and panther-like eyes shone, his momentum was thunderous as he shouted, "Who seeks death? This black barbarian again!" He tribe's higher-ups felt anger and fear at the sight of Amo Shi Kuang. In the battle before, many rank 4 Gu masters had lost their lives at Amo Shi Kuang's hands. Amo Shi Kuang's brutal fighting style caused people to be fearful. He Lulan scoffed, his expression much relaxed than before. He looked at the two new faces in the main tent. "Who among you would like to go first?" These two were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Their name of Demonic Path's twin demons was spread far and wide. In their early days, Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunxing's grace and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunxing used the letter Gu to try calling them. And a few days ago, they took the initiative to side with He tribe army. The addition of the two of them immediately filled the gap between He tribe and Lu tribe army and allowed He tribe's higher-ranked strength to be free from the previous strange circumstances. Demonic Path's twin demons were inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that every side could only send one person to battle. The two glanced at each other, already having discussed according to the intel He tribe had given them. Zhu Zai stood up and slightly bowed. "I shall go." He Lulan nodded. Amo Shi Kuang stared at Zhu Zai's arrival, revealing a happy expression. "A rank 4 peak stage, good, good. But you don't look that impressive, I hope you won't go down with just a few punches." Zhu Zai snorted and activated a Gu, his body then rapidly charged forward like an artillery shell. Amo Shi Kuang stood at the spot while licking his dried lips, prepared to receive the attack. Boom! Zhu Zai ruthlessly smashed against Amo Shi Kuang, creating an explosive sound like that of crackling thunder. The berserk collision of strength resulted in Zhu Zai retreating several steps while Amo Shi Kuang was directly sent flying. "Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai of the Demonic Path's twin demons. He cultivates Strength Path." Lu Wenwu reminded in a loud voice from the main tent. "Haha, Strength Path Gu Master? Great. I like fighting with such exciting opponents." Amo Shi Kuang spurted out blood from the injury. He jumped up from the ground, the injury making him more excited instead. A crazed look appeared on his coal-like inky black skin, a loud sound echoed, his aura started surging and Amo Shi Kuang charged towards Zhu Zai. "Courting death!" Zhu Zai smiled sinisterly as he pounced forward as well. Boom boom boom. The two sides engaged in close combat. Their attacks were so fierce and heavy that the collision produced a series of explosive sounds. Amo Shi Kuang was a Chi Path Gu master and was using his weakness to fight the enemy's strong point, but he unexpectedly was not in a disadvantage while fighting such an intense battle with the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange, could it be that this Amo Shi Kuang cultivates both Chi and Strength Path? He tribe camp was in a state of shock. It is not like that. Amo Shi Kuang looks like he is fighting close combat, but in truth, his punches are not really landing physically. Instead, he has a translucent Chi armor over his body which he explodes by using Chi explosion Gu at the same time, creating an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. "Cunning gentleman," Sun Shihan said in a solemn voice. He was specialized in investigating and with careful observation, he managed to see through the trick Amo Shi Kuang was playing. By synergizing with Chi explosion Gu, Chi armor Gu became a weapon that could both attack and defend. Gu masters relied on their wits to use Gu. Often, the coordination of different Gu worms could form a complementing effect. "This Amo Shi Kuang is really fierce. This is the first time I saw someone actually suppressing Brother Zhu Zai head-on." Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the start. He was extremely familiar with Zhu Zai and understood Zhu Zai was already using almost all his strength, but the enemy, however, was moving so easily and was clearly much relaxed. Suddenly, the mad growl of a boar exploded in the air. The beast phantom of a Grand Emperor boar that was as large as an elephant, and had awe-inspiring might, appeared in the air. Grand Emperor boar was a mutated boar, its strength could not be looked down on. After dozen or so moves, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a beast phantom. Instantly, his offensive power rose sharply and Emo Shi Kuang was caught unprepared as the huge strength struck him and sent him rolling on the ground. Zhu Zai took the chance to chase him and activated his trump card. The Grand Emperor Boar Phantom gradually disappeared from the air before condensing again. Moreover, another 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms also appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom! The enormous strength burst out, causing Zhu Zai's every punch to create sonic booms. Emo Shi Kuang felt a sense of crisis and laughed madly. Interesting. Come, I will show you my true strength. He activated his movement goo and swiftly flew up, easily dodging the attack of Zhu Zai's 3 Boar Strength. Zhu Zai's punch landed on the ground, creating a huge crater with stones and mud flying everywhere. Emo Shi Kuang's white hair fluttered in the air as he hovered in the air. He then sent punches after punches towards Zhu Zai. Ora! Fistchi smashed down like a meteor rain. Zhu Zai kept on dodging while also striking back and destroying these fistchi. But soon after, he was falling into a disadvantage. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's strength path's most common weakness started becoming obvious. He was not like Fan Yuan who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked long-range attacking methods, and Emo Shi Kuang was able to quickly suppress him after changing his battle tactics. Not good, brother. Zhu Zai won't be able to hold on if he keeps on defending. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's strengths and weaknesses, and was very anxious at this scene as he immediately asked to be sent to battle. He Lu Lan also saw the unfavorable situation and immediately agreed. A mere variant human, I will teach you a lesson. Gao Yang softly shouted. Mist started curling around him before condensing into a ribbon that pushed him forward. Don't even think of using numbers as an advantage. Ouyang Bai Sang snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was very fast, intercepting Gao Yang midway. Gao Yang was concerned about Zhu Zai and did not even have any thoughts of fighting Ouyang Bai Sang as he activated Cloud Rope Goo from a distance. Milky white mist surged around Ouyang Bai Sang before condensing into a rope which firmly bound him. Gao Yang was specialized in defense and pinning down enemies, while Zhu Zai was specialized in attacking and investigation. The cooperation between the two complemented each other very well. Ouyang Bai Sang struggled, the cloud rope shook and broke before condensing again, and actually had the signs of multiplying. Ouyang Bai Sang was furious as he started transferring his primeval essence into Azura Zombie Goo in his aperture and transforming into a zombie. With the transformation into Azura Zombie, his defense and strength surged rapidly. Ouyang Bai Sang growled and completely broke the cloud rope with 3 times the strength. He stamped his foot and flew to the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura Zombie was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang simply did not want to tangle with Ouyang Bai Sang. His brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Ouyang Bai Sang blocking him again, and knew the other wanted to provide time for Emo Shi Kuang to kill Zhu Zai. At this thought, he directly activated his trump card goo. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo. His primeval sea rapidly fell down, almost lowering by half. A gray cloud that was as big as a carriage surged with dark red light floating inside, and rapidly flew towards Ouyang Bai Sang. Ouyang Bai Sang moved around and dodged few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow and finally covered him. The instant Ouyang Bai Sang was struck by treacherous cloud wave goo, he felt his sense of direction was lost. His mind seemed to work extremely slowly, and his thoughts were slowed down by many times. He could not differentiate which way was east and which was west, and even lost the sense of up and down, left and right. For a moment, as he was covered in the gray cloud, he was like a headless fly that was tossing around in the sky. Emo Shi Kuang, don't be too rampant. Gao Yang left Ouyang Bai Sang and finally was able to reinforce Zhu Zai in time. The two combined their strength, and with their deep tacit understanding, even Emo Shi Kuang, who was fierce and fearless, was being gradually suppressed. But the 3 had exchanged no more than over 20 moves when they heard Ouyang Bai Sang's shout. Azura Transformation! Instantly, 6 thick arms which looked like they were casted in bronze stretched out through the gray cloud. From outside, one could vaguely see the figure, inside the gray cloud, inflating like a balloon. Ouyang Bai Sang used his killer move, his battle strength exploding by several times. His body shook, shaking the dim and lightless gray cloud into dispersing. You despicable scoundrels, die! Ouyang Bai Sang was thoroughly furious as he flew into the air and attacked Gao Yang and Zhu Zai with Emo Shi Kuang. With such an expert joining the battle, Xu Zai and Gao Yang were forced to passively defend. The situation had dramatically turned into that of a crisis. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Xu Zai are experts we must have. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunxing saw the situation had turned bad and immediately spoke up. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lulan was solemn, and suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Xu Zai had joined them, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher ranked strength. He Lulan waved his hand, and just like what he saw Fan Yuan doing, sent the order for an all-out war. The command was sent and the army began to move. Lu Wenwu sneered. You could not win an expert's challenge and now come to gang up. Good, I will accompany you. Bugles rang and war drums shook the battlefield. Lu tribe army also moved out. Two sides, both with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, surged towards the other like a torrent. The distance between the two armies was quickly cut down, and when they were few hundred steps afar, Gu masters began to attack almost at the same time. For a moment, large numbers of pillfire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades shot towards the enemies. Light armors, bone shields, water barriers and all kinds of defensive abilities were also activated. The originally simple scene had turned into a gorgeous painting of all colors. Boom boom boom. The attacks from both sides landed on each other almost at the same time. Like a rainstorm falling down on the lake, ripples started spreading. Only a few Gu masters with bad luck died or were heavily injured in the intense storm of attack. Most of the Gu masters continued to attack till the army of the both sides collided. Like the collision of two torrents, blood splattered and chaos descended. Chapter 532. Huge Battle. At once, even Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, and Mo Shikuang, and Ouyang Bai Seng's battles were interrupted by the huge influx of people. The two armies intertwined completely, as fighting sounds erupted and filled the heavens. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, water demon Hao Ji Lu pushed with his palms as a great current burst forth, sweeping the Gu masters in front of him irregardless of alliance. Great Tornado Gu. A large dark green tornado over tens of meters tall swept the battlefield. Everywhere it went, humans and beasts flew into the air as they lost their balance. The tornado dispersed and revealed Chang Biao within. He was floating in the air with his green robe. He had an overwhelming aura. He and Hao Ji Lu were not far away. Naturally, the two rank 4 experts made eye contact with each other. The next moment, there were no trash talks, they fought immediately. A flash of golden lightning pierced the battlefield. All the He tribe Gu masters in its path lost their lives. The golden light dispersed, and a stoic man with broad shoulders and thin waist appeared. It was Pei Yan Fei. Chang Shanin, today, I will behead you and take revenge for what happened back then. Eh? Pei Yan Fei was overflowing with battle intent. Fire was burning within him when suddenly, his gaze concentrated and he activated his defensive Gu in time. Behind him, a lump of shadow exploded. The shadow was deep and profound, turning into multiple sword shadows as it attacked his back, causing Pei Yan Fei to sway violently. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert! Pei Yan Fei stabilized his footing as he looked at the Gu master who attacked him, his gaze becoming serious. Bian Xian, who had a black veil covering her face, laughed. Lord Pei Yan Fei is too courteous. She spoke very respectfully, but her actions were not. The black shadow swords appeared again like a windmill, engulfing Pei Yan Fei. Then I shall kill you first. Pei Yan Fei laughed loudly as he charged forward. Our battle has not ended. Where are you two going? Ouyang Bai Seng and Mo Shikuang came before the demonic path twin demons. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt bitter. They could only continue and engage in battle with Ouyang Bai Seng and Mo Shikuang. As the Gu master experts continued fighting, their battle rings formed into distinct areas, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. Tens of large battle rings were filled with rank 4 to 5 experts. Outside the large rings, there were small battle rings with rank 3 Gu masters as the main strength. Outside the small rings, low-rank Gu masters formed into groups as they fought together in teams. As the main commander, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were sitting in their main tents, observing the battle situation. At times, they gave orders and dispatched their elite troops to areas of the battlefield to stabilize the situation or to pursue their advantage. The giant battlefield soon gave off the thick scent of blood. Gu masters continued to fall, some were turned into icicles, while others were charred, some were torn to pieces while others were poisoned to death. The clean grassland became a weird monster, devouring fresh blood and life every minute and second. The battle was so intense, after a while, He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu were both breaking out in cold sweat. Large numbers of casualties made their hearts turn cold. The intensity of battle made people's hearts go numb. To maintain the situation, the two quickly dispatched their trump cards, the elite troops. Only the Black Banner elite troops and Grand White elite were left to control the area. As time flowed, deaths and injuries became less. After all, the explosive strength only appeared at the start. By now, Gu Masters experienced intense primeval essence expenditure and were starting to reduce their usage. This way, the battle intensity started to decrease. The battle entered a stalemate. The two armies were like two giants competing at equal strength. Either side could snowball from a tiny advantage, until they emerged victorious, and become the winner of the battlefield. Our higher-level battle strength are doing well. Wolf King, now that the rank 5 Lurking Soul Code Gu is in your hands, together with the mutated Beast Wolf group, the rest will be up to you. He Lu Lan transmitted with his Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fan Yuan was already not in the main tent, but lurking somewhere on the battlefield. His exact location was not known by He Lu Lan either. Fan Yuan received He Lu Lan's words, but he did not reply. He mobilized the wolf group and started to sprint in two directions. Lu tribe Gu Masters subconsciously chased after them, but this way, the tight formation was loosened. Howl! A group of over 800 mutated beast wolf group, comprising White Eyes wolves, Blood Forest wolves, Frenzy wolves, Shark Fin wolves. The wolf group was like a sharp arrow, shooting out and piercing towards Lu tribe's main camp. Fan Yuan's attack was a fatal blow. It was vicious and cruel, striking at the enemy's vital points. A group of mutated beasts reinforcement as expected. Lu Wenwu looked at the charging wolves that disrupted his formation. Large numbers of Gu Masters lost their lives to the wolves as he frowned deeply. He tribe's Gu Immortals supplying mutated wolves was information easy to obtain. It was no secret. Lu Wenwu was unfazed. He had Lu tribe's Gu Immortals backing him as well, along with the entire Lu tribe. He had his ways of dealing with this mutated beast wolf group. Bei Chao Chuan, it is time to strike. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu Master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless, standing up from his seat as he frowned. I can only last for 7 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worry, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent, his primeval essence rapidly expending as he activated the Gu worm that he had obtained not long ago. The refreshing aura of grass and wood spread from his body, for a radius of 100 li. All the grass within the range of this aura grew wildly. In a few breaths' time, they grew taller than a man's height. The large blades of grass intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, there were 1,000 grass soldier puppets. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm, as a jade-colored light rained down. The grass puppets were bathed in the green rain water, as a portion of them advanced to rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, the rank 2 grass puppets were still growing. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm again, as an orange wind blew on the grassland. As the wind blew, a portion of the rattan shell grass soldiers advanced into the rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The empty central camp quickly was filled with an army of grass soldiers. At once, it became the most densely packed area in the battlefield. The charging mutated wolf group was obstructed by these obstacles. Fan Yuan frowned. He manipulated wholeheartedly. He hid on the back of the Blood Forest wolf, his body cloaked in the rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cape. The Lurking Soul Coat Gu was indeed amazing. It concealed Fan Yuan's soul and allowed him to strike with his full strength. But at this time, Fan Yuan felt that he was battling against an enslavement path master. Bei Chao Chuan manipulated the grass soldier army as tears overflowed his face. He now had 2 souls in one body. In order to defeat Wolf King Chang Shaning, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chao Xing sacrificed himself and entrusted his soul to Bei Chao Chuan. Using Lu Wenwu's Gu worm, Bei Chao Chuan absorbed the power of Bei Chao Xing's soul, causing him to gain the attainment of an enslavement path master within this short period of time. Bei Chao Chuan was originally a rank 4 enslavement path Gu master. He was also Bei tribe leader. He had the resources of a clan. His soul foundation was not weak. With Bei Chao Xing's help, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength surged. Except that this move had huge repercussions. Because he used another person's soul, Bei Chao Chuan's soul will be impure and he would have memory lapses. He would need to expend huge amounts of spirit and resources, using specialized soul path Gu worms to nourish his soul and heal this problem. But now, in order to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chao Chuan could not care less about the aftermath. He tribe had invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to mend the gap of their higher-level battle strength. And Lu tribe thought of this method to replenish their lower-level battle strength, raising Bei Chao Chuan's strength to enslavement path master so that he could restrict Fan Yuan. At once, Fan Yuan's mutated beast wolf group was barely resisted by the grass soldier army. We blocked it. Ha ha! Hey Lu Lan, you are bound to lose! Lu Wenwu saw this and the worry in his heart vanished. He laughed heartily as his voice resounded the battlefield. Damn it! He Lu Lan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. The situation was terrible. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in great danger, and the mutated wolf group that he had placed his hope on was restricted at the enemy's camp, unable to progress. Without a choice, he had to mobilize the Black Banner troops. Brothers, it is finally time for us Black Banner to strike. Black Banner commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Banner troop was nurtured by He tribe for a long time, the trump card made from expending huge amounts of resources. Once they were deployed, they were like a black blade that stabbed into the battlefield, easily slicing it like tofu. The entire Black Banner troop was reinforced by battle will do. They were brave and peerless, not afraid of death. They could display 120% of their original strength. Can't control it anymore, huh? Lu Wenwu's eyes shone brilliantly, staring at the Black Banner troop's movements. When he saw the Black Banner troop making a curve around the battlefield, towards his central camp, he instantly understood He Lu Lan's intention. So you are trying to stake it all on this, gathering your advantage and piercing the grass soldier army? Humph, Bei Chao Chuan had such difficulty resisting Chang Shanin. If the Black Banner troops appeared, he would definitely fall. By then, He tribe would have a mild advantage and this crucial beast group would be free to attack. Thinking so, Lu Wenwu laughed arrogantly. Your He tribe has Black Banner troops, renowned in northern plains. My Lu tribe also has the Grand White troops, of similar magnitude of fame. Black Banner and Grand White's competition had been ongoing for hundreds of years. Let's see who wins today. Under his command, the Grand White troops unleashed one of their 3 killer moves directly. The Grand White troops exploded with a piercing white light. The white light formed into a giant light pillar that pierced into the heavens. The light pillar rose up, but after an instant, it descended from the sky, shooting at the area that the Black Banner troops were advancing towards. The 3 Black Banner commanders saw this familiar killer move and ordered their troops to stay on guard. The light pillar dispersed and the Grand White troops appeared with a tight formation. Grand White troops were foot soldiers, while Black Banner troops rode battle horses. But in terms of mobility, Grand White troops were superior. It was none other than the ability of this killer move. Chapter 533. Huge Battle. Black Banner troops and Grand White troops started to fight. Ever since they were created, they were opposing forces that had contested for hundreds of years, having victories and losses on both sides. At this moment, the 2 troops engaged in battle and unleashed their killer moves, having no clear advantage on each side. Seeing his final trump card engaged in a deadlock, He Lu Lan's expression turned pitch black. He! Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, feeling great pleasure. His opponent was at his wit's end, but he was in the same situation. However, the grass soldier army could still block the mutated beast wolf group for some time. As for He tribe's higher-level battle force, they had already shown signs of collapsing, especially Gao Yang and Zhu Zai against Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang. Their battle was very obviously showing signs of a victor emerging. Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang, although they were not skilled at cooperating, they had greater individual strength than their opponents. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were fighting 2 against 1, using their great chemistry, they could have a mild advantage. But now, they could only be suppressed, defending desperately as they were in a passive situation. Anyone could tell that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were going to fail very soon. Once they lose, Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang would be like tigers out of a cage. They would start to reinforce other battles. That way, their mild advantage will snowball and accumulate, allowing the entire battle to sway in his favor. Once Lu tribe army gains the advantage, He tribe without any more backup would have no way of winning. They would only be able to watch their opponent grow stronger as they fall into a worse situation. Eventually, the other side will turn advantage into victory, and He tribe army would crumble. He Lu Lan could see the problem now. He was sweating profusely. He was all alone in the main tent. At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. His body vanished in the main tent, appeared in the air above the grass soldier army. He had the intention of killing Bei Chao Chuan. Since Bei Chao Chuan did not have lurking soul coat goo, he was easy to distinguish. Once he is killed, the grass soldier army would crumble. That way, this battle would go back into a double offense situation. At the end, it would be like the first battle, they would have to regroup and retreat. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lu Lan had just activated his killer move, when a white light appeared before him, showing Lu Wenwu's body. He Lu Lan was a Dark Path rank 5, while Lu Wenwu was a Light Path rank 5, the two had engaged in combat for many times without a clear victor. But this time, the gentleman-like Lu Wenwu showed a mild smile of a victor. Brother Lu Lan, today's battle depends on a single ray of light. My grass soldier army is going to fall soon, but your higher-level battle strength will falter more quickly. What a pity, our armies have very close battle strength, we are nearly evenly matched. You are courting death. He Lu Lan shouted furiously, growling and charging at Lu Wenwu. The two fought as they moved around, exploding with thunderous sounds or brilliant lights. Strange, in my previous life, He tribe defeated Lu tribe, but it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage now. Was it because of me that some weird changes occurred? Fan Yuan hid at a corner, as he secretly observed. He was an enslavement strength dual cultivator, he had not displayed his full strength yet. In fact, he had not even displayed his full enslavement path abilities yet. At this moment, the grass soldier army was barely holding on, he just had to show up and unleash the Wolf Howl Goo and rank 5 Amplify Effect Goo to instantly defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Fan Yuan did not move, he chose to observe. His attention was on Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang. Once he showed up, and activated Wolf Howl Goo and rank 5 Amplify Effect Goo, there was a huge possibility that the two of them would come after him. Truthfully speaking, Fan Yuan was already accomplished in Strength Path, he was not afraid of fighting Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang together in close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to this battle. The fight for the Imperial Court is a competition among super tribes, a game manipulated by Goo immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if we win this battle, the other party will definitely target me when they get reinforced by their Goo immortal. By then, I would have no more hidden trump cards left, my grasp over this situation would fall to rock bottom. Fan Yuan's mind was on the Imperial Court, he kept calm at all times and was not disturbed by the dangerous situation ahead of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Although the battle is extremely tense now, both sides had not used their trump cards yet. At least I know that Tai Bai Yunxing has a rank 5 Goo man as before. The less battle strength I expose, the better it is for me. If I strike, it has to be a fatal blow. Now is not the time yet. Fan Yuan's heart was calm despite this intense battlefield that was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. In his eyes, these casualties were just numbers. In this battle, many people screamed at the deaths of their friends and family, many people shouted in joy after killing a strong foe, some Goo masters ran away under the fear of death. Some Goo masters were filled with ambition, wanting to be a person of higher status. Human emotions became riled up in such moments of life and death, they were frenzied crazy, while arrogant and unrestrained. Observing the ruthless expressions of the people around, hearing their screaming and shouting, Fan Yuan felt a great sense of serenity and peace. His heart was firm like an ancient abyss, there were no ripples on the surface. Fight, kill, a person is born to engage in battle. Win, lose, continue walking on your path, by stepping on other people's corpses. Let blood boil, let sweat flow, the best moment of life is now. Take this is my killer move, world-devouring chi. In the battlefield, an explosive and thunderous shout burst out. His voice attracted numerous gazes as everyone subconsciously focused on it. Oh no, let's go! An intense sense of danger assaulted him as Gao Yan shouted, activating his Goo worm and wanting to escape, but the surrounding air was as dense as walls, he could barely move. Mo Shikuang floated in the air, opening his hands as his 10 fingers converged before his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt a despairing sense of pressure, squashing them from all directions. Their shocked expressions froze on their faces. The feeling of imminent death filled their hearts. Go! Before the moment of death, Zhu Zai burst out the strength of 3 Grand Emperor Boar, piercing a hole on the wall-like air. Brother! Gao Yang felt his world spinning. When he reacted, he had already been tossed far away by Zhu Zai, away from the battlefield. As for Zhu Zai, he was squeezed into meat paste by Mo Shikuang's killer move, through an intense and concentrated air pressure. Brother! Gao Yang shouted. His heart felt like it was pierced by daggers as tears flowed out of his eyes like a flood. And Mo Shi Kuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not completed yet, don't activate it casually. Ouyang Bai Sang quickly hurried over and held him in the air. And Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood as he laughed. What a great battle, I used it without thinking, haha. Ouyang Bai Sang shook his head. Alright, let's continue killing that Gao Yang. After we resolve the problem here, we will reinforce the other battles. Lu Wenwu, who saw this, laughed. He declared with overwhelming confidence. This is the start of our Lu tribe army's consecutive victories. Brother Lu Lan, you have no way of winning already. Is that so? It was not He Lu Lan who replied him, but Tai Bai Yunxing, who was at another battle ring. Tai Bai Yunxing, who had always been evading attacks, suddenly burst out with great speed as he pulled some distance from his opponent, opening his palms and shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam shone on Zhu Zai's flesh and blood that became meat paste. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, silver light shone brilliantly, making people close their eyes in response. After the light faded, Zhu Zai reappeared on the battlefield, without any injuries on him, as his primeval sea level was also at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai returned to the state right before the battle. The shocked expression not only appeared on multiple Gu masters' faces, even Lu Wenwu, and Mo Shi Kuang, and Ouyang Bai Sang had the same expression. Man as before Gu had an incredible healing effect that made almost everyone feel shocked and speechless. Man as before Gu, time path healing Gu, could return a target to his condition at a point in time. Good, what a great healing Gu! He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He did not expect Tai Bai Yunxing to be concealing such a strong trump card. As long as they had this, He tribe's higher level battle could drag on for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated Rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu, flying up into the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fan Yuan opened his mouth and howled, as his voice spread far and wide. Under the effect of the Wolf Howl Gu, all his mutated beasts' bodies expanded. As their eyes turned bright red, their battle strength grew by 5 times. Go! Fan Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield as he muttered. The wolf tide burst out, like a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on! Bei Chao Chuan was at his wits' end. He resisted desperately. But the grass soldier army was like a thin piece of paper under the wolf tide. It was torn to shreds without even lasting for a few breaths' time. Bei Chao Chuan did not even manage to escape before a frenzy wolf pounced on him and tore his armor with its sharp teeth, before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan resisted with all his strength, sending this frenzy wolf flying. Just as he was about to cover his neck and get up, 3 white-eyed wolves came, and after a struggle, he was a corpse torn into several pieces. The grass soldier army went down. Fan Yuan thus manipulated the wolf group and attacked Grand White troops. Grand White troops were fighting with Black Banner troops. They were stuck in a stalemate as they exchanged blows. Now that the mutated beast wolf group attacked them from behind, they suffered heavy injuries. Ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems that I have the last laugh. The battle turned in such a sudden direction. He Lu Lan was overjoyed and surprised. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's face was distorted as he shouted frantically, like a gambler who had gone crazy from losing. He turned into a white light, flying towards Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Second brother, third brother, he shouted. Chapter 534. Huge battle, we are here, big brother. Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of us 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, and without slowing down, directly smashed into Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang. The two laughed loudly, their body giving off green and gray light. Green, gray and white, 3 lights collided. Boom! Light dispersed, and on the spot appeared a human-shaped monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 20 feet tall with tight muscles and bronze skin. The 3 heads had the appearance of Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Countless people looked on with wide eyes at this freakish scene. I will let you guys know, this is our 3 brothers' killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. Are you trembling in fear? Let out all your dread. This will be the last moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke in unison. Humph, shameless boasting! Gao Yang snorted, activating his treacherous cloud wave Gu. A gray cloud shot towards the 3 heads 6 arms giant, but before it even reached its target, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot 2 light beams that pierced through the cloud. Boom! With a sonic boom, the 3 heads 6 arms suddenly appeared above Gao Yang. So fast! Gao Yang's pupils shrunken from the battle experiences he had cultivated over a long period of time. He quickly activated his defense goo. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier while another arm smashed Gao Yang's head like it smashed a watermelon. Next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Rage attacked Zhu Zai's heart and made him lose all reasoning, as he ferociously charged towards the monster. Mwahaha! The lamentation of ants. And Mo Shi Kuang's head laughed loudly and lightly flicked his finger towards Zhu Zai. Boom! Qi flow exploded and moved straight through the battlefield with formidable impact force, inflicting injuries for several thousands of steps. Zhu Zai directly exploded from the attack, his blood and crushed bones flying in all directions. The Gu masters who suffered the after effects of the attack were all injured heavily. This power. It has increased by at least 6 times, and the speed has increased by 9 times at least. This 3-people combination, is it combining Azura transformation, the attacking force of Qi Path and the effects of Light Path? Fan Yuan had an intense urge to battle when he looked at this scene. I have all-out effort Gu, and by adding in rank 5 amplify effect Gu, I can burst out with 500 Jun of strength. I wonder who would win if I fight with this monster? But in the next moment, Fan Yuan suppressed his battle intent and flew down, again hiding among the mutated beast group. Man as before Gu. At this moment, 2 silver lights shone down. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang resurrected again, restored to their previous state. Old geezer! The monster's 6 eyes were filled with icy glint, killing intent and battle intent, simultaneously charging towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing panically retreated. Although he had man as before Gu, he could only use it on others and could not use it on himself. All those that are free, protect Tai Bai Yunxing! He Lu Lan hurried to reinforce while shouting to his army, realizing the crux of the battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Bai Seng's head loftily smiled. Next instant, the monster turned into a ray of green light that shot towards Tai Bai Yunxing like lightning. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding behind others, but no one was able to block the monster as it charged straight, sweeping everything on its path. Anyone that dared to block it, be it Gu masters or beasts, would become pools of crushed flesh and bones. Benefactor, leave quickly! Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over, guarding Tai Bai Yunxing behind them. Cumbersome things. The monster waved its 6 arms so quick that one could only see their afterimage. Thump thump, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were smashed again. Take my Soul Blade Gu. Pan Ping hurried over and activated Single Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu successfully activated this time and the monster's huge body slightly shook, a shallow wound appearing on its chest. A little interesting. The monster laughed coldly. The wound had completely recovered by the time he finished laughing. Afterwards, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air detonated and exploded Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yunxing, where are you going? The monster howled with laughter, the voices of the 3 heads gradually becoming one. Tai Bai Yunxing had not moved very far when the monster intercepted in front of him. Swoosh! Waterfall flowed in a torrent, and Hao Jilu came riding it. The monster pushed forward with all 6 hands and collapsed the water torrent. Hao Jilu screamed miserably and flew backwards in a faster speed than he came. Seeing this scene, Bian Xixian, who was charging forward, immediately stopped, not daring to go forward. Dark Vortex. He Lu Lan sped down from the sky, and the giant black sphere that was as large as a hill pressed down. The monster roared, its 6 hands forming into a claw shape and slashing towards the distant black sphere. Killer move, world-devouring Qi. The air became as thick as a wall and solid as a mountain. He Lu Lan's face turned red and purple, but he was not able to continue forward. Following after, air from all around surged and unexpectedly swallowed his killer move. The killer move which Mo Shi Kuang could not carry out completely was suddenly perfected in the monster's hand. Howl! The mutated wolf group rushed over while He Lu Lan delayed the monster. In an instant, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster tightly. A bloody battle broke out. The mutated wolves, which had a strength of rank 4 Gu masters, fearlessly initiated a death charge at the monster. Kill, kill, kill! The monster growled repeatedly as it turned into a berserk state, and started fighting the mutated wolves. His every movement carried his full power. Light Path, Chi path and transformation path Gu worms jointly attacked with deep tacit cooperation, as if the monster was a cultivator cultivating 3 paths. The mutated wolves died one after another, but the monster's offensive was still as fierce as before. Lord Alliance Leader, let me lend you a hand! At this moment, a Lu tribe Gu master hurried over to assist. But in the next moment, he was smashed apart alive by the monster which had lost its reason. Lord Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has become mad. The battlefield was in an uproar and Lu tribe army's morale fell down sharply. My tribe has suffered tremendous losses. We have lost 1/3 of our Gu masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth us giving up our lives? Let's discuss after we retreat. The casualties have already reached a high level. Retreat now, don't care about violating the poison vow. The battle had reached such a chaotic state that was beyond everyone's expectation. Deserters started to appear from both He and Lu tribe. The Black Banner troops and Grand White troops that had been managing the army were in an intense fight now. How could they have the energy to spare to suppress these deserters? What to do? He Lu Lan asked. This monster gave him an extreme headache. Don't worry. Killer moves have astonishing might, but their consumption of primeval essence is also enormous. Moreover, this killer move clearly has a defect. This monster has already lost its reasoning. A powerful being without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fan Yuan calmly analyzed, his voice shaking everyone's mind. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, then we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yunxing added. But he had just finished speaking when the unexpected event happened. The 3-head 6-arms monster suddenly separated into 3 people who then charged into 3 directions. Lu Wenwu and Emo Shikuang's charge missed, but Ouyang Bai Seng's eyes shone as he shouted. Chang Shanin, I have finally found you! Die! Their 3-people combination into 3-head 6-arms monster allowed their souls to mix, and their battle strength would raise rapidly, but this state could not be maintained for long. The longer it was used, the more chaotic their memories would become, finally leading them to lose themselves and become a delirious lunatic, or become an idiot. When they killed the Gu master that had come for reinforcement, their minds shook and barely managed to regain a trace of sanity. Relying on this sanity, they planned on making a comeback. Compared to killing Tai Bai Yunxing, killing Chang Shanin would no doubt be much more important. The investigative Gu of these 3 were not common Gu. By carefully observing the battlefield, they calculated the 3 places where Fang Yuan was most likely to be hiding. In the end, Ouyang Bai Seng found Fang Yuan's hiding place. Damn it! If the Wolf King dies, the Wolf Group will crumble apart. Lu tribe's army will be able to turn around the situation, and it will instead become my army's defeat. Seeing Ouyang Bai Seng pouncing at Chang Shanin with a sinister smile, He Lu Lan shouted inwardly as he crazily rushed to assist, but he was still late. Die! Ouyang Bai Seng unexpectedly still had enough primeval essence left to activate Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished! Sun Shirhan was afraid but also happy. Bad! Chang Shanin is going to die! Tai Bai Yunxing and others had pale expressions. Father! Chang Jiyu shouted in desperation. However, the person in question, Fang Yuan, had a strange smile on his face as he saw Ouyang Bai Seng's attack. Rank 4 Eagle Raise Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew out of Fang Yuan's back and took him towards the sky with 5 times the speed. Ouyang Bai Seng was dazed for a second before he hurried chased, shouting, Don't even think of escaping! But his speed was not enough and he could only look on as the gap between them spread apart. Let me! Lu Wenwu shouted and turned into a white light that rapidly charged over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged. Emo Shikuang also rushed over at this moment, chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was extremely deft at times. He was like a butterfly passing through the flowers. At times, he was like a lightning. At times, he was like a light wind. And at times, he was like a ghost, playfully circling the 3. This is master-level flying skill. Everyone looked at this sight with dumbfounded gazes. Gu masters raised Gu, used Gu and refined Gu, no matter which aspect, they were all profound and vast. It was clearly the same Gu that they were using, but some Gu masters could use them brilliantly, elevating it to a level of art. People often call these individuals masters. I had never thought that Wolf King was not only an enslavement path master but also flying master. Everyone looked for a while and let go of their worries, exclaiming in surprise. Wolf King, don't run if you dare. Ouyang Bai Sang shouted. Chan Shanin, if you have any guts, come exchange 300 moves with me. And Mo Shiquan roared in fury. Damn it. Lu Wenwu gnashed his teeth, his heart already sinking to the bottom. Fan Yuan's flying skills left them in the dust. What made them even more vexed was that Fan Yuan was unexpectedly separating his thoughts and controlling the wolf group to slaughter Lu tribe army, while dodging them. Oh, for heaven's sake, if I knew you could fly this skillfully, why would we need to fight to this extent? Looking at Fan Yuan's skillful maneuvers, He Lu Lan felt some resentment in his heart. As for the Lu tribe three brothers, they were completely speechless. Chapter 535. Meeting of Father and Son. Lu Wenwu lost. It was an indignant loss, but this was the truth. It would not change because of his feelings. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shiquan all had flying abilities. But in terms of flying attainment, they could not compare to Fan Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the air, up, down, left, right. They could dodge in all directions and fly everywhere. But on the ground, there was much less space for evasion. No matter how Lu Wenwu and gang tried to block him, they could do nothing to Fan Yuan. Meanwhile, as Fan Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf army to slaughter Lu tribe's army. Lu Wenwu and gang had no choice but to give up on chasing Fan Yuan, turning to kill the wolf group and helping the low-rank Gu masters. But this was what He Lu Lan, Fan Yuan and others wanted to see. Using wolf kings or the mutated wolf group to expend the Lu tribe three brothers' precious primeval essence was very worth it. It was very advantageous to Fan Yuan as well. As long as the Gu master did not advance to immortal realm, their primeval essence would be limited. Once they expend their primeval essence, their battle strength would decrease drastically and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide came again and again. The more wolves the Lu tribe three brothers killed, the more primeval essence they used up. The wolf group's scale was huge. It was never-ending. Eventually, Lu tribe three brothers killed until their primeval essence was depleted. By the time they had to preserve their primeval essence, they would no longer be able to battle freely. He tribe's higher-level battle strength finally had something to do as they suppressed the three of them. He Lu Lan, today, I did not lose to you, but I lost to Tai Bai Yunxing and Chang Shanin. Lu Wenwu's hair was messy as his body was covered in injuries. He no longer had his gentlemanlike attitude as he shouted indignantly. He felt that, with their three brothers' killer move 3 heads 6 arms, they had great battle strength and could suppress the battlefield. If back then, they got to Fan Yuan and used their supreme speed to kill Fan Yuan, the wolf group would have collapsed and He tribe would have lost. But Tai Bai Yunxing had the rank 5 healing Gu man as before. The effect was godly. It greatly weakened the effectiveness of their killer move. When they were left with no choice and chased after Wolf King, they found that the enslavement master Chang Shanin was actually a moving flying master. The three brothers could not catch him, they could only watch the battle crumble. Eventually, Lu tribe lost and was chased down by He tribe. They suffered great losses and countless people surrendered. As the alliance leader, Lu Wenwu and others were captured after their primeval essence was depleted. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing. The two super tribes had a tense relationship. It was well known in northern plains. Now He tribe only captured Lu Wenwu and others and did not kill them. They wisely sought for a great amount of battle reparation from Lu tribe. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's prospective Gu immortals. If he was killed, the bottom line of this imperial court contest's rules would be infringed. More importantly, although He tribe won, it was a tragic victory, and they suffered huge losses as well. Without Lu Wenwu to bargain for huge amounts of compensation, just ordinary battle gains would not allow He tribe to regain their strength. This was very disadvantageous for their future battles for the imperial court. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy came, and brought all of the Lu tribesmen, and the tribes that submitted to them back into the Blessed Land. As for the tired and heavily damaged He tribe army, they set up camp and managed the people who surrendered, reforming their alliance and collating the battle gains, giving out resources and digesting the spoils of war. In the large lizard house Gu, Fan Yuan sat on the cushion as he cultivated intently. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu appeared out of his body through his will. The wolf soul Gu was only thumb size. It was like a tiny gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air as it was covered in an eerie blue light. The primeval sea level in Fan Yuan's aperture dropped as primeval essence was injected into the wolf soul Gu, causing it to expand rapidly. Howl! Wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, as large as an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and howled soundlessly. crashing towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily affected? The wolf's soul crashed on his 1,000-man soul, and immediately froze, suppressed by his 1,000-man soul. The two souls tangled as they turned into mist. A moment later, the wolf's soul fused into the 1,000-man soul and reappeared. At this moment, the 1,000-man soul had a long pair of wolf ears on its head, its body was thinner than Fan Yuan's body, and its nose also became sharper. The only part that had not changed were its long hair, eyes, and tail. Ever since the Imperial Court competition, I have been using wolf soul goo daily to refine my soul. Now I have achieved small success. My soul is around 30% Wolfman soul. Once he fully converts to Wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would experience another qualitative change. Not only would the numbers increase greatly, he would be able to command them like an extension of his limbs. Controlling them would require a mere thought. After intense battle, his soul's tiredness and weariness would also be lower. But according to this speed, by the time I completely refined the Wolfman's soul, the Imperial Court contest would be over already. I only have rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo, the efficiency is way too slow. Fan Yuan sighed. If he had rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo, that would be better compared to Fan Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo was like a grown man using a tiny knife to chop a tree. In truth, Fan Yuan's soul cultivation was already very fast. Ordinary Goo masters needed to spend at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Goo master with a clan's support could only be like Dong Fang Yuliang, reducing the time needed to 10 years. Fan Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, his soul foundation grew at rocket speed, his point of view was obviously different. If I can get that thieving heaven inheritance, and obtain Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan's thoughts drifted to this. But a moment later he stopped this thought. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain was corroded by the gruel mud continuously, there was only a small mountain left now. His current objective was to save Dang Hun Mountain. As for Luopa Valley, he could only search for it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fan Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought Anai Shuetong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao, I was summoned by Lord Wolf King. Chang Biao's voice was low and polite, he respectfully informed the guarding Gu master. The two rank 3 Gu masters had a plain expression as they stood by the door. One answered, Lord Wolf King is cultivating now, we cannot enter the Gu house to inform him, you will have to wait. Hee, that is only natural. Chang Biao laughed, trying to conceal the bitterness and dreariness in his heart. He and Chang Shanin had a huge grudge, he would not be willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to go to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his family name and join Lu tribe. This request was impossible for Chang tribesmen and the elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large-sized tribe. Once they gave up their family name and became Lu tribesmen, Chang tribe would cease to exist. Furthermore, He Lu Lan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and in order to appeal to the most important person Chang Shanin, he added in the condition of taking over Chang tribe among the battle reparation. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial lamb in Lu and He tribe's transaction. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would be assaulted by He tribe's army. Forced by both tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lu Lan, becoming He tribe's captives. Chang Shanin and Chang tribe's enmity was known to all. After He Lu Lan captured Chang tribe, he let Fan Yuan deal with them completely. After Fan Yuan got the news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lu Lan, but in fact, he did not care about it. He was only using Chang Shanyin's identity in order to enter the Imperial Court Blessed Land. Wolf King's grudges had nothing to do with him. But if he settled this casually, it would not fit his current status, and people would get suspicious. Thus, Fan Yuan informed Chang tribe's current leader Chang Biao to meet him. Chang Biao waited from evening to midnight. At this period of time, Northern Plains nights were extremely cold. Chang Biao and the others had their Gu worms confiscated, the primeval essence in their apertures could not resist the cold. Under the blowing night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao kept a calm expression, but Anai Shuetong was very guilty, she could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and at the peak of his health, although his nose was red from the cold, and his body was shivering, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. All his life, he had been hearing about the Wolf King Chang Shanin and his great deeds. Everyone called him the hero's son, he was gifted this unique status from birth, this gave him great worries, pride, trouble, and even chance encounters. When he had first heard about Wolf King Chang Shanin being alive and had returned, but wanted to exact revenge on Chang tribe, he had very complicated feelings. When he found out that he was going to battle his father, his intense battle intent wavered. During the earlier meeting, Chang Shanin did not appear. In fact, he went to bash up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Ji feel disappointed but also great admiration. After Lu tribe lost, he became a captive, but that made him sigh in relief. He no longer needed to fight with his father. Right now, after Lu tribe lost, he was going to meet his real father. Chang Ji was very excited in his heart. Even though he was outside shivering and suffering from the weather, it could not freeze the hot-bloodedness in him. "The person who gave me everything, my father, what kind of person are you?" He was very curious, but he also felt a bit lost and anxious. After using 3 wolf soul goo, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. The sound of the icy wind blowing outside the window could be heard in the warm room. Fan Yuan purposely gave Chang Biao a display of authority. After counting the time that had passed, he knew it was time. Thus, he transmitted his message while controlling the large lizard house goo and opened the doors. "Lord Wolf King has finished his cultivation, he will meet you now." The goo master guards outside received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused. He felt great trepidation as he walked in first, with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, then he would die without a proper corpse. His reputation would be ruined. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, as long as he wanted revenge, killing the whole of Chang tribe would only be a sentence worth of work. Being meat on the chopping block, this was the helplessness of being in this world. Fan Yuan looked at the 3 people kneeling before him. Chang Biao lowered his head, gritting his teeth, while Nai Shuetong had a pale expression and was shivering. As for Chang Jiyu, he was breathing roughly, but he took peeks at Chang Shanin at times, showing an excited expression. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. The laughter was heard by all 3 of them, causing them to shudder. Chang Biao shut his eyes. His heart had sank to rock bottom. He was waiting for judgment. Nai Shuetong almost collapsed on the ground weakly, but Chang Jiyu was very agitated. This was father's laughter. He felt a strong sense of warmth from this laugh. Chapter 536. Major Battles. Fan Yuan observed Chang Biao and the others' expressions fully. Fan Yuan knew about Wolf King Chang Shanyan's matters mostly from his biography. He did not know the true culprit behind Wolf King's situation. But even if he found out, he would not bother taking revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fan Yuan. The so-called Chang Shanin was merely a mask. "From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's one and only supreme elder." Fan Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shuddered. He opened his eyes and quickly bowed. "Chang Biao pays respect to Lord Supreme Elder." Fan Yuan nodded. "We need to investigate the matters from back then thoroughly. But now is not the time, we have to wait till the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's sole Supreme Elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be the tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the number 1 elder. And I Shuetong, our relationship is over, continue to be Chang Biao's wife." Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's tradition, in Northern Plains, women had lowly status. They were often sold as commodity in transactions. In fact, at times, when an esteemed guest comes to visit, the lord would send his own wife to the esteemed guest to sleep with him. Ah! Chang Jiyu was stunned on the spot. He froze completely. Nai Shuetong did not speak. Chang Biao controlled the shock in his heart. He bowed once again. "This subordinate understands. Leave." Fan Yuan waved his hand, sending them away. He had to make good use of his time to continue cultivating. The 3 walked out of the large lizard house goo in a daze, until the cold night wind blew on them and woke them up. "I survived just like this." Chang Biao felt endless joy and happiness. "But the matter back then was done flawlessly. Even though there are some traces here and there, after all these years, the evidences are long gone. Back then, I got close to Chang Shanin on purpose, and became good buddies with him. Now that Chang Shanin had gone through such a great change, plus it has already been so many years, it is normal for our relationship to turn bland." Chang Biao thought rapidly in his head. The current situation was way better than what he had expected. "Although I was demoted from tribe leader to elder, most of my authority is intact. Chang Shanin still trusts me, seeing that he allowed me to be the number 1 elder. As for making Chang Jiyu the new tribe leader, it shows that he is still caring about his own blood and flesh deeply. As long as he cares about his old relationships and friendships, everything will be easy to resolve. Chang Biao thought and got more energetic. He was dreaming within his own world, and did not notice his wife Anai Shuitong's complicated expression. The old Chang Shanin was extremely infatuated with her beauty, but earlier, Chang Shanin did not give her even an extra glance. On the way here, she was extremely worried about Chang Shanin forcing her to his wife again. That way, she would be separated from her lover Chang Biao. That was too painful. But now, the situation was way better than she had expected. Not only did Chang Shanin not pursue the matters back then, he even allowed her to remain as Chang Biao's wife. This was the result that Anai Shuitong was dreaming of earlier. She should be happy, but for some reason, while she still felt some trepidation from earlier, there was also a sense of loss in her that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he was in great joy, confusion, and suspicion. I've finally met Father. He was just a few steps in front of me. He is much more authoritative than I imagined. Father did not call me his son, but instead called my name. Is he unaware that I am his flesh and blood? But Father, why did he let me become Chang tribe leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation, can I do it? I get it. This must be a test from Father. He is testing me, this son he had never met. If I can manage the tribe well and achieve outstanding results, will he feel happy and proud? Will he recognize me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu felt extremely excited. He made up his mind. He would exert all his efforts and perform well in the upcoming fight for the imperial court. Fan Yuan would not expect that his simple arrangements would bring such great emotional changes in Chang Biao and gang. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his past life, Chang Shanin helped Ma Honyun to ascend to the position of the Lord of the Imperial Court. He also had complete control over Chang tribe. Different from Earth, when strength can be accumulated within a person, the stronger one is, the greater their authority would be. At this point, Fan Yuan was no longer the low-rank Gu master on Qing Mao Mountain, suppressed and weakened by the system. Right now, he had the authority to manipulate and change the power system of a tribe. One could say, he was at the peak of the mortal realm. He knew in his heart, all this was because of the great strength that he had. Right now, my first aperture had already adapted. I can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. My second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. My 2 apertures have 90% a great aptitude. To use my 2 sets of goo worms now, I have ample primeval essence. But enslavement and strength path goo worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, after getting the rank 5 amplify effect goo, my explosive force is already high enough, except that my body is unable to endure the increment in strength. Earlier, when fighting against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move 3 heads 6 arms, Fan Yuan could definitely fight against them using his strength path cultivation. But Fan Yuan knew clearly that the moment he unleashed 500 June of strength, regardless of how his opponent will ends up, his own body would definitely crumble first. My bones are impermanence bones. My skin is turtle jade wolf skin. To sustain 500 June of strength, this is not enough. But if I modify my muscles and tendons to accommodate strength path, they would not suit my enslavement path. If I modify them for enslavement path, they will not aid my strength path. The root of the problem is that enslavement and strength have some conflict between them. It is difficult to cultivate them together. It is unlike soul and enslavement path, or soul and wisdom path. This problem had always been troubling Fan Yuan. If he could not resolve this, Fan Yuan's enslavement and strength path would only go far, but would not reach the apex and attain ultimate strength. Although Fan Yuan had information regarding Luopa Valley now, the future was uncertain, anything could happen. Fan Yuan was a vigilant guy. Before getting Luopa Valley, he would not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus, he needed to perfect his enslavement strength path route now. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and thought about it, before opening them and taking out East Window Goo from his aperture. This goo was a storage goo, used to store information. It came from Langya Land Spirit. Inside East Window Goo, there was information regarding the killer move 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shikuang to become a giant monster, increasing their battle strength to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they make requests regarding this killer move, thus it became a part of the reparation. Thereafter, Fan Yuan exchanged for it using his battle merits. These days, when Fan Yuan was free, he would research about this killer move. When Gu masters used multiple Gu worms at the same time, allowing their effects to merge and cooperate to form greater effects, that would be the so-called Gu master killer move. Killer move 3 heads 6 arms, needed 18 Gu worms to be used at the same time. Gu worms used ranged from rank 3 to 5, the primeval essence expenditure was huge as well. At the same time, 3 Gu masters were needed, one could not activate it alone. This killer move was unusable by Fan Yuan. But that did not mean it was worthless to him. Killer move, or recipes, displayed exquisite usage of Gu worms. Why was it that when these Gu worms were used in a specific way, they achieved such effects? Why can these Gu worms do it, but not others? If this Gu was changed to another Gu, can the same effect be achieved? If an enemy uses this killer move, what ways are there to counter it? Man is the spirit of all being, Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Inside a Gu, there were tiny laws of heaven and earth, the fragments of the great Tao. By understand Gu, one would comprehend the great Tao, and understand the natural laws of this world. Just like on earth, using experiments to learn scientific theories. This Gu recipe gave great insight to Fan Yuan. If I had 3 heads and 6 arms, what would happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his brain, like opening a new window. His body was like the cornerstone. Enslavement and strength path were like the buildings on top of the cornerstone. Right now, this cornerstone was still small, thus the 2 buildings could only be low-rising. If he expanded this cornerstone in the future, would it be able to contain 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fan Yuan had never cared about his own appearance. Handsome, beauty, ugly, these were other people's opinions. What did that have to do with him? If his battle strength was high, so what if he was called a monster? Northern Plains, July. The weather was turning cold, mist turned into frost, it was raining non-stop. All the armies engaged in many intense battles, there were already less than 50 left. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, they suffered a great loss as well. They set up camp and made use of all their time to recuperate and recover, like an injured beast. Middle of July. At Dujiao region, Yilui army defeated the alliance of 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yilui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. But in this battle, the biggest achiever was a hidden elder in Qilian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the battles, he snuck into the enemy camp and assassinated the enemies, successfully killing 2 rank 5 experts, 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 alliance armies to feel great fear and low morale. Northern Plains, August. After Yang tribe recruited enslavement master Jiang Baoye, their strength surged and they experienced many victories. After some battles, they were one of the new popular competitors for the imperial court. The new enslavement master, Leopard King Nu Heir Tu, led his army against Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army had suffered many setbacks during the battles. The alliance leader Tao Yu knew that he had no hopes of ascending to the Lord of Imperial Court position. Thus, he submitted to Nu Heir Tu, and after their armies combined, their military power surged. Middle of August, He Lu Lan gave orders to resume their conquest. By September, the Imperial Court contest was starting to clear up. Only 5 armies had the highest hopes. He tribe, which had Chang Shanin, tied by Yun Xing, Nu Heir tribe with the new Leopard King, Yang tribe which had Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, as well as Yilui tribe which had Yilui Sang who possessed an immortal Gu. First half of September, Nu Heir tribe army fought Yang tribe army. The leopard group could not contest the combination of eagles and rats. After half a month, Nu Heir Tu lost. Start of October, while Yang tribe was digesting the battle reparations, Yilui Sang targeted them. Yang tribe army had people who wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, while some wanted to retreat. Because of differing opinions, the army could not execute proper orders, and thus was taken down by Yilui Sang. After Yilui Sang win, they could not gloat for long, because Ma tribe had their eyes on them. Ma tribe rushed for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yilui Sang off guard. A similar scene unfolded again. Before Yilui army digested their battle gains, they were defeated by Ma tribe. Yilui Sang escaped with his remaining troops, submitting to He tribe army. Start of November, He tribe moved north rapidly, setting up 8 defensive lines on the way, and during the middle of the month, engaged in the final battle with Ma tribe. Only the victor could stay in the imperial court. Meanwhile, the loser would have to pay reparations and face the 10-year blizzard amidst disappointment and pity. At once, this battle attracted numerous gazes, both participants and the people behind the scenes. During the first few battles, He tribe had the advantage. After Ma tribe lost 2 defensive lines, they retreated to the third. Yului Seng wanted to take revenge, thus he kept challenging them, killing till Ma tribe army could only hide and defend themselves, causing their morale to dampen. Ma tribe had no choice but to seek help from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, who was backing them. Chapter 537. Shuesongzi. The lofty snowy mountain stood tall and reached to the clouds. Mountain ranges surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. The sky had a hue of light blue color. Thin snow fluttered lightly and landed on the ground. This was a spotlessly white region with even the buildings on the mountain carved out of ice crystals. Here was Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals, with tens of Gu immortals occupying different peaks. On one of the peaks of Snowy Mountain, green pine trees grew everywhere and a 7-story pavilion made of ice crystal stood there. 3 large words were carved on the board in the pavilion, Shuesong Pavilion. The owner of this peak, Shuesongzi, was a famous rank 6 demonic path Gu immortal of Northern Plains. He was tall and thin with snow-white hair that reached the ground and was clothed in a light blue gown. Right now, he was on the top floor of Shuesong Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain branch peak that belonged exclusively to him. He had deep blue eyes and his deep gaze swept through 1,000 li of his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows planted 2 years ago have already grown to over 10,000 willows. This year, the number of Gu worms produced was close to 300 rank 5 Gu. There are still a surplus of ice path and water path Gu worms after leaving some for research. I can sell them and gain at least 2-3 immortal essence stones. Of course, my most important income source is still the transaction of snowmen slaves. Shuesongzi raised 6 variant human tribes on his branch peak. They were all snowmen. Snowman was one of the species of variant humans who lived in ice-cold snowy regions. They had white skin, icy blue eyes and aqua blue hair. When they die, their blood and flesh body would turn into an ice sculpture. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The absolute majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their life. However, if a snowman sheds tears, their tear would instantly condense into ice. Icy tears were precious Gu refinement material that Gu masters liked deeply. Shuesongzi looked around once and nodded, satisfied. Snowmen looked expressionless, but Shuesongzi, however, saw them as the variant humans with spirituality that was the closest to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, torturing them brutally for their icy tears. Icy tears could be used in many areas of Gu refinement, and so its transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven was flourishing. Many Gu immortals massacred and killed snowmen to profit from their icy tears. Shuesongzi also did such shady business before, but he soon discovered the market for trading snowmen was much more profitable than the icy tears themselves. From then onwards he began to raise snowmen and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for other Gu immortals to torture. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their life and the amount would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. The more the snowman sheds tears, the faster they will age, speeding up their death. However, raising snowmen did not cost much. Moreover, Shuesongzi possessed this snowy mountain branch peak which was very beneficial for the growth of snow pines, snow trees and snowmen, thus his profit from selling snowmen was much higher than when he sold tears. He was good at making money and had accumulated a large amount of immortal essence stones from his thriving business over the years, and was considered wealthy in the Gu immortal circle. But he had one great regret. Decades had gone by since he became rank 6 Gu immortal, but he still did not have even one immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal essence stones he had, he was not able to buy immortal Gu. After all, there was only one of each immortal Gu, others would not sell them even if they had it. At most, they would use immortal Gu to exchange for immortal Gu. Now, Ma tribe has already reached the final step. If it can prevail over He tribe and enter Imperial Court, maybe I can obtain my first immortal Gu from 88 True Young Building. Shuesongzi was thinking of all the matters, when suddenly he had a feeling and casually waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter Gu flew in. Shuesongzi read the letter, which was Ma tribe's request for help. So they have finally gotten to this stage. The corner of Shuesongzi's lips curled up into a smile. He had been paying close attention to the struggle for Imperial Court, and already knew the difficulties Ma tribe was facing. Previously, he had gotten in contact with Ma tribe, but Ma tribe had not made a decision. Now, due to the tense battle situation, Ma tribe sent a request for assistance. It was akin to agreeing to his previous conditions. With this, it is time to make my move. Shui Songzi gradually restrained his smile and activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses separately flew towards 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, 3 snowman Gu masters immediately hurried towards the mountain peak. After a while, they were kneeling in front of Shui Song Pavilion and greeted together. Shui Hua, Shui Mi and Shui Ming greet Lord Immortal. Shui Songzi did not reveal himself, instead sent some Gu worms towards these 3 snowmen's hands. Take these Gu worms and also battle Troop D to the outside world and find Ma tribe. Help them win the battle. Shui Songzi sent another divine sense. As you command. The 3 snowman Gu masters immediately accepted the order. Shui Songzi had 4 battle troops marked A, B, C and D. They were elite troops formed from experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led battle troop D out of the snowy mountain blessed land, but before they even reached Ma tribe, He tribe's Gu immortals noticed them. Elder brother, this Ma tribe has relations to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu immortals as we expected. The evidence is out in the open now. Lu tribe's external supreme elder Gu immortal Tan Baiya was not wrong. He Bai said to He Qing and Shaohun blessed land. These 2 were He tribe's Gu immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance and looked to be middle-aged. He looked clumsy but was intelligent. While He Qing was recognized as He tribe's genius since young, he looked elegant and confident, and was also He Lu Lan's father. He Qing glanced at He Bai and calmly said, "Brother, do not fret. Demonic path Gu immortals have always been lone wolves. Snowy Mountain might be strong and have tens of Gu immortals, but those that are supporting Ma tribe will only be 2-3 at most." He Bai nodded. Elder brother is right, but the current Ma tribe is truly strong. They were able to win great battles just by relying on themselves previously. Now if they obtain Gu immortals' support, they are bound to get much stronger. He Qing was in agreement as he asked, "Have you investigated who the demonic path Gu immortals supporting Ma tribe are?" "I haven't, but it should be easy." "Do it. For the next few days we will buy 500,000 wolves, 300 mutated wolves, 2 wolf emperors and a few thousand Gu worms along with other resources to give to He Lu Lan." "Yes, elder brother." "Also, instruct He Lu Lan to end the battle quickly so as to avoid new problems." He Bai gave an understanding nod, and left Shaohun blessed land without speaking any more. A war did not only pit human lives against each other, it was more about the competition between each other's foundations, a war of attrition. The struggle for imperial court had advanced to the final stage. He Qing and He Bai, 2 immortals who had been supporting He Lu Lan, gradually started to feel an extremely heavy burden. Although Gu immortals were rich, they could not support the whole army for such a long period of time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu needed were extremely enormous. A part came from their blessed land, but most of them were purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven using immortal essence stones. With such huge amounts of immortal essence stones being expended, both He Bai and He Qing felt distressed inwardly. The struggle for imperial court was essentially a game. But it was not a game all Gu immortals could afford to play. Many Gu immortals would put huge stakes in this game to obtain an immortal Gu. In the end, if the side they chose did not become the owner of imperial court, they would lose disastrously. There were even examples of going bankrupt. But if they won and obtained immortal Gu from 88 True Young building, all their investment would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal essence stones they had, they would not be able to buy an immortal Gu. After 10 days, He tribe and Ma tribe began another round of battle. Troops lined up in a seemingly endless battle formation. In the main tent, He Lu Lan sat on the main seat with his eyes gazing at his front, and his heroic spirit was overflowing. "We did not cause huge damage to Ma tribe the previous 2 times, we will teach them a good lesson this time. It is not that easy to become a super tribe, humph. Who will go first?" The moment he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and bowed. "Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to go first." He Lu Lan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. And he had been assisting and fighting in the struggle for imperial court the whole journey, and killed countless enemies and had made huge battle contributions at this stage. Although Pei Yen Fei also attached to He tribe after Lu Wenwu lost, he could not shake rank for Hao Jilu's position as the first general. Hao Jilu was an old general of He tribe army, and adding in the loyalty which he had revealed many times, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe once they become the owner of imperial court. He tribe was a super tribe with Huang Jin bloodline, one of the overlords of northern plains. If Hao Jilu joined He tribe, it would be like taking a shelter under a large tree, similar to Wine Demon Tan Wu Feng joining Dong Fang tribe. Hao Jilu entered the battlefield and started taunting. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. "This water demon again, who will go teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance leader, let me go take care of him this time." A boorish guy stood up. He was Ma tribe's general, rank 4 transformation path Gu master, Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng agreed. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the front line and started fighting Hao Jilu. Hao Jilu attacked cleverly with great offense, torrents surging around him. Because of many precious and rare Gu he had exchanged with his battle merits, Hao Jilu's current battle strength far surpassed the time when he had just started out in the struggle for imperial court. The two sides exchanged moves after moves, and after over 10 rounds, Hao Jilu slowly began to occupy the upper hand. Cheng Hu felt stifled as kept on being pushed into disadvantage. He gave a furious roar and activated his killer move, transforming into Slant-Eye Tiger. The tiger was ferocious and powerful, immediately turning around the losing situation. Hao Jilu was widely known for his fierce offense, but he was having trouble fending off the tiger's attacks, and could only keep on retreating, changing his battle tactics into defending and counterattacking. Chapter 538. Challenge. Swoosh swoosh. A blue water current shot out. Slant-Eye Tiger roared in a thunderous volume. This was the rank 4 Tiger Roar Gu. The Tiger Roar sound waves caused ripples in the air. As it hit the currents, the water exploded into a huge rain. After Cheng Hu became the Slant-Eye Tiger, he had great offense, immediately giving off a dominating aura. Tiger Roar Gu sends out sound waves. Tiger Claw Gu has overwhelming sharpness. Tiger Skin Gu has superb defense. Tiger Tooth Gu is pointy like spears, has amazing penetration ability. Tiger Tail Gu, strong like a whip, moving like one's arms. Transformation Path Gu Masters would collect relevant Gu worms for their killer move. Once the Gu worm set is complete, they would be able to transform and obtain a huge qualitative surge in their battle strength. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the more valuable the Gu needed for their set, and the harder it is to collect them. Even if a Gu Master could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, having 2 arms and 1 head. If they transformed into another form, it would not be easy for them to adapt. Same as flying, only huge amounts of training and talent would allow one to have great proficiency in using their new form. Gu Masters nurture, use, and refine Gu. This was the deep, profound aspect of using Gu. The two armies placed their gaze on the battle ahead. Hao Jilu and Cheng Hu's battle had already reached the crucial moment. Cheng Hu used his killer move, turning into the Slant-Eye Tiger. He had the advantage. Hao Jilu could only evade primarily. Compared to his earlier frenzied attacks, he was truly pathetic now. However, as time continued to pass, the battle was still stuck at a deadlock. Although Cheng Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Even though most of Ma tribe's troops were rejoicing, the people sitting inside Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. "Not good, this water demon is very crafty. Cheng Hu is in danger," Ma Ying just said. Many of the experts around nodded in agreement. Although killer moves were strong, in truth, they were actually multiple Gu used at the same time. This meant that primeval essence expenditure was very high. For normal Gu masters, this was a double-edged sword. After Cheng Hu used his killer move, with Water Demon Hao Jilu's plentiful experience, he immediately changed his hard-hitting tactics. As Cheng Hu was unable to take down Water Demon in time, after his primeval essence was expended, he would return to human form. By then, Water Demon Hao Jilu would retaliate. Ma Shangfeng looked calm, but his heart sank. If this was the past, Cheng Hu's success or failure would not bother him. But now, Cheng Hu's victory or loss was not his problem alone, it concerned the morale of the entire army. Ma tribe had lost twice already. Ma Shangfeng knew that the tribes that submitted to them had already wavered. Ma tribe army was led by Ma tribe, the other tribes were needed to make the alliance. Once their hearts wavered, the situation would turn dangerous. Ma Shangfeng did not wish to see Cheng Hu fail. But with the current situations, Cheng Hu was very likely to fail. Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart as he called, Fei Xingchen. Fei Xingqing immediately stepped up, placing his right palm at his heart, bowing. I am here. You will go for the second battle, Ma Shangfeng said. In order to alleviate the negative influences caused by Cheng Hu's defeat, he placed his hopes on Fei Xingqing. Fei Xingqing was a fierce general. Earlier, he was ostracized by Fei tribe, and could not rise up. Ma tribe thus used him as an insider, and during Fei tribe's internal political strife, they launched a surprise attack while they were weak and managed to take down Fei tribe. After Fei Xingqing submitted to Ma tribe, which was a wise ruler, he made many accomplishments and was highly regarded and nurtured. Right now, he came before the battle area and shouted. He is Fei Xingqing. Ever since the Imperial Court contest, he had killed 8 rank 4 experts. In an earlier battle, he used numbness goo and fought 3 experts of the same realm alone, showing great abilities. In He tribe main tent, Sun Shihan said. Yi Lui Seng's expression was cold. The earlier battle cunning gentleman Sun Shihan mentioned was the battle between Ma tribe and Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a vagabond. The tribes that submitted to Yi Lui tribe, like Qilian tribe, all went to Ma tribe. Numbness goo, a rare rank 4 goo, had value equivalent to a rank 5. Once a goo master was struck, they would be paralyzed, unable to move. Although it lasted a short time, during an intense battle, this was a very deadly technique. He Lu Lan responded in agreement, and looked around, asking, Who can battle? Once he said so, one person laughed heartily and stood up. Fei Xingqing is nothing much. I am willing to battle and sweep the obstacles away in your path to conquest. He Lu Lan looked at this person. It was none other than Soul Blade Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping was defeated by Lu tribe's 3 brothers combination move, and was revived by Tai by Yun Xing using man as before Gu after the battle. Not just him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were revived in the same way. All right, then you shall go. He Lu Lan nodded. If this was during the start of the battle, he would not think highly of Pan Ping. But after tens of battles, Pan Ping was no longer like before. He had grown quickly to become an expert like Pei Yen Fei. Fei tribe lad, you are just a traitor, a shameless scoundrel seeking glory. You being alive is the greatest humiliation. Quickly receive your death. Pan Ping jumped onto the battlefield and shouted, surging with battle intent. Fei Xingqing was furious. He hated people who called him this. You are just a demonic path bastard. Earlier I let you act arrogantly because you did not anger me yet. Immediately the two fought. At once, the scene was bursting with attacks as they were evenly matched. When 2 experts on par with each other battle, it would be an intense battle. Actually, the 2 of them had similar circumstances. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, the 2 of them were people who were not doing well. Pan Ping was a demonic path Gu master. He lived a tough life. As for Fei Xingqing, he was suppressed by his clan and could not achieve his goals. But because of this Imperial Court contest, the 2 gained fame and emerged from the battles while gaining great surge in strength. Pan Ping only had 1 good Gu back then, Soul Blade Gu. But now, he used his battle merits to exchange for an exquisite set of Gu worms. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. It was unlike before when he relied on Soul Blade Gu alone. Fei Xingqing was the same. Earlier, he was ostracized in his clan. Even though he had a complete set of Gu worms, he lacked strong effective methods. He had also accumulated battle merits in battle, and exchanged the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu, paired with his Gu worms. His battle strength rose sharply. The 2 of them engaged with each other endlessly, but they both had their concerns. Pan Ping was afraid of numbness Gu, while Fei Xingqing was guarding against Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of the Soul Blade Gu, it was Pan Ping's good luck. It resides in the scimitar instead of the Gu master's body or aperture. After Pan Ping was blown to bits, only the Soul Blade Gu survived. After that, when Tai Bai Yunxing revived him, he lost all of his Gu worms except Soul Blade Gu. And thankfully, Pan Ping had a lot of battle merits which he had not used. But Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were not so lucky. After they died, they lost all their Gu worms. Most unfortunately, Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous Cloud Wave Gu was destroyed as well. Rank 5 manas before Gu, it could only target human bodies and not Gu worms. But the 2 felt calm. After all, being able to revive was the biggest benefit. Thereafter, they borrowed battle merits to replenish their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they return all the battle merits they owed, they even had some gains left. The battle of two rank 4 experts attracted countless gazes. Ma tribe saw that Fei Xingqing and Pan Ping were at a deadlock, and sent out another 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted all the challenges, sending Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6 pair of experts battled, Qing Hu finally lost. Water demon Hao Ji Lu had no strength to chase after him, he could only watch Qing Hu escape safely. He tribe's morale surged, but quickly in the third battle, Ma tribe won, and tied the scores. The two sides continued to send experts, as more than 30 battle rings appeared before the two troops. That is so say, there were around 70 rank 4 Gu masters fighting at once. This was a grand scene. In the entire northern plains, there were billions of people, mostly being mortals, but only several hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than 50 rank 5 Gu masters. Precisely because of the battle for the imperial court, all these people gathered and collided with each other, competing intensely. In the battle for life and death, even stronger Gu masters emerge while the weak get exterminated. It was near the end of the fight for the imperial court. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both huge forces. Not counting Gu immortals, either army had a scale that surpassed super tribes greatly. All members of both armies were definitely excited and filled with ambitions. Only Fan Yuan was calm. In his previous life he had seen even larger events. That was the chaotic battle of the 5 regions. It was truly a time of unrest. Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to battle. A young rank 4 Gu master walked up as he could not contain his battle intent. This was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally rank 3, but after so many battles, he survived and gained a huge boost in strength, having advanced to rank 4 successfully not long ago. He Lulan was stunned, turning his gaze towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was Gu and Chang tribe's supreme elder. Both tribes were under his control. Fan Yuan sensed He Lulan's inquisitive gaze and lightly commanded, "Stand down, Gu Guang. You are a tribe leader. How can you put yourself at risk?" Gu Guang stepped down obediently. Fan Yuan asked, "Where is Chan Biao?" "Lord, I am here." Chan Biao had a sickly expression. He had yet to recover from his injuries from the previous battle. But Fan Yuan did not care about this, saying, "You will go fight." Chan Biao wanted to speak but he could not, filled with an intense rage in his heart. Ever since he joined the He Alliance army, he would be ordered by Fan Yuan to participate in every huge battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not undergo consecutive battles with such a high intensity. Damn it! This Chang Shanin, is he ordering me like a beast? Curse my current weak position, I cannot oppose him. I will wait and endure, there is still a long way to go. If I can harm you more than 10 years ago, I will still be able to send you to the underworld after so many years. Chan Biao screamed in his heart, but on the surface, he chose to obey Fan Yuan's orders, dragging his injured body into the battlefield. Chapter 539. Rank 5 Peak Stage. With Chan Biao taking the stage, Ma tribe sent a female expert. This person's name was Xishui, a rank 4 Peak Stage Gu master, a famous expert of Ice Path. She possessed the rank 5 Flying Snow Gu which once activated could cause heavy snowfall and make a range of thousands of steps into an ice zone. When Chang Biao saw this expert, he inwardly said, "This will be difficult." Even if he was at his peak condition, he would have to be careful when facing this woman, let alone now in his injured state. The two started fighting. Xishui had a sharp offense while Chang Biao kept on dodging to prolong the battle. With this, he was unavoidably pressed in a disadvantageous situation. The battles continued and as time passed, some rank 4 Gu masters lost, some retreated due to injuries and some died at the enemy's hand. There were casualties in both sides, but with regards to the overall situation, it was a draw. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer rank 4 Gu masters in the main tent of both sides. They did not have enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, please show your strength now. He Lulan's gaze landed on a man who was sitting upright. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an Earth Path Gu master who had once given huge trouble to He tribe army by piling stones into a mountain, and made He Lulan have the thought of retreating. But after Tai Bai Yunxing arrived, He tribe won and Gu tribe merged with He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shocked Ma tribe army. This was the first appearance of a rank 5 expert. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Qing tribe leader Qinglong. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path, and was big brother of Qing Hu. Gu Guolong bowed slightly upon seeing Qinglong and politely said, "So it is Qing tribe leader, please give me pointers." Qinglong chuckled. I won't dare to teach tribe leader Guolong, let's just compare our moves. The two started their battle with such a huge momentum that it suppressed everyone and became the focal point of countless gazes. Gu Guolong could attack and defend with stable and unflustered movements, while Qinglong flew freely in the sky, fierce and calm. When the two had exchanged 20 moves, He Lulan sent another rank 5 expert Luo Bo-jun. Luo Bo-jun had previously sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost against He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe also sent out a rank 5 expert to take on Luo Bo-jun. With regards to rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior in any respect. Previously, New Heir 2 annexed Tao tribe but was then defeated by Yang tribe, who was then attacked by Yilui tribe. In the end, Ma tribe defeated Yilui tribe, becoming the final winner. From this battle, Ma tribe gained many large tribes: Jilian tribe, Qing tribe, Zhao tribe, Lui tribe, Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and other formidable forces. At the same time, they also gained Yang Baoye and Yang Ping, and together with Ma Zun, they had 3 enslavement path masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly occupied positions of power and prestige. Their tone of speaking in the fight was much calmer and cordial in comparison to the boiling killing intent between the rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they would also hold back some of their strength in consideration of each other's feelings. Because if they died, their tribe would become a leaderless group and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were hostile to the enemy, their heart was still tied to their tribe's benefits. Even if they were under the constraints of poison vow, there were tacit unwritten rules. Fan Yuan calmly observed the battle from his seat. He had only showed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, but as an enslavement master and a key character that could influence the whole situation, his position was special and was higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. What a great move by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, a truly wonderful plan! As he was personally participating in the struggle for Imperial Court, Fan Yuan truly felt more and more overwhelmed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left built 88 True Yang building as an inheritance for his descendants, and at the same time, also set up Imperial Court contest tradition. One could tell he had pondered about it meticulously. Leaving aside 88 True Yang building, just this struggle for Imperial Court was a field of purging at every stage, with Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes and strengthening themselves. At the same time, the gathering of goods developed the abnormally blooming battle merits economy during the battles. And through war reparations, technology and skills were exchanged, which further deepened the foundation of the Huang Jin family. What was even more important was the survival of the fittest rule, which forced Gu masters to exert their strength at the edge of life and death and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes, this was filtering out the Gu immortal seeds. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was no longer alive, but his influence was still governing the whole northern plains. Compared to the Immortal Venerable, I am only an ant-like existence at present. But it was also because I took advantage of this struggle for the Imperial Court that my strength could advance by leaps and bounds. Fan Yuan then divided a little of his concentration to look into his aperture. There were many new Gu worms in his aperture. Most were rank 4 with 1 rank 3 along with 1 rank 5 Azura Zombie Gu and 1 rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fan Yuan had gained inspiration from 3 Heads 6 Arms killer move, he had been combining his foundation and imagination to make some progress in his research. He then condensed the research findings into a killer move which he called 4-Arm Earth King. When he activates this killer move, a completely new pair of arms would grow out from his sides. His strength would increase sharply when he used all 4 of his arms, comparable to the killer move of Lu Tribe's 3 brothers. 3 Heads 6 Arms. But compared to 3 arms 6 heads, my 4-Arm Earth King's form can only be maintained for a short time. I will only be able to exert full strength when my feet is touching the land. If I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move had been newly created by Fan Yuan, and was still not perfected. He would need to examine this killer move through battles, add in some new Gu, replace unnecessary Gu or directly cut down on them, and slowly this killer move would be perfected. The sun gradually rose higher, but with blizzard disaster approaching closer, the normally intense hot sunlight appeared to have no heat. The surging battle intent on the battlefield gradually accumulated to the climax. All sorts of attacks burst out in dozens of battle rings like colorful fireworks, creating an extremely dazzling scene. There were only a few Gu masters left in the He tribe's main tent. The rest were either fighting, retreating, recovering, or had died in the battlefield. Considering the overall situation, He tribe was in a slightly weaker position. Since the start till now, He Lu Lan had obtained He Bai and He Qing, two immortals' active support, while Ma tribe had only requested assistance from Shui Song Zi only at this battle. Humph, Ma tribe's bunch of trash can really take a beating. He Lu Lan snorted with a fierce gaze as he started getting impatient. His gaze landed on Fan Yuan and was just about to speak, when three beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe camp. From the left side, many horses galloped on the earth, causing the ground to rumble like a muffled lightning. From right side, countless rats rushed out while squeaking and hissing, so packed that it caused people to feel a chill down their spine. From the center, eagle groups soared up like dark clouds, actually looking like it could cover the sky. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya and Eagle King Yang Ping, these three enslavement path masters had moved at the same time. Beast groups charged, immediately dispersing most of the battle rings. Ma Shanfeng saw he was slightly winning in the experts challenging and wanted to rely on the dominance of their enslavement path masters to suppress He tribe army and change the unfavorable situation. Facing the combined attack of three beast groups, He Lu Lan immediately tensed up and looked at Fan Yuan. "Wolf King, it is your turn now." Fan Yuan nodded and leisurely stood up from his seat. He slowly strolled to the head of the twin-headed rhino and looked down at the three beast groups. All of them were fierce, powerful, and were huge in size. Either one of the three enslavement path masters were at the same level as him and were formidable opponents who would not lose to him in regards to enslavement path. It was to the extent that the enslavement path goo worms they had were much more comprehensive and superior to Fan Yuan's wolf enslavement goo worms. Under the condition that he did not reveal his strength path battle strength, Fan Yuan would find it hard to fight against this group by himself. In the previous 2 rounds of battle, his wolf group had all along been pushed into disadvantage by the 3 beast groups and had suffered huge losses. Meanwhile, Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to make the beast groups cover their backs, and thus they could safely retreat behind defense lines the previous 2 times. But at this moment, Fan Yuan coldly laughed, his heart filled with soaring battle intent. His enslavement path goo worms were slightly weaker in comparison to these 3 enslavement path masters, but he had received huge support from He tribe's goo immortals before the battle, and his wolf group's size had increased by over 10 times. These wolf groups were hidden within the army, and by using some goo worms, the enemy was unable to sense them. "Wolf King! I am Yang Ping, do you dare to fight me?" In the sky, Yang Ping was riding on a huge eagle. His heroic aura shone and his posture was upright as if it was a battle spear that would charge to the sky. He took the initiative to challenge in order to pin down Fan Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group could attack the wolf group from air, thus had a very advantageous position. "Ha ha ha, old Yang, go easy on brother Changshanin, after all he is an enslavement master like us. You need to give him some face." From the right, Rat King's ridiculing laughter could be heard. And on the left, among the horse group, Ma Zun, who was not good at talking, just groaned and charged forward. Around him were large number of goo master experts on war horses, guarding him. Enslavement path masters could display extreme strength when they themselves were present in the battle while commanding their beast group. The 3 masters braved the risks, and led their beast group in the charge. This was akin to 3 heavy punches. If the He tribe army did not block it off properly even by a little, they could very well be knocked out, the whole situation could crumble apart, and they would have to retreat powerlessly. After all, a battlefield was filled with unpredictable variables. There were many examples of the weak winning against the strong, let alone when He tribe was only occupying a slight dominance. "Brother Shanin." He Lu Lan could not help revealing a worried expression. Although the scale of the wolf group had increased sharply, beyond that of the 3 beast groups, he was worried Fan Yuan would not be able to control all of them properly. After all, Fan Yuan had never controlled such a large number of wolves. If he was not able to control them properly and instead became confused, or even if he could control them, with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he hold on for? Fan Yuan stood on the head of the twin-headed rhino, silent as his back faced He Lu Lan. Looking at the 3 majestic beast groups charging and killing, pincer attacking from both sky and land, and were already approaching close, while Wolf King had yet to make any movement, He Lu Lan felt very anxious as he urged, "Brother Shanin, make your move quickly!" Fan Yuan was still silent as if he did not hear it. The 3 beast groups rushed over with great momentum and was less than 200 steps away and looked like it would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was in an uproar, and He Lu Lan urged even more anxiously, "Brother Changshanin!" Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. "It is time! The enemy poured all their strength to pressure me with the beast groups, but they do not know that they have brought about their own demise. Alliance Leader Lu Lan, I need to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has already been won, the die is cast. Alliance Leader becoming the Lord of Imperial Court is a foregone conclusion. Fan Yuan lightly said. He Lu Lan's eyes opened wide, he merely shouted, the FCK. Where are you getting this ridiculous sense of confidence from? Quick, mobilize your wolf group for me, the enemy is already near and you still have time to talk about such nonsense. However, the very next moment, his eyes almost popped out like someone had struck the back of his eyes. It was because he felt Fan Yuan's aura having astonishing changes. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage. From rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage. From rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage. And from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. Right now, Fan Yuan was slowly lifting the concealment of breath concealment goo and did not suppress his true cultivation anymore. Rank 5 peak stage, a genuine rank 5 peak stage. Wolf King Chang Shanin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement path master. He Lu Lan was dumbstruck and dazed as he stared at Fan Yuan's back view. The goo master guards nearby the main tent also looked with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan activated Eagle Rise Goo. Large eagle wings gently raised him to the sky. In the sky, he gave a long howl. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Goo and Wolf Howl Goo. The wolf howl resounded throughout the skies, directly suppressing all the sounds from the 3 beast groups. Howl. 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 The wolves started howling one after another in response to Fan Yuan. Chapter 540. 1 verses 3. Fan Yuan flew into the sky. Yanping, Jiangbaoya Ma Zun, today is the day all of you die, he said plainly. His voice was loud and clear, reverbing in everyone's ears. Ma Zun. Jiangbaoya snorted. Humph, shameless words. You are actually rank 5 peak stage, Chang Shanin, you truly hid your abilities well. Yanping said with a solemn expression, her eyes burning with fire. But this ignites my battle intent. This kind of battle is truly interesting. But at the next moment, when the wolf group emerged, his battle intent froze. Many. So many. Too many. A sea of wild wolves surged like the waves of the sea. First was the initial wave, then the second, third. As if connecting heaven and earth, it was unceasing and near infinite. Ma Zun was finally moved. The eagle group's movements halted as Yang Piying's expression was stiff. Such a huge wolf group, oh heaven, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoya was shell-shocked, his battle intent vanished without a trace. Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at its peak. After so many battles, I have not replenished them yet, thus I have less than 200,000 now. This is my foundation, I cannot lose them. Retreat, 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 we have to run. Jiang Baoya was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely selfish, he immediately turned around and ran away with his rat group. 3 things influenced an enslavement path Goo master's strength. 1 was the size of their beast group, the second was the cooperation of the enslavement path Goo worms, and third was the foundation of the soul. Fan Yuan's soul foundation was at the same level as the 3 enslavement masters due to Dang Hun Mountain. His enslavement Goo worms, although weaker than the 3 of them, was only inferior by a bit. But his wolf group had reached an incredible number of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 of them had suffered huge losses to their beast groups after consecutive battles, especially the last 2 huge battles. There were 200,000 rats, 180,000 eagles, and the most number of horses, at 360. But together, there were no more than 740,000. 740,000, it was merely half of the 1,560,000 wolves. Moreover, could beast groups really be counted in such a simple additive manner? It has been mentioned before, no. Different beast groups when mixed together, unless there were techniques like 3 hearts combination soul used, would impede each other and cause more trouble than good. Large numbers of wolves gushed out. Before, they were hiding in the crevices underground, while some were hidden by goo worms, and others were inside carriages. Now they all showed up. Even Ma Zun, who rarely spoke, shouted in shock. How can there be so many wolves? They were originally going in a 3-way pincer attack, to take advantage of Fan Yuan being alone. In the end, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness because their greatest strength instead. The Gu master guards beside him shouted loudly. Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat, the enemy forces are overwhelming, we cannot fight them Hedon. Ma Zun was not a hot-blooded teenager. He quickly manipulated the horse group and changed direction to retreat. But horse group was different from rat group. Rats were mostly small and could change directions easily. When the horses run, it was hard to stop. Especially when Fan Yuan had purposely waited until the horses and rats came close to He tribe army. Before mobilizing his wolf group, his intentions were truly sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master. He had great attainments. He had a good grasp of his horse group's condition. He carefully controlled them, and the horse group drew an arc across the ground as they brushed past He tribe army, turning to the outside, attempting to break out of this situation. However, how could Fan Yuan let such a big piece of fat meat fly away? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, but so was he. Willing in his mind, the mutated wolf group howled as they chased. Mutated wolf group? So many! Ma Zun's Gu master guards turned around and looked, their expressions turning pale. Ma Zun had a mutated beast group with him, called Pegasus group, but their numbers could not compare with the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of his troops were ordinary horses like Terraclaw horse. How could these horses run faster than mutated wolves? Ma Zun controlled the horse group's direction in an attempt to shrug off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group split into two, engaging in a pincer attack as they finally intercepted the horse group. Soon after, a grand number of ordinary wolves pounced and surrounded the horses tightly. A spectacular intercept, as expected of a master level. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally putting his worries about Chang Shanin away. On the other end, Rat King escaped with a group of mutated wolves chasing him with a sea of wolves behind them. As the slower rats were constantly eaten by the wolves behind, they were like a huge beast rampaging, sucking up all the rats ahead of them. Fan Yuan took a look and stopped caring about Rat King. He turned his gaze up towards the sky. The wolf group ran on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. It was beyond the wolf group's ability to deal with the eagle group. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a better position. Damn it, 2 beast groups have been targeted. The horse group is deep within encirclement. While Rat King ran away, only my group is left. Yang Ping felt a huge burden on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this, the horse and rat groups were extremely precious battle strength. Losses to either one would shrink Ma tribe's hopes of victory greatly. The only one who can salvage this situation is me. I have to use the eagle group to attack aggressively, to divert most of Chang Shanyin's attention. Yang Ping was still thinking, when Fan Yuan controlled hundreds of thousands of wolves, charging and stomping towards Ma tribe's main tent in a grand manner. Yang Ping was stuck between two hard decisions. If we fought one-on-one, my wolf group would definitely suffer against your eagle group. But we are at war now. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if they just expend most of their primeval essence, it would be a great victory in terms of attrition. Yang Ping, what will you do? Fan Yuan's eyes were calm as water, as the corners of his lips curled into a cold snicker. Yang Ping thought rapidly in his head, but the more he thought about it, the colder his heart felt. Chang Shanyin's decision was truly sinister and evil. It was a fatal blow. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain Wolf King. This way, the Central Wolf group did not have to engage the Eagle group, and successfully charged into Ma tribe's army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was cold as steel. He quickly mobilized his remaining enslavement path Gu masters and formed a temporary defensive line. But the wolf group was huge, and there were mutated wolves as vanguard. Such a defensive line was thin as paper, easily broken through. This was a huge mistake due to my decision-making. But we have not lost, everyone. The situation is dire. We have to stake it all here. Fight with me. We still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted, as Shui Hua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true form. At the same time, an elite troop comprising purely snowmen was formed. Seeing such reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale surged. They calmed down from the initial confusion, and rapidly shouted, fighting alongside Ma Shangfeng. At once, wolves howled as blood splattered everywhere. First was the Central Army, followed by Ma tribe's left and right troops, as the Gu master starting their advancement. He Lulan laughed heartily as he waved his hand. Several elite troops of his started to move out. All the respective tribe leaders also led their tribesmen into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in all-out combat. Beast groups, humans, entangled together. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, all sorts of goo masters fought valiantly. Experts laughed loudly as they slaughtered their enemies, while weaklings helped each other, forming groups as they resisted with their lives, fighting for a chance of survival. The Eagle group shrieked as they attacked Fang Yuan. But beside Fang Yuan, there were He Lu Lan's personal guards, as well as Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping and other experts, forming a tight defense. The Eagle group's attack was ineffective, while Fang Yuan used Wolf Care Gu to bypass his weakness of vision, allowing him to mobilize the wolf group to attack, slaughtering horses, rats, and people. "We have urgent matters, Wu Yi, you guys go and restrain the experts near Changshanin." On the eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat, one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Among the 3 original flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pekong was part of Dong Fang tribe, having returned to the Blessed Land. Water Fairy Song Qingyin had died in battle already. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was left, recruited by Ma tribe. He was especially left behind to deal with the new flying master Changshanin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. "If we strike, and the other party attacks, what will happen to your safety?" Yang Ping laughed arrogantly. "I have the protection of the Thunder Eagles, I am extremely safe. Not even He Lu Lan can break my Thunder Eagle's defense instantly. Don't worry and go, don't forget our assassin Wu Ming." Wu Yi heard this and their hearts shook. These people with flying abilities rushed out, causing He Lu Lan and the others' pressure to intensify when defending. "Careful, they are trying to disturb us, don't step out easily. Don't forget that they have Wu Ming." He Lu Lan snorted as he attacked, instructing his men. Qilian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang could defeat the 7-army alliance because he had assassinated many of their enemies' leaders, causing them to feel fear and a drop in morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was spectacular. A good number of rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, including even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was hailed as the #1 assassin in the current world. His reputation had greatly surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian. Right now, he had not shown up yet. Who knew which part of the battlefield he was lurking in? He Lu Lan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming succeeds in assassinating Fang Yuan, the wolf group was collapsed and the situation would reverse immediately. Charge over and kill Wolf King Changshanin." Not just He Lu Lan, Yang Ping and Ma tribe's experts also rapidly understood the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu master experts charged towards He tribe main camp. "I will give 5 million battle merits to whoever kills Changshanin. He will be given the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder, and will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life." Ma Shangfeng fought and killed the wolves as he shouted loudly. Such huge rewards naturally attracted many Gu master experts, causing their eyes to turn red and their spears to point at Fang Yuan. Chapter 541. Four-Arm Earth King. Very soon, He Lu Lan and the rest started to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. "Not good, the enemy has gone crazy, we won't be able to hold on for long. Black Banner troops, come over to reinforce us quick. Piyan Fei, Zhong Fei Yu, Tang Miao Ming, you guys also come over to protect Wolf King. We cannot continue to defend passively like this, we need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the residual force of the battle will still endanger Wolf King." Ma tribe was absolutely not resigned to losing. If they lost, they would be completely finished. They began to stake their lives, the heavy rewards alluring them to brave dangers. The situation quickly escaped out of He Lu Lan's control and the battlefield soon changed into attacking and defending Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's safety and danger directly concerned the result of this battle. The enemy rank 4 Gu masters and rank 5 Gu masters all rushed over, creating a huge chaotic scene. This was a majestic spectacle that was rarely seen in the former Imperial Court contests. In the battle rings, rank 4 Gu masters were already reduced to a supporting role. Even rank 5 experts could not act freely and were in a risky situation. He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others had still been paying some attention to Wolf King at first. But soon, they were finding it difficult to protect themselves. Surrounding them were flames, ice and snow, sound waves and all sorts of attacks that flew chaotically among the battle ranks. The enemy did not remain in a fixed place, fighting anyone they met. There were times they even attacked their own people. The number one assassin Wu Ming stood at a distance, helplessly looking at the giant chaotic battle ring. He was an assassin, an expert at getting close while hiding before striking the fatal attack. But right now, the battleground had become so chaotic with all Gu masters attacking madly, all kinds of investigative Gu worms scanning around, and Gu masters killing anybody they came across. The situation was already out of control, the offense too overwhelming, and some rank 4 Gu masters had already become hysterical to protect themselves. Wu Ming was doubtful. If he entered stealthily, he might be discovered within a few breaths of time. It might even be his own people who might attack him in the heat of the moment. Even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will find it hard to keep his life in such a situation. Wu Ming smiled coldly and kept on watching the show. Soon, his eyes brightened and saw a rank 4 Gu master of his side moving towards Wolf King from the side. Cheng Hu! When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost shouted in excitement. Someone had struck Cheng Hu from behind and sent him flying towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had Bian Xixian guarding him from the side. But just moments ago, Bian Xixian had taken the initiative to draw away the encroaching Fei Xingqing. She was not a defensive Gu master, and also did not have any intention to sacrifice her life for Fang Yuan, thus she felt that was the most sensible choice. Which scoundrel sneak attacked me? Cheng Hu fell on the ground and immediately stood up, furiously roaring before turning around and charging towards the direction he came from. This? Wu Ming did not know what to say at this scene. However, Cheng Hu had only walked 5-6 steps when suddenly he seemed to have been struck by a body immobilization spell as he stopped on the spot. He furiously turned around and rigidly stared at Fang Yuan, who was within his reach. After a few breaths of being dazed, he finally came back to his senses. The guys who sneak attacked me, I really love you! Ha! Cheng Hu's pores opened up in excitement, and looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at 5 million battle merits and endless fame and fortune. Grr! He pounced forward, his limbs instantly transformed into a gorgeous tiger the moment he landed. Transformation path killer move! Slant-eyed tiger roared, a reeking wind pounced towards Fang Yuan. Damn it! Hide quickly! Bian Xixian glanced back and involuntarily screamed. Success! Wu Ming felt his blood pumping and his body shivering with excitement. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, leaped to the air and pounced down. The huge shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan's face. The tiger's sharp teeth was almost closing at his head. I had not thought such a heaven-shaking contribution will fall to my hands. Huh! The tiger's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocked look. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, immobilizing it. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted inwardly. His many years of battle experience and insight allowed him to quickly slash with his 2 sharp claws. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The next moment, the 2 tiger claws were separately grabbed by 2 metallic hands. Where did these hands come from? Cheng Hu gazed with bewilderment, and saw Fang Yuan's cold gaze and tranquil as ice face, and 2 bronze arms that had grown from his sides since some unknown time ago. The 2 bronze hands firmly grabbed Cheng Hu's tiger claws. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted and immediately used his tail as well. The tail lashed through the air, forming a fierce whipped shadow that was agile and tricky as it smashed towards Fang Yuan's head. Slam! A clear sound echoed. There was not the slightest of injuries on Fang Yuan's head, but instead it was the tiger tail that had turned numb from the pain and lost its control. Cheng Hu had a killer move. Fang Yuan similarly possessed a killer move. Killer move, for Arm Earth King. There were no less than 14 Gu worms used for this killer move, including rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. In such a state, Fang Yuan's defense had increased by over 4 times. His strength reaching 800 Jun. Moreover, when he was touching the ground, his strength would keep on increasing without end. Have you played enough? Fang Yuan gave a cold smile, looking calmly at Cheng Hu, his gaze carrying a ridiculing and cold intent. An intense coldness rose from Cheng Hu's heart before quickly spreading over his whole body. Fear. Even if Cheng Hu was usually carefree and took his bravery as an honor, right now as he looked at Fang Yuan's dark and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to erupt with strength. The tiger moved its throat, preparing a sound wave attack. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan gave a soft sigh. Such a boring trick. Sigh, it is better for you to die. His voice was tranquil and light, as if he was talking of an insignificant thing. Pshhhh. The next moment, The bronze hands exerted strength and pulled. The gorgeous tiger was ripped into two halves, fresh blood splattered and internal organs fell down to the ground. Two irregular tiger parts fell down to the ground and transformed back to two halves of a human. And the tiger head turned back to Qing Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, completely revealing the fear of death. Fan Yuan grabbed Qing Hu's skull and slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing through everyone and landed on Yang Piying. The hair all over Yang Piying's body stood on their end. An intense sense of danger was rising in his heart. Fan Yuan flapped his eagle wings and flew to the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, immediately mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect him. Fan Yuan smiled in disdain. Do you think you can block me with just these beasts with rank 4 battle strength? Hee hee. Bam bam bam. He directly charged straight ahead. The Thunder Eagles in his way were forcefully smashed into pieces. By the time the Gu Masters in the chaotic battlefield reacted, Fan Yuan had already charged through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife cutting through butter and reached Yang Piying. You! Yang Piying's face lost all blood as he looked at Fan Yuan with extreme fear. Fan Yuan lifted him by his head, his whole body not even able to resist the slightest bit. Fan Yuan lightly clenched his hand. Crack! Fan Yuan burst Eagle King Yang Piying's head as easily as bursting a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the Eagle group instantly crumbled apart. The Eagle group flew away back to the sunny sky. The enormous commotion attracted countless people. What? Wolf King personally killed Eagle King? A lot of people shouted incredulously at this sight. Now it is your turn. Fan Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landing on Ma Xun. They were separated by 10,000 steps of distance, and he was protected by the majestic horse group, but Ma Xun still felt the terror as if a calamity was descending upon him. Block him! Kill Wolf King! Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together and pincer attacked Fan Yuan. A bunch of trash wants to block me? Fan Yuan snorted in disdain. He flapped his two wings and easily shook away Shi Shui, directly charging towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fan Yuan to be so violent. He overestimated his own defense while also underestimating Fan Yuan's fierce offensive. The defensive light barrier only held for half a breath of time before collapsing apart. Wu Yi immediately sensed danger, and with his master-level flying skill, he was able to make a dodging movement which others simply could not do. If it were others, they might only be able to let him escape, but Fan Yuan was similarly a flying master. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into paste, with bones fracturing into pieces and internal organs of half his body bursting apart. His eyes were wide open as he fell down from the sky. A generation's flying master, a demonic path expert, had perished. Fan Yuan moved on towards Ma Xun without even glancing at Wu Yi. Roar! A dragon roar echoed like a thunder, and an enormous dragon blocked Fan Yuan's way. This giant dragon had golden horn, 3 claws and dragon eyes which were burning like lanterns, revealing the flames of revenge. Cham Shanin! You dared to kill my younger brother, you shall pay the most bitter price for this. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path, Cheng Hu's big brother, Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fan Yuan snorted and increased his speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he fiercely smashed into the giant dragon. Boom! The explosive sound of the collision was deafening. The sound waves spread to all directions, resounding through the sky and earth. Hearts trembled as countless gazes fixed at the distant, looking at Fan Yuan, whose body had inflated by 2 times and was covered in a bronze luster, his forearms thicker than a grown man's thighs. He stood proudly in the air, grabbing a broken dragon horn, while the 3-clawed golden giant dragon fell down to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit with dragon blood and dragon scales splattering all around. What? Ma Xiangfeng's pupils rapidly shrunk as he blurted out involuntarily, not daring to believe the reality. Even Cheng Long could not take one move from him. This killer move. He Lu Lan absent-mindedly looked at Fan Yuan, seeing the reflection of Lu tribe's 3 brothers. 3 heads 6 arms killer move. Ma Xun, I Wolf King, will take your life. Fan Yuan lightly said, his voice traveling across the battlefield. His calm tone was like he was once again speaking of insignificant matter. But to everyone else, his words had a feeling of being unrivaled. Uncle Ma Xun, leave quickly. I will block him. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjie shouted from Ma Xun's side. The other Gu master guards also started persuading. Wolf King is very fierce, We cannot face him head-on. Lord and young tribe leader, please leave, we will hold him back. Chapter 542. Dual cultivating two paths. People all around Ma Zun kept on persuading strongly. Ma Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely refused. No, my Ma tribe only has warriors who will fight to death, not cowards who will run away. I am a symbol of Ma tribe, it will be a heavy impact to our army's morale if I run away. I cannot leave, we have yet to lose, I still have my Pegasus group. With a shift of his mind, the Pegasus flew into the air like clouds. These grand beasts had snow-white fur, their mane fluttered in the wind as they unfolded their pure white wings. These Pegasus were Ma tribe's pride. A grand feeling emerged in Ma tribesmen's hearts as they looked at these Pegasus. The feelings of fear quickly calmed down. Right, we still have Pegasus. Ah. Ma Yingjia was speaking, when suddenly he exclaimed in shock and terror. Fan Yuan was shooting towards them like a meteor, fiercely crashing through the Pegasus group without any intent to dodge. The Pegasus, which had rank 4 battle strength, were smashed through, their blood spurting high. The horse group neighed in panic, their pure white feathers helplessly drifted in the air as their corpse fell down to the ground. Fan Yuan moved straight through Pegasus group and reached above Ma Zun and the group with none able to block him. Ma Zun was stunned, the Gu masters beside opened their mouth wide as they looked at Fan Yuan, their heart filled with extreme shock, helplessness and fear. Fan Yuan's ghostly figure deeply imprinted itself in the depths of their heart, never to be forgotten. No, I have not lost yet. Ma Zun freaked out and was about to use his killer move when he was blocked by Ma Yingjia. Uncle, let me do it. Once you use this killer move, your cultivation will fall. Ma tribe can lose me, but it can never lose you. Ma Yingjia shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Yingjia! Ma Zun's body shook. He looked at this junior whom he appreciated and was most hopeful about, and felt his will to fight to the death. Ma Zun did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. But just like Ma Yingjia said, Ma tribe could lose Ma Yingjia, but it needed him, Ma Zun, to command horse group. The eagle group had crumbled apart now and the rat group could not be counted on. If they lose the horse group as well, Ma tribe's defeat will be certain. Also, my death is not certain. Uncle, leave quickly! Ma Yingjia turned solemn, mobilizing his primeval essence into several Gu worms. Killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that was specially prepared for them by Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shui Song Zi. Nay, nay. Many horses beside Ma Yingjia raised their front legs and gave desperate and crazy neighs. Large amount of blood seeped out of their body. They fell down one after another as they lost their life. But at the same time, diverse and gorgeous horse souls resembling rainbows pierced out of the corpses. Mutated horse souls. Fan Yuan's pupils slightly shrunk. Normal souls were simply impossible to be detected by ordinary people. But these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their head and were also of every size, as if they were alive, and they also shone with all kinds of colors. Only the blind would not be able to see them. Dragon horses floated up and charged towards Fan Yuan in a very fast speed. Fan Yuan flew away, pulling apart some distance while also making probing attacks. These horse souls were troublesome because they were souls. Ordinary physical attacks had no effect on them. At the same time, their self-destruction had the power equal to the soul explosion of the previous shark fin wolf. Fan Yuan's killer move was strong, but it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-destructed at the same time, he would not be able to endure it. After all, his soul cultivation was still at 1,000-man soul. But why would I face you head-on? Fan Yuan scoffed, and slowly landed on the ground. He was not simply a pure strength path Gu master, he still had enslavement path methods. Next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolves beside him. Wolf howl resounded, raising the wolves' battle strength by several times. The wolves then charged towards Ma Yingjia and Ma Zun like hungry sharks. Damn it! Ma Yingjia immediately experienced Fan Yuan's insidiousness and unscrupulousness. He had sacrificed large numbers of horses beside him to form into mutated horse souls for the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. But Fan Yuan did not face his horse souls, instead sending his wolf group to death. The wolves used their lives to wear down the horse souls' strength, and the mutated horse souls started becoming dimmer as they defended against the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dispersed, and some self-destructed. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp reduction of the horse souls. Fan Yuan was displaying the essence of the enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, consuming their primeval essence, and right now, it was to perish along with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie could do nothing to Fan Yuan. Mutated horse souls were strong, but after slaughtering so many wolves in such a short period of time, they were now powerless to be of any threat to Fan Yuan. "Uncle, leave! You are our Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly!" Ma Yingjie shouted, persuading Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's cheeks streamed with tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. He gritted his teeth to the point of almost breaking them, but in the end, under the urging of his rationality, he slowly moved his body and led a group of horses, leaving Ma Yingjie and retreating towards Ma tribe camp. Fan Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's movement. Ma Zun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more significant than Ma Yingjie. Fan Yuan immediately flapped his wings and flew to the sky. He gave up on Ma Yingjie and began to chase Ma Zun. "Wolf King, don't leave!" Ma Yingjie hurriedly mobilized horse souls to fly into the sky to intercept Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan coldly smiled in disdain, and made an exquisite turn in the air, throwing all the horse souls behind him. He was a flying master while these mutated horse souls were no more than Ma Yingjie's puppets. Looking at Fan Yuan rushing towards them with killing intent, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun immediately became fearful. With no choice, Ma Zun also used the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his control, mutated horse souls formed into a tight defense line. Their might was much more than what Ma Yingjie showed. Even if Fan Yuan had Flying Master achievement, it would be difficult for him to break through. Roar! A dragon roar resonated at this moment. An enormous shadow shrouded over Fan Yuan. The three-clawed, golden-horned giant dragon once again charged at Fan Yuan. Qinglong had been defeated in one move by Fan Yuan and had fallen down to the ground miserably. He had barely crawled out of the hole when he was attacked by several enemies, and after spending all his strength to thwart and beat away these obstacles, he chased after Fan Yuan in rage, to take revenge. "You actually came to send yourself to death." Fan Yuan coldly smiled, not in the least moved as he looked at the dragon claws that were rapidly approaching him with an invincible might. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he easily brushed past the dragon claws. Relying on his exquisite flying skill, he made the giant dragon go circles around him. "Not good, I am not Wolf King's match in the air." Qinglong soon realized his disadvantage, but it was already late. Fan Yuan grabbed this gap to fly to the dragon head. His two bronze arms ruthlessly pounded onto the two eyes of the giant dragon like a battle spear or a sharp sword. The dragon eyes burst and blood splashed in all directions. The giant dragon immediately went mad, roaring miserably due to the intense pain. Fan Yuan was splashed all over with scarlet blood, but he did not stop. He gave a sinister smile and continued piercing deep into the eyes with his two hands, directly attacking the brain membrane, while his other two hands smashed at the dragon head like a heavy hammer. Bang bang bang! Huge sounds echoed out again and again as Fan Yuan continued to hammer at the dragon head like pounding on a war drum. The giant dragon started falling down, it struggled with mad fervor, and its long tail twisted into a braid. Stones and mud flew, and the dragon tail lashed out, sending both humans and beasts flying. Fan Yuan did not stop his attack. He continued to pound for 20 to 30 times and was finally satisfied when the dragon head was thoroughly smashed into pieces. White brain matter and blood spurted upon his whole body. He took a deep breath, the intense odor of blood instead making him feel satisfied. Especially when he looked silently at this giant dragon corpse that he had conquered. Man, no matter which world they live in, all lives to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fan Yuan sighed with emotion. Although the dragon had already died, the dragon corpse had not transformed back. One could see how profound Qinglong's achievement in transformation path was. His head was quite tough, but he was no more than an impulsive fool. Fan Yuan lightly commented before looking towards Ma Zun again. He even killed Qinglong. Is this still Wolf King? Wasn't he an enslavement path master? The scene of Fan Yuan stepping on the corpse shocked many. Most of them simply did not dare to believe their own eyes. How could Wolf King change from an enslavement path master into such a fierce warrior that rampaged in the battlefield? Meanwhile, the wolf group howled and charged waves after waves without any pause, showing Fan Yuan's exquisite beast-controlling skill. Ma Zun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually exhausted as he kept on maintaining the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls had formed a tight defensive battle formation, the wolf group throwing their lives as they charged forward waves after waves. Fan Yuan remained unmoved at these sacrifices, only sneering inwardly. Now, let me show you the true power of dual cultivation in enslavement and strength path. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately changed their offensive pattern, dividing into several groups and breaking forward like sharp cones. The mutated soul's battle formation was unavoidably pulled apart. As the defensive line became thinly spread, Fan Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Xun felt a chill in his heart, and promptly maneuvered the mutated horse souls to intercept Fan Yuan, but this caused the defensive line to turn chaotic. Fan Yuan laughed, and changed the direction of his assault while making the wolf group charge ahead by 300 steps. Ma Xun blocked left and right, soon being unable to hold off the attacks. If he guarded against Fan Yuan's assault, the wolf group would be free to charge forward. If he defended against the wolf group, he would not be able to guard against Fan Yuan. After several rounds, Fan Yuan saw a gap and fiercely charged towards Ma Xun. The first strike broke Ma Xun's defensive barrier, the second punch seriously injured Ma Xun, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement path master. Ma Xun died. The horse group crumbled apart, and Ma tribe's army's morale lowered to the abyss. If I had not seen it personally, I would never have believed this. Horse King actually died by enslavement path master Wolf King's beheading the leader tactic. Wolf King concealed himself too deeply, he actually cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He simply does not need to fear beheading the leader tactics. How can we deal with such an enslavement path master? Chapter 543. Victory has been decided. The terrifying strength Fan Yuan displayed inflicted heavy pressure on everyone in Ma tribe army. Despair was quickly spreading in their heart. Now, we can only rely on Rat King. Only the rat group can contend against the wolf group. Ma Xiangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Xun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But he was Ma tribe leader, and under this desperation, he looked towards Jiang Baoye's direction. However, the next moment, the only hope left in Ma Xiangfeng's eyes was also obliterated. Rat King had actually fled. Heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Chenglong, Chenghu and Wu Yu were all killed by him. Will I be able to survive if I don't run away now? Blood flowed out of all 7 facial orifices of Jiang Baoye as he ran away. He could not do anything about this. He had sworn the poison vow when he joined Ma tribe army. Now that he was deserting in the battle, he naturally suffered the backlash of the poison vow. But Jiang Baoye wanted to retreat even if he had to risk the backlash. Fan Yuan's terrifying performance had already completely obliterated all will to battle in his heart. Rat King, return right now! Ma Xiangfeng shouted. But Jiang Baoye ignored him and ran madly. The blood from his 7 facial orifices was dyeing the path, showing his determination to run. His fleeing attracted the people around him, and soon, a large number of Ma tribe Gu masters began to retreat, with large number of tribes gathering their forces as they retreated from the battlefield. One really shouldn't rely on outsiders. Ma Xiangfeng spurted out a large mouthful of blood before he blacked out and fainted. Ma tribe army was utterly crushed. The situation was set. Despite having the snowman elite troops, they could not turn around the situation. Gu master experts also started to retreat one after another. I almost had to break my seal and use my true martial physique to fight. Luckily, in a battle ring, He Lu Lan, who had been attacked from all around, was gasping, his body full of injuries and his primeval essence heavily depleted, but the ominous glint in his eyes was becoming colder and sharper. Under his order, He tribe army began a ruthless hunt. The more they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. Even a fool understood this. Fame and fortune incited He tribe army to be like brutal famished wolves. At first, the elite troops were covering Ma tribe's retreat, but soon He tribe's elite troops rushed to them and pinned them down. Ma tribe army had thoroughly collapsed and countless people were escaping to all directions. Fan Yuan did not move, instead calling the wolf group to protect him. Heavy internal bleeding, soul has been weakened to 500-man soul. Fan Yuan inspected his body, swallowing the blood in his mouth as waves after waves of dizziness attacked him. His 2 bronze arms quietly disappeared. The repercussions of 4-arm Earth King killer move was much more serious than what he had expected. The several experiments before only scratched the surface. Now that I used it to its extreme, even going beyond the theorized time limit, a problem has occurred. Sure enough, genuine knowledge comes from practice. Killer move was an exquisite coordination between goo worms. But a killer move was not perfected by just planning it. Only by putting it into practice and revising it continuously could the killer move be perfected. And this process to perfect it could last a very long time, lasting generations and even over 10 generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. Forearm Earth King was a result of Fa Yuan using his 500 years of experience along with a moment of inspiration. It was made in a hurry and was still in experimental phase. Fan Yuan was soon able to understand what caused such heavy repercussions. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on ground fight. The longer one is touching the ground, the lighter the repercussions. But I was flying almost all the time in this battle. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems Forearm Earth King killer move has a lot of shortcomings. From this battle, I can see flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Goo, and possesses much higher threat to enemies. Since I have master level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this superiority. He was not willing to give up flying, so the Forearm Earth King killer move had to be greatly altered. Fan Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor, quietly pondering while looking at the wanton slaughtering by He tribe army. Damn it! Still vigilant, not giving me even a little chance. Assassin Wu Ming was hiding in a distance while observing Fan Yuan. He had been thinking of taking advantage of Wolf King's negligence after the battles, to sneak attack him. If he succeeded and killed Wolf King, Ma tribe would still have a chance to regroup and make a comeback. But Fan Yuan did not give him any opportunity, almost as if he saw through his plan. Wu Ming waited for a while more, but because of He tribe experts moving about more frequently nearby, he could not endure any more and quietly retreated. Ma tribe was fleeing in defeat, and while they were fleeing, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He was still not resigned, and after they fled to the defense line, he tried to hold on by relying on the defense line. But Tai by Yinxing's mountain as before Gu wrecked his plan. He tribe army broke through the defense line. Pan Ping used his soul blade Gu and luckily managed to get Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. With Ma tribe leader's death, Ma tribesmen no longer had the will to battle. Tao tribe, Yang tribe and Shilian tribe surrendered one after another. The surrendering process unavoidably attracted most of He tribe's attention. Move faster, faster, faster! Xiao Lianyun was urging from inside the carriage. Fei Kai was taking the coachman position and used all his strength to lash at the horse. The carriage's 2 wheels moved at a rapid speed. Fei Kai was Ma Yingjia's head servant, and being in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's everyday life, he naturally had to accompany Ma Yingjia to the battle. Xiao Lianyun was homeless, and so could only follow behind him. Ma tribe was defeated. These 2 and other mortals also fled for their lives. However, just relying on the horsepower, the carriage's speed simply could not surpass a Gu master. While they escaped, they were thrown far behind by Gu masters. But because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, the army chasing after Ma tribe army let them go. The battle merits in killing mortals were next to nothing. Of course, if they encountered Gu masters in a bad mood or those who liked to kill or wolves who did not care if they were mortals, just 1 or 2 casual moves from either of these could send them to their grave. However, Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck were really good. Not only did they not encounter such situation, they were actually able to smoothly escape out of the battlefield under countless Gu masters' eyes. The 2 put in all their efforts in escaping. The old horse pulling the carriage foamed in exhaustion and finally fell on the grassland. The carriage overturned soon after and broke apart. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun broke out of the broken carriage in a miserable state. Although they were injured, it was not serious because of the soft grassland. Now where should we go? Fei Kai was indecisive. They were in a vast land without any soldiers or Gu masters chasing them. Zhao Lianyun panted heavily without replying. She was also feeling flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chang Shanin. There is actually such a terrifying monster in this world. Damn it, if I had known you were this fierce, why would I persuade father to travel so far to side with my tribe? As she thought of Fan Yuan's terrifying figure rampaging in the midst of innumerable troops, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind trembled. Remembering her father who had died in the battlefield, their current homeless situation and the ruthlessness of fate, Zhao Lianyun began to weep in grief. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am still here. Fei Kai immediately comforted her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head in her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai panicked as he comforted and apologizes repeatedly, cutting out a very clumsy figure. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, then suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am really miserable. How could I come to such a world? Now our situation is desperate with nothing to eat or even drink. At night, the bloody odor on the battlefield will attract groups after groups of beasts to forage. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with an expression that was seeking help. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and furiously shouted. You are really trash! You are older than me, can't you think of something? You want me to think of everything, do you think I am Dong Fang Liang? Fei Kai lowered his head after being scolded, only daring to look at his feet. Suddenly he raised his head with bright eyes. I have thought of a good way. Ah? What way? Zhao Lianyun raised her brows in amazement. This fool had actually thought of a way. I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can escape far away from the battlefield. With no odor of blood, we will be able to avoid the beasts. Zhao Lianyun fiercely kicked Fei Kai. Do you think I don't know? You fool, you big idiot! What good method is this? I also want a horse, where will you get me one? Fei Kai jumped in pain from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly he pointed ahead and shouted, Look, there is a horse. Zhao Lianyun turned around to look and was stupefied, blurting out, The fuck? There really is a horse! But she quickly reacted. There are no lack of horses in northern plains, but what we lack is the method to capture and tame it. Fei Kai, do you have any method? Fei Kai exclaimed, his hand still pointing ahead as he shouted. Look, there is a person on the horse. Zhao Lianyun concentrated, there really was a person. As the horse neared the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes suddenly opened wide because of the identity of the injured person on the horse's back. Ma Yingjie! Congratulations, brother, congratulations. He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe gets support from Gu immortals, they cannot reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been observing the battle all along, saw He tribe was already beginning to clear up the battlefield through investigative Gu, and impatiently congratulated He Qing, who was beside him. He Qing lightly smiled. Congratulations to you too. Hey Lu Lan, this kid did not betray our expectations. Ah right, the demonic path Gu immortal who supported Ma tribe has been discovered. It is Shui Song Zi of Snowy Mountain's 6th peak. He Bai's expression immediately turned heavy. Humph, so it was him. If not for him meddling and fighting with me over wooden chicken Gu, the immortal Gu would not have escaped the bindings, and I would have already been in possession of wooden chicken Gu. He Qing comforted him with a smile. Brother, no need to worry, it will be the same thing if we can obtain wooden chicken Gu with the help of 88 true young building. This is called, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken Gu, you will become an expert among Gu immortals immediately. I don't deserve such praise. He Bai immediately bowed at He Qing and sincerely said, If not for elder brother's generous help, how could I have such financial ability like Shui Song Zi? Elder brother is really wise and far-sighted, investing so much immortal essence stones. It was an amazing decision. As expected, stocking up the wolf groups before sending them out for support all at once truly caught Shui Song Zi unprepared. This time, even if Shui Song Zi wants to continue sending help, there is no one to receive it. Ha! He Qing laughed brightly before sighing. Without investment, how could there be profits? He paused a moment and continued. Also, we were fortunate that other famous super tribes did not really make their move in this imperial court contest. There was also the information from Fairy Tan Baiya which allowed us to know of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Another point, this Wolf King Chang Shanin is truly a spectacular junior. His performance was outstanding, the one with the most radiance in this contest such that his brilliance surpasses this generation's Gu masters in Northern Plains. He Bai also nodded, having the same feeling. I have already investigated Chang Shanin in detail. He is a person of Chang tribe and was very famous, even as Gu immortals knew of him. Later, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years. He clearly had a fortuitous encounter. Now, he cultivates both enslavement and strength path. I saw the killer move he used just before. Its repercussions are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fan Yuan could conceal his injuries from the surrounding people, but he could not conceal it from Gu immortals. He Qing was silent for a while before speaking. This is a Gu immortal seed. I plan to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, we will properly observe him. If he is willing to join us and offer his loyalty, he might be able to become our He tribe's external supreme elder in the future. He Bai smiled. The difficulty of ascending to Gu immortal realm is unspeakable. Elder brother truly thinks highly of him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunxing is also quite good. We can also ask him to join He tribe. But he is a little old. He Qing nodded. In these Gu immortals' eyes, only Chang Shan-yin and Tai Bai Yunxing piqued their interest and gained their attention among the entire He tribe alliance army. Chapter 544. Entrapping a Gu immortal? When Ma Yingjie finally woke up, his first sight was Fei Kai's joyous smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The simple and honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. He struggled to sit upright, but the intense pain caused him to grimace and froth started to bubble from his mouth. He was barely able to ask, "Where is this place?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also don't know where this is, but we should have escaped the battlefield." Battlefield? Ma Yingjie suddenly started and immediately asked, "The battle, what happened?" "We lost, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people escaped and even more people surrendered," Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned pale white and his body shook, almost fainting down, but luckily Fei Kai was supporting his back. Zhao Lianyan stood at the side, looking at this formerly radiant Ma tribe young tribe leader who had now fallen into such a miserable state. It left a bad taste in her mouth. "Sigh, this Ma Yingjie is young and promising. It is a pity he ran into Wolf King Chang Shanin. It was not that you didn't try hard enough, but that the enemy was too much of a monster." Ma Yingjie closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears quietly falling down. After a while, he opened his reddened eyes and looked at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking in a hoarse voice, "Did you guys save me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Young tribe leader, what do we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjie said with a gloomy expression, "We will return. This battle is our Ma tribe's defeat, but we still have some tribesmen remaining behind in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before Heroes Assembly, Ma tribe schemed and brought about internal disorder in Fei tribe, before swallowing Fei tribe and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, to be prepared for the unexpected, left behind the old, weak, sick and crippled behind at Warm Pond Valley. If Ma tribe won, they would take these people back. But if Ma tribe lost, these people would be the seeds to continue the tribe's bloodline. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we don't have water and also don't have any rations. To travel such a long distance. Zhao Lianyun's brows furrowed into a knot. "Hey, little girl, as long as I am here, there will be sufficient water and food. You guys don't need to worry," Ma Yingjie replied. The 3 started their journey, coming across many Ma tribesmen who had fled. Ma Yingjie took all of them in. "Lord Young tribe leader, I had not thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would still live to see you." When Ma Yuliang saw Ma Yingjie, he immediately said this in a sobbing voice. He was Ma tribe's rank 3 elder and was lying on a stretcher now. He had lost an arm and his right leg was fractured. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjie saw Ma Yuliang, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it really is good to see you." Although he had taken in many tribesmen along the way, most of them were mortals, while Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured and also crippled, but he was still a Gu master. Ma tribe had been utterly defeated in this battle. Before the battle, they had been a large tribe whose foundations were deep enough to charge to super tribe level. But after the battle, Ma tribe was completely reduced to a small tribe, falling down from the pinnacle of their power. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was a very precious strength and hope of the tribe. "Lord Young tribe leader, old tribe leader died in the battlefield." Ma Yuliang cried bitterly as he told this grievous news to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's body shook intensely, and despite having already made mental preparations, his heart was still filled with endless sadness and sorrow after hearing this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemingly having turned into an iron statue. After a while of silence, he slowly wiped away his tears and spoke. "From today onwards, I am Ma tribe leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Our Ma tribe might have lost, but we are not exterminated. Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set the rule that Huangjin family's bloodline could not be exterminated. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot eradicate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley and climb up from this loss. I believe our Ma tribe's radiance won't disperse like this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young tribe leader in front of him, and in his blurred vision, he seemed to be looking at Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's silhouettes. He stopped sobbing as hope rose up in his heart again. He then answered with a very deep voice. Lord Tribe Leader, I also believe so. Winner takes all. While Ma Yingjia was miserably fleeing, it was a scene of celebratory feasts in the many tents of He Tribe's alliance army with plentiful food and people crowding around the warm bonfire. We have won, we were victorious! Ma Tribe's ambition was too big, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. This ambition was the cause of their destruction. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of Imperial Court. Esteemed Lord Wolf King, please allow me to propose a toast to you. The main tent was also a scene of festivity. Besides the fine wine and food, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing gracefully to their heart's content. The ones present in the main tent were the higher-ups of He Tribe's alliance army and were all experts. The cultivations of these people were at least rank 4. One could say they were the most radiant heroes of this generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan was sitting on the main seat, and to the first seat on his left was Fang Yuan. Because of Tai Bai Yunxing's arrival as well as successive joining of several rank 5 tribe elders, Fang Yuan's position had been pushed to the back. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and with his strength alone, battled the enemy's 3 enslavement masters, and beheaded Qinglong, Wu Yi and other famous experts. One could say Fang Yuan was at least 70% of the reason He tribe could win against Ma tribe decisively. Everyone in He tribe was shocked at Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and that very night, they readjusted the seat rankings in the main tent. No one opposed this. Experts proposed toasts to Fang Yuan one after another. Fang Yuan did not refuse anyone, but only took a sip every time. This was completely not a demeanor of a grand Northern Plains warrior, but right now, this instead formed an arrogant and aloof aura on Fang Yuan. The main tent was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The Gu master who proposed the toast just before was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. He used his Soul Blade Gu and luckily managed to take Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head in the battle. Thus, his position was only inferior to Fang Yuan in the battle merit board now, being ranked at second. Seeing Fang Yuan taking a sip in response to his toast, Pan Ping gratefully stepped to the side. Northern Plains natives admire warriors. A terrifying performance like Fang Yuan's was extremely rare even when considering all the Imperial Court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Path Master, 2 master-level halos shone on his body. His Enslavement Path and Strength Path dual cultivation would give an extreme headache to all his enemies. Seeing Pan Ping becoming satisfied and overwhelmed, and retreating in deference, the surrounding gazes showed respect, worship, or fear. Fang Yuan calmly placed down the wine cup and sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Riding on the great wave known as the Imperial Court Contest, Fang Yuan's individual battle strength rapidly inflated. Now, he was already at the summit of the mortal world. He had reached the peak of the mortals. Advancing further would be the realm of immortals. In the battle before, he slaughtered famed experts, rampaging all around with no one being able to obstruct him. Very few rank 5 peak stage Gu masters could display such performance. He Lulan's light was completely seized by Fang Yuan. Despite there being great flaws in cultivating both enslavement and strength path, despite 4-arm Earth King killer move being newly created and not yet perfected, they were already enough as a cornerstone to allow Fang Yuan to stand proud in the mortal world. In 3 Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master experts. And now, he was able to do it with his own strength. Even if Tai clan's previous clan leader Tai Mu Bai resurrected, Fang Yuan had the confidence of killing him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength had truly increased at a sharply flying speed. This accomplishment that others would find it almost impossible to achieve their whole life, was established on 500 years of his former life's experience, who immortal blessed land, painstaking efforts and strategies as a base. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What can being the peak of the mortal world be considered as? As long as one is not a Gu immortal, they will simply be chess pieces. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, just looking at my current goal, I have yet to save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn as the flames of ambition burned in his heart. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing who was at the side. To save Danghun Mountain, he required Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal goo landscape as before. This was his most important target for this trip to Northern Plains. Even 88 Truyang building was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then 88 Truyang building's inheritance could only barely fill his losses. However, it was a very troublesome thing to take away others' goo worms. A goo worm's survival could be decided on simply a thought from its master. For example, Fan Yuan only needed a thought, and even his immortal goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, would easily self-destruct. Precisely because of this, when goo masters battled to death, they would often get next to nothing in terms of goo worms from the corpse. And Tai Bai Yunxing's situation was even more troublesome. Immortal goo landscape as before had yet to be born. It was an immortal goo created by Tai Bai Yunxing after he became a goo immortal, and by using river as before and mountain as before as the main materials. Hence, there were two courses of actions Fan Yuan could take. First was to capture Tai Bai Yunxing and use soul path goo worms to soul search and plunder the recipe of landscape as before from his mind, then refine it by himself. This plan was too risky. First of all, Fan Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunxing alive. Capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Bai Yunxing was very powerful and was a time path goo master, the failure of the plan would have huge consequences. Secondly, even if Fan Yuan was able to capture Tai Bai Yunxing alive, does it mean he could get the river as before and mountain as before goo? In case Tai Bai Yunxing made these two goos self-destruct, all of Fan Yuan's efforts would go to waste. Finally, it was still unknown if the current Tai Bai Yunxing had the goo recipe for landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal being able to come up with an immortal goo recipe was extremely small. Especially when Tai Bai Yunxing was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in Fan Yuan's previous life, when Tai Bai Yunxing became a goo immortal, heaven and earth reacted, down marks attracted each other, and his inspiration exploded, making the two rank 5 goo spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. If it really was so, then the goo recipe for landscape as before simply did not exist and its refinement process could not be duplicated. The first course of action could not be adopted, then what about the second? In truth, it was not any better than the first. After Tai Bai Yunxing entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would advance to Goo Immortal Realm. The second plan was to wait for him to become a Goo Immortal and possess the Immortal Goo, then deal with him. The meaning of this was that Fan Yuan, as a mortal, would be entrapping a Goo Immortal. Chapter 545. Ma Hongyan. How big was the possibility of a mortal successfully plotting against the Goo Immortal? Fan Yuan might be a rank 5 peak stage Goo master, but it would be almost impossible for him as well to cross the boundaries of immortal and mortal. Fan Yuan was a Goo Immortal in his past life. There might be no mortal that had as deep of an understanding of this as him. Fortunately, Fan Yuan's plan was not just himself as a mortal going against the Goo Immortal. He would borrow the strength of 88 True Young Building, the bright guidance from his previous life's rich experience, and also the precious information from Langya Land Spirit. All these allowed his plan to have a higher chance of success. With this, he had a 20% chance of seizing Immortal Goo landscape as before. 20% probability was already the highest among the 3 ways to save Danghun Mountain. Only an Immortal Goo could contend against Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Based on his wide vision and experience from his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan knew of only 3 Immortal Goo that could save Danghun Mountain. First was the rank 6 Earth Path Turn Rock Goo. This Goo was with Western Desert's rank 6 Goo Immortal Sun Siyu. Second was similarly an Earth Path rank 6 Immortal Goo rebuilding Mount Dongshan, which was in Eastern Sea's High Shore Blessed Land. Third was Time Path rank 6 Immortal Goo landscape as before. This Goo had not yet been created and was not a naturally formed Goo. Its master Tai Bai Yunxing was only a rank 5 Goo master currently. To seize Turn Rock Goo, Fan Yuan would have to deal with Goo Immortal Sun Siyu, who had been a Goo Immortal for over a dozen years. And the situation would be even more bad if he wanted to scheme against rebuilding Mount Dongshan. Fan Yuan would be placing himself under the radar of Goo Immortals. And would he be able to exchange for the Immortal Goo as a mortal? This was nothing more than a kid carrying gold and strolling around the black market. Thus, the third plan of Immortal Goo landscape as before had the lowest risk and the highest probability of success. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing would advance into a Goo Immortal, he would only be a greenhorn and would not be familiar with the qualitative change of strength. Compared to the veteran Sun Siyu and that group of Goo Immortals in the High Shore Blessed Land, this opponent was much more easy to deal with. Northern Plains, December. The blizzard was gradually becoming bigger and appeared more frequently. Even if there was no blizzard, the pure white snow had covered the whole northern plains, and even the blistering hot sunlight became powerless. The time of the 10-year blizzard was already approaching closer. Tian Chuan, Warm Pond Valley. Tribe leader, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the dried spirit spring and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's brows furrowed deeply. This Spirit Spring Sea was one of the only 3 remaining spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley. Now that it was dried up, only Spirit Springs A and B were left to support Ma tribe. This was disastrous news to Ma tribe. The spirit springs in Northern Plains were different from the spirit springs in other regions. Northern springs had little spring water and narrow spring opening, so they burst out fiercely and had poor foundation, so they lasted the shortest time. Eastern springs were plentiful in numbers, southern springs gurgled, northern springs were intense, and western springs were pure. A mid-sized clan could last for over 10 years in southern border, using one spirit spring. As long as they did not use up the spirit spring excessively, they could continue to use the thin and continuous flow of the spirit spring. But it was different in northern plains. Spirit springs formed quickly in northern plains and quickly finished as well. Add in the intense warfares in northern plains, a mid-sized tribe would require at least 3 or 4 spirit springs to sustain themselves. Ma Yingjie became Ma tribe's new tribe leader after he returned to the tribe. Ma tribe had lost at their attempt to charge into super tribe level and was now reduced to a small tribe, causing the large Warm Pond Valley to appear spacious and empty. Ma tribe had rations and water sources, moreover had made ample preparations. But a spirit spring was a commodity that was an essential and important resource to a Gu master's cultivation. Once the blizzard arrives, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the final place of refuge. Not only beast groups, other Gu masters would also come to stay. As the owner of the place, Ma tribe not only had to resist against the blizzard but had to negotiate with these people as well. The primeval stones from the spirit spring were the backbone in supporting a Gu master's battles. Now, out of the 3 backbones of Ma tribe, 1 was broken. The weak Ma tribe that was left with 30% of their foundations suddenly had 10% less because of the drying spirit spring sea. However, Ma Yingjie had no countermeasures to deal with such a problem. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore Spirit Spring Sea to its original condition, resolving this problem, but he did not have it. Lord Tribe Leader, are Spirit Springs really so important? Fei Kai asked on the way back. After he returned to the tribe, as a benefactor who saved Ma Yingjie, he was immediately liberated from his slave status and was now a free person. At the same time, he was still Ma Yingjie's personal attendant. Ma Yingjie worriedly nodded. A spirit spring's drying up has an extremely huge influence towards Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as an important strength to resist all kinds of calamities during the blizzard disaster, but also to fight for new resources to develop the tribe after the disaster. Fei Kai exclaimed, then asked while walking. Then can't we find new spirit springs? Our Warm Pond Valley is so large, who is to say that there are only these 3 spirit springs? Fei Kai's words were filled with his optimistic spirit. Ma Yingjie gave a bitter laugh. Northern Plains spirit springs can indeed form in a short time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley, but the probability is close to 0. The thing is, every 10 years as the blizzard approaches, spirit springs in all regions of Northern Plains will continue to become dry and dead. After the blizzard disperses, new spirit springs will gush out in large numbers. At that time, all the regions of Northern Plains will have plentiful water vegetation, and you might even find 1 spirit spring every 100 li. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to grow. It was like that. Fei Kai only then realized he had lived for this long and was still ignorant, and was not familiar to such situations. Ah! Suddenly he screamed as he fell down to the side. They were walking a path beside the cliff. Fortunately it was a gentle slope and not a precipice. Fei Kai had lost his footing and rolled down from the slope, screaming as he fell. This guy. Ma Yingjie was amused at the series of hilarious screams from Fei Kai, his tightly knitted brows slightly relaxed. You idiot, you can't even walk now? Climb up quickly. Ma Yingjie suddenly stopped, his eyes opened wide as he looked incredulously at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the slope. This spirit spring's mouth had been covered by a rock. But this stone was pushed by the rolling Fei Kai, letting the spirit spring that was covered reveal itself. This was clearly a recently formed spirit spring, otherwise Ma tribe would not have missed it during their search before the battle. The volume of the spirit spring was enormous, and in a short few moments of time, over 100 primeval stones gushed with the spring water and fell on the surrounding ground. This is actually a new spirit spring and one that directly surpasses the volume of spirit spring A. Ma Yingjia was so happy that even his eyes started reddening. Is this the so-called joy after extreme sorrow? This is definitely the blessing of our ancestors in longevity heaven. Tribe leader. I have returned. At this time, Fei Kai came back while limping a little, and as he saw the new spring, his eyes similarly opened wide. Strange, how could there suddenly be a spring here? Ma Yingjia laughed heartily. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star that heaven sent to me. From today onwards, you should change your name. Fei Kai sounds similar to trash. How could I Ma Yingjia have trash beside me? From now, you shall be called Hong Yun, Fei Hong Yun. It indicates luck shining on our Ma tribe, joy after extreme sorrow. However, Ma Yingjia was not happy for long, as 7 days later, He tribe army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. The very night the He tribe army garrisoned nearby, the 3 spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley simultaneously turned black, completely polluted. A letter to surrender soon reached Ma Yingjia's land. Ma Yingjia had not expected He Lulan to not let him go even after clearly achieving the final victory. The spirit springs that were contaminated by the use of goo worms could no longer produce primeval stones and were all useless. Although Ma tribe still had stocks of primeval stones, they had already lost the possibility of continuing to stay in Warm Pond Valley. I had not thought He Lulan would be so hellbent on attacking. He has requested our Ma tribe to surrender in the letter, which does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable back then. Damn it, he is truly hateful. Ma Yingjia clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness and powerlessness. He Lulan, who is nicknamed Black Tyrant, has always been brutal and violent. It seems the battle before created a fear in him towards Ma tribe. But because of Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to put Ma tribe under his sight and continue to oppress us. Ma Yuliang was sitting stiffly on his chair and analyzed this with a heavy voice. After pausing for a while, he continued. Actually, this is also good. We can surrender to He Lulan, which would mean we can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land as well. Ma Yingjia shook his head. This is where He Lulan's sinister intent lies in. It is true Ma tribe will be able to stay in Imperial Court, but what about others? Let me ask you, how many tribesmen do we have left with surname Ma? Ma Yuliang paled as he answered. Only over 130. Precisely so. Ma Yingjia nodded with a heavy expression. To grow our tribe, we would need to take in outsiders and also wantonly connect with marriage and have large numbers of offspring. But as long as He Lulan sent a command to forbid our Ma tribe from taking in outsiders and even only allowing us to have inter-tribe marriage, then how long would it take for our Ma tribe to grow? Ma Yuliang's face turned even paler. He realized the seriousness of this problem. Politics was dirty, and not allowing them to marry outsiders could be easily done. He Lulan would only need to use the reason of protecting the purity of Huang Jin family's bloodline, and he would be able to justly suppress Ma tribe's development. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his composure. Ma Yingjia was silent for a while before resolutely saying, We will bestow surname Ma to the outsiders and take them as our own tribesmen. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, our Ma tribe's Huang Jin bloodline will really be. Ma Yuliang spoke hesitantly. We will have preventive measures. Huang Jin bloodline is our Ma tribe's pride, we can never let it be contaminated. If the situation takes a turn for the better, we can denounce these people and strip away their Ma surname. Ma Yuliang only then felt at ease and nodded, approving this plan. Chapter 546. The way forward for the insignificant people. Moving carriages and neighing horses. The huge group of nearly 1 million advanced towards the central Imperial Court region of Northern Plains. The blizzard outside was blowing intensely, causing the big stomach horse to lower its head helplessly. The white snow on the ground was knee-deep, as everyone moved with extremely difficult steps. One by one, the blue farm slug goo moved forward. Their stomachs were stuffed with all sorts of resources, turning their original size of 3 elephants into a mound-like hill. Carriages after carriages followed behind the blue farm slug goo. In order to shield these mortals from the approaching blizzard, they were covered in frost. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, 3 goo masters would be in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using fire path goo worms to give them warmth, maintaining their temperature. The army pressed forward towards the imperial court. As the blizzard became larger, the army's speed became slower. Large number of mortal slaves fell during the journey, and never got up again. He Lulan could order goo masters to save them, but he did not do so. Even though the imperial court blessed land was huge and could accommodate 5 million people, in He Lulan's opinion, the resources within the blessed land were his. Why would he distribute them to these lowly slaves? Every extra person meant he had to lose another bit of benefit. Using the blizzard to sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was a hidden rule among all past lords of the imperial court. Mortal lives were cheap. They were like grass. Once the blizzard was over, they would rapidly grow again, increasing in numbers and using up northern plains' scarce resources like leeches, awaiting the next 10-year blizzard. As the blizzard became stronger, the people moved against the force of the wind. Fan Yuan was inside the large lizard house goo. He could hear the wind outside the windows. Within the large lizard house goo, it was warm as spring. Using it to move in such an environment had about 5 to 6 times the primeval essence expenditure as before. But to Fan Yuan, just his rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture could easily sustain this expenditure with no problem. Moreover, his second aperture had also advanced to rank 5 upper stage recently. Fan Yuan came before the window, looking outside the tightly sealed glass window, towards the left. Ma tribe's members were there. After Ma Yingjie took the role of tribe leader, Ma Hongyun appeared. Even Zhao Lianyun was beside him. Fan Yuan had already confirmed this secretly, and even instructed Gu tribe to pay special attention to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memory, Ma Hongyun obtained an inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in 88 True Young building. In Fan Yuan's following plans, he was a very useful pawn piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, she was still just a child, she posed no threat. At the same time, she was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan wanted to observe them further. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, despite my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still reach that level of achievement just like in the previous life? After rebirth, Fan Yuan had been deeply interested towards the topic of changing history, a desire to know growing deep inside his heart. The flow of history had inertia, as well as changes. With his personal experience, the butterfly effect theorized on Earth was slightly off. 500 years in his past life, Ma Hongyun was given a surname and allowed to cultivate as a Gu master. That was because he obtained a relic Gu and gave it to Ma Yingjie. Right now, it was because of He Lulan's pressure that caused Ma Yingjie to have no choice but make this decision. This decision gave birth to a new Ma Hongyun. The process was different, but the result was the same. The event that unfolded before him made Fan Yuan ponder, as he uncontrollably thought of one word: fate. Fate, this was a word much more mysterious and ethereal than space or time. Legend says that there was a luck path among Gu master paths, but until today, no one could confirm it. However, there were many important characters that were connected to fate. It clearly indicated the existence of Destiny Gu. The second generation Immortal Venerable of the Heavenly Court, the creator of Wisdom Path, controlled this Gu, thus being able to plot against 3 future demon venerables. In 3 Kings' blessed land, Fan Yuan was informed by the land spirit, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a great hero, breaking the restriction of destiny, allowing all life in this world to regain control of their own fate. In fact, Fan Yuan had vaguely heard such a rumor: Giant Sun Immortal Venerable controlled the luck path Gu worm, thus he had extremely good fortune and ease in his cultivation journey, avoiding disasters and gaining great blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that connects all living beings together? Fan Yuan went into deep thought. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Gu immortal, he only managed to unravel a tiny portion of this world's mystery and secrets. Be it his previous life, or this life, the more he progressed, the stronger he got, the more he felt his own ignorance and insignificance. The more insignificant and ignorant he felt, the more interest he had in moving forward. He wanted to progress further. Compared to this world, I am merely an ant. Fan Yuan's blood was filled with pride and humility, obstinance and understanding. Collecting all his scattered thoughts, Fan Yuan concentrated his attention on the matter ahead. Imperial Court blessed land rejects Gu immortals. I am already rank 5 peak stage. this is likely the first and the last time I am entering the Imperial Court to physically come into contact with 88 True Young building. But this time, He Lu Lan purposely went over to Warm Pond Valley to force Ma tribe to surrender. This was a strange move. Fan Yuan's gaze became solemn. Ma tribe had already lost terribly, and they had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why would He Lu Lan do this? This was understandable in his previous life. Back then, Ma tribe was not completely helpless. They had strong defense and was a turtle shell that was hard to take down. He Lu Lan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was declining, He Lu Lan still moved his army and laboriously forced Ma tribe to surrender. He spent so much effort to suppress Ma tribe. Did he have deep enmity with Ma tribe personally? Fan Yuan shook his head. There were no evidence that could support this thought. Never mind, maybe He Lu Lan was just spurred on and wanted to raise his merits. This is only a small detail. My own strength is always the most important thing. Thinking so, his mind entered his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move Forearm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had several adjustments. He changed Earth Overlord Goo to Wind Overlord Goo. As for the other supplementary goo worms, they were adjusted accordingly. This way, he would not need to step on the ground, and would fight best in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he can display, and the smaller the drawbacks he would face after using the killer move. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied. This was only a temporary compromise. The weakness of this killer move had not been reduced. If he fought in an environment without wind, the consequences of using the killer move would not be any better as before. For Goo Masters, there were way too many methods to restrict the wind. Once his weakness was exposed publicly, his killer move would no longer have any threat to his enemies. They would have no fear towards it. Actually, no matter how good my modifications were, I would not be satisfied. My true aim is to eliminate the weakness of my strength enslavement dual cultivation. The killer move Forearm Earth King is merely a starting point. But this result could not escape from the limits of transformation path. What Fan Yuan wanted was to completely and utterly modify his body. He did not want to achieve such temporary transformation. Nevertheless, reaching this point had already expended Fan Yuan's 500 years of knowledge accumulation. After all, Fan Yuan was a blood path Goo immortal back then. His attainment in strength and enslavement paths were merely subsidiaries. He merely touched the tip of the iceberg. If possible, Fan Yuan wanted to quickly become a blood path Goo immortal. But it was different now after rebirth. His vital Goo was not a blood path Goo. A crucial condition for becoming a Goo immortal was the vital Goo. Originally, after Fan Yuan got the second aperture Goo, he would have a second chance. But that crucial blood path vital Goo was still buried in the inheritance. It had not appeared yet. Fan Yuan could not wait in vain. The situation was forcing him. He could only choose to strengthen himself now, to deal with the challenges ahead, and all the enemies lurking around him. Staying alive, that was the most important thing. Fan Yuan had also realized that his foundation in strength and enslavement paths were lacking. His involvement in a wide range of paths in his previous life allowed him to easily control goo worms of many paths, while being skilled in the combination of different goo worms. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the highest. But to resolve the issue of strength enslavement dual cultivation, an age-old question, he would need to move ahead of history and undergo creative and daring experiments. His foundation was lacking in this aspect. Even though Fan Yuan had clues to Luo Pavali now, maybe after he obtains Luo Pavali, he would be able to convert to the glorious soul path. But Fan Yuan never liked placing his hopes on certain possibilities in the future. Even if he changes to soul path in the future, his hard work in enslavement and strength would be a precious resource and would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Knowing his own inaptitude, Fan Yuan had been reading intensely these few days. He used his huge pool of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, all sorts of killer moves, as well as dozens of small strength path inheritances. He also got the recorded journal of 4 enslavement masters, among them, Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, and Horse Barrage. These 4 killer moves were invaluable. Fan Yuan's foundation had always been thick. These days he had been reading laboriously. His understanding and knowledge in strength and enslavement paths surged greatly by several times compared to before. Different from his previous life where he studied these paths as a side path, he had personally experienced these paths this time, and together with his theories, he gained countless inspirations. But these inspirations could not resolve his problem now. Actually, looking at information about the transformation of the body, the first records were in. When Rinzhu fell into a certain death situation, in order to save her own father, desolate ancient moon came to Qingbai Mountain and killed the rockman. Fang Yuan had a burst of inspiration as he flipped beside him. This was the first classic of the Gu Master world. Countless mysteries were hidden within it. Even existences like Gu Immortal kept a copy of it with them at all times, occasionally flipping and learning from it. Chapter 547. Search for Success. Fan Yuan flipped when Rinzhu was in a certain death situation, after he fell into Luopa Valley and had no way to get out. Desolate Ancient Moon, in order to save her father, climbed up Qingbai Mountain and tried to get to the top, in order to get that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Desolate Ancient Moon would be able to save Rinzhu. But when Desolate Ancient Moon got to the foot of the mountain, she was obstructed by the rockman. It turns out that when Rinzhu's second daughter arrived at Qingbai Mountain, she ruined Love Gu's wonderful dream. Out of anger, Love Gu awakened the rockman in order to obstruct Desolate Ancient Moon. After Desolate Ancient Moon killed the rockman and got to the mountain waste, Love Gu had yet to leave. It appeared before Desolate Ancient Moon and said, "O human, you interrupted my sweet dream, yet you still desire to take away Success Gu. Now I will topple the entire Qingbai Mountain. You can have fun finding that one and only Success Gu out of billions of rocks." Ha! Saying so, Love Gu crashed towards Qingbai Mountain. Qingbai Mountain was not an ordinary mountain, it was a mound entirely made up of stacked rocks. After Love Gu crashed into it, the entire mountain crumbled. Love Gu left smugly, leaving behind Desolate Ancient Moon, who looked at this huge pile of rocks in a daze. How was she going to find that one and only Success Gu among this chaotic pile of rocks? Desolate Ancient Moon was troubled. Without a choice, she had to return to Cognition Gu to seek advice. After Cognition Gu heard Desolate Ancient Moon's description, it sighed. Love Gu had always been demanding and unreasonable. Even if it was me, or my child Wisdom Gu, we would not want to confront it. Right now, Qingbai Mountain had collapsed. You can only look at these rocks one by one to find the real Success Gu from among them. There are no other ways, Cognition Gu said again. But you have to be careful. There are two Gu on Qingbai Mountain. One is Success Gu, at the peak of the mountain. The other is Failure Gu, at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it also has many other children. Those rocks are Success Gu's siblings. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. I will tell you a secret here. As long as you continue to affirm the belief of me in your heart, these disastrous situations will gradually disappear. Desolate Ancient Moon heard this and her heart sank. She asked again, "Then how do I differentiate the rocks in my hand? What do Success Gu and Failure Gu look like?" Cognition Gu sighed. "They look almost the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. Just hold them in your hands, you will learn about their identities. In your search for Success Gu, that Failure Gu will be your biggest threat. You cannot hold on to the Failure Gu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life would be in danger." Desolate Ancient Moon heard this and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Cognition instructed her again before leaving. "Do not say that I taught you that. If Love Gu comes to find me, I'd be in trouble. In the face of fanatic and toyful love, wisdom and cognition can only run away. Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate Ancient Moon agreed, returning to Qingbai Mountain. Seeing the huge pile of rocks, her heart was gloomy. Success was not easily obtainable. To obtain success, she would need to bend down and search while taking great risks. Desolate Ancient Moon breathed in deeply, picking up the first rock. This rock was ordinary, but when Desolate Ancient Moon held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A light wound appeared on Desolate Ancient Moon's hand. This was not Success Gu, but one of Success' siblings, one of the children of Failure Gu. Desolate Ancient Moon's heart was shocked. She touched the wound on her hand as she recalled what Cognition Gu said. "When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. You have to affirm the belief of me in your heart. So this is the terrible situation." Desolate Ancient Moon understood. She chanted in her heart, "Me, me, me, me." As she chanted, the wound on her hand miraculously healed. Only a light scar was left. She tossed the first rock away, and picked up the second rock. When she held this rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon's heart jumped, as an intense feeling of fear assaulted her. Desolate Ancient Moon was shivering in fear. She almost ran away to escape, away from this place. But she held on, and chanted me. After a long time, she slowly recovered as the fear in her heart was gone by half, finally picking up the third rock. This rock made her dejected. She could not help but think, I want to find that one and only success goo among these billions of rocks. How difficult is that? How long would it take me? She could barely move anymore. She felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. It was too difficult to find success goo. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought about her father who was trapped in life and death door. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Ancient Moon shuddered. Oh no, I forgot to chant me. Desolate Ancient Moon chanted again, getting rid of the despair in her heart, bending down to pick up another rock. Once she held the fourth rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon was shocked to find out that her nose had changed. It turned into a pig's nose. She chanted me once again, allowing her nose to recover. Spending a lot of time, she exerted all her effort to get rid of the pig nose. But her nose was still slightly deformed compared to before. Like this, Desolate Ancient Moon continued to pick up rocks, hoping to find that success goo. But days passed, and all she found was failure goo's children. Among these rocks, some made her injured, some made her dejected, despair, or fear, while some made her grow a pig head, rat's tail, etc. Despite Desolate Ancient Moon chanting me continuously, some of the scars still remained on her. As they accumulated, these scars turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a centaur. She had 16 legs, and some of her legs had soft fur, some had snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, some had tough hooves. In the search for success, people often transform and become completely different. But Desolate Ancient Moon also became much stronger because of this. After going through so much, she had become several hundred times as strong as before. These rocks could not longer trouble her. Success, oh success, where in the world are you? Her 7 mouths opened together. Some were screaming, some were shouting, some were whispering while others were growling. The more she failed, the more she desired success in her heart. After her great effort, the number of unpicked rocks became fewer and fewer. Eventually, when there were only 2 rocks left, Desolate Ancient Moon was stuck between 2 difficult choices. Undeniably, among these 2 rocks, one was success goo, while the other was failure goo. If she obtained success goo, that would be the best. But if she picked failure goo, then Desolate Ancient Moon would become completely lost. She would be in danger of dying. Even if Desolate Ancient Moon became a monster, becoming so much stronger. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, what should she choose? Desolate Ancient Moon could not help but become hesitant. If I do not dare to take the next step for fear of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong, success is a step away from me. Even if I take failure goo, as long as I chant me, I should be able to endure it, right? Eventually, she mustered her courage and stretched out her palm, picking one of the rocks. Unfortunately, she picked failure goo. An unforeseen feeling of lost self-doubt assaulted her. Me. Desolate Ancient Moon continued to chant me, but her voice became softer, as her 7 mouths stopped moving eventually, her expression turning into a daze. She had fallen into endless perplexity, she had completely lost herself. The biggest tragedy for a human is to lose your sense of self. Sigh. After reading this, Fan Yuan sighed as he closed the book. At once, his thoughts were drifting as he showed a very complicated expression. It was still snowing outside the window, snowflakes were floating in the air. As the 10-year disaster approaches, the blizzard did not show signs of weakening, instead it was growing. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lu Lan led the army and arrived at the last minute, at Imperial Court Blessed Land's entrance, the Alliance had about half its members left. A large number of mortals died on the way there. In fact, many Gu masters died from the attacks of beast groups. The item to open the Imperial Court Blessed Land was on He Lu Lan. When he stood up, a mild golden light shone in the air. Immediately after, the golden light intensified, forming a light ring. The light ring expanded, turning into a grand city gate. On the gate, there were exquisite silvery flower patterns. Many fist-sized copper buttons were plastered on the gate. Boom! There was like an invisible hand behind the door, pulling the heavy door open. Immediately, the thick smell of sandalwood spread. The snow in the air stopped moving. Under the influence of a mysterious power, the snow in the air gathered like bees. In an instant, a solid and magnificent ice ladder was created. At the top of the ladder, it was connected to the floating Imperial Court gate. It extended all the way to the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land! He Lulan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps as he ascended the ice ladder, becoming the first person to enter the imperial court. 88 True Yang Building. Fan Yuan was the second person. His gaze became solemn as he took calm strides in. After that, Tai Bai Yunxing, Hao Ji Lu and other high-level experts went in. About an hour later, the entire He tribe army had entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice ladder broke apart, as the red city gate closed itself. The light ring shrunk into 1 dot, and vanished. They have all entered. The Gu immortals observed in secret retracted their helpless and nostalgic gazes. Chapter 548. Inheritance hidden in eerie fire python's den. When Fan Yuan opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely transformed. The sky was light gold in color, the land was like spring, with green agricultural terraces, there were gentle streams flowing, and low-lying mounds, one could see far and wide in this boundless plains. This was a serene and peaceful world, forming a great contrast to the blizzard outside. This was Northern Plains' greatest utopia, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opens every 10 years, as a reward to the Lord of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan looked around and found that he was alone. Although everyone entered from the same gate, after they stepped through the gate, they were separated and randomly transported to any area of the Blessed Land. This was as per usual. Fan Yuan was not shocked. According to the earlier agreement, next he had to travel towards the center of the Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former place of residence was there, Northern Plains' sacred palace. I am finally in here. Fan Yuan regulated his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was only a prelude. What was truly important was the following events. He tried activating Eagle Rise Gu. His crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, entering the Eagle Rise Gu. Swoosh! With a light sound, followed by intense pain, 2 broad and huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, the use of mortal Gu was not restricted. As for immortal Gu, they could not be restrained in any blessed land. The strong eagle wings flapped lightly and brought Fan Yuan into the air. Flying in the air, feeling the light wind brushing past his face, he could smell the unique scent of nature that permeated the entire blessed land. Compared to the outside world, this place was extremely peaceful. It was like heaven. Fan Yuan was in no hurry. He flew slowly as he enjoyed the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's landscape was quite similar to Northern Plains. At one glance, it was a huge plain. There were mounds and slopes with beautiful and elegant lines. It was like a stream of jade green flowing smoothly without obstacles. But different from Northern Plains, every 8 li, there would be a tower on the ground. These towers made Fan Yuan think of totem pillars. Each one was about 25 meters tall. They were tall and straight, with a gold and silver surface, with lots of precious gems adorning it, beautiful and exquisite. In the tower, there were countless barriers, like a beehive. Inside were many Gu worms. When the worm groups in the Blessed Land give birth to Gu, these Gu worms would detach themselves from the group and live in these towers. The towers were built by Giant Sun. No matter what type of Gu worm it was, they would be able to find their food inside the towers. Every tower had tens of thousands of Gu worms. These Gu consists of many species. There were large numbers of common Gu and few rare Gu. Undeniably, each of these towers were a huge fortune. Even Fan Yuan can feel his attraction to them. He could even see a group of about 1,000 starlight firefly Gu in one of the towers. Unfortunately, I cannot take these Gu as I wish. When the Imperial Court contest first started, some daring Gu masters tried to steal or even attack the towers, to take the wild Gu inside. In the end, they were like candles. Their entire body melted until their white bone skeleton was left, smashed into a pile. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated. This was the heavenly power of the Blessed Land, the power of heaven and earth. No mortals could resist it. Even Gu immortals would be left in a pathetic state when competing against it. After enough lessons taught, by now, no Gu master had the intention to attack the towers. If we chase the origin, the Gu immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path Gu immortal whose name can no longer be found. Because of this Blessed Land is huge, far larger than other blessed lands. Before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal, he inherited this place luckily and became the Blessed Land's new owner. After Giant Sun became an Immortal Venerable, and obtained unparalleled power, he displayed great methods and set up the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, allowing this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fan Yuan flew as he recalled. The methods of an Immortal Venerable were beyond his understanding. Who knows how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to do it, but the result was, under his manipulation, Imperial Court blessed land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss. After flying for an hour, past numerous towers, Fan Yuan was provoked by a giant python on a small valley. This bright red giant python was at least 100 meters long, its body was as thick as a tower. There was a sharp horn on its head, a pair of blood eyes stared at Fan Yuan fixatedly, hissing with its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a creepy purple color, and there were eerie blue flames on it. Eh? It's a rarely seen eerie fire dragon python. Fan Yuan was slightly shocked. At this moment, the giant python opened its mouth, and shot out a carriage's blue-purple flame. The flame approached quickly, as the temperature in the air rose sharply. From a few hundred steps away, Fan Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of drying up. It showed the terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame. Fan Yuan's eyebrows rose as he flapped his eagle wings, going to a higher altitude and avoiding the flame easily. Killer move, for Arm Wind King! He activated more than 10 goo worms at once. His crystal purple was expanding rapidly. Meanwhile 2 bronze arms grew out of his body. Thereafter, he flew down like a comet, straight towards the python. Bam! He crashed fiercely into the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in fierce combat with it. At once smoke rose as shockwaves were sent out, flames shot out as the valley shook. Eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beast has rank 4 battle strength, while their king had strength equivalent to a rank 5 goo master. But Fan Yuan was rank 5 peak stage long ago, and after using his killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python laid low and hid itself, Fan Yuan might not have noticed it while being on the move. But since it provoked him on purpose, Fan Yuan felt the urge to hunt and improve his killer move by using it as a training dummy. After half an hour, the battle was over. Fan Yuan's body was charred black. He stood in the completely destroyed and ruined valley. The eerie fire dragon python's huge body was half covered in broken mountain rocks. Fan Yuan coughed a few times, throwing up some blood. The improved killer move had much less severe aftermath than before. A part of the reason was that the eerie fire dragon python did not have wisdom like humans. It could not find out Fan Yuan's weakness amidst battle. If the wind was restricted, Fan Yuan would be in a much worse state. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court blessed land was a great environment. There were many goo worms, thus there was a larger number of fire path wild goo worms on the eerie fire dragon python. Among them, there were several valuable ones. Fan Yuan's killer move was strong, but it did not have much defense against fire path. If he did not need to dodge the flames, the 30-minute battle would be faster by at least a third. Fan Yuan started collecting his loot. This mutated beast king's body was full of value. For example, the python blood was a top ingredient in feeding blood path goo worms. The python's skin, tendons, etc., would cause a huge commotion if sold in the mortal market. Especially the eerie fire snake gall, it was extremely valuable. It could even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan organized his gains. In order to save time, he only kept the valuable items in his goo. Eerie fire dragon python, they live in caves as a family. If there are any young dragon pythons, I can capture them and place them inside who immortal blessed land to breed. It would be a good investment for the future. Fan Yuan thought about this and searched around. Very soon, he made a discovery. There's a goo master inheritance here. Fan Yuan did not find a baby dragon python, but found a bright red rock, like that of a fire lotus. With his expertise, he quickly understood that this was a goo master's work. When he got close to the huge rock, this fire lotus-like rock opened up in layers, like a blossoming lotus. The fire lotus rock opened completely, showing the goo worms inside as well as a stele. The stele was one with the huge rock. There were Northern Plains words on it. Fan Yuan read it thoroughly and understood its existence. The fire path goo master who left behind his inheritance was called Hu Jingjun. He was a righteous rank 4 fire path goo master. He entered this valley by accident, and was attacked by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he left behind his goo worms helplessly and made the inheritance. In the future, if a fated individual comes here, then this set of goo worms would be his. Hu Jingjun left behind 7 goo worms. But after these years, 4 died, and only 3 remained. Among the 3 goo worms, only one attracted Fan Yuan. It was the rank for fire pupil goo. When a goo master uses fire pupil goo, fire would burn at anywhere they looked at, burning their opponents. Such a convenient attacking method often caught people off guard. But it had its weaknesses. If it was used for a long time, the goo master's eyes would be damaged. They would need to use good healing goo as well as complementing goo worms to weaken this side effect. This fire pupil goo was Jing Jun's core goo worm. Aside from the goo worms he left behind, there were goo recipes that he recorded on the steel. Fan Yuan looked at it 3 times, storing the information inside East Window goo. Although he did not cultivate fire path, these recipes were useful for him when researching about goo refinement, or even in his cultivation, as a form of inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the fire pupil goo, it had high value. According to this goo master, rank 4 fire pupil goo was advanced using rank 3 fire eye goo, together with sight blow goo and some associated goo refinement materials. Fan Yuan knew about rank 3 fire eye goo. It was a one-time expenditure goo used for investigative purposes. It could transform the eyes into fire eyes, having the ability to see through fog, but it did not work every time. Once it failed, one would turn blind. Fan Yuan knew about sight blow goo too. How Ji Lu from the He tribe army had one. He had once used it together with rank 4 location swap goo. Fan Yuan kept the fire pupil goo. He did not intend to go onto the fire path. Fire pupil goo did not suit his current style. While the attacking method was convenient, it was very restrictive. It was too reliant on visual contact. There were too many strange goo in this world. There were countless methods to prevent eye contact. There was no strongest goo worm, only strongest goo master. Goo worms were the hosts of the great Tao. They were fundamentally tools. When goo master used them together, they could form great effects. Some combinations were even far superior and harder to counter. They were known as killer moves. This means this should be the first goo master inheritance I've obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fan Yuan thought about it, feeling interested. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were countless goo master inheritances. It was because of the superb environment. In contrast, many inheritances in the main world were often destroyed by calamities and beasts before the fated person arrives. Furthermore, all the goo masters that entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were experts that had undergone tough battles. They had to have at least some superior qualities, if they were not heroes or grand conquerors already. Thus, there were abundant inheritances inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Anyone who was fated would have gains. Fan Yuan kept the 3 goo worms inside his aperture, before smashing the steel to bits. Next, he searched around, finding a cave indeed. He entered the cave and walked to the lowest part of it. At about 100 meters underground, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. He was troubled now. If it was a baby eerie fire dragon python, he could bring them away to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and allow them to hunt freely. But it was not easy to hatch an eerie fire dragon python's egg. He needed to use eerie fire and python blood to bathe them daily. After the little dragon python hatches, they need to taught by the eerie fire dragon python personally, on how to use their strength to hunt. Fan Yuan did not have the time or effort to waste just to hatch these eggs. There was no choice. He quickly kept these eggs before getting out of the hot cave, flying towards the sky and continuing on his journey without any lingering feelings. Chapter 549. Subduing azure wolves with the help of snow bats. Just like this, Fan Yuan flew for another 3 days, but could not see even a glimpse of the sacred palace on the plains. Fan Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that I was transported very far away after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace within 3 days." On the way, Fan Yuan met many goo masters and mortals. They were He tribe alliance members. After entering the Blessed Land, those with ability would gather at the sacred palace. Those who did not would choose a place and settle down. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe. There were large numbers of wild goo worms and vicious beasts. He tribe army came here and destroyed their order, disturbing the beasts and worms which had already sorted out their territory. Thus, conflict and killing was natural. But all in all, the environment was infinitely better than the outside world, which was face a fierce blizzard. Fan Yuan had seen several slaughtering scenes along the way. Some were beast group corpses, some were humans with broken limbs. Imperial Court Blessed Land had much greater foundation than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no weather changes in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but Imperial Court Blessed Land had it. In fact, Imperial Court Blessed Land had morning and night. This might not be spectacular in mortal eyes, because in northern plains, there was also day and night. They were used to it. Only someone like Fang Yuan would understand the true value of this. It was very rare for blessed land to have weather changes. If there was day and night, it meant that this particular heaven and earth had sufficiently deep foundations. At least, the time path law here was quite complete. Normally, blessed land with astronomical phenomenon were first-rate blessed lands. Fan Yuan's immortal blessed land had not reached this level yet. Day and night was the characteristic of grotto heavens. Blessed lands were small worlds. Above blessed lands there were even more complete and refined small worlds. They were grotto heavens. Imperial Court blessed land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven. It could be said to be a quasi-grotto heaven. Lenya blessed land was originally a grotto heaven that fell. By now, it had lost its day and night trait. Night descended. Fan Yuan looked at the sky. It turned from a glorious gold color to a light and elegant silver. The daytime in Imperial Court blessed land was a dazzling golden day. At night, it was not completely dark, as silver light shine in the sky. Flying in the air, Fan Yuan witnessed the changing of the sky. Silver light rained down. Compared to the hot and dazzling golden rays during daytime, it had traces of sharpness to it. Fan Yuan's flying speed was slowing down. He looked down and after searching for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his years of experience, he knew that the gentle slope was a great place to set up camp. But he was in no hurry to descend. He circled around the slope several times, like a bird flying freely. Eventually, when he confirmed that this area was safe, he landed and kept his wings. The strong eagle wings were pitch black like steel. After Fan Yuan stopped using eagle rise goo, the wings vanished into thin air, as one or two black feathers were left floating in the air, landing on the grass. Fan Yuan willed and activated Big Lizard House goo. Immediately, a mystical light shot out from his aperture, landing in front of him. The light expanded and grew, as a Big Lizard House goo eventually appeared. The lizard opened its mouth and shot out its tongue, showing the door in its mouth. The tongue was like a red carpet ladder. As Fan Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. After he entered the lizard house goo, the door closed on its own, as the lizard closed its huge mouth without a gap. Although Fan Yuan was energetic, he was still of mortal body. When fatigue accumulates to a degree, he will need to rest to ensure that he stays at peak condition in terms of mind and body. Chi-chi-chi-chi. After Fan Yuan got into the lizard house, he heard some noises outside. His gaze concentrated as he muttered, "As expected, it is the blissful snow bats." Fan Yuan had already understood the rules. When day turns to night, large groups of blissful snow bats would fly out. The blissful snow bats were pure white like snow. They were furry and did not look ugly like ordinary bats. In fact, they were rather cute. Such a beast group was huge in scale. Each group had about several hundreds of thousands of bats. Among them were beast kings, and myriad beast kings were very common. There were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Fan Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like Four-Arm Wind King, he could not fight against them, he could only avoid them. The snow bats only hunted in the air, eating the particles in the air or flying worms. The Big Lizard House goo was not part of their food chain. But because of Fan Yuan's vigilance, he moved the Big Lizard House goo to the back of the slope. The big lizard curled up into a ball. From the sky, it resembled a huge rock. Fan Yuan was on the bed as he slept, but before long, the cries of the blissful snow bats became very erratic, as wolf howls could be heard as well. "What's going on?" Fan Yuan was woken up by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from bed, going to the window. Only to see that in the silvery backdrop, two beast groups were fighting. The snow-white lump had a grand scale. It was the blissful snow bats. As for the dark green lump, it was a pack of azure wolves. Although they were fewer in numbers, they fought fiercely and had great cooperation. Although they were many snow bats, under the wolves' attacks, they suffered huge losses. Fan Yuan's brows lifted, feeling slightly shocked. Azure Wolf had a trace of the desolate beast Heavenly Wolf's bloodline, thus it could float in mid-air even as a cub. A mature Azure Wolf can use this talent to its limits, able to run freely in the air. Azure Wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. Among the Azure Wolf group, each Azure Wolf was at least 100 Beast King. Azure Wolf groups were often small, but they had great battle strength. But regardless of how strong a wolf group is, they cannot withstand the trial of time, and the trials of mortality. Right now, in Northern Plains sky, barely any Azure Wolves could be seen. They were getting rarer, going to be extinct soon. However, as the largest blessed land in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land had such a huge-scaled Azure Wolf group, it was not a surprise. The wolves got more energetic as they fought, as the bat group gradually got into a disadvantage. After leaving behind several tens of thousands of corpses, they escaped. The Azure Wolves did not have many deaths. Most of the Azure Wolves landed on the ground and started consuming the bat corpses. Some of them remained in the air, looking around and staying vigilant. Fan Yuan's heart was moved. After entering the Blessed Land, my wolf group had scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is too wide, I cannot gather them here in such a short time. This Azure Wolf group is really timely. Not only can they fly to keep up with my pace, they can even protect me. In the future when we encounter bat groups, we can just charge through. At the same time, several wolves found Fan Yuan's big lizard house Gu and surrounded it. Fan Yuan left the Gu house immediately and kept the big lizard house Gu, charging towards the myriad beast king in the sky. The wolf group went into a commotion as they attacked Fan Yuan from all directions. But the Azure Wolves which had just eaten were moving sluggishly, their battle intent had also decreased severely. This was the best time for Fan Yuan to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fan Yuan snickered, he turned left and right, making circles in the air. With his flying master attainment, these Azure Wolves could only chase after him fruitlessly. The myriad wolf king that Fan Yuan was going after was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the earlier battle, it had charged ahead and sustained some injuries, as well as losing some wild Gu on it. Fan Yuan had paid close attention to it earlier, and knew all the wild Gu worms currently on it. Going up to the myriad wolf king, Fan Yuan activated the killer move Four-Arm Wind King and thrashed the wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten into a daze by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used this chance to activate rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu, subduing it. Once it joined Fan Yuan, it howled and a third of the Azure Wolf group changed sides along with it. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. It was dangerous to subdue a myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he had succeeded, the situation was different. With the wolf group, the situation was overturned. Under Fan Yuan's manipulation, the wolf group attacked from left and right, cooperating with him and surrounding the second Azure, myriad wolf king. The wild wolf group attacked furiously, as Fan Yuan used his wolf group to form a line of defense, protecting himself. He himself engaged with the myriad wolf king. After 15 minutes, Fan Yuan subdued the second myriad wolf king. Victory was assured. The final myriad wolf king saw this and immediately ran, bringing its subordinates to escape with it. Fan Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his own injuries. After checking the battlefield, he kept the big lizard house Gu and shifted the campsite. This area was filled with the intense smell of blood. Quickly, waves and waves of beast groups were attracted. If Fan Yuan continued staying there, he would be disturbed endlessly. About 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But different from before, Fan Yuan was now surrounded by 2 Azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 250,600 beast kings. It was a huge force. In the blink of an eye, 6 days of traveling went by. In this process, Fan Yuan found 3 inheritances. They were small inheritances, however. In Fan Yuan's eyes, they were as good as nothing. What was worth mentioning was, the wolf group expanded. With the foundation of 2 Azure myriad wolf kings, another was subdued. This way, Fan Yuan had 3 Azure myriad wolf kings under his control. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true land of treasures. There were huge beast groups within, and even the rare Azure Wolf was a common species here. Other than the Azure Wolves, Fan Yuan subdued batches of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves along the way. These wolves were originally his to begin with, except that they were scattered after entering the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had only found a small portion of them by now. Chapter 550. Poet Immortal's Demise on Xingjiu Peak. 2 days later. A high mountain peak protruded Fan Yuan's vision. The deep blue mountain was like a lone vulture with a bizarre shape. Fan Yuan was somewhat startled as his gaze became suffused with joy. This should be Xingjiu Peak. It seems my direction is correct. According to Gu Immortal Lord Tian Ku's description in the past life, the place where the vulture's gaze falls in is the sacred palace. Immortal Court Blessed Land had a lofty and holy position in the hearts of Northern Plains people, and was a spiritual symbol. It was also a cradle which had nurtured many Northern Plains Gu Immortals in the Imperial Court contests before. When Central Continent invaded Northern Plains, they had first attacked this significant strategic location. Due to the lack of preparations, Immortal Court Blessed Land was breached by the alliance of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into a ruin. 88 True Young Building was also destroyed, vanishing in the surging river of history, and causing people to sigh while wringing their wrist. Lord Tian Ku was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the surprise attack against Immortal Court Blessed Land. Fan Yuan made his plan by referencing the surprise attack methods of the Central Continent's Gu Immortals. There are people on Xingjiu Peak. When Fan Yuan was about to cross the Xingjiu Peak with his wolf group, he suddenly paused as he saw many Gu masters at the summit of the peak. Among were familiar people as well. His thoughts moved and decided to not hurry on his way, but instead descended to the Xingjiu Peak with his wolf group. Pan Ping greets Lord Wolf King. Brother Shanin, we meet again. Looking at the Wolf King descending, the Gu masters all felt their hearts shiver. From among them, 2 Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had become rich and famous with this time's Imperial Court content, while the other was one of the twin demons Tai by Yunxing invited, Zhu Zai. Pan Ping was now already at rank 4 peak stage, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match against some rank 5 Gu masters. Zhu Zai was a strength path rank 5 Gu master and was an expert in close combat, thus he was much more fearful of Soul Blade Gu than other people. He had been separated from Gao Yang when he entered Imperial Court, and on the way to the Sacred Palace, he got into an argument with Pan Ping. We greet Wolf King! After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the rest of the Gu masters greeted one after another while kneeling on the ground. In Ma Tribe Army, Fan Yuan's prestige was raised to the highest status, and was recognized as the #1 person of this generation. His prestige suppressing He Lu Lan and even Yi Lui Sang, who had a fire path immortal Gu. If not for Chang Shani not being of Huangjin bloodline and He Lu Lan being the alliance leader, there might have been people who would have shouted to change the alliance leader. Stand up, there is no need to be so restrained. Fan Yuan was sitting on an azure myriad Wolf King as he lightly nodded and then directly asked, For you guys to gather here, what inheritance did you discover? Everyone inwardly grumbled. The truth was indeed so. At first, someone had discovered an inheritance in Xingjiu Peak, but did not have enough strength to get it. Helplessly, the Gu Master called for other Gu Masters to explore together. But the result was, they lost several people instead. The Gu Masters were no resigned to failure and searched all around for help, inviting Pan Ping and Zhu Zai one after another. The two, for their respective benefits, competed with each other, creating the situation to turn into a stalemate before finally Fan Yuan crashed in. Now, since Fan Yuan directly asked it, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to hide it, and could only explain this matter. Lord Wolf King, it is fortunate you are here. This inheritance opens every 7 days, and during the opening, it lets out a soaring high starlight and reveals a starlight door. This duration is not only extremely short, there are also insect groups that rush out of the starlight door, preventing us from entering. Pan Ping introduced with a slight smile. There is only a short time before the inheritance opens now. Lord Changshanin, since you graced us with your presence, I represent all the Gu Masters here to request you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with sincerity on his face. The corners of Pan Ping's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai's reputation of being a famous expert in the demonic path is laughable. He actually is going so far in his flattery. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Wolf King might be strong, but I, Pan Ping, will have a day when I can reach his level. Pan Ping was young, his heart still had arrogance, but he did not show it, instead lowering his head to show his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master and naturally was extremely clear of his current situation and understood the logic of being able to bow and submit. Fan Yuan straightforwardly agreed, immediately becoming the main person in charge here. As time gradually passed, everyone was indeed able to see starlight gradually filling the summit. When the time arrived, the starlight majestically soared up, piercing through the sky. A small door then slowly opened in the dazzling starlight. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Large numbers of insect groups rushed out like a tide. These insect groups were of all kinds of colors with many wild Gu mixed among them. Their stance was fierce, but they only hovered near the starlight door and did not pounce upon the people. Clearly, this was a test. Fan Yuan carefully observed before snickering this insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with the combined strength of the rest of the Gu Masters, they would be able to overcome this. However, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai's internal dispute caused the overall strength to be divided, with other Gu masters supporting different sides. No one conceded, which allowed Fan Yuan to take this opportunity. Fan Yuan glanced at Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. These two both had somewhat unsightly expressions right now. Fan Yuan did not care. Instead, he sent an order. These insect groups are often more difficult to deal with than beast groups. All of you, listen to my arrangement, and we will be able to reduce the losses and deal with this easily. Everyone promptly agreed. Under Fan Yuan's command, they attacked in segments, drawing away the insect group and exterminating them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, most of the insect groups had been drawn away, and the originally tight defense line now had a huge gap. Pan Ping said in joy, "Lord Wolf King is truly amazing. All of our eyes were obscured. Exterminating the insect groups is not important. The main thing was to open a passageway. With this, we will have plenty of time." Zhu Zai also sighed. "Having Lord Wolf King to lead us is our fortune." But Fan Yuan's next words shocked them. "You guys stay here to hold back the insect groups, don't make a mistake. I will make a trip inside." With that, he suddenly rushed to the starlight door with the wolf group. This. Lord Wolf King. Zhu Zai's expression paled. He had not expected Fan Yuan to act so selfishly in the open. Pan Ping's eyes also opened wide as his heart filled with anger at the injustice. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan first sent an Azure Wolf to investigate the inside, and seeing there were no dangers, he rode an Azure Wolf King and entered the door. Of course, he left behind a large number of Azure Wolves to form a defensive line around the entrance to protect his escape route. Didn't they say Wolf King was proud and aloof? How could he be so shameless? He is truly too overbearing. This inheritance was clearly discovered by us first, but now it was snatched by Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has let down the name of the Grand Wolf King. He actually left us out here. The people present were all furious, but they did not dare to express their anger. Lord Pan Ping, should we also charge in? A rank 3 Gu master rolled his eyes, then turned towards Pan Ping and urged him. Pan Ping snorted and sent this Gu master flying with a kick, shouting fiercely, "If you want to go in, feel free." "What, you want me to test the water?" "Lord, you misunderstood. How could I dare?" The rank 3 Gu master immediately retorted. "Get lost." Pan Ping angrily rebuked while clenching his fists tightly. He rigidly looked at the starlight door with sharp light flashing past his eyes. The gap that had been cleared was now jammed with Azure Wolves. There were 2 myriad Wolf Kings, dozens of thousand Wolf Kings, over 300 Wolf Kings, and even over 200 guarding the air. Pan Ping could not charge through this scale of wolves. His thoughts turned around, and he then looked at Zhu Zai, speaking in a faint ridiculing tone. "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice?" Zhu Zai coldly glanced at Pan Ping, immediately seeing through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted inwardly with disdain. This Pan Ping is still young and has been infected by hastiness gained from the recent fame. He actually wants to entice me to ally with him to break the Wolf Group's defense line. Too naive. Is Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if Wolf King only left behind one ordinary night wolf, I would not dare to make a move. This brat simply overestimates his own abilities. Pan Ping furiously snorted as he saw Zhu Zai not answering him, and could only swallow the words that he had been about to speak. Fan Yuan arrived before a courtyard after entering the starlight door. The style of the courtyard was peculiar. It was completely constructed out of blue metal, and its shape was strange and abstract, not belonging to any style of the 5 regions. Fan Yuan pushed upon the gate and entered. The courtyard was covered in a layer of thin light cotton, and appeared mysterious, quiet, and magnificent. At first, Fan Yuan moved cautiously, but after searching around once, he did not find any mechanisms for tests or traps. The courtyard had 6 rooms, and Fan Yuan explored all of them. So over 100 years ago, this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Du Minjun. Fan Yuan received the entire inheritance left behind by the courtyard master, and learned this person's identity. Du Minjun was a rank 5 Gu master. He traveled alone and had never married in his whole life. He was called Vagrant Lone Star by people. He was the famous poet immortal in Northern Plains, and his verses mostly portrayed the starry sky, his longing towards his hometown, and his powerless struggle against fate. He was proud and noble, and separated himself from mortal affairs. He had been pursued by many Northern Plains women throughout his life, and there were even men who pursued him, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Future generations evaluated and praised him. He was immersed in his own world. Although he was in Northern Plains, his mind was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plains man, he was a poet. He was a poet immortal who was denounced to the mortal world from the starry sky. So Du Minjun eventually chose to suicide at this place. Fan Yuan sighed. Du Minjun was not able to endure the melancholy in his heart in the end. He built his final residence in Xingjiu Peak and ended his life of his own accord. What he had left behind were countless poems to be read and admired by the later generations. Du Minjun had outstanding talents, and his inheritance was also extremely valuable. First of all was the emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was especially used to store emotions, and along with painting idea gu, was a wisdom path gu. It was extremely rare and very expensive. Then, there were large numbers of star path gu worms of all types. It basically had all the star path gu of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan was amazed at this. It seems Du Minjun had a fortuitous encounter, otherwise how could he have so many and such complete star path gu worms? He actually innovated an entire set of star gu recipes? Fan Yuan flipped through the recipes and realized how shockingly talented Du Minjun was. He founded a set of new gu, from rank 1 a bit of star gu to rank 2 brilliance of 2 stars gu, rank 3 3 stars in the sky gu, rank 4 4 stars cube gu to rank 5 5 stars aligned gu. This set of gu worms was especially targeted star path gu and could raise star path gu's effects by a huge degree. It was equivalent to a non-mainstream amplify effect gu. But this set of gu worms had much higher success rate than amplify effect gu, moreover their refinement materials were extremely common. This meant, if this set of gu recipes was spread, it would definitely lead to a huge rise in popularity of star path gu and would have some amount of influence towards all gu master paths. Chapter 551. Educate well. Although I am not a star path gu master, if I refine this set of star gu, it would be a huge help in opening the Stargate and linking to Wu immortal blessed land. Fan Yuan could not help but feel a bit of joy in his heart. He had invested heavily earlier to nurture a batch of Starlight Firefly gu in his Wu immortal blessed land. He also got many air bubblefish to increase the Starlight Firefly gu's growth. But even so, the Starlight Firefly gu's expenditure was greater than its production. Every time the Stargate was opened, large numbers of Starlight Firefly gu would be used. But to nurture Starlight Firefly gu, a lot of time was needed. It was easier for Fan Yuan back in Northern Plains, when he could use the starlight in the sky for one of the two sides of the gate. But in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no starlight in the sky. Thus, to open the Stargate, he would needed to expend even more Starlight Firefly gu. But if he could refine this set of gu that could amplify the power of Star Path, one Starlight Firefly would be able to achieve the effects of a few. That way, he would have several times less expenditure than currently. Furthermore, this gu recipe is interesting. The thought process and viewpoint is different from the norm. It is like a deduction done using earth science and math. To think that Poet Immortal was so knowledgeable, having such incredible ideas. Fan Yuan could see a portion of Poet Immortal's wisdom from this gu recipe. Taking all that was valuable in these few rooms, Fan Yuan returned back to where he came from. Du Minjun was a righteous path gu master. His inheritance was naturally a righteous path inheritance. There was only one trial and was not difficult. When Fan Yuan returned to the mountain peak, the worm group that was troubling everyone had dispersed. Lord Changshanin, you are finally back. I wonder what gains Lord had made inside. Pan Ping's expression was ominous as he walked up to Fan Yuan. His intention was obvious. You Wolf King took the meat, you have to at least leave us the soup, right? Ha ha ha, congrats Lord Wolf King, with this inheritance, you are like a tiger who gained wings. Zhu Zai cupped his fists and spoke, not mentioning anything related to splitting the gains. Fan Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was set by Poet Immortal Du Minjun. There are still a lot of beautiful treasures left inside. You can go take it. Saying so, he sat on the azure myriad Wolf King and flew into the sky. Pan Ping saw him leaving and immediately shouted, Sir Changshanin! We restrained the worm group for you painstakingly, yet you took all the best things inside the inheritance. According to the rules, you have to give us some compensation. Compensation? Fan Yuan stopped his wolf, floating in the air as he looked at this Soul Blade General with a half-smiling expression. What compensation do you want? Fan Yuan asked. Pan Ping expressionlessly requested. We can't determine what compensation to get yet. Why don't Lord show us the inheritance you obtained, so that we can evaluate it? Fan Yuan laughed, looking at Pan Ping amicably. Look at this compensation, are you happy with it? Saying so, he willed and the Azure Wolf group surrounded Pan Ping from the ground and the sky tightly. Pan Ping's expression changed. He held onto his scimitar as he shouted, "Lord Wolf King, what are you doing?" Fan Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking down at Soul Blade General, snickering. "Howl!" The Azure Wolf group moved and charged at Pan Ping. Pan Ping's expression turned into shock as he blocked left and right, unleashing all his moves. He was a rank 4 peak stage cultivation. After getting much gains in the battles, he had high-quality goo worms that were a complete set. His battle strength far surpassed his previous state. But the Azure Wolves were not ordinary wolves. Each one was at least 100 Beast King. This meant that they each had large numbers of wild goo in them. After Pan Ping killed several Azure Wolves, he could not hold on anymore, bleeding profusely as he got into a desperate situation. "Lord Wolf King, you are too overbearing. We are of the same army. Are you trying to kill me?" He shouted loudly, trying to suppress Fan Yuan using righteousness. The other goo masters had no idea what to do. Fan Yuan's overbearing attitude made them uncomfortable. But because of his strength, they did not dare to say anything. "Lord Wolf King, please calm down." Pan Ping did not know what was good for him. He verbally insulted Lord, but Lord is such a grand hero. Why is there a need to put yourself at his level? Zhu Zai urged quickly. Pan Ping was He Lu Lan's beloved general. It is said that he was already part of He tribe. If he died here, when He Lu Lan pursues the matter, he might not do anything to Chang Shanin, but he Zhu Zai would be doomed. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance army, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. "Zhu Zai, you're overthinking this. I am not angry." Fan Yuan smiled at Zhu Zai lightly, but the Azure Wolves were attacking even more fiercely under his manipulation. Zhu Zai's heart was anxious, but he was secretly shocked by Fan Yuan's ruthlessness. Over there, Pan Ping was in a critical state. He activated Soul Blade Goo but could only defend himself. He could not break out of the wolves' encirclement. "Lord Wolf King, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die." Zhu Zai showed an expression of fear as he urged once again. Fan Yuan finally stopped his attack, sighing at Zhu Zai. "Sai, I am not violent, but this junior does not know how to respect his seniors. If I do not teach him a lesson today, is he going to dance on my head in the future?" Yes, Lord is absolutely right," Zhu Zai quickly answered. Fan Yuan waved his hand and the Azure Wolves stopped attacking. They moved back but the encirclement was still present. Without the pressure of the wolves, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he stared at Fan Yuan with eyes filled with hatred. Fan Yuan saw his expression and laughed. "It seems you have not had enough? Maybe my lesson wasn't severe enough. Zhu Zai, what do you think?" Zhu Zai shuddered. He could see the overwhelming killing intent hidden in Fan Yuan's calm gaze. He quickly waved his hand. "Enough, it is enough. Pan Ping had received a sufficient lesson. Pan Ping quickly apologized to Lord Wolf King." Pan Ping clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth as he took a few deep breaths, closing his eyes and saying with much pain, "Lord Wolf King, I am sorry." He howled in his heart, however, "Today's humiliation, I will return it to you 100-fold. Wolf King, remember this. I am not someone you can humiliate as you please." Pan Ping was a vigilant and low-profile person, but after the Imperial Court contest, the pride in the deep parts of his heart burst out. Especially in the battle against Lu tribe, he was first killed by 3 heads 6 arms, but was revived by Tai by Yinxing later using man as before Gu. Such a revival process made his nature change slightly, making him feel like he was a person blessed by the heavens. According to the rules, I should be allowed to check the gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret all that you did today. Although you are strong now, it is only because you started cultivating several earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return all this humiliation right back at you." Pan Ping screamed internally. Fan Yuan naturally had no idea what he was thinking, but he was not interested either. "If I kill him here, He Lu Lan would not pursue the matter with me. But this is a demonic act, it clashes with my identity. Furthermore, it does not benefit my future plans at all. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for the future." Pan Ping only had one Soul Blade Goo which Fan Yuan had some interest in. If he was killed now, Fan Yuan would probably not receive the Goo. Thus Fan Yuan said, "Since you admitted your mistake, that is very good, it means you have noticed my hard work. A junior should behave like a junior, do you understand now?" Understood. Pan Ping shut his eyes. He was furious, but he squeezed out the words. Fan Yuan snickered. He understood his feelings, but he did not expose him, only continuing to say, Very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to educate you, I made quite a loss. Look at my wolves, 15 corpses are lying here. What? Pan Ping opened his eyes out of pure rage. What, are you unwilling? Fan Yuan smiled lightly, looking at Pan Ping with an obvious expression of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing to. Pan Ping breathed in deeply, nodding his head as he accepted his fate. This is the attitude of a junior indeed. Fan Yuan chuckled, smiling gently and kindly. But in everyone's view, he looked extremely scary. It was all thanks to Lord Zhu Zai was smiling at the side. Of course. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement, smiling as he accepted this hypocritical flattery. He then looked around. What about you guys? Do you need some lessons too? Everyone quickly rejected him with pale expression. They were shuddering, obviously scared out of their wits. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, extorting all of Pan Ping's goo recipes and several of his goo worms. Pan Ping was extremely furious. The few goo that Fan Yuan chose were critical to his goo set. Without them, his strength would fall by at least 2 levels. After toying around with Pan Ping, Fan Yuan felt the fun turning into boredom as he patted the wolf head, rising into the sky. That will be all. There are still rather good things inside. They are unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and were revitalized. Many people thought, Lord Wolf King is truly righteous. It was natural for him to take the bulk of the meat. Lord Pan Ping was simply too small-hearted. Only until Fan Yuan and the Azure Wolf group vanished into the sky did everyone start moving towards the Starlight Door. According to seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were the first 2 to charge in. The 2 first entered a small courtyard, but only found Du Min Jun's original poems. As for goo worms, goo recipes, they were all swept away by Fan Yuan. Not a trace of them were left. Lord Wolf King was right, these are really unique treasures. Zhu Zai held the poems in his hand as he laughed bitterly. Pan Ping, who was hopeful and wanted to get some benefits to recoup his losses, had a dark expression. Pooh! Suddenly he threw up a mouthful of blood as he fainted from anger. Several days later. With my current speed, the sacred palace should be close by. Fan Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back, pondering to himself. Soon after, his gaze became fixed at an area on the ground below him. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 552. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan looked at the ground. He saw that there was a mound protruding high up above the ground. There were no forceful contours on the mound. There was an opening on it that showed a huge hole, like a tunnel underground. As for the surroundings of this mound, it was a huge swampy area. There were sparse trees in the swamp. On the southwest side, there was a river. The river water was not clear, but it was a very long river. Both the start and end of the river were beyond Fan Yuan's field of vision. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Looking at this scene, Fan Yuan could not help but think of this phrase in his mind. Is this Di Chiu inheritance ground? Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration as he felt dazed. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Chiu inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting idea goo on the gray-white stone slab etched this map into his brain. Thus, Fan Yuan had a clear memory of it. He could not forget it even if he tried. He flapped his wings and flew around it in the sky, confirming that this terrain was exactly as he remembered. So this is it. I was wondering before, an inheritance using terrain as a clue was not reliable. If this was outside in northern plains, the terrain could be easily changed or destroyed. But in Imperial Court blessed land, that would be a different case. Fan Yuan thought. This Imperial Court blessed land opened once every 10 years. The victors of the Imperial Court contest would enter, and might change the terrain due to battles. However, when Imperial Court blessed land closes, the terrain slowly recovers. Until 10 years later, it would reopen after being restored to its original state. Di Chiu inheritance. Since it was set up inside Imperial Court blessed land, and even had an innovative idea of using a fake gray-white stone slab to do it, the owner definitely put in huge effort and time for this. The inheritance should not be bad. With such thoughts, Fan Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the mound's entrance for a while, he summoned several azure wolves, and entered the dark hole. 15 minutes later, the Azure Wolf returned to Fan Yuan unscathed. This deep hole looked pitch black from the outside, but once someone entered, they would realize that it was full of glowing moss. It was not dark at all. There was nothing inside the hole, the air was moist and there were only rocks and moss. Fan Yuan personally entered to check it out, but still found nothing. He frowned slightly, leaving the place. He was prepared for this result long ago. This inheritance is not simple. If it can easily obtained, others would have gotten it long ago. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that someone else got it before me. But Fan Yuan analyzed and realized that the possibility of that was very low. To come here, there are two conditions. One is to obtain the clue to the inheritance, and decipher the gray-white stone slab. A Gu master skilled at appraisal is needed to do it. Secondly, they need to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. That means they need to survive the Imperial Court contest. Thus they need to have a keen eye, in order to be part of the victors. This inheritance is not simple at all. It seems that to get it, I will need to interpret the cipher. Fan Yuan concluded. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What was this cipher trying to say? Fan Yuan thought about it, but he got no answers. Even though he had many thoughts, none of them lead to any conclusive ideas. Never mind, I'll leave it at that. There is still some time left inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fan Yuan flapped his wings and flew, bringing the wolf group with him towards the Blessed Land's central sacred palace. That was the most important part of his plan. He spent so much time disguising himself, it was all in order to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Obtaining landscape as before Gu was his top priority, but other than that, it was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside 88 True Young building. Not just him, most of the strong Gu masters would choose to go to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was the central area of Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was the essence of the Blessed Land. The Sacred Palace was one of the 4 resting chambers of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was also his most important resting chamber. His other chambers were in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. In Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an even larger and grander resting chamber in the sky. It was situated within Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 existed across the long river of time, from the immemorial Antiquity era to the remote Antiquity era, to the Olden Antiquity era, to the medieval Antiquity era, and finally, the late Antiquity era. Each one of them was the absolute expert of their time. They were unparalleled and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their specialties and unique abilities. They were all very different. The bloodthirsty spectral soul Demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus Demon Venerable, the knowledgeable star constellation Immortal Venerable, the peaceful paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also a person full of legends and incredible stories. He was a demonic path Gu master born of Northern Plains. He was always lucky and fortunate in his life, having lots of good events. Not only could he avoid dangers, he could even turn them into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu immortal, he was a Casanova and toyed with women everywhere. No one could restrain him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House in Central Continent back then, one of the top 10 sects, became his wife. Because of that, he became an external Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, and converted over to the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a dissolute nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable, and ascending to the Immortal Court, he became the 4th generation Immortal King. He next built 5 great resting chambers, and had over several tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was 1,000 years old, he was still taking in young girls from all over the world to expand his harem. Thus, among all of the venerables, he had the most offsprings. He had too many children, he could not even remember most of their names. These children were spread all over the 5 regions. Right now, they were mostly concentrated in Northern Plains, and those Gu masters who had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline were collectively known as the Huangjin family. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. Hereditary monarchy. Beauty is the natural dowry of a woman. I wish I could marry every single woman in the world. All these were his catchphrases. Even though time flowed mercilessly, and eras changed, he still left behind a dazzling proof of his glorious existence in history. Especially in Northern Plains, Huangjin family controlled nearly the entire region. giant sun immortal venerable was still influencing every generation thus far. Sacred Palace, the Central Control Hall. Night. The silvery brilliant light shone on He Lu Lan's face. He raised his head as he looked at a plaque on the Central Control Hall. His giant bear-like body stood upright under the silver light. As the Alliance leader, with the Huang Jin bloodline flowing in him, once he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would automatically arrive in the Sacred Palace. This plaque in the Central Control Hall was huge. It was 60 meters long, 25 meters wide, and there were 2 huge words on it: Hereditary Monarchy. The golden light shining off it was clear and dazzling. The Central Control Hall was huge and grand, like the house of a giant. Under this plaque, even He Lu Lan's fat body seemed tiny. Hereditary monarchy, huh? He looked with a complicated expression. There was pain and hatred, admiration, anger, and aloofness. Lord! Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan came over, calling out softly. What is the matter? He Lu Lan turned around. His expression had been completely sealed away. He returned to his usual arrogant, boorish, and irritable attitude. Cunning gentleman did not feel anything amiss as he took out a letter from his pocket, reporting. This is Soul Blade General Pan Ping's letter, he said in the letter that Wolf King Chang Shanin devoured an inheritance alone, extorting him in public and made very vile actions. He hopes Lord can seek justice for him. Oh? He Lu Lan stretched out his fat right arm. Cunning gentleman quickly passed the letter to him with both hands. Lord, I am not trying to be nosy, but this Chang Shanin is getting more overbearing. He actually bullied and humiliated his own alliance mate. Sigh, Lord Pan Ping was too kind-hearted. He thought about old relationships and wanted to share an inheritance with Chang Shanin. But the result was that he was treated like this. Wolf King Chang Shanin has great merits indeed, but this does not mean he can act as he wish. Otherwise, if everyone was like him, wouldn't we be in complete chaos? Cunning gentleman carefully chose his words while He Lu Lan was reading the letter. He Lu Lan snorted, stretching out his hand. Hand it over. Ah, Lord, you mean. Cunning gentleman was shocked. This is only Pan Ping's side of the story. Zhu Zai should have sent a letter too. He Lu Lan had a sharp gaze. Cunning gentleman quickly laughed. Lord is truly wise and mighty. I am in complete awe. He Lu Lan took the second letter and swept through the content. He was expressionless, and Sun Shirhan could not read his intentions at all. This letter was merely Zhu Zai seeking credit for his actions. Combined with the first letter, He Lu Lan understood what had happened. He squeezed with his hand, and the 2 letters were corroded into nothingness by a dark light. After Pan Ping and the others arrive, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lu Lan instructed. Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman bowed, but after a while, he raised his head in confusion as He Lu Lan did not speak further. Are we not punishing that Wolf King Chang Shanin? Punish? What a joke! He Lu Lan laughed. Why do I need to punish him? If it was me, I would have done the same. Except I would not do it in such an ugly way. Sun Shirhan was indignant, urging, Lord, I am of different opinions. This Wolf King Chang Shanin regards himself highly and is untamable. We cannot tolerate his actions. Although he has great achievements, without Lord's tribe funding him, would he have such a huge wolf group? He is a Northern Plains hero. He has great reputation. If Lord does not punish him, he is just going to become more overbearing. In fact, he might even overthrow you, and in the end, everyone would know the name of Chang Shanin, but not Lord's name. Ha! Lord, why are you laughing? Shirhan, you're overthinking it. After this happened, what reputation would Chang Shanin still have? Bullying the weak because he is strong, greedily taking an inheritance for himself, it would ruin his reputation. Furthermore, he does not have the Huang Jin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter the True Young building. After pausing for a while, He Lu Lan continued. From this matter, we can see that Chang Shanin is only a mortal. He has desires, and greed, that makes things easy. Moreover, I have Chang tribe and Ge tribe in my hands now. He is already rank 5 peak stage. Such a genius like him would definitely want to progress further. But I will only reveal to him the method to reach Gu Immortal Realm after he joins He tribe. I know you hate Chang Shanin, but later, I still need him when challenging True Young building. Do not bother me in the future with such tiny matters. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave. This subordinate takes his leave. Sun Shirhan brought his disappointment with him as he left the central control hall. Chapter 553. Imperial Court Sacred Palace. The wind was blowing past the ears. In the golden sky, brilliant rays were shining down. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky, as Fang Yuan rode the Azure Wolf King, allowing the wind to blow his hair backwards. His gaze was solemn, he was pondering internally. These days, he had been trying to decipher the quote from Di Chiu Inheritance, but he was making no progress. A glorious palace gradually appeared in his vision, emerging from the plain horizon. Sensing this, Fang Yuan looked over as he swept the scattered thoughts in his mind away. A trace of relief flashed past his face. Sacred Palace, he was finally there. As Fang Yuan got closer, the large palace slowly showed its full features. It had 8 levels, each was about 2 kilometers tall. The first level, which was the bottom level, had the greatest surface area. The second level was above the first level, and so on. Each level had walls around it, forming a hollow tube. The snow-white walls were 9 meters thick, the walls were joined together with no gaps. On the walls, there were rainbow-colors towers at set intervals. Each tower had different colors, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, respectively. After many levels were stacked together, the entire sacred palace looked like a tall mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, it was as if the sacred palace was rising from the ground, shooting up and piercing the heavens. Grand and spectacular, the sacred palace. Even with Fang Yuan's depth of knowledge, he was gasping in admiration when he saw this. What's that thing flying in the sky? Wolf King has arrived! Just like what the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's arrival attracted the attention of the Gu masters inside the sacred palace. At this point, there were almost 10,000 people in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they landed close to the sacred palace. Thus, they were earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan had given instructed already, thus the Gu master tasked to welcome him quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the huge gate of the first level. The moment Fang Yuan's myriad Wolf King touched the ground, the escort Gu master came to greet him. Lord Wolf King, you have arrived. It is my honor to bring you into the city. Your place's residence is on the 8th level, we have already prepared the room for you. No rush, bring me around the place first. Fang Yuan said lightly, getting off the Azure Wolf. As a form of respect to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Gu masters were not allowed to ride their steed inside the sacred palace, they could only walk. As you wish, Lord, this is my honor. Fang Yuan followed the escort Gu into the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, there were large numbers of pavilions and terraces, palaces and courtyards. Looking from outside, the edges of the roof were curved outside, they were silver and golden in color, looking magnificent and grand. All sorts of buildings were interconnected. At some places, there was lots of free space and buildings were huge. At some places, the pathways were intercrossed and halls were everywhere, making it easy to get lost. As for the interior of the pavilion hall, be it the pillars or the main support, they were carved with lots of beautiful images and decorations. It radiated an aura of prosperity. Lord, this is Entertainment Palace. The noble ancestor Giant Sun would hold a grand music festival here in this palace daily when he lived here. According to history, during each festival, there would be large numbers of concubines fighting to present their dance, in order to get ancestor Giant Sun's attention. Lord, this is Spring Soup Hall. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Ancestor Giant Sun would come here weekly with 1,000 concubines, to soak in the water and have fun. This is Floating Scent Yard. Ancestor Giant Sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all sorts of delicious meat fruits. At night, the wine pool would produce lots of fragrant wine. The escort Gu master introduced each area they went to. He was very eloquent. Fang Yuan walked casually, looking around. He found it very interesting. At the sacred palace's 4th level, the escort Gu master brought Fang Yuan into the main palace. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace, Drawing Palace. Ancestor Giant Sun was very talented. He was very skilled at drawing beauties. All of the drawings inside this palace were done by him alone. Please come this way. The escort Gu master opened the side door of the palace, inviting Fang Yuan in. The 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use them. Although he was dead already, this rule was passed down, and his descendants followed this rule as a form of respect and reverence towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Once they entered the palace, a large wall of drawings filled Fan Yuan's vision. There were nothing in this drawing palace but huge walls. On these walls there were all sorts of beauties, alluring ones, innocent ones, smiling ones, or those deep in thought. They were in all sorts of postures and positions. There were 80,000 drawings. Those that were drawn here were well liked by Ancestor Giant's son for a period of time. Of course, it is a woman's greatest honor to be hand-drawn by a venerable. Ancestor Giant's son had lots of concubines, but those recorded here were the cream of the crop. They could be preserved eternally here. The escort Gu master said with a look of admiration. Fan Yuan did not speak, he only looked and thought to himself. I wouldn't call this eternally. At least in my previous 500 years, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu immortals, and the sacred palace became history. Sigh, true immortality is something that not even someone as strong as an immortal venerable could achieve. When people came here, they would be stunned by the sacred palace's grand and imposing aura. Even if they were not overwhelmed, they would feel great admiration. But Fan Yuan could sense a trace of decay and rot in this brilliance. Without eternal life, so what if you were as strong as a venerable? Even the Casanova giant's son had turned into ashes now. His traces were still here, proving his existence, but in Fan Yuan's opinion, such a proof was filled with the mockery of failure. It was truly pitiful. His interest had waned. Let's go, bring me to the 8th level's accommodation. Fan Yuan sighed, instruction. The escort Gu master got out of his daze and said hesitantly, But Lord, Sacred Palace has a lot of famous sights. We just started. Other than these, there are also Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Alluring Palace, Innocent Palace, and Unique Sin Palace. Back then, female variant humans lived there. There were even hairy men. There is also Jade Statue Palace, meant to sculpt beauties and offer them to the ancestor. The escort Gu master was anxious. All these places that he mentioned were not accessible with his status. He wanted to use this chance to satisfy his curiosity. But Fan Yuan did not fulfill his wish. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's final years, he rarely went to the mortal realm to stay in Sacred Palace. He lived in Longevity Heaven, in a reclusive manner. As for Northern Plains, large numbers of girls would be chosen for him to fill the Sacred Palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to the Sacred Palace, he did not meet these girls. Instead, he built the 88 True Yang building and established the rules for the Imperial Court contest, before vanishing from this world completely. The Sacred Palace thus faded out of history, and those beautiful yet pitiful women became sparrows trapped in cages. Although Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge, it had no freedom. It was a prison even though the place was large. Eventually, they stayed there obediently and exhausted their lifespan. They could not escape, and no one had the guts to save them either. Under Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious and noble light, countless women were buried in pain, grudge, and sadness. In Fan Yuan's eyes, the Sacred Palace did not have high value. It was merely Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. No Gu masters dared to set up their inheritance here. As for the precious resources he left behind, they had been taken by previous generations of Gu masters already. Even the Central Continent Gu immortals who came later could not find anything valuable. The only thing valuable in the Sacred Palace was also the entire Imperial Court Blessed Land. No, more accurately, the most valuable thing in Northern Plains. That was at the peak of the 8th level, 88 True Yang building. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had suggested, the Gu house made by Long Hair Ancestor personally. Rank 8 Immortal Gu. But now was not the time. At the peak of the 8th level, it was complete emptiness. Only when the 10-year blizzard strike would the 88 True Yang building show up. In the following days, Fan Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for True Yang building to open. The Azure Wolf group was taken care of by others, he did not need to bother with it. During this period, He Lu Lan sent people to invite him, and revealed the intention to recruit him. To join He tribe, and become an external elder? Towards this suggestion, Fan Yuan said he needed to consider it. Although he showed a moved expression, he would definitely refuse this in his heart. Human skin Gu could disguise him as Wolf King, but it was immortal Gu. The investigation of an immortal Gu could expose him. The recruitment of external elders was a common trick used by Northern Plains super forces. This way, demonic path Gu immortals could become righteous, and it would help the Huangjin tribes greatly in managing Northern Plains. As for the incident on Xingjiu Peak, He Lu Lan did not mention a word about it. There was a rumor growing, however, that Wolf King was extremely overbearing, describing his actions on Xingjiu Peak as vile and evil, using his strength to suppress the weak. The description was extremely biased, but it sounded very convincing. Fan Yuan laughed in his heart. Someone was obviously trying to ruin his reputation behind the scenes. It is likely to be Pan Ping or Sun Shihan who has motives to do this, or even He Lu Lan. But so what if my reputation turns sour? Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a terrible reputation. He was a demonic Gu master who toyed with women all over the region. But now, he was a revered Immortal Venerable. When he expanded his harem, how many women's lives and happiness were ruined by him? But now, no one publicly accused him of anything. In this world, strength was everything. On Earth, one had to be mindful of rumors. It was easy to ruin a person's life with some malicious lies. But that was because they were all mortals. The laws of the world was different. Individuals could not surpass the power of society. But here, it was different. That was one of the reasons why Fan Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, there was a water-like ripple in the golden sky. The entire land started shaking. Out of nowhere, there was wind as a piercing light shone at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 45 minutes, as it gradually dispersed. A tower appeared at a previously barren area. 88 True Young Building. Chapter 554. Plotting is difficult, living is tough. It was a tower. Like a spring bamboo shoot, it was tall and slender and was upright. The tower's shape was vague with all kinds of gorgeous colors, like a body of colorful ink in the shape of a tower as it continually shook. This is the initial appearance of 88 True Young Building, and only when the storm and snow covers the northern plains, and all the small towers of Imperial Court blessed land sink to the ground, will each layer of 88 True Young Building stabilize. Only then can one enter inside and explore. Fan Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence, and looked to the direction of the dome. At this moment, there were shouts of jubilation and surprise in Sacred Palace. Gu masters were cheering in high spirits while many mortals kneeled on the ground, praising the might of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But even when 88 True Young Building takes form completely, I won't be able to enter because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and don't have his bloodline. If I want to enter inside, I would need He Lu Lan to get me a guest token. Well, there is no hurry. Is True Young Building so easy to rush into? He Lu Lan will need external help like me sooner or later. After a while, Fan Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his room. As the door of the room closed, the sound of cheers from the outside immediately softened. Fan Yuan entered a secret room specially meant for cultivation and sat upright on a cushion. Both of my apertures have now already reached rank 5 peak stage. In regards to enslavement path, I have Azure Wolf Group, while with regards to strength path, I have Killer Move 4-Arm Wind King. Combined with my battle experience, I am already at the peak among the mortals. But to deal with a Gu immortal. Fan Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He was well aware of the enormous gap between immortal and mortal. A mortal going against an immortal was as hard as ascending to heaven. To him, the best situation right now would be tied by Yunxing already having the recipe for immortal Gu landscape as before in his mind. It would not have been good for Fan Yuan to make a move outside in northern plains, but it would be very convenient for him to do so in 88 True Young Building. Using Gu to plunder river as before and mountain as before Gu from Tai by Yunxing, and then plunder the immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such ample conditions, Fan Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai by Yunxing who had yet to become an immortal, and then use the third refinement opportunity to request Langya Land's spirit to refine landscape as before Gu. However, the possibility of Tai by Yunxing, a mortal, possessing the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before was next to nothing. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, when Tai by Yunxing became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth reacted and Dao marks attracted each other, making the two rank 5 Gu spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. Fan Yuan had a prudent nature, and would never place all his hopes on an indistinct future. If the situation is messed up, then I will have to deal with the Gu immortal Tai by Yunxing. At that time, I can only rely on myself. Azure Wolf Group and 4-Arm Wind King clearly won't be enough. Fan Yuan's strength was already at the peak among mortals. Despite cultivation of both enslavement and strength path having the greatest unresolved issue, he was still among the first class of rank 5 experts. If compared to Southern Border, he was in the same level as Shan Clan's genius clan leader Shan Yanfei and Wu Clan leader Empress Wu Ji. Using the experiences of his past lives, the advantage of rebirth and taking a series of risks, struggling at death's door several times, Fan Yuan achieved such rapid growth that it would shock the world. But even so, in front of a Gu immortal, even if it was a newly advanced Gu immortal, this strength was not enough. To resolve this huge issue, there are only about 3 ways. First is to search 88 True Yang building for the strongest Gu worms or unique methods. Second is to secretly make arrangements against Tai by Yinxing as much as possible so that there will be ample preparation when I have to truly make a move. Third is to resolve the problem of enslavement and strength dual cultivation and raise my battle strength further. Fan Yuan silently pondered. He was fully aware that he had exhausted almost all his previous life's foundation in creating 4-Arm Wind King. After all, he had specialized in blood path in his previous life and had only dabbled in enslavement and strength paths. The so-called plots and traps against Gu immortals were too inferior to be even mentioned and were not reliable. Fan Yuan had advanced to Gu immortal in his previous life, thus he knew when a mortal transformed to a Gu immortal, from their head to toe, inside to outside, they would go through baptism, and even their appearance would change. The only thing that he could truly place high hopes on was 88 True Yang building. Days passed by. The golden light and silver light in the sky continued to switch between one another. 88 True Yang building was still gradually forming, its sunset hues gradually rose and covered most of the sacred palace in its light. Cool wind breezed through imperial court-blessed land with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. But at the outside world in northern plains, snow had continued to fall for over a month already. Blizzard was spreading over the northern plains in full force with its bone-chilling cold wind and snow. Both the sky and ground were a scene of white, and mist covered one's vision. Trees had already started dying and were frozen into pillars of ice. Mounds and hills were covered with thick layers of snow, and large piles had formed in valleys as well. Beast groups died in large numbers, and even weeds with vigorous life force were also frozen into ice. Even when one spat, the saliva would instantly turn into ice. But heaven never blocked all paths. Somehow, there would always be a trace of hope left. In each region of northern plains, there were remnants of tribes. Some were small and some big, and relying on geographically advantageous places like Warm Pond Valley, they were able to resist the wind and snow and survive in the blizzard. Man tribe who occupied Hongyan Valley was one of them. Hall of Affairs. The elders divided into 2 rows with Man tribe leader sitting high at the main seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu kneeled on the ground. Lord tribe leader, I come forward to beg for forgiveness. Oh, what is your fault? Man 2 asked with a slight smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, I was in charge of looking after Spirit Spring D, but it suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It is now ruined. Shi Wu respectfully replied. He, not a problem. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. As a matter of fact, he had already known this news. Elder Shi Wu, stand up, it is the 10-year disaster now, there is a chance of every spirit spring suddenly freezing and drying up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader's kindness knows no bounds, I am ashamed. Shi Wu was moved to tears and sighed inwardly. His surname was Shi and was half an outsider to Man tribe. Although he had married into Man tribe, but he had still been pushed aside. A problem occurred in the spirit spring he had been put in charge of. This matter could have been big or small. Fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was open-minded and did not look into it.